Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ, 105.3.
Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on.
Yeah, we got the 6 a.m. club coming up in 30 minutes.
Sean Load coming up at 6:40.
That's tomorrow, the payload.
Boy,
My dad taught me to eat it out.
He got so worked up. He got so worked up while you were out because we were going back and forth during the payload. We were just snipping at each other, and Sean starts setting something up, and I was like, "Oh, I guess this is just the Sean Load here at 6:40." And he starts talking for like 2-3 seconds, and then it registers what I said, and he goes, "Oh, you're gonna accuse me of hijacking this?" He just started going off. I was like, "Oh, all right, we found the pressure point right there."
All right,
there it is.
Sean's back on Tuesday. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt, Peyton and Ryan alongside, and you had yourself a little night off of any kind of local major sports, unless you want to call Texas State playing in the First Responders Bowl out in Dallas.
Boy, Texas State.
A lot of my friends were at that game.
Texas State, and we're big fans of the SMU football program over here. Big fans of Rhett Lashley. But I did see the note that apparently Texas State drew the biggest crowd to Gerald Ford Stadium all year this year. So they outdrew any SMU game for that bowl game.
Well, it was their first game. I think it was their first bowl game ever that they played in. And they wound up beating Rice 45-21 in a game that was not really competitive. It was competitive at halftime. 3-point game at half, but they really pull away in the second half. Did you catch that one? Where did you watch?
Oh yeah,
or did you watch anything?
I was. I'll be completely honest. I wasn't watching Jackass. You know what I was watching? I was watching reruns of Diagnosis Murder last night. You remember that show, Dick Van Dyke?
Oh yeah.
So it's on YouTube TV, which we'll get to the crooks that own streaming platforms here in just a second, but. I was just flipping through stuff I had on the DVR, stuff I've added, and I was like, oh, I added Diagnosis Murder at some point, so I was watching that. Peyton, do you know who Dick Van Dyke is?
Yes, I do.
Who is it?
Well, you put me on the spot now. I know the name. I
bet you know the name.
Yeah, that's about all you get.
Okay, all right. I don't think that counts. I don't think he knows who it is.
No, it's like saying, do you know who Charlie Chaplin is? You say, well, I don't know the name.
Actor. The guy known for the big booming voice.
Yeah, well, it was a TV show, the Dick Van Dyke Show.
I'll tell you what, though. I did Spiral last night. I texted you guys about this late last night. I got an email from Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
And I went and tweeted about this because it peed me off. Dear Prime member, we're writing to you today about an upcoming change to your Prime Video experience. Starting January 29th, Prime Video movies and TV shows will include limited advertisements. This will allow us to continue investing in compelling content and keep increasing that investment over a long period of time. It says that they will offer a new ad-free option for an additional $2.99 per month that you can sign up for here. And then they give a little hyperlink. And it dawned on me that savvy move by these streaming services, Chop.
Mm-hmm.
They did their very best to help destroy cable TV. And
they did.
Now they're just basically copying the model, which is, yeah, you're going to pay us for our stuff, but you're still going to see commercials. Like the whole idea was the ease of no commercials. As somebody pointed out to me on Twitter last night, at least with cable, they're timed commercials. Like, you know when they're coming. The movie or the TV show ones from Prime, those are just timed out to, okay, 15 minutes in, here's one. And so it'll like, an ad could go off in the middle of you just watching a scene.
I know. You do the same thing when you're watching, let's say you're watching like a Peacock show or whatever, right? You're catching up on whatever show it is. Paramount, you're watching Yellowstone, and all of a sudden you get a 5 or 6. It'll say add 1 of 6.
Yeah. Oh, I hate that. See, I mentioned it last night to Kristen when we got the email, and Laura, our youngest, was there, and she just goes, "Is that the 1:30?" I was like, "What?" And she goes, "Is that the 1:30?" Because she's used to it popping up in her TV shows that she'll watch, and it says 1:30, and it starts the countdown of a 90-second ad that she's got to watch.
Oh, yeah. It's like, on Spotify, if you listen to a podcast or you're watching something, like, Rogan will stream his show.
I've made the Spotify switch, by the way.
It's a good switch. It's solid.
I still think Amazon Music's really good. It's just for the purposes of sharing music with other people and getting music from them, it made sense.
But you can hit the 15-second circle and it'll just skip forward during the commercial.
Yeah.
So you can just skip forward on that, which obviously I get why they don't want you to be able to do that on the TV side of it. But it makes for an easy, way to maneuver past those commercials that you don't want. But they have copied the model. Of course they have, because the model works.
It's just ridiculous.
They convince young people that you're cool, that this is the cool thing to do is to cut the cord. And all they're going to do now is just continue to do the same thing.
Have you become anti-cord cutting? I will still say I'm still pro cord cutting because of the ease of signing up and can't. Like, I have not been able to. I literally have been trying for 3 months with Spectrum to get the TV portion removed from my cable. Like, I just want the internet. And every time they push me to like 5 different people and I'm on hold for like 2 hours. And then it's like, okay, well, I got to go at some point.
I'm not anti-cord cutting. I mean, I use DirecTV Stream. So if I'm a streamer.
But you're not a fan of the inability to bounce back and forth and stuff like that, right?
Well, who is?
Yeah, I get it. See, I think you're just using the wrong service. Or you don't. People on the truckwreck.com fantext have said before that they think you're missing something with the inability to bounce back and forth. Like the previous channel stuff.
Well, I can bounce back and forth on DirecTV Stream.
It's the Prime games.
Yeah, it's like now Amazon Prime games are on your guide, right? So you're going through your guide and it'll show you that, there's Amazon Prime. So you click on that, but you still have to go to the app. Or like, the ESPN app, where you got to go to the ESPN app if you want to get out of it and go to watch something on TNT.
Dynamite.
You've got to get out of the app altogether. And there's a lag. And I want to hit the previous channel button, one button, and move over. That's it.
Just, you weren't built for this generation, I think is what we're finding.
Well, it's like this generation is supposed to be about ease. And that's a more difficult, right? It's a more time-consuming process than having everything all in one spot. If there was a way for that, I'm all in. But I'm not against cord cutting at all. Like, I just don't like that.
I just don't like I don't like the bait and switch from Amazon Prime. Being like, $3 extra a month now, you won't get any ads on it.
Yeah, it's like
I already paid for this for the last decade without ads.
That previous channel button, to me, that's worth
the Prevcha.
Yeah, that's worth what? $40-$50 a month?
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
Damn. Peyton, you gonna be hit by this Amazon Prime? Because you're the notorious cheap one here on the show.
Yeah, we'll see if my parents pay for it.
There you go, buddy.
I just
there you go.
I forwarded them the email. I just say, all right, if you guys want to do it, do it. If not, we'll find another way around.
I know what he was doing last night. Job.
Peyton?
Yeah.
What? Mackenzie?
So, he was with Mackenzie. I know that.
What? Yeah?
Hey,
I had given him a call because I was giving him a heads up. So one of the things that Peyton and I are kicking around the idea of is our last show of the year is on Friday, because then obviously it's January 1st on Monday. So the last show of the year will be Friday. So we were just like coming up with different funny clips from over the last year that we can use as bump ins or whatever. And I got a chance to talk to Mackenzie for the first time since I unfollowed her on Twitter. And it was a little awkward. I'm not gonna lie, Peyton.
Yeah, it stunned me, that you called at that moment, because we had just got in the car. I was taking her back home. From my house, of course.
Did you get some cereal?
Maybe some without milk.
I don't even know what that means.
I don't know.
It means he didn't have any milk.
Well, because right when Bobby called me, I said, all right, Bobby, Mackenzie's in the car.
Yeah, he already threw
I
that
didn't want
at
you
me.
to say anything. I didn't want you to say anything.
Oh,
he threw hey, you're on speaker. Mackenzie's in the car. Don't say anything bad.
You never know what's going to come out of Bobby's mouth.
No, it's true.
So
you can't.
I had to warn him.
Everybody does that to me. And is that just a standard that you say to all your guy friends? Would you just say, hey, you're on speaker, just so you know, just as a courtesy? Or are there certain people you say to? Because I get it every time from people.
Me, it depends. I don't do it every time.
I called Cody, our marketing consultant, last week, and he was driving to Oklahoma with his lady friend, Jordan, and he answered the phone. He went, Bobby, you're on speaker with mixed company, so dear God, don't say anything you'd normally say.
Yeah, I don't. What I do is I normally just put on speaker. If I'm in the car, it's always on Bluetooth. But if I'm at home, like if I'm sitting at home and somebody calls, I just put on speaker because I don't want Sarah to say what they said or ask questions because I don't remember the conversation as soon as I hang up.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I just put on speaker and just listen to this thing in case.
You will answer. We've established that you will answer the phone better than anybody else here at the station.
Yeah, and I'm also the worst listener.
I was going to say you're a very distracted listener, where it's like you'll say something and then there'll be about 2 beats, and then you go, yeah, okay. I'll be like, he didn't hear a word I just said.
Didn't hear a word.
Like he heard it, but it didn't
No,
land.
I was doing something else.
It's like when you read a page in a book and you get to the end of the page and you're like, none of that landed. I need to jump back to the top.
That's why I stopped reading.
That's why.
That's why I stopped, because I would do that, and that would happen every single dang page. Like literally every page. I found some look, I gotta be honest with you. I found the greatest TV show in history last night.
Skins?
It was not Skins.
Oh, okay.
It was not Skins. I'll tell you what that was. Also, Burger King, get ready. That is your new go-to spot.
Zero chance, but I can't wait to hear why.
That is your new go-to spot. Next on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we got a special...
Inside the Star coming up at 6 o'clock here on 105 through the Fan. Sean and RJ. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Sean's back next week.
Allegedly.
Burger King, though, it's about to be your new favorite spot. They are giving discounts to people with hangovers.
Really?
They're going to use facial recognition technology to determine.
This doesn't sound intrusive at all.
They're testing this out. They're testing it out right now. Not here, but they are testing it out. They're going to use facial recognition technology to scan a customer's face to determine the degree of hangover detected and the size of the recommended combo and discount offered to remedy that hangover. I assume something very salty.
I don't know. I thought it was Grease. Isn't Grease the hangover cure?
Yeah, maybe it
typically?
is. Yeah.
I don't know.
I've heard pho is really good. Like if you're like hammered at like midnight, if there's a pho spot that's open.
Oh, like some ramen.
Yeah.
Something with a broth.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
Go get it.
I don't know. My go-to has always been just Grease. Grease and Sprite. That's always been. No, but see, you're not even in a position to talk about this because you claim you don't get hangovers.
I just power through. I power through everything. I just Gen X, man.
So you feel that you just don't acknowledge it, or it doesn't limit you, but you feel hangovers.
Well, it's like I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything mental. Some people get dizzy. Some people get like nauseated. It's not nauseous. It's nauseated apparently.
See, I had corrected somebody on that one time, and then I found out like I think nauseous did become a word at some point.
It can't just become a word, right?
I mean, this is 2023.
Yeah, fair. So I don't get like nauseated or anything like that. I mean, I feel like tired. Just like, just tired, right? Or like a cat took a big.
But you don't
giant...
get like the fluey feeling, the like achy joints,
no,
and just headache,
not. No.
and okay,
no.
Well,
I don't get any of that, and I don't accept people who get that. I just get up, man up.
So you didn't accept me at the Super Bowl vomiting during every break.
Well, no, you were still drunk. That was a difference.
I was not drunk. I was not drunk.
That was 2 hours later.
I was ill.
No, I accept. Of course I accept. I'm just messing with you.
That was the worst day.
Yeah, it was awful.
Because I was ill, and that was also the same morning we had Orlovsky.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. But anyway, Burger King is going to do this, and I am very tempted to see how this works. First of all, people okay with getting their face recognized by some kind of AI, which someone's gonna have a big problem with that. But there you go.
No, in this day and age where everybody you get half the population starts freaking out if you just film them in public, which I'm not saying is cool. I'm just saying half of the population will freak out and you're not allowed to film me in public. Blah, blah.
Yeah.
So half the population minimum I would think is going to be not cool with getting their face scanned. But if you're eating regularly at Burger King, I feel like you're the type of person who just says, I don't mind getting my face scanned for a little bit of an extra discount from Burger King.
So here's an example. They have a hangover scale. It's going to be on a 1 to 5, 1 to 10 scale. This one person went in there. It was only a 1, so very, very low. So they recommended the Double Whopper Junior, and they gave just 62 cents off. So not much, but that's for a 1. So for a 10, it could be like $6 off.
But what if you wouldn't you start feeling offended if the little AI thing is like, yeah, RJ Choppy's super hungover? You're like, this is just my face. Like, yeah,
it's just my face. It's my normal going around face.
I don't know. This
but
is
if it's for a discount, I mean, I'm all for it.
Yeah, you would be.
Yeah. You can insult me for $5. I'll be fine with that. I don't care. Just levy me your insults and just pay me for them, and I won't say a word. I am for sale. I am for sale.
I mean, how if Burger King's really breaking your bank, is this something you're even like? I would feel like I would just go somewhere like Taco Bell or Wendy's or whatever else.
Good, but they don't have the discount.
Burger King, I really hesitate because I don't want to say anything sideways about a potential sponsor. So I'm not gonna to burn any bridges here, but I would just say that Burger King, we'd have to go through several different restaurants that were closed, fast food places that are closed, before I'd stop at Burger King.
Really? You hate it that much?
I don't hate it. It's just it's not a priority for me.
Man, in college they had the I think it was like 15 nuggets for $1.50 or something, and that was like the deal. And so I had that once a week. Even though I don't like,
the BK broiler was great back in like the 90s and early 2000s. It was great. Their burgers, I think, are like their regular burgers. They've got a good char to them.
It's Dairy Queen. It's the Dairy Queen burger, only Dairy Queen does it better.
Dairy Queen's fantastic.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like a knockoff Dairy Queen burger.
Or maybe Dairy Queen is just a knockoff Burger King burger, but a better burger. Could be.
That's possible, but DQ is what I like about Texas. So
Yeah, fair.
That's
Even
what I'm
though it's
gonna
from
go with.
like Chicago or something.
I mean, the slogan is that's what I like about
Yeah.
Texas. Buying up all our burger chains. This is not the first facial scan story that we've had in the news lately.
No.
Chop. So the BBC had this story a couple weeks ago. UK porn watchers could have their faces scanned. So users could have their faces scanned to prove their age with extra checks for young-looking adults. Draft guidance from Ofcom suggests, or that's Ofcom, Office of Communications. Sorry, I mispronounced it. I didn't realize what that was. The watchdog is. That's a look. I mean, that's what it looked like at first. I thought OFCOM. I thought that was Ofcom. But it's Ofcom.
Say it again.
I guess.
Nice.
The watchdog has set out a number of ways explicit sites could prevent, and this is what the thrust is, that apparently it's behind the idea of just proving age and making sure kids aren't accessing pornography or whatever else. But the concern here from people is that you would have to, like, they're worried about harvesting. Like, you're harvesting my identity and everything about me and and like you got this facial recognition, and then you're gonna use it to like Minority Report me. You remember the Tom Cruise movie Minority Report?
Yeah, but I never saw it.
So the whole like idea behind that was they could predict crime based on a bunch of different things. And so basically, like, there's some people in the UK who are saying this feels like you're trying to create a criminal profile of me based on my viewing tendencies, and I'm not about it. But over there, Ofcom, as it's pronounced, says nope. This is seriously just about the keeping this away from children. It says the average child first views pornography at the age of 13.
Great. I got a 13-year-old.
You think how young's the youngest?
11.
Do you think he has? Some of the stuff he asks you makes me feel like he probably has.
I'm sure he's seen something, but he wouldn't really. I mean, I'm sure he's seen. He probably hasn't seen stuff on the hub.
I think I was 12 the first time I saw it.
Yeah, I'm sure they have. I don't want to know. I have no desire to know.
How old were you?
7.
7? Are you being dead serious?
No.
I thought you were totally serious there.
No.
No, but this is. I would think that just like the same with the Burger King thing. Like you get the BK story, you get the hey, we got to verify your age over here by doing this. You get the Timothy Dolan.
Yeah.
You remember at Madison Square Garden was using facial recognition to kick lawyers. James Dolan. Yeah. We're kicking lawyers out. So this is the new wave. This is what we're facing now.
It is. Timothy Dolan. I know that name.
Isn't that one of the guys in the name? Isn't that one of the guys in the family, Timothy Dolan?
Hey, it might be. Yeah, that's scary.
Oh, nope. Timothy Dolan was the Archbishop of New York back in the day.
Oh.
I'm mixing up the Catholic Church and the New York Knicks.
I don't believe you want to be associated with him. Did he do something wrong?
Timothy Dolan?
Yeah.
I don't believe so.
All right. Can never tell anymore. I do have to say, I did watch this one thing last night I want to get to real quick. ESPN had the pillow fighting championships on.
I saw you tweeting about this.
This is a game changer. And this is going to go down like Dana White's Power Slap League or whatever. It's like, how did I not think this could be a TV show?
My youngest, by the way, the youngest daughter, she loves Power Slap, and it drives Kristen nuts.
It's like this is fantastic. Now I don't know how heavy those pillows are or what's in them because they look like they're about 15 pounds. But this is a game changer, man. This is an amazing show. It's great content. It's quick. It's like a one round.
These are girls, right?
They have both. They have men and women. And a lot of these guys are like former MMA fighters, like failed MMA fighters.
So they're hitting each other just with pillows.
Yeah, well, it's not. It's like they've got like a handle, like you would have on a bag, right? So it's got bag handles, and you're just swinging them around, and you can block with your left hand or your right hand, whatever hand you want to block with.
This looks ridiculous. The pictures I'm seeing,
very ridiculous, but it's entertaining. It's one round boxing. It's
with
what it
pillows.
is with pillows.
I mean, this just looks like.
Are they like memory foam pillows?
No, it looks honestly like a drawstring like laundry bag.
Yeah.
Oh. That's what it looks like.
One of those little small backpacks you would carry around with the drawstring. It's fantastic. I cannot wait for this to grow. They had a good crowd too. It looked like it was like, NWA, WCW back in like, the early Ric Flair days where it was like 6 rows of seats just around a little small studio. So it wasn't very big, but they're sold out. I enjoyed it. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
I'm going to have to check it out, I guess. We're going to have a pillow fighting insider.
Yes, sir.
Somebody's going to have to step
Yeah,
into that
we
gap.
do.
You can fill that gap, Peyton.
Robert, what is next in Inside the Star?
The 49ers were child's play. This game is the biggest challenge of the year. That's next on The Fan.
Always a welcome. studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Touchdown. It is Inside the Star here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean and RJ. Sean Sharif is out. It's Bobby Belts, RJ Choppy hanging around with you. Mike McCarthy spoke yesterday, Chop, and he dropped quite a doozy on us. He was talking about Dan Campbell, everything that the Lions have accomplished. One of your sweetheart teams, the Lions. You're a big Dan Campbell guy.
Love Man Campbell. Love Jared Goff. The rest of the team I can do without. Whatever.
He says you have. Oh, come on! You got to be a big Amon Ross.
I like Amon Ross St. Brown.
He's fun.
He's fun. Jameer Gibbs is fun. Jameson Williams is. They're all fun.
They've got a really good safety over there, Kirby Joseph, who he came on with the nosebleeds leading up to the draft. So he's kind of friend of the show too, or friend of the station too.
Yeah.
So there's some rooting interest here.
They got good uniforms. It's a good fan base. There's a lot to like about it.
Says you have to, this is what Mike McCarthy said on Tuesday about Dan Campbell. You have to recognize what a great job Dan Campbell has done and the team he's built up there. I think those guys have done an incredible job. He continued on, said, you've got to take care of what's in front of you. We want to be much better than we were last week, but there's a lot of good things that occurred in Miami, improved, yada, yada, yada. And then that's where you get down to this quote from Mike McCarthy, and I'm interested for your thoughts on this, Chop. We've been talking about getting to the 11th win, and we're still not there. I think this will be our biggest challenge of the year. Just based on what we've seen on video, I think this is going to be a heck of a game. So, not the San Francisco 49ers who beat you by 32. Not on the road against Philadelphia. Not the challenge of going on the road and trying to get anything going against Buffalo. The biggest challenge of the year is the Detroit Lions coming to AT&T Stadium, where you continuously romp teams.
Well, the Cowboys have never had their kneecaps bitten off.
That's true.
And Dan Campbell is prone to do that. So I think that's a problem. When I first saw this, my initial thought was, okay.
It's coach speak.
Well, not even that. It's, okay, it's, you know what? It's an uncommon opponent. They're more accustomed to playing San Francisco than they are Detroit.
Sure.
But they played Detroit last year.
What about Buffalo then? Yeah, you've got Buffalo. You've played Dan Campbell's team. You've played Jared Goff with the Lions. So,
yeah,
it's a little bit of coach speak.
It's definitely coach speak. Is it a tough challenge? Sure. I think the toughest part of this is that you're playing a team and you're off of back-to-back losses. So, and it's another team with a winning record. And it's a team that's 6-2 on the road. I didn't realize Detroit was 6-2 on the road.
Yeah,
that may have been the most impressive thing I saw when I was looking at that.
They're a good road team. Dallas has won 5 straight against the Lions, and this is and that includes a playoff victory in 2015, January 2015, the big Romo comeback when they fell down 14-0 to Matthew Stafford and the guys. But this is a Lions team that still has something to play for in theory. Like if they are able to win out, they can get that number 2 seed, which would be huge for them.
They could get the 1, I suppose, right? They need
you need some help from San Francisco losing some games.
Well, they have the same record now, right? They're both 11-4.
Yeah, but I think the tiebreakers go to San Francisco.
Right, so San Fran needs to have a loss. So
yes.
Either to see they play
the Rams and then
this
I don't know
week
who the other one is. Dan Campbell was asked about what makes the Cowboys such a difficult team to play at home. We've been asking a function of that, trying to figure out what's going on the road with the Cowboys.
Commanders.
He says, they're wiping the floor with the Commanders. I think the comfort of being there and being able to function, particularly offensively without the crowd noise, there's a number of things that they're able to do. I feel like that opens things up. They're able to do because they don't have to be on silent cadence, some of the verbal. I just think they take full advantage of being home. They do it well. Certainly, they've got plenty of pieces over there. It starts with this quarterback. He's a heck of a player. He's a winner. He can make all the throws. He's mobile. Is that the most Mad Libs answer you could have possibly given?
What was Mad Libs again? Was it a comedy
Mad
sketch
Libs?
show?
It's the like you get a sentence and it's like adjective here, noun here, and then you just give somebody the random words and then they fill it out and then it's like, oh, look at this funny sentence we made. So that's the idea there. But it definitely feels like it was just he was told, hey, give us something about make all the throws. Very cliche driven. this is the way that teams are going to talk about each other, though, leading up to the week. They're going to talk about how, the Lions are the greatest test we've had. They're going to talk about Dak Prescott can make all the throws, everything else. Update on the health of some of the Cowboys players. Head coach Mike McCarthy said Tuesday that Tyron Smith and Jonathan Hankins are getting better. And what's his line that he gives us every week? Well, they got a shot. They got a chance. They got a chance to play. They got a shot
every week.
He'll say it
every week,
regardless of if they're. He's probably saying there's a shot that DeMarvion Overshown could play. That's just the standard line. That's the push-off line to make sure that he doesn't have to get too in-depth with some of these injuries. Tyron Smith, for what it's worth yesterday, did not practice. Jonathan Hankins did not practice. How crucial, based on what we saw in Miami Chop, is it that Tyron Smith plays in this football game?
How crucial is it? I mean,
you want Aiden Hutchinson going up across from Chuma Edoga again?
I don't know that you want Aiden Hutchinson on the other side, regardless of who's there. He's a good player, but I mean, it's from that standpoint. Yeah, it's pretty crucial because look, any quarterback, I don't care who you are, if you get pressured without a blitz, you're in trouble, right? Now, obviously, like there are some quarterbacks, Dak included, who play well against an all-out blitz, right? They've figured out how to find the open man at that point because someone's going to be open.
Except Miami the other day, that didn't work out so well. But
no, were those all-out blitzes or were they?
I mean, there were times where it looked like I went back and watched the tape of the game.
They brought more than
it looked
four.
like he missed some hot reads at times.
Okay. So like if you could just get home in 4, that's what makes it so. That's how the Giants were able to beat the Patriots. Those 2 times in the Super Bowl, they were able to use their defensive line and just only rush 4, get pressure on Brady, and basically everybody else was covered. And that's one of the great things about some of those elite, all-time great defenses is they can get home without a blitz. If you use Aiden Hutchinson, you can do that, and that's if you're Detroit, that's great, and that obviously helps if it's Edoga over Tyron Smith. I don't know. I personally, I'd kind of let Tyron get healthy. Like the path to the Super Bowl, yes, you want to be at home, right? You want to be at home. It's easier to avoid San Fran, but that's a really easy first game in Tampa, I think.
If I told you could have, if I told you could have the number 2 seed, so you're not going to get home field against the 49ers, but if I told you could have the number 2 seed and you had to go the entire playoff run with Edoga at left tackle, or you're the 5 seed and Tyron Smith's going to be completely healthy and available to you for the whole playoff run, which are you taking?
All right, so the 2 seed, you're playing Seattle or the Rams in the first game.
Certainly not the Vikings after they lost TJ Hawkinson for the year yesterday.
Right. Yeah, okay, so like obviously you're going to win the first game either way because you're playing at home, and your offensive line at home with Edoga should be much better than it would be on the road.
That's the frustrating thing about what we saw from Edoga the other day. It's not like he hasn't been getting snaps at practice. Tyron's been getting rest throughout the year. There shouldn't have been the issues of understanding what his assignment was, who he was supposed to pick up. The fact that was going on in this game was really troubling to me. This wasn't just you're dropping in Chaz Green who never gets reps. This is a guy who...
Oh, God, don't tell me about that.
Yeah. He started a couple games for you there. He's had to practice there. He's gotten first-team reps at practice every week this season.
Yeah.
This shouldn't have been the issue that it was. And that's what's concerning to me about the long-term prospects of that. And we brought it up with Patrick Walker from DallasCowboys.com yesterday. I think the question now needs to become, after what you saw there in the mental lapses from Edoga, the question needs to become, is this a Tyler Smith bounces out to left tackle and you just let TJ Bass play guard?
I mean, they've kind of showed that that's not going to happen, right?
This year. They've shown it this year.
Yeah. Well, look, what would you rather? Would you rather have a healthy Tyron and the 5 seed or not have Tyron at all and the 2?
Ultimately, probably the 2. You delay when you have to see San Francisco until the NFC title game, and they're so difficult at home. As much as I want Tyron here, and I think Tyron's been fantastic and has found the fountain of youth in a lot of ways, the advantage that they seem to have at home is clear. And it's interesting what Dan Campbell talked about there, the issue with the cadence. That, I think, is starting to become the prevailing theory with a lot of people as to why they're not as good on the road. Is that whole, here we go.
Yeah, oh, yeah, for sure. It's 100%.
That whole thing that we've been, turning into a meme.
Yeah, because that's what makes their offensive line.
Has taken them out of their rhythm.
It absolutely has. There's no doubt about that. That is 1,000% the case. It's offensive line driven on the road. And look, and the Trucker.com text line's like, y'all think Tampa's an easy win? No, I don't think they're an easy win.
I don't think anything on the road for this team is an easy win.
I think in the construct of a postseason, an other playoff team, Tampa is as like, that's the choice. If you were to choose a team, who do you want to play? Who do you want to play in your in a playoff game? Seattle was up by 2 scores here.
Yeah,
I don't want to play them. The Rams have a quarterback who's won a championship and a very good head coach. I mean, I'll take my chances with Tampa.
I'll take my chances against one of the worst pass defenses in the NFL in Tampa, which they're dead last in yards per game allowed, passing yards per game allowed.
Wow.
And so I'll take my chances against that all day long. And what are they also dead last in? Yards per attempt running the ball on offense.
Well, they'll be above league average when they play this team.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. The thing you're most concerned about, give me the team that's the least efficient in the NFL at it. I'd rather take that all day. I would pick Dallas if they played Tampa, but by no means is anything a guaranteed victory with this football team on the road.
No, I totally agree. It would not surprise me.
It was 17-10 late in the third against Carolina.
Yeah, it would not surprise me if they go to Washington and lose.
No. I mean, they had trouble with it last year, clearly, at the end of the year. They had trouble with it. They won the game, but they had trouble the year before. Yeah. That turned into a really close game that they were sweating.
Dak was playing in that game, right?
Yeah, Dak was playing, and Dak played really poorly in that game. Dak has in the last couple of years run into some demons at FedEx or RFK.
Well, they always seem to play there late in the year. And boy, I'll tell you, I saw a tremendous statistic. It wasn't really even a stat, but it's his thumb. It's the plate in his thumb under 45 degrees. It's just stiff.
Oh, that's interesting. I mean, he's always throughout his career he's struggled in games that are under 50 degrees and are outdoors.
Yeah.
His now he's
because he had mentioned this in an interview like in the offseason how that I guess that plate or whatever his thumb his hand gets stiff in cold weather, and that would explain a lot. That would explain an awful lot.
His last 2 games in Washington, Chop, 21 and 22, he has 36 completions to how many attempts is that? He's got 76 attempts, so 36 completions to 76 attempts, 2 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. He's averaging roughly 4 yards per attempt.
Ew.
It's pretty gross.
Oh, 4. That's hideous.
I mean, last year against Washington, that was the worst game we'd seen him play. 14 to 37, 128 yards, a touchdown, and a pick.
14 of 37.
That's really bad.
Good gosh.
But that's, again, just speaks to the point of why it feels like the Cowboys need to be at home. Now, they've put themselves in a position because they couldn't execute late or they couldn't get the details right against Miami. They couldn't get anything going against Buffalo. They've put themselves in a position where, well, now you're going to have to get over this road boogeyman.
Yeah.
You're going to have to figure it out.
Hey, let me ask something about this weekend. And this brought up on the Trucker.com text line. What is the percentage of Lion fans in this building?
So they've traveled really well all year. Really well. And I know we've got
and this is a destination stadium. Yeah. But they were just here last year too, but I don't remember what they were like last year.
I can't remember. That was Dak's first game back from the injury after he'd been out for 6 weeks. But yeah, this is I mean, this year they've traveled really well. They took over Arrowhead essentially.
They did,
which is not easy.
Opening night.
And so, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of Lions fans around North Texas. Surprisingly enough, we get some of them who call in.
Yeah,
your old buddy Brian Estridge, he's a Lions fan from his
Estridge
youth.
is. I mean, I got like 3 or 4 friends that like live out by me that are Lion fans.
John Machota is obviously who we're going to talk to at 8:40 today from The Athletic. John Machota is initially from Michigan, so he grew up a Lions fan. He's not one anymore.
I mean, he's probably going to wear a Lions polo into the stadium.
I mean, yeah, that's likely. But like Machota grew up a Lions fan. So there's a lot of them, like there's a little bit of a lovable losers connotation with those guys, and it's easy. I feel like for a lot of people, there's probably the Ken Griffey Jr. draw that caused some people to be Mariners fans growing up when they didn't have a baseball team.
Oh,
like I feel there's the Barry Sanders draw that caused you to go, okay, well, that's my team. And so Some people have stuck with it for better or worse.
My youngest is like, Dad, I want to root for the Lions. And I'm like, really? Okay.
Why?
I don't know. I think he watched the Hard Knocks or something like that. I don't know. I have no idea. It's odd. It's very, very, very strange. But there you go. A little bit of Inside the Star here on 105.3 The Fan. The two most unstable athletes in sports are making headlines again. We'll tell you about it next year on 105 through The Fan.
There's no reason to.
brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss. That's soda.
We're going to do it again today. We did it yesterday. We're going to do it again today. Messing with Peyton during his reads. See if you can get him right.
Let's see if I can do it during the entire payload tomorrow.
I'm better.
You are
now.
better. You're pretty unflappable, other than yesterday.
Yesterday was bad.
Yeah. I was saying some graphic stuff in your ear.
Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Do you want... We got two unstable professional athletes. Do you want Antonio Brown versus Michael Irvin or Draymond Green?
Ooh. All right, so since I've been screwing with Peyton and I feel bad, Peyton, I'll let you pick. Do you want Draymond Green or do you want Antonio Brown?
Ooh. You know what? Give me AB.
All right. Antonio Brown versus Michael Irvin. They were debating the, wide receivers and such.
Over on Undisputed?
Undisputed. And Michael's top four left off Antonio Brown. His Mount Rushmore list of wide receivers. Okay?
I'm looking at his list right now. I don't think I agree with it.
Look, it's a wide receiver list, man. It's like these lists are so you could put anybody on there.
Well, and it comes back to the whole discussion of the Mount Rushmore thing. Like, okay, well, what is is the Mount Rushmore just the four best, or is it the four innovative? Like, how do you define that? Like, I don't think that he's talking about the four best, is he? Like, he's talking about...
Look, they went on and on. I tried to cut this up. It was just like, all right. So, no, it's his Mount Rushmore. Okay? So he had on him Jerry Rice, Michael Irvin, Drew Pearson, and Tyreek Hill. All right, I don't know how you leave Randy Moss off. I don't know how you leave...
Irving Fryer off.
I wouldn't put Irving Fryer on there.
Oh.
But, Terrell Owens is one you could put on there. There's a lot of guys. But, I mean,
Tim Brown.
He wanted to pay homage to the great Drew Pearson, the original 88. All right. But he also, the greatest wide receiver ever play the game is Jerry Rice. Antonio Brown took to social media.
Can you read this verbatim for me?
Yes.
Hey,
without the curse words.
Pull the music down, Peyton.
No.
Let's get a clean cut of this.
Without the curse words, Michael Irvin. This is from Antonio Brown. Michael Irvin, stay off the cocaine.
Whoa.
I got way more stats than you.
Maggot.
I guess you could say that.
You might sub the first letter.
And then he claps him with, "You from Broward, not Miami. We slapped the S, your old," I guess, ass? I don't know. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Player hater. Instead of playmaker, I do believe that is a pun.
Oh, that took me a sec.
Playmaker.
That's sharp.
It's sharp. Very sharp. Very sharp. And then, of course, they post screenshots of, not screenshots, but stats side by side, player comparison. And of course, Antonio Brown in a passing league he blows away the stats. Now, Michael Irvin's annual value, the AV on Pro Football Reference, is higher than Antonio Brown's, quite a bit higher.
If you adjust for era and
it's not even close.
What they were asked to do, it's not. Like Michael Irvin is Antonio Brown. I don't want to discount AB at all in terms of what he did.
He's fantastic.
He's one of the all-time greats, and he's a head case. He's a head case who tries to slide into Slater's DMs.
Oh no!
But
is that breaking news?
No, she mentioned it with us.
Is
on
that
the air.
exclusive?
No, she mentioned it with us on the air. He did the sneaky link emoji.
Is that what that is? My son asked me what a sneaky link was.
Yeah, he did the sneaky link emoji. But he's a great player.
Mm-hmm.
He or was a great player. One of the, you want to talk about a guy who was a 6th round pick out of Central Michigan?
Yeah.
What he got out of his talent base is one of the most impressive careers I think we've seen.
Yeah, a lot of that's he should have been drafted higher.
He worked really hard, though.
He was at Florida State. He got recruited to play at Florida State, and he couldn't get in.
Yes, he was good, but he's also taken so much, and that guy worked so hard during the offseason. Before everything kind of hit the fan, that guy would work so incredibly hard. He was one of the most difficult guys to cover, but the numbers don't do justice to what Michael Irvin was.
No, they don't. He was like, I think he's the second best receiver ever. You put Randy Moss there, fine. And of course, I'm biased to Michael. I know him, but like, I think he's tremendous. He was literally the emotional leader of a 3-time Super Bowl champion team. They don't win really probably any of those titles without Michael Irvin.
In a 17 game season, like the modern era, Michael Irvin's average numbers extrapolated out of 17 games no, not even adjusted. In his era, 17 games from 91 to 95. So 5-year
stretch, yeah.
He averaged 95 receptions and 1,500 yards a year.
That's a hell of a year.
In a run first league with
16
the most run first, like the most. Let's seal this up with the running game guy. That guy right over there on the poster on the wall. Old Catch 22, Emmitt Smith.
Oh, it's Emmitt Smith over there. Look at that.
That's been up there for years. And you're just noticing.
I'm just messing with
you. So, no, I think that what Michael did, the numbers themselves are still incredibly impressive.
They are.
And yet it still misses just how
it misses
good
the boat.
Was.
It absolutely misses the boat. And you look, listen, when you're Antonio Brown and you come at Michael Irvin, you're gonna catch Cowboy Twitter. You're gonna catch those strays. And I hope he's prepared for it because he's been catching them for a while. And a lot of people are coming back with the low-hanging fruit, like bringing up the CTE rumors around Antonio Brown, which, I mean, there's no way of knowing. But Antonio's behavior over the last several years has been odd, to say the least. And
I still say that's the greatest accomplishment of Mike Tomlin's career, is that we had no clue just how...
Well, I don't think during most of Tomlin's
I don't think he was as bad, but when you hear, like, once he left, you started hearing like, oh no, that was a balancing act for years here.
It may have been, yeah. Especially in the last couple of years. Everybody points to the perfect hit. I mean, everybody points to that as the moment. And it's sad. It really is. But Antonio Brown going after Michael Irvin. You don't think AB belongs in the top 4, right?
No.
On the Mount Rushmore.
No. If I was just going on 4 best receivers of all time.
Let's see your list.
Jerry Rice, Randy Moss, Terrell Owens. Those are the easy top 3. And then... I don't know. Just going modern. Like, I don't want to go back all the way to Don Hudson.
Calvin Johnson. It's on my list.
Yeah. Calvin, I mean, it's a Calvin, Julio, like one of those guys.
Yeah.
But I think the top 3 is a slam dunk, and it's not a discussion. The top 3 is, you can stack them, I guess, however you want, but Rice, Moss, Owens. Those are the 3 best.
Okay. I'd put Irvin up there, me personally, but
there's a lot of, you got to fill in a lot of gaps there.
I love
you have to.
gaps.
I know you do.
Big fan of that.
You got to project out a little bit with Mike.
You do, and I think that's okay to do. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I think if Michael Irvin was in the modern NFL and was playing with, whoever, if he was in the Bengals offense or whatever else, I think he's putting up 1,600 yards every year.
I totally agree.
I mean, think about how great a year CeeDee Lamb is having right now.
Yeah,
he's been really, really good this year. And it's felt like he's been completely unstoppable at times. He's still, with 2 games left to play, in an era where you play 17 instead of 16, and on a team that ran the football first in Michael Irvin's team, CeeDee Lamb is still about 200 yards away from Michael Irvin's receiving yards record that he set for the team in 95. Michael was 1,600 yards in 95 with Emmitt Smith.
And what's CeeDee?
CeeDee's at 1,424 with 2 games to go.
Oh, he's going to get it. They're going to make sure
he's not going to get it. Dak talked about it this week that he's going to try. Although I don't know if they go 2 full quarters without throwing him the ball, maybe he doesn't.
Who knows? I mean, he almost had the first quarter. I thought he was going to get it last week. After that first quarter, we have 90-something yards in the first quarter.
It is absurd to look at CeeDee's last 2 years, though. 109 receptions this year, 1,424 yards, 9 touchdowns. He's been incredible.
Yeah, he really has. Wasn't for Tyreek and McCaffrey, maybe he'd be in the MVP candidacy of the non-quarterback like.
He's the second leading receiver in the NFL behind Tyreek right now.
All right, Draymond Green, the other, sports nut job going on right now. There are Zoom meetings that he is taking part in, virtual meetings and periodic ones to chart his progress towards reinstatement, that they include team, league, and union officials, according to ESPN. Now his agent, Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul, the Warriors GM Mike Dunleavy, the team trainer, Player Association, and NBA officials are a part of these these sessions. And what they're doing is they are looking at certain league and team conditions Green must fulfill before his suspension is lifted because he threw the punch at Nurkic back on December 12th.
No, it's just the way he sells.
It was just the way he sells it. Yeah.
That's the way he sells flopping.
So he's allowed to condition and practice with the team, but unlikely he returns to the team facility on a regular basis before early January. They believe the suspension is going to cover around 11 games, barring any setbacks. Like, he's already missed now 7 of them. He had his 7th missed game on Monday against Denver. And this is a Golden State team, man. It's wild, dude. This is a Golden State team that prior to that had won 5 straight without him. So it's like they're playing.
Doesn't this feel a little bit like taking defensive driving, though?
Yes.
Like when I get a ticket and I take defensive driving, I'm just trying to keep my ear on it, and I'm multitasking. I'm trying to keep my ear on it enough to like answer the questions right at the end, the little trick questions they may try and throw at you. But the reality is that it's not going towards making me a better driver.
He won't be out a full calendar month.
It's a little bit of they had already determined you're going to be out this long. We got to do the whole dog and pony show. We got to make it look like this and that and everything else. Just like the Ja thing. By the way, Ja Morant named the Western Conference Player of the Week his first week back.
Wow.
NBA greasing the wheels there for his redemption story already.
But I mean, seriously, like he's going to be out for, they'll do 1 game more than 10 just to make it look like it wasn't a planned number of games that he was out.
Yep.
But he's not even going to be out a full calendar month for a guy who has thrown punch after punch after punch.
And stepped on people and just been a complete
kicked in
wreck.
the Nardicles.
Yep. A complete wreck. And this is, they're going to look really bad if he comes back and has an incident like this again relatively quickly. It's going to make it all look like it was for show. Just like the Ja thing did. How like a week later, Ja was on Instagram Live with a gun again. And it's like, okay, well, this showed that, the gun wasn't mine. That shows that you guys didn't work on any rehabilitation with him. And same sort of thing with Draymond. Like I said, this is defensive driving to me.
I don't disagree on the defensive driving part. I think it's a fair comparison.
By the way, if you do get a ticket, absolutely take the defensive driving.
Oh, for sure.
Because at the last second, I was like worn down and I paid the ticket.
No.
We just got our auto insurance renewed. $200 extra a month because of that ticket that I paid off.
Oh, really?
I mean, inflation and some other things, but they said like a big part of it going up was the fact that I just paid off the ticket instead of doing defensive
What do you
driving.
pay for does your kid have his license?
He's not on there. And it's still like with 2 cars, the quote we got, we had to switch to Geico. But we had gone from $404 a month up to like $640. What? Yeah. Because of a dumb speeding ticket.
Jeez. And that's without your kid.
Yep. If he gets on there, it's probably $2,000.
$2,000. That's going to be high. Wow. All right. Bobby has some terrible news for you single folk out there. And Bobby caught his feels. He caught his feels over the weekend. We'll tell you about all that next on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we got a special Zach Martin show on a Wednesday because it's their Thursday. That'll be about 4:45, 5-ish, and we'll talk with Baldy at 4. Join the nation 2 to 7 on the Fan.
Whether it's just a weekend.
right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and by the Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Man, we got power rankings today. It is a hump day edition
Hump day?
of Sean and RJ here at 105 through The Fan.
We're an hour plus in, and that's the first hump day. I dropped the ball.
You did drop the ball.
My bad.
Yeah, so did I. That's okay. I'm not used to carrying the ball. I'm not used to dribbling the ball. I'm a spot-up shooter, man.
You're Brian Cardinal.
Yeah. I'm the spot-up shooter. Now I'm having to run the point. Don't like it very much, but whatever. It is what it is. We're here. We're going to make the best of it.
By the way, I'm looking at the NFL Network is covering the Joe Flacco resurgence.
Ooh, yeah, he is 6 wins away from the Hall of Fame.
I believe the status, it wasn't just for this year. I think they said that he is 4 touchdown passes away from equaling Deshaun Watson's touchdown total in Cleveland so far. It's pretty bad.
You ready for a Browns-Lions Super Bowl?
No.
Be funny.
Be funny, but man, I don't think I could handle that. I'd love to see it for Amari Cooper, which we'll talk about Amari Cooper at 7:20 a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't know who I would root for in that game. Those are like closet little loves of mine. Browns and Lions. I love teams that never win. Just, a little like.
See, I'm different. I always cheer in the Super Bowl. I want to cheer for prestige.
Okay.
I need like you can't just walk in and win a Super Bowl as the Panthers 2 years after you were an expansion franchise. Not that they did, but I'm just saying, like, when the Panthers and the Jaguars ended up in the conference title games their second year, it's like,
I didn't care for that.
Yeah, it's like, this can't happen. You got to build up a little bit of a reputation.
But these two teams have been rebuilding since the 50s.
That's true.
So it is a long time coming. But that's the thing about the Super Bowl. Like, everybody says, "Oh man, could you imagine if this team played that team? The ratings would be great." Or the ratings would be the same no matter what. Yep,
that's the way it is, man.
Like the Cowboys being the Super Bowl, it might boost a little bit, but the ratings are the ratings for the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
they are just going to be 120 million people, and that's it.
It's a national holiday. Everybody watches. I don't think that's changing.
I've never gone to a Super Bowl and say, "Yeah, I'm not going to watch because this team's in it." Never once.
I think there's some Cowboys fans who I think probably didn't watch last year.
No, there's Cowboy fans who say they don't watch.
No,
but they watch.
I think there are legitimately some people who probably didn't want to watch Patriots-Eagles, for instance.
I don't know, man. Like you're going to somebody's house.
I mean, I didn't watch Patriots-Eagles until the last 2 minutes.
That's a lie.
No, I did see it. We went to Great Wolf Lodge, and we just were with the kids at we went and hung out down there.
Was anybody there?
No. People were there, but they were all up in the bar area.
Yeah.
Watching the game, and we were not. We were playing in the indoor pool because I was so disgusted. I was sickened by it all.
Yeah, I could see that. All right.
It was an ick, you might say.
It's an ick. Speaking of, good. Let's hear what you got. 2 things here. You got advice. You have advice for the single folk?
Yes, I do.
And then obviously you've gotten your feels.
I've had an epiphany. And we'll get to that here in just a second. 601 text, I can't wait to hear this single news since I'll be signing divorce papers here in a couple hours after a 1-year failed marriage, LOL. Sorry to hear that, 601. Your next beer is on me. Here's a little bit of insight. This is from the New York Post and USA Today. Mama's boys wearing no-show socks, practicing golf swings, albeit small. These ick-inducing behaviors could secure a one-way ticket to Splitsville, which, by the way, I got to say, ick is one of the new terms I hate.
Yeah, I don't care for it either. It's dumb.
Like we're doing our icks. I don't like it.
Icks, I know. Like you don't have to reinvent everything.
Well, and so this has become I know there's a TikTok account that somebody runs.
So ick is basically a red flag. Not a red flag, but
like
just
a non-starter. Yeah. This is no, can't have this. And so while single Gen Z women have flocked to TikTok to detail their many icks, that is to say, cringeworthy traits that become an immediate, irreversible turnoff, experts are warning that ending relationships over such small yet bothersome quirks could be sabotaging their pursuit of Mr. Right. Icks are hilarious for obvious reasons, but they belong in a comedy show and not in a dating manual, and you shouldn't reject a potential relationship over a silly moment like this, Logan Ury, the director of relationship science at Hinge, told USA Today.
Oh.
Ury is also the author of How to Not Die Alone, explained that people who tend to be emotionally distant and fear rejection may cite their date icks as an excuse to not date someone out of fear they will be abandoned or hurt. So one of the things they talk about here is that this whole culture of get your icks out and like, you know, the list of non-starters and things like that, it's basically potentially dooming an entire generation to singlehood. That's what Peyton probably ran into a lot in the dating scene.
Yeah, I can see that.
Because they go like,
a lot of judging and it's a lot of competition too. It's a
like
nightmare.
Sarah didn't want anything to do with me when we first started like talking. Like she was like, "All right, you're not like my. I'm not interested in someone like that has kids, or lives where I live, or yada yada yada." And she got over that because I charmed the hell out of her. I guess. I don't know. Could have been
first date.
Right. Could have been other things, but I have no idea. But she eventually started to like
the
me.
diamond calves.
Right. She eventually started to like me. And so all these things that they say, you do this, you do that. Look, if y'all get along and you're charming or she's super cool, like you're gonna overcome a lot of those quote unquote icks if you want to. You could. That's the key. You gotta want to. But
do you have any, or when you were dating before Sarah, did you have any petty non-starters, like things that were relatively insignificant, but you're like, I just can't.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to this one girl, and she wasn't like what's a good way? Smart, and like just like she like looks right through you when you're having a conversation. Like she like has a look on her not looks through you,
1,000-mile stare.
but she had a look on her face like I don't know where this conversation's going. I can't keep up with this thing. It's like okay, I can't bring her on my friends. This is gonna end. So yeah, like.
I've said it before. I can't have somebody who is as into sports as me, and it's not any sort of like I don't want the way. It's the sports has become my work, so I don't want somebody who that's their obsession. So that when I get home, like that's what we're talking. We're basically talking about work or work topics, and it's like I don't want that, or I don't want the intensity of like if I disagree with some stupid take you have on Dak, I don't want that bleeding over into our marriage. I don't want to skip cereal because you have a bad take on Dak.
Right.
I prefer what I have in Kristen, which is she had to text me a couple years ago and went, hey, who is this? Everybody's freaking out on Facebook. And it was one of her friends had met Zeke at like the shops at Legacy.
Okay.
And she had no clue who the picture was. And she was like, everybody's freaking out, but nobody's saying who he is. Who is this? I was like, it's Ezekiel Elliott. This is like that's 2 years ago.
Like, that's the one.
Yeah. So that's what I have.
There was this one girl, she had to have a rooting interest in every game that was on TV. So, like, and she would, like, go overboard. Like, she'd be sitting on the couch, and all of a sudden she would kick her legs in the air when something happened. Woo! Yeah! And I'm like, wow, you're a Panther. You're a Carolina Panthers fan. She goes, no, I just picked the team before the game went in, and she was going all in. I'm like, okay, we're done.
We call those pick-me's.
We're done here.
Peyton, before we get into my weekend epiphany, did you have any things that were like, nope, can't do it?
Mine was always the excessive tattoos. You can have tattoos, but I don't need like this. I know. I never was into like the sleeves or like the big leg tattoos or shoulder tattoos. You can have a little ones here and there, but like I was just never into it. Wasn't a turn on.
He would never date Chiafalo then. Those little samurai swords he has there. So taking a little bit of a serious turn.
Okay.
Shout out to RJ Choppy, secured me some Lee Bryce tickets.
Yeah, we did.
About 11 days ago. It was the day before the Buffalo game, and look, I get told sometimes by my wife and others, Sean, that I overshare here at times, and I apologize if I'm an oversharer. Honestly, what it comes down to is when something significant has happened in your life, or there's a lesson to be learned from something that's happened in your life, I want to share that with my family. And the Tolos in a lot of ways are just like my family. And so I like talking about these things with you guys and giving you an update about where things stand. So we're driving to the Lee Bryce concert. And as we're driving, I get a text from a family member who says that my mom's cousin, which sounds like a distant relationship, but it's really not. My mom's cousin, who has had stage 4 colon cancer for 2 years, was leaving the hospital after having to stay there, and she was going home on hospice. And I was really close with her. My youngest daughter, her name is Laura Marie. And Laura is my mom's name. Marie is my mom's cousin's middle name. And so those are the two biggest female influences in my life. And when my mom died, this cousin of mine, who essentially was an aunt or a mother figure, her name was Andriana, but we called her Andy. Andy had really stepped in, and she was close to my mom and became, all right, I'm going to step in and be this mother figure. And I'll be honest, I don't know if I get through the other side of my mom dying when I was younger without her. Like I tell people all the time, she saved my life. And she, as we're driving, we get the note that she's on hospice. So we get to Choctaw, and I just start searching through. She lives in Houston. I start looking through my phone, and I'm trying to find a picture of her. I just want to see pictures of her. I can't be there with her, so I want to see her. So I'm looking through, and after a little bit, I go, I want to see a picture of just me and her. And I couldn't find one. So I went to Facebook. I went to our wedding photograph album. That's my default because that's where I've got a picture with everybody that's important to us. So I go there, and I don't have one there either. The photographers had peeled off right before she was next in line. And this whole thing comes from just a petty thing that I've done my entire life, which is I don't take photos. It started as a kid. It was just a stupid thing that I didn't like taking pictures, so I refused. After a while, it became a hard-headed thing where I didn't want to. I almost liked seeing like how worked up people get when I refuse to take a photo.
Like when you do take them, your tongue is out.
Yeah, or like not my tongue is out, but I would have a scowl. And she was no different. Like whenever she would want me to take a photo, I would do the same sort of thing. And it just dawned on me. I had the epiphany afterwards that, I don't blame our wedding photographers for peeling off and going to shoot other things right when she walked up, because I had the opportunity to take dozens of photos with her over the years. I'm sure there are some that exist. I haven't found them yet. I'm sure somebody in my family maybe has one, but even if they have them, I'm probably doing a scowl or looking unhappy. Sure. And I let something like really stupid and insignificant affect my ability to mourn when I needed it. Mourn somebody that was really important to me and that I really love. So I know this is kind of a long story, and you're kind of going, all right, well, where is this going? The point here is just that don't let petty, ultimately meaningless pet peeves damage memories and mementos of people that you love. Just take the damn picture. Whatever the picture is, if it's taking pictures or if it's I don't like going to these social gatherings or I don't like going to reunions or whatever else, just go ahead and do it, because it is something that you'll regret. Because I do regret not doing it. She passed away on Sunday. She passed away the next day. Oh, wow. And she was very, very important to me. And the thing I thought when I got the news was, I wish I had another chance to take a picture with her.
I'm sorry to hear that, Bobby. I'm sorry to hear that. But
that's the lesson for everybody out there.
You got your epiphany.
Exactly. I got my epiphany, and it really did kind of open my eyes to, you know what? I'm going to start taking more photos.
Her
with my
memory
tongue
will last in every photo that you take.
Exactly.
There you go. That's good. That's good stuff from Bobby Belt there. You don't get kind of good Bobby stories every now and then. Doesn't happen. All right, we will chop it up. The Ravens go after a Cowboys enemy. Do the Cowboys regret this one major move? All that and more coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. Coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan. Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. 7 o'clock hour. Sean and RJ, 105 through The Fan. Sean's back next week. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Roberts, Rob Bob Belt on a Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. Power Rankings coming up an hour from now.
The Cowboys won.
We're going to put you in charge. You got to find out who everybody had last week.
Oh, I already got those down.
Hey, all right.
At 4:30 in the morning, you know.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I did that at 4:30 in the morning this morning.
Yes,
I get here super early.
Look at that. Yeah,
All
you were
right.
clearly doing something because these 7 cuts on the cut sheet, you weren't pulling audio.
Yeah. Sean was here, you wouldn't have just seven cuts. So I sent like 15 yesterday or 2 days ago. But there you go. It's coming up 1 hour from now.
Way to go.
With Power Rankings here on 105.3 The Fan. Do we have any Cowboy injury updates, Robert?
We do, and it's steady as she goes. Jonathan Hankins and Tyron Smith were non-participants at practice on Tuesday. So typically the Cowboys practice Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. They are obviously playing their game on Saturday against the Lions. So everything shifts up.
So is there no off day this week for them?
No, Monday was sort of an off day. So Tuesday is Wednesday for them.
Victory Monday?
Yeah, exactly. So Tuesday is Wednesday for them. Wednesday is Thursday. Thursday's Friday, so on and so forth.
Moral
so when we have Mike McCarthy on Friday, we'll already know who's ruled out for the game. We'll know if Tyron's playing or not. So that'll be a benefit because they'll announce the players that are available to play on Thursday.
Is that okay? So they
typically announce it Friday afternoon. They'll be announcing it Thursday.
They could take it to game time if they wanted to.
No. Practice reports are due 2 days before the game.
Right,
So
but
participation report. Yeah, they could put somebody as questionable or whatever, but we will know their game status at least when we talk to it. We'll know if Tyron's questionable or doubtful or whatever else.
Okay. But
So-
again, that still means nothing.
Ultimately, yeah, because it's meant nothing throughout this year. Cowboys are a what favorite over the Lions?
Home game with a team that has already won the division, so maybe they don't have any to play for. I will say Cowboys by. Yeah, I hate to put it in that number. I'll say 4.5, 5.
Peyton?
Give me 6.
6.5. Cowboys are 6.5 point favorites. It opened at 6. It's moved to 6.5.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, they're a great home team. Now, 6.5 is a great number for a favorite.
Over under is 53.5 in this game. It's 2 high-powered offenses.
It is, and the Cowboys' offense clicks at home. I like the over in this one. Well, I'll tell you, I don't know if I like the number, but I like the over. That more so than the point spread. You know, generally when Vegas sets the line between 4 and 6, they're telling you they have no idea.
What does it mean when they set it between 6 and 9? Like, do they have a pretty good feel on that one?
It's a nice spread.
That's good. So 6.5 would be nice then. That'd be a good thing.
Yeah, 6.5. They have an idea. The issue is that leaves them kind of exposed either way. You know, because if you're a favorite, you know, you want 6.5 as you want to be. If you're betting on the favorite, 6.5 is a good number to bet on. 7.5 is terrible. 7.5 is great for the dog.
So between 6 and 9 is a good line, but it leaves you exposed.
It does.
Okay, that makes sense. That is not the only injury update from across the NFL. The Vikings got devastating news on Tuesday. TJ Hawkinson, who got hurt in the game against the Detroit Lions, tore his ACL and MCL ligaments in his right knee. The Vikings will be out without TJ Hawkinson for the rest of the season, and now there's some question about will he even be ready to start next year? Because, of course, we've seen guys who tear their ACL or their MCL late in the season. They're not always ready when the season starts. Look at Michael Gallup.
Missed, 3 games?
3, yeah. He was back for the third.
I mean, he's missed about 20.
He was back for the third. He just didn't play. He said he wasn't ready, but he was active. He was activated and ready. He just didn't play. So Kevin O'Connell, the head coach of the Vikings, says, knowing TJ the type of player he is, I'm absolutely looking forward to when we can get him back rolling and have a great 2024 season. I think there is a legitimate argument that Kevin O'Connell deserves Coach of the Year discussion. The fact that team is 7-8 in playoff contention, has a positive point differential, even with losing Cousins, like not sure who your quarterback is every week. Now you've lost Hawkinson. They were without Justin Jefferson for a long stretch of the season. They are incredibly impressive That is a masterful coaching job to me to even get them to 7-8. And he was somebody who got the most out of them last year. So Kevin O'Connell, I think, is starting to develop a serious reputation as just one of the best coaches in the league. He is everything that you were told Brandon Staley was.
Oh, yeah, sure. Here's my just brief list of Coach of the Year candidate. Brief is a bad word. There's like 87 guys on here. McCarthy has to be on there.
He's not on the betting odds. I know that.
Well, that's true. That's for that. This is separate of betting odds.
Yeah.
Campbell has to be on there.
Yes.
McVay has to be on there.
Yep.
Shanny has to be on there.
Yes.
Harbs. McDaniel. LaFleur has to be on there.
I think you're missing two really big ones.
Hang on. Stefanski has to be on there.
Stefanski, I think, has got a real shot to win this thing.
O'Connell has to be on there. And Antonio Pierce has to be on there.
Whoa, really? You're throwing some Antonio Pierce love.
Yeah. I mean, he's not going to win it, obviously, for obvious reasons. But
I'm surprised you didn't have because if CJ Stroud doesn't get hurt, I think we're really talking about DeMeco Ryans in Houston.
yes, I didn't even think of him. I didn't even think of DeMeco because he's not hurt. I was like, they're not going to make it. But yes, no doubt, DeMeco.
I mean, it's a three-way tie in that division right now. Jaguars, Colts, and Texans are all 8-7, so it's possible. Boy, I saw a number the other day.
Who else could be on that list?
44% of the teams in the NFL right now, 44, almost half the league, has a record of either 7-8 or 8-7 right now. They have achieved the 500 league.
Yes, they have.
Wanted.
Oh, for sure. That's exactly what they wanted. Now, none of those teams have a chance to win the title.
No.
And but the NFL is like they've manufactured this. Hey, look, you're gonna get in the playoffs every couple of years, and that's good enough.
Seattle.
But really, only a few teams have a chance.
Seattle, the Rams, the Saints, the Falcons, the Bucks, the Packers, the Vikings, the Broncos, Raiders, Texans, Colts, Jaguars, Bengals, Steelers, all are either 8-7 or 7-8. That's 14 teams in the NFL.
Todd Bowles is he another one that should deserve credit?
I mean, they've Baker Mayfield in comeback player of the year discussion and everything else. I mean, Flacco has all of a sudden jumped up on the board for comeback player of the year.
Yes, he has. I mean, look, that is a team. They are dangerous, man. They are dangerous. What's Aaron Rodgers doing?
So Aaron Rodgers is historically Mr. IDGAF, if you know what that stands for.
I do.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care what you think of him. He's not bothered by any of it. We finally found him a little bit bothered. So he caught some heat this past week when veteran Jets fullback Nick Bawden was released by the Jets, lost his roster spot because Aaron Rodgers, who has no chance of playing this year, was activated from injured reserve. And that cost a guy a roster spot that he had to take up a spot even though he's not going to practice. So Aaron Rodgers went on with Pat McAfee. He said, I assumed I was going to IR. I asked to be put on IR, but then there was a conversation. Do you want to practice? I said, not at the expense of somebody getting cut. I know how this works. I didn't feel like I needed to practice to continue my rehab. I could do the on-the-field stuff on the side, but obviously I got overruled there. It is what it is. This was an interesting situation, and he told Pat McAfee, he said, I called Nick right away. I just said, hey, I hope you know this isn't coming from me. I asked to be put on IR. He actually said, hey, look, I'm vested. I'm getting my money. I'm fine. He, of course, returned to the practice squad and was a game day elevation. And boy, if you see Nick Bawden's lady,
yeah,
you are not feeling bad.
All right, let's
for
look
him
this
at
up.
all.
Let's look this up. How you spell her name?
As people have said, there are two fullbacks in the Bawden family.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that photo.
Yeah. So Nick Bawden is he's doing just okay for himself.
Caked up, as the kids say, right? Is that what you say?
He absolutely. That's right. That is what the kids say. College football scores. The Quick Lane Bowl.
That's in. Hang on. Is that in Detroit?
I'm not sure because I can't see. I'm just looking at the general rundown. We'll see. Yeah, it is. We'll say that it is, Chop. The Quick Lane Bowl, which was between Minnesota and Bowling Green State.
It is.
Minnesota wins that one 30-24. Of course.
That was a great story, by the way. They had a guy, their quarterback was like a fifth-year senior. Mm-hmm. He was not expected to play in this game. And PJ Fleck, the coach of Minnesota, came to him and said, hey, we have a transfer. You're going to get the start in this game. And he was like, well, hang on. I'm planning my wedding with my girlfriend. I was like already applying for jobs because he's not going to play in the NFL or anything. He's like, let me check with her and make sure it's okay that I go to the game, because I was not even going to go to the game. So he winds up going to the game, and she says, okay, you can play. And he winds up going to the game and he wins.
That's a good lady.
It's a great lady. Good for him.
The Texas State Bobcats.
Yes, sir.
Beat the Rice Owls 45-21 in the Serve Pro First Responder Bowl over at Gerald Ford Stadium. 2 pick sixes on the day for Brian Holloway and Texas State, so they run them out of there. And then Kansas gets their first bowl win since 2008. RJ Choppy. They win the Guaranteed Rate Bowl 49-36 over UNL. The Larry Johnson did not play well in this game.
It's in Phoenix. I believe that game was in Phoenix.
Let's see if it's in Phoenix.
The Guaranteed Rate Bowl.
The Guaranteed Rate Bowl was played in Phoenix.
Hey!
Nailed it. Chase Field.
It's almost as if I do a college football show on BetQL Network.
Almost.
And the Kegger with a great intro.
By the way, it is since 2008.
By the way, the Kegger today, right?
Ooh, yeah, we got Kegger at 9 a.m. Yeah. By the way, 2008, the last time the Kansas Jayhawks won a bowl game. Also, the last time the Detroit Pistons won a basketball game.
The Pistons dropped their 27th straight game.
Jeez.
If you could bet, by the way, the Arizona Diamondbacks have won a game more recently than the Detroit Pistons.
Jeez.
Okay, just put that in perspective. You can bet on the Pistons losing out.
There's no way.
Now they're 2-28.
And it's getting worse. It's getting worse. They are getting drugged. By the way, they still filled up 97% capacity last night.
Or so they say. Yeah, people want to see history. They want to see history. You can bet that they're going to lose out, which means they would finish 2-80. And that means they would lose their next 53 games. Is that how that works, Bobby? What's 53 plus 27? Is that 80?
Yeah.
So
80.
They're going to lose their next 53 straight, which would give them an 80-game losing streak to end the year. Or 79, whatever it would be. So you could bet on that, and it's 70,000. It's plus 7, so it's 7,000 to 1. So you bet $10, you win 70 grand.
This is that defense is so terrible. Here are some of the point totals that the Pistons have allowed in recent weeks. 142 to Toronto, 136 to the Pacers, 133 to the Lakers, 131 to the Pacers again, 146 to Milwaukee, 130 to Atlanta, 126 to Brooklyn. They are just awful. The Dallas Mavericks don't see the Detroit Pistons until March 9th. That'll be a home game for the Pistons. That'll be when the Mavericks finally see them. And then that'll be the second to last game of the year for the Pistons, April 12th at the AAC. That's when we'll finally get our shot at this. But, man, they started the year 2-1. They were feeling pretty good about themselves. They're like, hey, we're building a right culture here. And now they've rattled off 27 straight losses. Just brutal.
That's awful. What an awful, awful way to finish out. So you can bet on that, Peyton. You can bet on that. Stars play tonight against the Blues.
They do, against the Bloozers. They're in St. Louis. That's what I call them. That's what us Stars fans call the Blues.
We went Blues.
Go Stars, baby.
We call them the Bloozers.
Go Blues. We went Blues.
Hey, I actually don't remember. I heard that on a Bill Burr podcast. One of his guests referred to the St. Louis Blues as the Bloozers, and I've taken it ever since. And then the Dallas Mavericks take on the Cleveland Cavaliers at the AAC tonight. You will be in attendance for that.
I will be there. I don't know where I'm sitting, but I'll post on the socials where I'm at. And if you see me, beer me.
N.A.
N.A.
You do need the NA.
Looking for some revenge today.
Up, Peyton.
Yeah, I'll be out there at the American Airlines Center, bringing the boys, bringing the lady. So if you see me, beer me, as they say. All right, let's chop it up next on The Fan. We got a little bit of around the NFL coming up, as well as the Ravens go after a Cowboys enemy. It's all coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. But let's get you out to the greatness, and I do mean the greatness, of Diamonds Direct. It is
105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
Chopping it up coming up in about 18 to 20 minutes from now. It's 7:40. Just doing quick math. It's 18 minutes to be exact. That'll be Chopping It Up today on 105 through The Fan. I'm RJ Chop. It's Bobby Belt.
What's up?
Saw dudes.
I saw, dude.
Tyron Smith did not practice, right?
Nope, he did not. He was a DNP.
Well, he practiced at all this week.
So we obviously know that their approach with him has been really unique ever since the Cardinals game that he missed. Where they are not practicing him on Wednesdays, and basically they're not practicing him most of the week. And so it's something that he may not practice, but that may not mean anything in terms of for his game status report.
I'm of the belief right now that their number one priority heading into the postseason is to make sure that he is healthy. They can't. I know they can win. I shouldn't say they can win. I don't know they can beat San Francisco. The only chance they have to beat San Francisco is a healthy Tyron Smith. They cannot do it with him being out.
Probably not. Like, I mean, if San Francisco is able to win with their front four, and you're not able to slow that down at all, that would be a massive problem.
I don't know that you can go on the road anywhere and win. Now, maybe Tampa for sure. I think you could be able to, even though they're playing well. But I don't look. Do you think they can go into Detroit in that field, that home field, and win a game without Tyron? I think it's gonna be tough. I think they can, but I know they can't make it out of the NFC without Tyron. Like, to me, my number one job right now, between now and the start of the postseason, is to get him healthy. If he's not close to 100%, I'm not even gonna risk it.
Yeah,
and 100% is relative. Like 100% of what he could do.
Even with Tyron available, obviously, we've gotten to a point where we don't trust what we see on the road from this football team. And so I like Tyron could be available, and I don't know that I would pick them to go on the road and beat Detroit. I don't know that I'd pick them to go on the road and beat, whoever.
I'd pick them against Tampa, and they'd be a favorite against Tampa.
Yes, I would think they would be a favorite against Tampa. I think that there's zero intimidation for this football team against Philadelphia. Like, I don't think they're intimidated by the Eagles at all. And so I don't know that I would. I might pick Dallas in that one, especially with the way that Philly's played lately. Philly's just not been very good. The problem is Philly's always really good on details, and what Dallas always screws up is the details. But yeah, if you're without Tyron Smith, that makes things all the more difficult for a team that already struggles on the road when he's there. And we talk about how the road environment makes it more difficult for them to get into their cadence, for Dak to do his cadence, for the offensive line communication to be on point. And that was accentuated by the fact that Udoka had as many busts as he did.
He had a lot. And, maybe they did something, concept-wise to confuse him. I have no idea. It's. I would think the left tackle would know that Chubb's your guy.
You would hope
That's
so.
My guess.
You would hope. And it's not like this is a mystery. Like, I mean, we're talking about there's been plenty of times where Tyron Smith has not practiced and Chuma Udoka's gotten in the first team work. The communication thing should not be an issue. And what's interesting about Tyron is that when he gets the rest, when he doesn't.
Was that a burp?
It was. When I thought it was a hiccup at first. And I can't.
I've been there. I do it at least 6 times a show. You guys don't even notice.
So, we notice. We just we try not to say anything about it.
You thought wrong, dude.
This is something where that shouldn't have been as much of an issue because, like, he's gotten the first team reps consistently throughout this. But the interesting thing is that when Tyron has missed the practice time is so crucial for guys to get ready and be ready for the game. Tyron is such a freak. I think we're seeing that the benefit of what he gets out of practice is not as much of the benefit of just limiting the number of times he's on a field to potentially get hurt. It becomes like the Sean Lee thing. Or back in the day, you remember they used to have Romo Wednesdays. Romo wouldn't practice on Wednesdays. There reaches a point where you believe so much in a veteran football player to be able to step out there and just do his job regardless of the practice load. And it becomes more valuable to just preserve their health than put them out there to potentially get hurt. So I absolutely understand the approach with Tyron. But, I mean, the question that I see some people suggesting is you just don't play him the rest of the year. You just let him sit for these
sit.
final two against
let
Detroit
him sit
and Washington.
and then worry about the postseason. This team to me is way beyond regular season victories. It's all about the playoffs of this team. That's the organization has said that. They've put that stamp on it. You got to get to X round of the playoffs, or
formerly known as Twitter.
Yes. In order to make it through with your job in line. So it's all about the playoffs of this team. Whether that's the right thing to do or not, that's the reality. It's all about the postseason. So if I'm the Cowboys, I'm taking Tyron, and I am gonna put him on the shelf, man.
And what are you doing for Detroit, though? Like, are you just resigning yourself to the fact if you're the 5 seed?
Look, Philadelphia plays Arizona and the Giants.
Yep, but they've been bad.
They've been bad. They or marginally good. Marginally, they've been average. They've been very, very average. So that's not out of the realm of possibility. And then obviously beating Detroit would put you ahead of them, so you would get that game here if you were to play them. This team's got to get. It's very imperative for them to get home field. So it is a give and take.
Tom Bliss, who is the manager of football ops data science at the NFL, like works for the league office, puts out different, analytics and things like that.
Hopefully no relation to Dave.
I don't think so. I don't believe he's a Dave Bliss relative. But he had yesterday the most likely matchups with no regards to seeds in this season's wild card round and divisional round. There's a 61.5% probability that Dallas and Tampa play each other in the wild card round. And that is by far, that's the only matchup that's over 50%.
Yeah, and they'd be a road favorite. By
the way, the most probable divisional round matchup is Lions and Eagles at 26%. You know what's second, though? Dallas versus San Francisco.
Scary.
So right now,
think about.
The analytics are saying that the most likely matchups that Dallas is going to run into are Tampa, and if they win that game, going on the road to San Francisco.
It makes sense because Chalk's going to hold, and both Philadelphia and the Lions will be favored at home in the first round of the playoffs.
We had brought this up a little bit at the end of last week, and I can't remember if we touched on it yesterday or not. But the idea of when you look at the playoff seeding right now, would you pick could you see yourself potentially picking all the road teams to win in the wild card round?
I wouldn't.
You have Seattle on the road against Philly, who they just beat Philly, and they did it without Geno. You got the Rams, who are playing much better, taking on the Lions, who the Lions have not had a bunch of super impressive victories.
Lions are prone for a stinker. I don't buy the Rams. I don't think the Rams. I think people are telling you the Rams are good because they want the Rams to be good.
But I thought you had McVay in your Coach of the Year rankings.
Well, I mean, he's going to have to be by default if they're going to make the playoffs.
I think it's interesting.
They're so thin.
Man, they could do you a favor. I mean, if you were to get that to happen, you get Dallas, the Rams, and the Seahawks as the wild card teams, and they pick off the higher seeds, then you're looking at a San Francisco-Seattle game and a Dallas-Rams home game.
Yeah, and I was at that Rams game here a couple of weeks ago. I just wasn't impressed. I mean, they've got, I don't know, they're okay. They're okay at best. I think Seattle beats Detroit. They've put up 48 and 38 in the last two times they played them.
Yeah.
Like they've got some kind of hold over Detroit. I don't know about the Rams. I don't know if the Rams would do that. I think the matchup would be Philadelphia versus LA. That would be, I think obviously Seattle is a very underrated team. I mean, they put it on the Cowboys for 3.5 quarters.
We got a text here from the 443. The road narrative is way overblown. I don't know how you can say that at this point,
man, dude. Like what's overblown about it? What is overblown about the road narrative?
Like, is the idea that it's fluky? Because this is clearly a different team at home versus on the road. They score a ton of points when they're at home, and they struggle to get things going when they're on the road. Like, that's just the fact. And I think when you go back to last year, Chop, I believe the Cowboys are 6-9, nice, in their last 15 road games. For a team that's potentially going to win 3 straight seasons of 12 wins, and you're a 6-9 road team over the course of basically a full season's worth of games.
And you've lost 9 of 11 on grass? That's not a fluke. That's not overblown. You're just bad on the road. Like it is what it is.
They have scored 30 points or more in every game at home. They've scored fewer than 30 points in all but 2 games on the road. Wow. They're just a different football team there.
Let's see. They had 40 against the Giants. What was the other one?
33 against the Panthers, which was, again, if you talk about the offense, remember Deron Bland had a pick 6 against the Panthers, so the offense scored fewer than 30 against the Panthers on the road, and there was a special teams touchdown and a defensive touchdown against the Giants. So that was fewer than 30 as well. So the offense has not put up 30 points in a road game this year. And for a team that's been as explosive as they have at home, you look at their top games this year: 49 against the Giants at home, 45 against the Commanders, 43 against the Rams, 41. Like over the last, I believe it's this season, they're averaging right around 40 a game at home. And it's over the last, like if you go back to the middle of 2019, end of 2019, Dak averages pretty close to 40 points at home over the course of 4 years.
Oh, for sure. It's a 50% proposition.
They've scored 40. They've scored 40 points or more in, I believe it's 14 of their last 27 home starts with Dak.
It's crazy.
And then they can't seem to put it together on the road. So I don't know how you can say that's overblown.
Yeah, and it's not like, the quality of opponent on the road is, over the course of 4 years is going to add, equal out to be about the same as the quality opponent at home.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately. And so it's not something where, like I said, you can't be, what are they up to now? They've won 15 in a row at home.
Sounds
dating back
right.
to last year. You can't be a 15 straight game,
That was
streak at home.
who was that? Was that Tampa or was it?
Tampa. That was the Dak breaking his thumb at the end of the game.
Yeah.
They lost 19-3. That was an awful performance. But if you go over, they win 15 games in a row at home, and then on the road over the last 15 games they played, they're 3 games below 500. That's not overblown at all. There's something different here.
Yeah, and this year, and they had a bad loss against Arizona. The rest of the losses, Buffalo and Miami, those aren't bad losses. I wouldn't call those bad losses. Those are good teams. But the Arizona loss, that's one of those. That's an NFL loss. That's a they get paid 2 kind of game.
Strange things happen when they're on the road in Arizona. That's what we've discovered.
Boy, do they ever. Do they ever. All right, coming up, let's do this here on a little around the NFL. The Cowboys regret trading Amari Cooper?
They should. Shouldn't they? I mean, look, Amari Cooper had an absolutely fantastic game this past weekend for them. And one of the biggest benefits of having a guy like Amari Cooper is he is one of the most quarterback-friendly receivers in the league. Like, you remember the old buzzword, Dak? No, this year, the splits are about the same. They're pretty close to the same. By the way, I found this interesting. He is in year 9 now. He has 0 seasons with double-digit touchdowns.
I don't care about that.
I know, but I find it bizarre.
It is bizarre.
There's not a year where...
Julio Jones had that for a while, right? He couldn't find the end zone?
Yeah. And so, I mean, it's something that happens, but it's just, it's absolutely bizarre. But you look at this last game that Amari Cooper put up, and it was on the road, RJ Choppy, 11 catches, 265 yards, 2 touchdowns. He now, on his own, holds the NFL record for the most games of 10 receptions, 200 yards, and at least 1 touchdown.
Woo!
He has 4 games of that type of variety over his career. So that's more than the guys who are tied with 3 games, which are Tyreek Hill, you've got Jerry Rice, Calvin Johnson, Isaac Bruce, Julio Jones. They all have 3 games.
Hey, he's good. He's good. Now, you had said yesterday that they swapped out, or they bought Michael Gallup.
Essentially, what it came down to was an idea of, do you want to re-sign Gallup or let him go and keep the Amari contract on the books, which has turned into a very team-friendly deal for them.
For
and
Cleveland.
Cleveland's in a good spot with that contract. And Amari Cooper cut them a deal. Amari Cooper wanted to be a Cowboy. He never wanted to leave here. I don't think that he did not get throughout various points of his career, he has not gotten along with people on the coaching staff. He did not get along with Sanjay Lal, their receivers coach. Sanjay Lal was ultimately let go. Amari wins that one out. He ultimately lost, I think, against McCarthy. I think he and McCarthy butted heads. And ultimately, that's something that McCarthy won out on in the building. And they go ahead, they move on from Amari Cooper. They get a 5th-round pick in return, which was used on Matt Waletzko, who I know they were high on. They thought could be a regular starter in the NFL one day at offensive tackle, but he's not been healthy. He's been hurt for 2 years now. And when you look at the production you've gotten out of Gallup and the way that he's played, and then you look at Amari Cooper with just a carousel of quarterbacks, including Joe Flacco coming off of his couch, the last 2 seasons, Amari Cooper, 78 catches, 1,160 yards, 9 touchdowns. This year, 72 catches, 1,250 yards, and 5 touchdowns. He's averaging 17 yards per reception. You could use that in this offense. You could absolutely, if you're telling me the offense is Cooks, Lamb, and Cooper as opposed to Cooks, Lamb, and Gallup, I think you're getting a lot more out of this offense. So, yeah, I think they're at a point where they absolutely have some regrets about it. At least, I don't think Mike McCarthy does. I think Mike McCarthy's trying to establish a certain culture, and he didn't feel like Amari Cooper fit.
They still think he didn't like football.
I think they think he didn't like football. I think he
likes playing it for Cleveland.
Despite what they say, I think they were bugged that he didn't get vaccinated. I think that upset them, especially when he missed a game because of it, because of COVID protocols. And so
if he had gotten vaccinated, would he have missed the same game?
I don't recall the specifics about it. I just know that they felt like you wouldn't have got it or something. They've definitely felt like he wasn't putting the team first. Michael Irvin had said that he felt like you're not putting the team first if you do that. But Amari Cooper is somebody who I think they absolutely miss on this football team. But I think guys in the locker room would probably say, man, we could really use him. He'd be a big boost for us. I think people in the personnel department and the coaching staff are more likely to say, we're trying to build a certain culture and he didn't fit it.
Yeah. I mean, look, I just think I don't believe they said, okay, we're either going to sign Amari or Gallup. CD replaced Amari.
But CD didn't need a new contract. Gallup did.
No, I know, but it's like they drafted CD to replace Amari Cooper.
Replace somebody. They drafted CD to replace somebody.
He was eventually going to be the number one. They were going to pay him.
Right. And so, but that's the thing is that Coop's contract had become so affordable. There was no guaranteed money on the back end. Right. It was a relatively low figure. I'd have to look at the NFL receiver rankings in terms of contracts, but he's a bargain at this point. And what you've done is you've decided to pay Michael Gallup, who's not breaking the bank by any means. It's not like he's costing you
$13 million a year or something.
Yeah, I believe that's what it is. 12.5, 13, something like that. But when you go down the list, Amari Cooper is tied for 11th. He is one spot ahead of Brandon Cooks on the salary rankings.
Yikes.
And what you're getting out of him is
a
legitimate one. And that's what he's been throughout his career. So I think they're absolutely they should regret it. If they don't, it's strictly a culture thing.
They should for one reason. They still operate as if a third wide receiver is a luxury.
Yes.
They still operate with that notion in mind. Yet they don't operate with the right tackle as a luxury. They don't operate with a right and left defensive end as a luxury.
It's wild that they will prioritize 3 corners but not 3 receivers.
Exactly. There are 3 receivers now on every play in the NFL. For the most part, unless you're in a jumbo. There's 3 wide receivers. It's a starting position. It's no different than the right tackle. None. It's no different than the left defensive end. None. It's no different. Yet they operate like it is. It's more important than, I would argue it's more important than even the number 1 wide receiver, the third wide receiver is, because you create the biggest mismatch on the field.
Yeah.
If you're as long
as you're willing to take advantage of it, as long as you're willing to throw the ball to CeeDee Lamb when he's in the slot against Kahoo.
But when Tampa rolled out Evans, Godwin, and Antonio Brown was the biggest mismatch on the field as the number 3 against the third corner.
Yeah.
If they were playing if they were going in that start.
I mean, it's a Mount Rushmore receiver.
Absolutely. And I don't think the Cowboys view it like that. at all. I just don't believe they do, and I think it's a mistake. So, yeah, I do think they regret the Amari trade. Okay, let us chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
I found out over the time I was off, I was playing golf. I realized one of the moments that that age had hit me, and I posted this on my Instagrams. So I was playing with two gentlemen, friends of mine, and they're in their 50s.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is pushing 60. But I noticed the conversations change as you get older. When I was playing golf or hanging out with my buddies in my 20s, we were talking about drinking and girls, gambling.
Boobs.
You know, we were, trying to get the cart girl to come home with us. Whatever, right? In your 30s, you're talking about drinking, and at least for me, drinking, gambling, and, you have conversations about your relationship that you're in. Oftentimes in your 30s, you're married. How your girl doesn't do the same, doesn't look at you the same way anymore, right? Conversation changes a little bit.
Yep.
Well, and now I'm 44, so I'm still not there yet. But in the group, I felt like I was one of them because I've been going to the doctor a lot lately. I've got all kinds of heart and liver problems because I've treated my body like an amusement park for the first, 40 years of my life, 44 years. And the conversation went from drinking and girls and gambling in my 20s and 30s to doctor's visits and colonoscopies. And that's when I recognized, man, I have officially crossed over. When you choose voluntarily, instead of talking about things that are fun and enjoyable, you talk about all the health problems, the medications you're on, the colonoscopies you're about to get, which, by the way, I was told I have to get one next year. When I turn 45.
Well, here's the good news. They no longer make you do the milkshake that you got to drink to clear everything out. They give you pills.
Yo, you don't have to do a colonic thing anymore?
Nope. They give you these, they make you take, it's a lot, though. They make you take 12 pills in an hour.
Pills?
I had to take one last year. Yeah. And
you had a colonoscopy?
Yeah.
Why?
I had lost 14 pounds in a week. And I was having severe abdominal pain. They thought I had IBD or something like that. And they went in there and they're they did a colonoscopy.
What is IBD?
Inflammatory bowel disease. So Crohn's, ulcerative colitis, something like that. So they were concerned that's what I had. They went in there. They're like, nope, you're good. They're like, but you do have some pretty bad inflammation in your stomach. So chill out on the energy drinks and everything else that you do. So, but I had to get the colonoscopy and the down the mouth one too. I hope they change cameras.
Did they put you out for the colonoscopy?
Yep. Oh yeah, they put me out, and I am a hypochondriac, and I panic, and so I was sitting there, and I was laying on the table, and I was so sure they're gonna come out of this, and they're gonna tell me I have stomach cancer. That's what I convinced myself of. So as I was getting ready to go under, I was kind of panicking. And they're getting ready to do the anesthesia, and they go, stop. And you hear beep, 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 beep. And my heart rate had gone up from 70 to 130.
Oh my gosh.
And I was like, it's fine. I'm just knock me out. I get panic, and they're like, all right, think happy thoughts now. I woke up, and when I woke up out of anesthesia, I was just like, all right, where's the doctor to tell me I'm dying? That's what I convinced myself of. And he came in, and he's like, you're fine.
Okay, so obvious question. Did it hurt?
The anesthesia?
No, the colonoscopy.
No. No, I mean, what hurt was
you don't feel anything when you.
No, you're knocked out.
No, but when you wake up.
No, look.
Something's been there?
Look, as somebody with the experience you have, I would think, just well lubricated. Wow. All right, I mean, you. I'm talking about
Wow.
I'm talking about in your own administering the doctor.
Absolutely,
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
But the thing that hurt the most was the abdominal cramps from the pills.
So you couldn't tell I don't even know what's going on there. That first time you break wind's gotta be weird.
I just didn't trust anything for a couple days. I didn't trust anything for a couple days.
There. Gotta feel a little odd,
dude. They make you they when you take these pills, you get so emptied out that by the end it's clear. What's coming out of you is clear.
So it's like mucus. Ugh,
yeah.
gross.
So it's just it completely wipes you out. So I didn't trust that for a couple days. The fact that I had.
Oh yeah.
So I wasn't sure about that, but ultimately it wasn't a big deal.
Okay.
I tend to panic about every little thing, so I made it a bigger deal than it probably was. But
all right.
when it was over, I was like, oh yeah, that wasn't that bad.
Did you see the story of the Colorado Avalanche announcer?
I did
you
not
see this. So this guy is obviously the Avalanche announcer is sitting there. This video, this was awful. They're in a break, and
we were on a break.
I'll show you the video here. They're in a break. He takes a sip out of this cup, okay, and he gags immediately. It was his other announcer's dip cup.
Oh no!
He's there, and he comes. It's just disgusting.
This happened to me, not dip cup.
Yeah. So did anything like this happen to you? It happened to me.
My dad has.
I'll take a little sip.
My dad has smoked Marlboro Red 100s like every day since he was like 14 years old, and he used to put them out in cans of Coke. Like he'd leave like the last little bit, and I had set down my Coke. I mistook which one was which, and I grabbed it, and I got the backwash cigarette water that I drank and immediately vomited.
Oh, man, I took a drink. I can't remember where it was, but somebody put their Zyn, like those nicotine pouches, in the drink, thinking that my drink was an empty one, but it wasn't. And I took a drink of this, and it was, God, it was slimy.
Gross.
I was pulling it out. Oh, it was disgusting. This was recent. This was the last year. I can't remember where I was, but it was disgusting. That was somebody's Zyn pouch.
That sounds disgusting. But yeah, I've had the cigarette water, never the dip cup.
Ugh.
But the dip cup is the dip water bottle, whatever. It's
God.
one of the most disgusting.
So bad.
So my brother knew somebody. We've talked about my brother on this show before, and some of the trouble he's been in his life, and or just the experience he's had. He knew somebody one time who they just had this like rundown like house. It bordered on a trap house, to be honest. And they had something they called the spit corner.
Ugh.
Which it was a corner where between the couches where they would dip and they would just spit on the carpet. And it was like a corner of just dip spit that had built up over to you. I could not step in that house.
Oh my God, that's gross. Ugh. I felt bad for this guy. I'm watching this, and obviously they're in a commercial, and they're coming back, and he's like just washing things down left and right. I can't imagine.
You'll never get that taste out of your mouth.
It'll
stay with you vividly.
So bad.
Like I say, I can still vividly remember what the taste of the cigarette water was like. That was awful.
I can imagine that. Speaking of washing it down, a new study shows that Jaeger bombs. You fan of those?
Jaeger bomb.
You look to me like a Jaeger bomb guy.
I haven't drank a Jaeger bomb in probably 12 years.
All right, so
and they taste like licorice, so I don't like Jaeger.
Peyton, do you know what's in a Jaeger bomb?
Yeah, it's Jaeger and a bunch of other stuff. I had it a couple years ago.
Jaeger and Red Bull.
I wouldn't say it's a bunch of other stuff.
Oh,
it's
that's
Red
right.
Bull.
Well,
Unless you're talking about the ingredients of
Jaeger
the Red Bull.
bombs. Jaeger bombs.
So they say, according to a study, drinking Jaeger bombs could be just as harmful as cocaine.
Oh, cocaine. I thought you were going to say chlamydia.
Cocaine. A study by Purdue University found that the mixed drink causes changes in the brain's neurochemistry at a breakneck speed. It acts as a depressant while the energy drink is a stimulant. Ever felt like you were having heart palpitations after abusing your student's bar? Their 3 for $10 offer? That is why. 2 drinks mixed together can lead to changes in the brain similar to the effects of cocaine.
Man, Jaeger is just gross, though.
Oh, I love it.
I don't
straight. I like it straight.
It tastes like black licorice.
I'm fine with that. I like it straight. It has a little sugary, right? It's like Screwball.
I always loved the
peanut butter whiskey.
I loved the Vegas bombs, which was peach schnapps, Crown Royal, Red Bull, and those were delicious.
You sound like a Vegas.
They were delicious,
Vegas bomb guy.
but I got violently ill off them one night in Denver, and I can't drink them anymore. It's one of those ones where like I gag when I smell them.
I wonder, like, does that mean that if a Jaeger bomb is bad, does that mean like a vodka and Red Bull would be bad? It has to. It has to have a similar.
They're set because I assume they're just saying it's liquor and Red Bull in general.
Right. So upper and a downer, both all in one.
Which makes sense. I understand that probably wouldn't be
But the
best
upper
thing
and the
for you.
downer together would make sense?
It just makes sense that it wouldn't be the best. Yeah, it wouldn't be the
I
best
agree.
thing for you
for sure.
to mix that. I would guess your doctor would recommend against that.
Well, my doctor recommends against a lot of things. I'm on the, is it on the wagon?
Yeah.
What's it when you're not drinking?
On the wagon.
Yeah, I'm on the wagon for a while. Outside of like high holidays. The high holidays, I'm out.
New Year's.
So New Year's I'll drink. And
Valentine's Day.
I don't know. I mean, I'll drink at the Super Bowl.
Yeah. National championship game.
No, probably not.
Mavericks tonight.
Yeah, I'll have a beverage tonight.
So
you can't go to a game. I can't go to a game and drink water. So like, I just it's 3 months, and I'm basically just cutting back 99% of my alcohol. Because otherwise, I would drink basically every night. Just have something every night, a glass of wine, whatever. Now it's just when it's special occasion.
What's your wine of choice?
Red.
I don't know wines at all. I just go like, okay.
I like a Malbec.
I like Cayman.
I always like to.
Camus?
Camus, that's what I meant.
Camus. Yeah, that's what Sean
Cayman
was.
is an island.
Oh.
That's what Sean
Cayman
was.
is also an alligator.
That's what Sean was yelling at Jay Glazer at the Super Bowl. Camus.
Yeah.
Camus.
I like Cayman.
Or no, not Super Bowl. It was training camp. But no, man. I am typically with wine. Like, I just like to annoy people who actually know things about wines because I'll just like start drinking it. And I'll be like, you can really taste the tannins, and I don't know what that means. But like, I know that's a phrase they use in wine, and so I'll just talk about the tannins and annoy
Some
people.
people can be allergic to tannins.
I have no idea what it means. Or I'll like swirl the glass and I'll be like, look at the legs on that, and I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Legs.
Yep, no idea.
Very nice. Hey, that's chopping it up. We got power rankings.
Woo!
Yes, sir. Power rankings coming up next at the Fan.
in studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Oh! Hey! Power rankings time, boys and girls.
Let's do this.
On Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan on your Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Hump Day. Score yourselves last week. I was oot. I did not have a power ranking from last week, but I would have been 5 for 5.
Obviously. Peyton, what do we have?
Well, I will say mine first because I had the best overall record from last week.
Okay, you don't have to spoil that, but go ahead.
I had 1 San Fran, so off to a great start. 2 Baltimore, 3 Miami, 4 Buffalo, 5 Detroit.
Okay, so you get 3.
So I get 3. Okay.
I actually think that I honestly I don't say it was here because he gets embarrassed, but you're right.
Sean agreed with me last week. Sean said we could start scoring it that way.
You are right.
Yeah, so having Baltimore behind San Francisco means you don't get credit for that.
Correct.
So that's 3.
Okay, 3. Now, Bobby, you had 1 San Fran,
Damn.
2 Baltimore,
Okay.
3 Miami, 4 Buffalo, 5 Dallas.
Okay.
So he gets
So
he gets 3.
No,
he gets 3.
I get 3 because I had Miami above Dallas.
I mean, I had the same thing. I had
I
Dallas
know,
outside mine. So
I know,
then I get 4.
But I properly had Dallas as being worse than Miami.
But I had Dallas outside my top 5.
Doesn't matter. You don't get extra points for that. You can only go
That's
based
BS.
off.
No way.
It's
No,
they played a
that's
team that was
stupid.
ahead of them. What do you want me to say?
That's stupid. That's
Wait,
bad.
so you had who was your 4th?
My 4th was
Detroit.
Buffalo, 5 was Detroit. So I had Dallas outside my top 5.
So you still get 3.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
But you don't
Peyton.
get an extra one. No.
Dallas played one of the 4 teams ahead of them, so I would have
All
projected
right, Sean
them
had
to lose.
1 San Fran, 2 Baltimore, 3 Miami, 4 Dallas, 5 Buffalo.
Okay, so he gets 3.
Same.
All right, very good.
Wow.
All right,
He's so bitter.
let's go 1 through 5 because I think the drama, if you want to call it that, would be 3, 4, and 5.
Are you going to lead us off or you want me to go?
You go ahead.
Number 1, the Baltimore Ravens, who just continue to beat down good teams over and over and over again. The defense is fantastic. Lamar is playing well right now. The way that they can threaten, obviously, that he can threaten as a weapon, creates some really easy passing lanes and that they're able to take advantage of some stuff. This was the note from OptaStats that I know we were talking about earlier. The Ravens have 7 wins by 14 points or more this season, and all of those opponents are currently above 500. Houston, Cleveland, Detroit, Seattle, Cincinnati, Jacksonville, San Francisco. No team in NFL history has had more than 5 regular season wins by 14-plus points against teams that finish the season with a winning record. So Baltimore is on a historic run. I have the Ravens number 1.
Peyton?
Yeah, I got to move Baltimore up to beat the best team in the NFL. You know, we all thought San Francisco was the team to beat, and you know they were beat. They were beat pretty bad with all their players last week. So I have Baltimore at number 1.
In Santa Clara too.
Okay, I too have Baltimore as number 1. They have beat teams with winning records all year, and they've owned them, and they are getting disrespected because there are still people out there. This one right here. This one over here. To my left,
I'm the only one who
doesn't believe in Lamar Jackson.
I have had Baltimore number 1 in the power rankings 2 different times this year before this week.
Despite him, that's why.
I deserve credit for that.
People
Bring
don't
me up,
believe in a soon-to-be 2-time MVP. Let that sink in.
Every Hall of Fame eligible quarterback who has won 2 MVPs or more is in the Hall of Fame.
And soon to be another one when he goes.
Because Rodgers and Mahomes are active, so they're not eligible right now.
Right. Lamar, how many years Lamar played? 5? 6?
This is his 6th year.
5th year? 6th year?
It actually is his 6th.
He is 2 weeks away from having the same amount of MVPs in 6 years as Tom Brady had in his first 17.
Damn. He's been solid.
Yeah. Wait, Rich Gannon's not in.
Rich Gannon doesn't have 2.
I believe he doesn't. Oh, I'm sorry. He has 2 first-team All-Pros.
Yeah, not 2 MVPs.
Yeah, first two All-Pros. So I got Baltimore there. It's they 100% deserve it.
Number 2, it's we've talked before about, well, it's like the top quarterbacks. It's like, well, there's these guys and then it's everybody else beneath them. It's the same way with these two teams. It's the San Francisco 49ers. They got shellacked, and I don't think that happens again. If Baltimore and San Francisco play each other, I don't think Baltimore beats them that convincingly again. There were some tip ball interceptions. I still think San Francisco is one of the better teams in the NFL. And really, they're just two really quality teams in the NFL to me, two teams that I can consistently believe in, and that is the San Francisco 49ers and the Baltimore Ravens. The 49ers are number 2.
They were exposed last week against Baltimore, but I have San Fran just dropping one spot, number 2. They're still the clear favorite in the NFC by far, in my opinion. I think they beat anyone, anywhere, whenever they match up with in the NFC playoffs. So I still have the 49ers, number 2.
I, too, have the Niners at number 2. It's a blip. Is it a blip for Purdy? He hasn't done enough in his career to make me not ask that question, at least, right? He's not there yet. But I do believe it is a blip for them, so I have San Fran in the 2 hole.
Boy, I was very, very close here at number 3 to making a change. Because I don't, like I said, I don't feel like anybody's really great outside of the top 2. Number 3, we're going to keep it the same. We're going to go the Miami Dolphins. But man, there are definite flaws with that team that you could see on Sunday against the Cowboys. They are as flawed as anybody else, but they can score points, and Mike McDaniel is a really creative, innovative offensive mind that can attack teams. They'll get a big challenge this week. They get the Baltimore Ravens on the road, and we'll see if they can silence their narrative. They get the Ravens and the Bills the next 2 weeks. So I have Miami number 3.
Hey.
See, with Bobby's point system here, I think I can't put Miami in because I know they're going to lose to Baltimore, so I don't want a loss.
No, because Baltimore is ahead of them, and so you would get credit for both.
I know, but I don't want loss in general because I think I just picked the teams with the easiest opponents, correct? Like I put Philly here because they play Arizona.
You could.
But I'm not. I won't be petty this time. Yeah, I'll put Miami there at number 3. I'll keep them at number 3. I couldn't move them up to 1 or 2 just because you have Baltimore, San Fran there. Miami, I mean, they beat Dallas. You know, they barely beat them, but they beat them.
Barely.
Still a really good team out there. I mean, they're not obviously not the best team in the AFC, but I mean, they're right there with Baltimore. But I have Miami at 3.
Man, they're really good. I don't have them here.
Wow. I'm feeling like you're about to drop a Buffalo on us.
Why do you think that?
Because I don't think that there's anybody that could even be in the conversation.
Sure,
unless you're about to really give me some context.
Cleveland in there.
Are you putting Cleveland there?
Thought about it.
Who are you putting at 3?
Buffalo. So I said that my last day of work before the vacation that Buffalo had lost their last game before the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Baltimore may throw a wrench into that thing in the AFC title game. But I believe the Bills' next loss will either be against Baltimore or the Super Bowl. They are raring to go, boys and girls. And I am putting the Buffalo Bills in my number 3 hole.
Number 4, I have the Buffalo Bills, and I really, really wanted to put them at 3 ahead of Miami.
Because you're going to win this week?
I do. Yeah, they got New England this week, right?
No, they have Miami. Yes, they have New England and Miami last week. Yeah.
So I think they win these next 2 games. I do think that they're gonna. I think right now they're gonna beat Miami, but they really struggled.
Miami also may not have anything to play for.
Yeah, they really struggled against the Chargers. The fact that they struggled to put away a Chargers team that's just in such disarray like that. I needed to see a more impressive victory to comfortably put them above the Dolphins. The fact that I didn't is why I had to keep them where they were. But right now it is the Bills 4, and depending on how things look this weekend, they very easily could jump up to 3 next week. I have the Bills at 4.
I have the Detroit Lions at number 4.
Whoa!
I mean, that offense is really, really good. I mean, I think they're going to run the ball like crazy against Dallas. Even though the game's in Arlington, I get it, the Cowboys' home winning streak and how well they play at home. But I have Detroit at number 4. I mean, they win the NFC North last week. They're going to play a home playoff game. Really, really good team. Number 4, Detroit.
Number 4 for me is Miami. I left that game not feeling great about Miami, but also not feeling bad. They moved the ball basically at will between the 20s.
Yep.
They had 6 scoring drives. Anytime you have 6 scoring drives, it's a heck of a day offensively. A heck of a day. And one play here or there, and some of those field goals turns into touchdowns. And the other way around, too, for that matter. One player here for there, and they're not even getting in a field goal range. But if Tyreek catches that first pass from Tua, that's a touchdown right there. He's gone. He's gone. And he just kind of lost sight of the ball, when it got around his helmet. But I did not feel great about Miami, although I feel good about them. But I'm going to put Miami in my number 4 spot. I don't know who else I would have put there. I honestly don't. And I struggle with 5.
See, that's 5. Where I'm at. So I've got 2 great teams in the NFL right now, San Francisco and Baltimore. I think Miami and Buffalo are good teams. The rest of the league, I don't know what to think of them because this is there are a few really bad teams. They're just some like meandering 500 teams, and I can't tell what Dallas is necessarily, Detroit, some of these different teams. Cleveland's 10-5. Like you said, you thought about putting Cleveland in there. It was a tough decision, but ultimately, I just don't think any of the other teams right now outside the top 4 are beating Dallas right now. And so I do have the Dallas Cowboys at number 5. I have essentially the same power rankings I did last week, except the Ravens and the 49ers flip-flopping. So I have Ravens, 49ers, Dolphins, Bills, Cowboys at number 5.
So Cowboys lose, you don't drop them at all. You just leave them there.
No,
we're not slaves to the result.
I mean, when Kansas City lost, I still had them number 1 early in the season.
Yeah, okay. I'm just trying to figure out your system here. But I have
watching
Buffalo.
The damn games.
I have Buffalo at number 5. I thought about Cleveland here like y'all did, but I thought Buffalo they're too hot right now. They got the better quarterback, obviously. Cleveland, they got Joe Flacco. I have Buffalo here at 5. I think, if there's one team to take down Baltimore in the AFC playoffs, it's still Buffalo. Even though the game will be in Baltimore, but I have the Bills at number 5.
Man. All right, so it's not Detroit.
It's not Detroit.
No. The Cowboys would be, so the Cowboys are 6.5-point favorite at home this week against the Lions. They're going to beat the Lions.
Yep.
Vegas, by putting that number at 6.5, home field is not worth 3 points anymore. It's worth about 1.5 to 2. Vegas is telling you that they have the Cowboys as about a 2-point favorite on the road at Detroit.
Is it different? Is the spread, you say it's typically worth 1.5 to 2? Is that a case-by-case basis, though? Like, do they view AT&T Stadium as a bigger betting movement, given the way they've played there?
It depends. I mean, more often than not, a lot of times Vegas views it as necessarily weather and travel, more so than just how the team plays there, because that could be relying a lot on opponent and stuff like that. But there's no doubt the Cowboys play much better at home. I don't know that I agree with Vegas's line that the Cowboys would be a 2-point favorite at Detroit because of how the Cowboys play on the road. But it is a controlled environment, and it is turf, and the Cowboys generally play well on both of those.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't trust the Cowboys as far as I can throw them. So I am going to put the soon-to-be 12-5.
I knew you were doing
future. Maybe AFC champ, Cleveland Browns at number 5.
Wow. Hey, look, they've been good. I just don't know how much confidence I'd want to have in Flacco.
Joe Flacco? I have absolutely none. I have absolutely no confidence in Flacco, but he's playing great.
You're a quarterback-driven guy. So what you're telling me is, does that mean you have more confidence in Flacco than Dak?
No. But Flacco has the answers to the test at this point in his career.
That's fair.
And maybe Dak does too, but Joe Flacco, if he wins the Super Bowl, make no mistake about it, he will go to the Hall of Fame.
Ooh, that's a debate we need to have this week.
He would be one of
0 chance.
He would be one of 3 quarterbacks with a championship with 2 titles with different teams. Okay, Brady and Manning are the other 2.
Uh-huh.
All right. The 2 championships is impossible to overlook. Eli's going to probably go in, and he's had about the same career as Eli. And I'm not saying he should go in.
Oh, no.
I'm not saying he should go in.
I don't think he does.
I know.
What a hot take.
Those dopes in that room, all right, they are 70% of the players in Canton have a ring. 70%. They value Super Bowls over any other statistic, without fail. Joe Flacco wins a 2nd title, you have to resign yourself to the fact that he's going in.
So if Foles were to will some team to a Super Bowl right now, you're putting Foles in?
It's different. Foles was never a starter. He was never a starter. Wow. He was always a career backup. Flacco was, and I don't think he should go in. I'm just telling you.
That's a take, man.
I'm telling you.
You just derailed power rankings with that
take. What the
take.
Rick Goslins of the world are going to do. All right, Goose and Shireen, they're voters. They're the two local reps. He is going to go in. I don't think he should, but he will if he wins a second title. You know it's going to happen.
Dak has more touchdown passes right now this season than Flacco's ever had in his career.
Again, it doesn't matter. None of the statistics. Super Bowls are what matters to that committee. Unless your stats are so over or done with.
Only
Matt Ryan's got all the stats in the world, right? Matt Ryan's got all the stats in the world. His biggest thing that's going to keep him out is no title.
Only 2 seasons with a QBR over 60.
Oh, dude, I'm not sitting here saying that I think that I am not trumpeting the Joe Flacco Hall of Fame candidacy. I'm just telling you how it is. If he wins a second title and he's one of 3 guys to do it with different teams as the quarterback, was he the MVP of that Super Bowl?
I think
go back
so.
And look. So, and let's say he wins the MVP of the Super Bowl. He's in. You're not keeping him out. I don't think he should go in, but he's going to go in.
He was the Super Bowl MVP.
There you go. There's your power rankings. And as usual, I win. It's Sean and RJ on 105 through the fan. We have to do as we've been putting this off. We have to apologize to one of the biggest stars in all of sports and the great John Machota coming up at 8:40. It's a hump day edition.
Hump day.
Sean and RJ on the fan.
Segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-3333, or just go to truckwreck.com.
John Machota, the Athletic, coming up at 8:40. College Kegger. College football Kegger.
Intergalactic Kegger here.
9 o'clock on 105 through the Fan. Sean and RJ. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. We need to apologize to the biggest star in all of sports, and that is the great, and I mean great, Shohei Ohtani. It is time to apologize, Bobby.
You can apologize. I still refuse. I'm going to dig in, and this may be my Joe Burrow thing again, where it's like I can't explain why. I have an impression of Joe Burrow, a certain impression of him.
He's cool.
That the facts. No, I find him to be like an arrogant douche. And,
fine line between arrogant and cool.
Well, and I felt like there were several instances of it, and I was like, I'm going to show Sean. I'll go look for it. And I went and looked, and I couldn't find any. Like, I found one. I was like, okay, so I don't know where I got this impression, but it's definitely in my head. And similarly with Ohtani, although I feel like I have ample evidence that says Ohtani's kind of an egomaniac.
Well, he might be. Look, his recruitment was what it was. It was, maddening to say the least. But what he did on Christmas Day was nothing short of great teammate. He gifted Joe Kelly's wife a Porsche. Why? Porsche, as my neighbors told me to pronounce it properly. Porsche. Joe Kelly's wife started the Take17 hashtag on Twitter. Joe Kelly, her husband, wore 17. That is Shohei's number. So he said for giving her the number, forcing Joe to take the number, he gave her a Porsche.
Boy,
hands it over. I got to say, this is an all-time teammate move. His second one. The first one was deferring money without interest.
Or it's a playa move.
Could be. Now, listen, there is no doubt the number one thing Shohei had to do, he had to call Joe Kelly first and say, bro, do you mind if I give your wife a Porsche?
Yeah, how would you, like you say this is an all-time move, but how would you feel about it?
What?
Like, would you feel like, what are you doing showing me up here, dude? Like, my wife is going to like you more.
Well, he just got $700 million. Like, and I'm sure Joe Kelly's wife is not starving himself.
What's her name?
Joe Kelly's wife.
Is that what Shohei named his dog that he didn't want to hit? This is my dog, Joe Kelly's wife. Don't ask me what the dog's name is.
It's Ashley.
Ashley.
His wife is Ashley Kelly.
He named it Joe Kelly's wife, Ashley Parks. But no, this is like, look, that we've got, that's a great sign right there. He does a solid.
Story. This is an all-time. This is if Dak did this, if Dak Prescott did the same thing, you would be all over it. You would be saying this is the greatest teammate move in history.
I don't think
all Dak did to win over the locker room was throw a party at his house.
I think,
and Tony never did. Tony never did. This guy buys a Porsche. Now, I could also say this is not a very big move because if you have a $700 million contract, and why isn't it a Bentley or a Rolls?
Right.
Why is it just a $170,000 car or whatever it is?
Does he just know that's the car she likes? Now, which Porsche is this that she got?
It's the 4-door one, the Panorama.
Oh, so it's not the Cayman. Shout out to Peyton Russell, the Porsche Cayman, the 718. Okay, so this is like a $70,000 car.
I have no idea.
No, I'm looking it up. I'm looking up MSRP.
I have no idea. But yeah, it was a Porsche, and it's a good vehicle.
And look, he's given himself some other good publicity recently. I'd seen this on Reddit. This somehow escaped me last month, I guess, while we were in the middle of World Series run and everything else. But Shohei Ohtani bought 60,000 youth baseball gloves to give to Japanese elementary schools. So he donated baseball gloves to
that's pretty cool.
all the elementary schools in Japan. And so he does these things, and it's very admirable. But, like, can't we say that there's some admirable qualities about him, and he can still kind of be an egomaniac?
Yes, that's fine. He could be, but this is a great gesture.
It is, and I don't want to take away from that. I'm just saying it doesn't change the fact to me that he's still an egomaniac. Because at the end of the day, isn't it still kind of a look at me move? You're giving somebody's wife a Porsche, and you're like, look at me, look how great I am.
Yeah.
That's how I'm going to twist it.
I mean, it could be
that's how I'm going to spin it.
It could be $100,000. I mean, it could have all the bells and whistles. You know, could have everything. Could have everything in it.
I just look at that as because I need to confirm my previous thoughts.
Yeah.
I would say that it's a selfish look at me move.
Okay.
From him. Peyton, you're typically the one who I think has the reputation here, maybe unfairly, because honestly, it might be me.
Yeah.
But you're the one who has that. You don't even know what I'm about to say yet. You're the one who I think has the reputation from Sean that, all right, this is the jealous guy here. So how would you feel? You and Mackenzie get married here in the next 2 months. You pull a Zach Wolchuk. Wow. You're married in 2 months. How would you feel if like Choppy was like, hey, you did me a real solid, Mackenzie. I'm buying you a Porsche. How would you feel about Chop buying Mackenzie a Porsche?
See, that doesn't get me super jealous, I don't think.
All right. Blake, the fan phenom, new guy. A guy comes into our clubhouse and like immediately.
Oh yeah.
buys.
Oh no. Yeah, I had total beef with Blake.
That's different.
I don't know because I mean, Car. It's like yeah. If she was like, oh my god, RJ, like thank you, like showing like affection to you, then I'd be like, oh, this guy's showing me up a little bit here, because I can't buy a Porsche. So maybe a little bit, but I don't think it would be as much as like if it was like going on a date with you or something.
Yeah, but Joe Kelly can buy a Porsche. Like he can.
Yeah.
He's been in the he's been in MLB for almost a decade now. Like he could buy a Porsche. He would go through permission. Obviously, Shohei. I'm sure Shohei called him. Was like, dude, is this cool? He doesn't mean disrespect.
I don't know. Does Shohei call anybody?
I have no idea. But like, you're not because that would be a bad teammate thing if you do that. Like, but he's not the first player in sports to gift something to the players' wives. I generally do all the wives, not just one. But this is
obviously not to this level. But were you a guy? You'll
and
sign.
He may not even have paid for it. Porsche may have given him the
That's
vehicle.
true. When you sign Mike Bassick's chair, you always sign it with 23,
right?
Number 23, which is your number,
with my baseball number.
Okay, so obviously not to this scale.
30 years ago.
Obviously not to the scale. But if somebody had 23, would you pay for the number? Would you be like, I'll give you $50, give me the number? Because I think it's a little the obsession over like.
Yeah, sure, I would. Yeah, for sure.
$20,000. I want that number.
No, that's $20,000.
No, but I mean just in general in professional locker rooms.
Yes.
I think I don't know. I think it's a little weird. Obviously, they mean things for certain reasons. Did you just get 23 or did you pick it for a certain reason and it meant something, or did you just get it and then it became your number and became meaningful?
I was a Don Mattingly fan as a kid.
Oh, so this wasn't a Michael Jordan thing.
No, it had nothing to do with Michael Jordan.
Or a Dwayne Goodrich thing.
Wasn't Dwayne Goodrich either. Good reference, though. And I do like Dwayne. Dwayne and I lived next door to each other in college.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh. You don't want to live next door to him the last several years?
Well, now he's doing well now. Yeah, he's doing well. He's doing good things.
I had no idea. We have the Baseball Hall of Fame ballots are starting to come out, Chop.
Yeah.
And they're
due by like...
The announcement is coming on. They're due by the 31st. Ballots must be submitted by mail only by December 31st. Mail-in ballots, once again. And you have until the announcement will be coming on January 23rd. Here's who is on the ballot really quickly. I'll run down the list, Chop. Bobby Abreu, Jose Bautista, Carlos Beltran, Adrian Beltre, Mark Burley, Bartolo Colon, Adrian Gonzalez, Todd Helton, Matt Holliday, Torrey Hunter, Andrew Jones, Victor Martinez, Joe Mauer, Andy Pettit, Brandon Phillips, Manny Ramirez, Jose Reyes, David Wright, Billy Wagner, Omar Vizquel, Chase Utley, James Shields, Gary Sheffield, Jimmy Rollins, Francisco Rodriguez, and Alex Rodriguez. So we're starting to see some of these ballots trickle in, and one thing is absolutely evident, RJ Choppy. Mm-hmm. Adrian Beltre is going in on the first ballot.
Uh-huh.
That's happening.
What is he at, about 80%?
So the ballots that we have...
Because Ryan Thibodeau puts this together. He's got not Mr. Tibbs on Twitter. Tracks this.
We've had several ballots released to this point. Evan Grant from the Dallas Morning News.
Right now, by the way.
Evan Grant from the Dallas Morning News. He puts Carlos Beltran, Adrian Beltre, Mark Burley, Helton, Wagner, K-Rod, Sheffield, Mauer, Pettit, and Andrew Jones. He leaves Manny Ramirez and Alex Rodriguez off. But some of the other ones.
Did you say Mauer?
Yeah, he put Mauer on there. Ian O'Connor, who has written at ESPN, New York Post, USA Today. His ballot is Beltran, Andrew Jones, Joe Mauer, Todd Helton, Billy Wagner, Chase Utley, Gary Sheffield, and Adrian Beltre. Larry Stone, baseball writer, has Bobby Abreu, Todd Helton, Andrew Jones, Joe Mauer, Gary Sheffield, Chase Utley, Billy Wagner, and Adrian Beltre. And then Dan Gelston has just 3 names on his: Jimmy Rollins, Chase Utley, and Adrian Beltre. So it's the Philly guys and then Beltre. By the way, not a coincidence. Dan Gelston, where do you think he's based out of?
Toronto.
That'd be Philadelphia.
Okay.
So kind of makes sense that his ballot only has Jimmy Rollins, Chase Utley, and Adrian Beltre.
All right, so I've got the list right now. This is there's only 13% of the ballots are in. Well, I feel like John King here. Beltre is on 98.1% of them.
That's pretty good.
Okay, you got to have 75% to get in.
He's in.
Helton is on 84.6%.
I do feel like this is the year we're getting Helton in. Finally.
I agree.
And he deserves it.
Mauer is on 80.1% of them. I think Mauer absolutely should go in.
There was only one guy that got in last year, right? It was Scott Rowland.
Yeah, then there was McGriff was a holdover, I think.
Yep.
Gary Sheffield is at 75% on the dot.
Ooh.
So he would be in. Billy Waters on 73%. That's the next closest. Andrew Jones at 65%. Carlos Beltran is at 61.5%. So it's basically going to be Beltre, Helton, Mauer. Sheffield is on the he's on the line right now. He's on the cusp. One more vote against, he's out.
And the Contemporary Baseball Era Committee a couple weeks ago, they did put Jim Leland in. So Leland is in this time around. And then what you're looking at is essentially right now the way it's setting up, at least according to that, sounds like Leland and then right now comfortably Beltre. Looks like comfortably Helton. Mauer a little less comfortable, and then Gary Sheffield right on the borderline.
Beltre needs to be on 71% of the remaining ballots to make it. Helton has to be on 73% of the remaining ballots to make it. Mauer has to be on 74% on the remaining ballots to make it. And Sheffield needs to be on 75% of the remaining ballots to make it.
So that to me sounds like Beltre is getting in on the first ballot. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of guys. Like I said, the Philly AP writer putting just 2 Phillies players in Beltre seems pretty indicative of how people feel about Beltre's candidacy.
He's in. He should be in. Great second half of his career. I can't think of many players who had better second halves of their career than Beltre.
Yeah.
He went from being he only played well in a contract year, injury-prone guy to a Hall of Famer.
Elite defense.
Almost overnight.
Steady, reliable hitter. Big time player.
Yep. It's fantastic. It's a great end for Beltre's career here in Texas. So that's awesome. Speaking of the Rangers, real quick, they signed Diego Castillo to a minor league deal. This is not really like a major thing, but it's a depth thing for their bullpen.
Has he had Tommy John?
I have to go check to see if he had Tommy John. He had first good couple of seasons back in 2018, 2019. Tailed off a little bit, so we'll see what he has. But that's unfortunately the Rangers are in a situation money wise because of their TV deal where they may be strapped, and they desperately need depth because they are losing one of the great things that gave them the ability to sustain in the regular season during the injuries, and that was depth. They lost a lot of it this offseason, so that's tough, but they get a little signing there. All right, John Machota, the Athletic Cowboys insider, dives in. He coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan, but let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, a
Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish this year number 1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
College Kegger coming up at 9 o'clock. There's tons of college football news, especially Bobby's Deion Sanders in the news. For
Neon Deion.
He's hitting up Santa Claus on the Twitters, trying to get players to come to Colorado still.
Old Sanders Claus.
Old Sanders Claus. But first, now we are joined by the Athletics' John Machota here on 105 through the Fan. Morning, John.
Morning, gentlemen. Thanks for having me on.
Hey, John, anytime I get a chance to talk to you, I just got to lead off with this. When you look at the supporting cast that this Cowboys team has this year, have you stopped to consider, like, how different would this team be if they had 9 back there at quarterback?
It's an inside joke you guys are doing here.
Man, that's a good one, Bobby. I don't think it would be much different than it is right now. I think they're in a really good spot at the quarterback position. But no, I appreciate the joke. I didn't know where you were going with that at first, but then knowing you.
So, are you part of the I hate Dak, I'm a full Romo fan? Is that what you're saying?
It's just I routinely would comment on his tweets for about 5 years. Just every time he'd say anything about the team and just say, yeah, but could you imagine if 9 God had this? Like, could you imagine?
To your defense, though, Bobby, it's not like I don't still see that from a lot of people.
Sure.
So it is. That's
it's
why
real.
I find it humorous, because it's Romo was a really good player. There's no question about it. But health-wise, it was going to be hard to even put him back out on the field without him getting hurt. But there's still people that will claim that if you put him back out on the field in 16, then they just march on and win the Super Bowl that year. So I don't know.
So you still get a lot of Romo texts then, or tweets, still to this day?
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, there's still people that believe that Romo was done wrong. He should have got the job back, and if he would have, that would have been the year that they made that deep playoff run and finally got back to the Super Bowl.
Sure, because they made other deep playoff runs.
Right, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Now, here's a question for you, John, coming out of this game, whether it be Romo or Dak or anybody else, are we going to run into a situation again where this team essentially goes 2.5 quarters without throwing the ball to their best player, CeeDee Lamb?
I don't think we will. It is kind of fascinating because you see other teams where they will just – and there's been times this year where they just keep going to CD, and,
sure.
And that makes the most sense. I mean, I don't think that they're – other than Tyreek Hill, maybe Justin Jefferson, there's not been a better receiver in the NFL this year. There's a part of me, though, that wonders if it's just Dak as a person, Dak as a teammate, that he always wants to try and get everybody involved. You see some of those videos of him mic'd up and stuff, and the way he just talks to the team in the huddle and things like that. Like, I really do feel like it's not in his DNA to just keep going to the same guy over and over again. But there's going to be games where that has to happen. And I do think things might have been different in Miami had that have happened in the second and third quarter. So there were times where that didn't happen in San Francisco. Obviously, CD voiced his displeasure, and we saw changes. The offense that did change, and CD was a target more than he was certainly before that. And so maybe that's what happens off of this game. Maybe this is kind of an eye-opener that, hey, in certain situations, we have to just force the ball to 88. Now, I will say that there are some plays when you look back at that game from Sunday, and Dak just doesn't have that protection up front where I don't feel like he had his full trust all the time.
Because I don't know if you saw the Minnesota Detroit game, but they were like Nick Mullins was like forcing it to Justin Jefferson in that game, and that's to the point of reckless though. Like you don't want that, but. So did they conclude in the tape that, he was open on a number of plays and that's all it was just protection?
I mean, they're not saying that because they're not going to throw anybody under the bus. But, I mean, watching the game, that's the way I felt like it was. But even in that, with that being said, there has to be plays where, hey, it's just drawn up. We're just going to 88 here. That's going to be where we go. That's the first read. We're throwing there. If it's not there, throw the ball away. When you need to get something going, especially down there, when they're pinned back, 2 different times, I really think they need to just get the ball to CD and try and have him make something happen quick, because obviously the offensive line wasn't holding up on one particular side. And so, yeah, I think it needs to happen. But also with the Nick Mullins thing, I mean, that's a quarterback that's obviously not very good. And so he's just going to throw it up to the guy who's arguably the best receiver in the league and hope that good things happen. And a lot of times it did, but Dak's just too good for that. I mean, because it's not just the CD thing. Like, we didn't see Jake Ferguson is involved as we have in the past either. So it's more than just the CD part.
Talking with John Machota from The Athletic here on 105 through the Fan. John, when we talk about the protection issues, obviously the big question this week is going to be about Tyron Smith's availability. Mike McCarthy's always going to give us the same line on Monday, Wednesday, whatever it is, of, well, he's got a chance to play. He's got a shot. And that's kind of just the standard line that we get. Do you think there's legitimate optimism about Tyron Smith being available and ready to go for this Detroit game?
I do. And now, this is only walking. This isn't blocking anybody or having used your back. But I can tell you, I mean, seeing him yesterday in the locker room, he was moving a lot better than he was a week ago. And Jerry mentioned at your guys' station about the getting probably was a cortisone shot, I would think. He said injection. Maybe that helped. But I think that there's a really good chance that Tyron is back for this game.
When you have the issues that you had with Udoka, which are really confusing because a lot of it just seemed like missed assignments. And he's been practicing a lot with the first team this year, with Tyron getting a number of rest days. Do you think there's anything within their mind or within their thought process that says, hey, if Tyron Smith is down, if we lose him during the playoffs, we can't go back out there with Udoka again? This has got to be a conversation about Tyler Smith bouncing out to tackle and TJ Bass playing inside.
No question about it. When it's win or go home, and you don't know that, yes, this is 3 years in a row that you've made the playoffs, but you don't know that you're going to make it next year. You don't know that you'll make it anytime in the next 5 years. So when you have the chances they have, I just think that that's the no-brainer thing that you have to do. Is it ideal? Of course not. You'd love to keep Tyler Smith at left guard. But if it's, playoffs and Tyron Smith's not coming back, I think you have – I don't think there's any question about it. I was talking with some reporters the other day about what if Terrence Steele was to go down, what do you do? And I'm like, if it's a win or go home game, you put TJ Bass at right guard and you kick Zach Martin out to right tackle. I know that's not his ideal position. He doesn't want to play it, but that's just what you have to do. If it's win or go home, you got to make different changes than you would do in week 14, week 13, whatever.
John Machota, The Athletic, cover the Cowboys here on 105 through the Fan. All right, so they got Detroit here this weekend, home game, and then they go to Washington, but that's not really a statement game on the road. Did they miss their chance for sort of that statement victory, or does beating a Lions team, a good one, at home give them that same sort of boost?
I don't think it gives them the same one at all. Psychologically, there's just no way. They've just been too good at home to where they would feel like, oh, that's the same thing. And they're just comfortable at home. I mean, they've been, these last two seasons, the best team in the NFL at home. So I don't think that even beating a good Lions team does that for them. But I do think that the way they played against Miami has a little bit of that feel of the way they played in Philadelphia, where it's a loss, but then after that, there was a little bit of a confidence built there, and then they went on to win, I think, 5 games after that. I do see some of that from the Miami game, that if they were to go on the road in the playoffs and won multiple playoff games on the road against a good opponent, I do think that they would look back at that Miami game and go, hey, I think that was a big help there. But I also think to a certain extent, there is a little bit of that with Washington as well, just because of the fact that they played so poorly at the end of the season last year at Washington that I think if they just go out there and have a good showing there, I think that'll be a little bit of a confidence boost too, but nothing like if they would have beat Miami or played better at Buffalo.
You talk about that, it's reminiscent of the Philly game, and it was in several ways in terms of it felt like, and this has been my criticism of them this year, is that in close games, it feels like they're always losing on details. It's always small things. It's little nuances. That's where they are really separated from some of the other big contenders. Is any of that fluky, do you think, or is it just this team has some issues playing in tight ball games and really being on top of things?
I just got to be honest with this. I think Brian Broaddus has the best take on this all that I've heard so far, and it's a better take than I've heard from anybody in the locker room. And maybe just because they don't want to say it, but I do think it is the communication. I do think that it is pre-snap stuff, and the reason why I think it is that is just because of when I wrote a story a couple of weeks ago about the Dak Here We Go, and just hearing the reaction from that, including from a member of the coaching staff, talking about how much they worked on that in the offseason because communication was such a big thing, spending hours on trying to come up with Here We Go. I don't think they're doing that just for fun because then they're like, hey, this will be cool. This will catch on, like, Peyton Manning yelling Omaha. No, they did that because there were significant issues there that they did not like, and I think we see those crop up on the road because of the fact that you you have to go silent count. You have to do things that are more, during the week. Hey, when we get in the situation, you have to do that, as opposed to being able to check and everything's a lot cleaner when you're at home. The crowd's quiet when you have the ball. I think that is the number one reason why they've had the issues on the road is the communication issues at the line of scrimmage offensively.
Is there any hope that 2 weeks remaining in the season, you're going to be able to iron those things out before you're likely going on a road run for the playoffs?
If they have their best 5 starting offensive line, I believe so. Yeah, I will say, it's not just Tyron Smith; it's anybody on that starting 5 offensive line. If they have to play a backup there, I don't like their chances really to win any of their playoff games. If they have that best 5 back out there, I think that because their continuity, how much they've played together, I think a lot of that stuff can get ironed out. I know they did have that in Buffalo, but I just thought the Buffalo game was just completely out of control right from the beginning, and you just never thought they were going to, have a chance in that game. But I don't see it being that way in the playoffs. And so if they have that best 5 offensive line, I think they'll be fine with it.
They don't believe in best 5, right? And that we always heard they don't believe in best 5, but I agree with you. I would just get them healthy.
Fantasy football nonsense, I think we call that.
That's right.
But hey, real quick on that. They put out that video of their conversations in the draft room when it came down to Bergeron and Mozzie Smith. Yeah. So they showed you that. Right? Yeah, they showed you how much they needed another offensive lineman. They knew it was on their radar as well, and I imagine they'll be having that same exact conversation in this draft coming up.
Hey, appreciate it, man. Have a great week, and maybe I'll see you at the game. Who knows?
Yeah, sounds good. Appreciate you guys having me on.
Hey, John, be sure when you do Talking Cowboys here in a sec, just work in a reference to 9 for me, please.
Okay, I will.
Thank you. Love you.
John Machota, The Athletic, join us here on 105.3 The Fan. Hey, it's college kegger time, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir. I got a lot to get off my chest in college football. It's coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan. But we're going to get you healthy. Get you healthy.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
College football!
Still fist pumping, don't care. It's 9 o'clock. Nick Eatman joining us at 9:20.
Fist hour, baby.
Crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece coming up at 9:40. But now, it is time for one of my favorite segments, if not my favorite segment of the entire year or the entire week.
I was going to say the year?
Just in general, the College Kegger is my favorite segment. There are 2, 3, 4 games today, including a former Big 12 rivalry, Texas A&M and Oklahoma State in the Tax Act Texas Bowl down in Houston. A&M, Oklahoma State, 8 o'clock on ESPN. Virginia Tech, Tulane, Carolina, West Virginia, Louisville, and USC in the Holiday Bowl, the DirecTV Holiday Bowl played in.
The DirecTV Holiday Bowl is played in the Cayman Islands.
San Diego.
Yep. That's
San Diego.
That was my next guess there.
Yes, absolutely.
By the way, R.C. Slocum's going to need to have those boys ready to play if they want to wrangle Thurman Thomas.
Yeah, absolutely. So A&M, Oak State tonight at 8 o'clock. But there's a lot to get to in college football. The Cotton Bowl is Ohio State and Missouri. All right. Now this
We'll find out.
We'll find out.
Missouri legend Mickey Spagnola.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of Missouri stuff.
Brad Sham.
That's
Mac
on
Engel.
Kevin Gray.
Now, that game is on Friday. All right, that game is on Friday, the 29th. It's a New Year's Six Bowl. Although it's not on New Year's, but it is a New Year's Six Bowl. And number 9, Missouri, and number 7, Ohio State. Ohio State's a 2.5-point favorite. Boy, I am going to tell you right now, load up on Missouri plus the 2.5. But Ohio State doesn't know geography. What kind of climate do you think we're in? What would you describe North Texas as?
A very social sensitive one. There's a lot of words you can't say anymore.
Weather or climate?
Oh. Here in Texas,
yeah.
It's hot often.
Hot. But what would you say? Is tropical? Is it Great Plains? Is it desert? Is it subtropical? What would you say it is?
Yes, all of that, depending on the hour.
Okay.
Depending on what Delcus tells me.
Again, you're not wrong. But Ohio State posts on social media. So the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic posts the arrival of Ohio State football to North Texas for the 88th Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic. Hashtag like no other. Hashtag go Bucks. Ohio State. Look at that tweet.
Arrived for the showdown in the desert. There's 2 things wrong with that.
With a cowboy hat emoji. Desert is spelled with 2 S's. Desert is spelled with 1.
Yeah.
Are we a desert?
No, we're not. In fact, it's been
By the way,
raining. It's been raining a lot lately.
They edited that tweet to arrive for the showdown in the desert. Okay. And then they edited it again. And they capitalized desert.
Oh my gosh. You guys need to just own whatever mistake you've made. You're making it worse.
Now, they've since deleted this tweet. It's all deleted.
Boy, Ohio State recruits really well down here too.
Of course they do. They recruit well everywhere.
Yeah, but I mean, this is Ryan Day. I blame that on Ryan Day.
You blame that on Ryan Day?
Yep, 100%.
Is he a Just for Men beard dye guy?
Oh yeah.
Think so?
Yes.
No, that's natural.
No way. It's
it's
jet black.
That's
it
a
looks
lumberjack
like,
guy.
No, his face looks like Uncle Jesse's hair.
You think he's a lumberjack? You think he's like the bounty
he's
guy?
a unit, man. He's a unit, yeah.
Is he?
I think so.
Dan Campbell's a unit. We talking Ryan Day in the same category?
I think so. With the facial hair, the beard, his beard is, I mean, if you want a beard, you want his beard. You want Ryan Day's
So you
beard.
think you've got him in the Marlboro Man category?
Yeah, I do.
Bro, no, I'm looking at pictures of him right now. That is a just for men.
That's paint. That's paint.
His shoulders.
It looks so natural, no one can tell with Just for Men gel. That's how Ryan Day thinks. But man, no, look, like you can see the age on his face. I'm getting gray. Like significantly here. It's starting to come in on my sideburns. Dude, I found it on my chest hair. 4 of them the other day. So Ryan Day, definitely, because he looks, I don't know, how old's Ryan Day? 50?
I don't know. I don't know Ryan Day's age.
Peyton, you seem obsessed with him. What's his age?
53.
44.
Oh.
It's my age.
You've got gray.
Yeah, I've got gray in the goatee part, on the goatee part of my beard. So the chin part. That's where I've got some gray. And maybe a little bit of salt and pepper elsewhere, but I don't mind. I don't mind the gray. I don't just ferment it. That's for dang sure. Ryan Day, 100% paint on that beard. To me, there is no doubt. But that's a blunder.
That's pretty bad.
We are not in a desert, and we are not dessert either. So there you go. Derek Holland weighing in on texting us. Not a fan of Ryan Day. Of course, he is a Michigan guy. You want Deion Sanders? You want the biggest D-bag in college sports as a coach?
So my options are Deion or Deion.
Stop it.
Okay, sorry. Let's go the biggest D-bag in sports, because I'm curious who you're going to say.
This is new Indiana coach, former James Madison coach, Curt Cinetti. And he was so obviously last week was National Signing Day, the early signing period.
Yep.
So after the end of the week or the weekend, he did his little press conference wrapping up all the signings that they had. And old Curt was talking to a reporter and being asked about how you convince players to come to Indiana, not exactly Ohio State or Michigan. Listen to this tool bag.
When it comes to that culture you were just talking about, meshing the recruits you're getting and some of the guys you kept, where does that process start? I mean, what
do you mean? I don't get the question.
Well, when you recruit them, how do you sell your vision of your culture? I mean, what's the...
Who are you talking about? The high school guys, the transfers, who?
All of the above. I mean, how do you... Is there
it's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
Boy,
that's a drop from now on. I win. Google me.
Is there anybody more drunk with power, though, than college football coaches?
None. I win. Google me.
Oh, I win. Google me.
What? Hey, what?
It just seems...
I win. Google me?
Just seems really aggressive. Here his
I don't like that, because this guy's taking my arrogance and trying to steal it.
Yeah.
I've copyrighted that, something like that.
Here are his last several head coaching stops. James Madison for 4 years. He was at Elon Musk University for 2.
Oh, is it Elon College?
Elon, yep.
They're one of the few schools that let me in.
Did they?
Yeah.
And then Tennessee still let you get in.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Tennessee was the only Power 5 that let me in. Them in West Virginia.
And then 5 years at IUP, Indiana University of Pennsylvania. So
I win.
Yeah.
And did he win?
That's exactly the point. He's right. Google him, because I don't know anything about how those schools have played in recent years, because nobody follows Elon or IUP. I have to Google. So that makes sense. He can say it to them and they go, that doesn't sound like a real school. He goes, well, Google me. Like, maybe that's legitimately what he's saying.
Like, James Madison had a great year.
Yeah.
There's no way.
They gave us Ben DiNucci, bro.
I wonder if he was DiNucci's coach.
He was.
Like the only thing, like they lost to App State. That was like their only loss, right? And it was in overtime. They were a good team this year. What a jackass.
Yeah. This is not like, I wouldn't think that if you're about to go in there to Big Ten schools and recruit against that whole group, I don't know that that's the tone you want to strike, is Google me. Like, I mean, if he when coaches are super aware of optics, for him to be like that, that makes me wonder, okay, well, how are you when there's not cameras on you? Just how insufferable are you then?
Yes.
Which
if you're
must
like
be
that
pretty
with the
bad.
camera, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can't imagine that guy walks into a recruit's room, living room and is endearing it all to the parents. Colorado head coach Deion Sanders is heading to Twitter to beg Santa for some recruits. Christmas is over, though, so I think Santa's on his way back to the North Pole by now. But look, they started the year 3-0, and they lost 8 of their last 9 games. They didn't have a win after like October 7th this year.
It happens.
It happens. But he is looking for reinforcements in the transfer portal instead of, recruiting some high school kids and actually trying to coach them up. So yesterday, around lunchtime, Deion settling down in his office, ready to have his sandwich, turkey, ham, whatever it may be. And he tweets this, dang, I see the portal doing the bank head bounce. What's a bank head bounce?
I don't know. I'm not hip.
Just when I thought Santa was on his way back to the North Pole, he dipped off. Santa, please drop a DT, a CB, an LB, and one more pass rusher to Boulder. I believe, Santa, I believe. Hashtag Coach Prime at CU Buffs football.
Well, look, he's doing something right, Chop. Because,
asking Santa?
Well, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's building. Because the University of Colorado is actually now studying their own head coach. The College of Media, Communication, and Information has announced that they are providing an elective course, Primetime, Public Performance, and Leadership. This will be offered on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 5 to 6:15 p.m. for anybody who would like to attend. And it's a course on the leadership and just in general public performance expertise of Deion Sanders. So a little bit of a navel gaze there.
Yeah. Listen, they are definitely trying something different. They only signed 5. They only signed 5 players on signing day?
So he is 100% committed to the portal. Like he is the reverse Dabo.
They ranked 98th in the rankings, and there's like 118 schools.
Yeah.
And they ranked 98th.
But that is 100% what he's trying to win, is the portal. He's trying to find established players, and he's wants to be the team that wins via free agency instead of the draft. That's essentially how he's approaching.
Well, that's because he knows this is his last year in his coaching.
You think?
As soon as Shador's gone, he's going to stop.
He told Boulder TV a couple weeks ago, he said, I'm retiring here.
Yeah, in a year.
And does that mean he's going where?
Nowhere.
NFL? Or do you think he's done?
I think he's just done.
Really?
I think because he wants to coach Shador, and then when that's over, I think he's done. Otherwise, because this is not a sustainable way. Like, and first of all, so philosophically, man, he's literally signed 5 players from high school. And as somebody who, like, if you're a parent of soon-to-be high school kids, this is a terrible thing that's happening where all the players, all the coaches are just going through the portal instead of recruiting high school kids.
Yeah.
They're not doing it the same way anymore. And it's like if you're like the parent of that high school kid, you just hate the way the process is now.
It's so weird. I brought this up to Sean last week. Like, you would think that...
Because real quick, the value is still in the high school player.
Exactly. And like you would think that Deion would do really well in the living room with parents. Like selling them on the idea of like, hey, I'm here to take your boy and, help him grow into being a man. And who's going to be more enamored by Deion Sanders than mid-40s parents who grew up with it?
Right. Because the high school player generally is cheaper than the transfer.
Yeah.
The transfer, Matt Rule said, costs $2 million to get a quarterback in the portal. Like, it's not going to take $2 million to get a quarterback in recruiting. Now, maybe the number one guy, right? Maybe the number one quarterback you got to pay a pretty penny to. But the value, and there is a cap. There's no cap, but there is a cap. The cap is how much the boosters are willing to give you.
No cap.
But there is no cap. You can spend as much as you want. But that's where the value lies. It's just I don't like the way it's going. But it is what it is. You got to adjust to it. But I think he's going to struggle if he's not going to go after any high school players. That's where your depth is. You're not going to get depth out of the portal.
I mean, it's a fresh approach. We don't know how it works. Like this is such a new phenomenon. We've never seen a team really just commit all into this. So maybe it works. Maybe the pitch works. Maybe the draw of evaluating guys that he knows can play at the college level and be able to sell them on the program. Maybe that works out.
Yeah, but I agree with you. It is surprising that he isn't more capable of recruiting from high school. Maybe he just doesn't want to. Real quick, Florida State, man, they are in trouble in this game against Georgia in the Orange Bowl. Whether due to transfer or NFL draft prep, they are going to be without up to 23 of their 44 first and second string contributors.
Yep.
That includes 15 starters as of right now. Tate Rodemaker, who took over as Jordan Travis's backup when he was injured and lost for the season, has told them that he plans to enter the portal and will not play in their game, which means that third stringer that played in the Louisville game and scored a whopping 16 points or whatever is going to wind up playing in this game.
Boy.
Man, I hope you got Georgia minus 14.
See,
I hope you did.
It opened at 13. It's only moved to 14 and a half.
I mean, maybe because they just don't know what there's a limit. Like, they don't know what Georgia's going to do. Georgia may not care about this game.
Yeah, I mean, the honestly, the play at this point, you're going to get embarrassed. It looks like the play at this point probably should be like, hey, let's salvage things and just go with the protest route.
Yeah, now the Georgia's got their fair share of opt-outs as well.
Yep.
But man, it's this could get ugly.
Big talent disparity though.
Yeah, at that point, when you of your 44 first and second stringers, you're missing 25 of them, dude. I mean, you're gonna be you want to talk about starting freshmen?
Yeah, that's
what's gonna wind up happening. That's tough to deal with. All right, Nick Eatman, Cowboys Insider, the latest on some of the Cowboys injuries coming up next year at 105 through the Fan.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your device. The Odyssey app is there for you, thanks to our friends at Comerica.
Guys, my kids will not stop asking me for a dog. It's the holiday.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt doing the deuces. Did you mess with Peyton there?
I just said one quick thing. I just said, like, hey, we got Nick on the phone. That's what I said.
See, I like it when you do that.
I'm checking.
You do that. I do. All right, time now for Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please go responsibly. Morning, Nick.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
I'm great, and I'm especially great, Nick, because you are the only one who acknowledged my reference that Ryan Day's beard looked like Uncle Jesse's head. And they blew right by me. Thank you. They blew right by me. You texted and acknowledged it, and I appreciate it. It gave me the encouragement to proceed forward with the day.
Can I be honest though? Like at first, when you first said it, this is how old I am. I thought, wait a second, Uncle Jesse had a gray beard and overalls. I was thinking Dukes of Hazzard, but then I got it quick, and then I don't remember that. What is that show called?
Full House.
Full House. That's right. Yeah. And then I remember what you're talking about, John Stamos. Got it. And by the way, definitely the Ohio State coach. Definitely. I mean, he works on that beard. There's no doubt.
100%. Right? He has to. There's no way he's not dyeing that beard left and right.
You're the head coach of Ohio State, and you can't beat that team up north. That's causing a problem. There's no way you don't have a gray hair. No way.
Yeah, no doubt. Are you a moral victories guy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
So
and Nate Newton, if you're listening, bring it. Me and Nate have had it like a 4-year battle, like on this. I mean, we go at it on this all over and over. But yeah, I am.
So, like, because McCarthy kind of was like alluding to that, right? That this is a moral victory. Do you think the players buy it?
No, hold on. Dolphins game? Moral victory? I hope not. I hope that wasn't the one. I saw a little bit in Philly, the way they played that game, a little bit there. And, of course, they did win 5 in a row after that, or 4 in a row. 5. So, but no, I don't. At this point, I think they're past that because you got to go beat the Dolphins. I mean, you're on the 1-yard line, and you give it to your running back, and he can't score. And that's a problem. And they had a chance to win that game and get off the field. And I think they would have stolen the game. I didn't think they were a better team than the Dolphins,
right.
But I don't think it was something. I don't think it's something you could just build on. I mean, you're running out of time to prove you can win on the road. But.
Yeah, because it's like, did you view that game as like, did you leave that game with more questions, but did you, you know what I mean?
No, yeah, but not. I know what you mean, but not really. I think games like this, I think they're pretty evenly matched. I thought the Dolphins were a little bit better, but not head and shoulders. And I think that these games come down to 4 or 5 plays, and they didn't make most of them. And it's just the way it goes. I mean, it's just the same with Buffalo with those penalties that led to a blowout. This one was just. You had a hard time scoring, and they left opportunities on the table. Penalties again at the worst time just really hurt them. And the left tackle is just not. I don't think he should be playing left tackle, and so it's an absolute enormous drop off when they go from Tyron Smith to Edoga in this case.
We're talking with Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. On that front, and we've posed this question to a couple different people recently. Do you think that the discussion after blowing a lot of assignments, just basic stuff, like you're missing, you need to block Bradley Chubb. Right. After those sorts of issues, do you think the Cowboys internally look at it and say, if this happens again, we need to have serious conversations about Tyler Smith playing left tackle and TJ Bass playing left guard?
Yeah, I think it has to at least be discussed. It has to be on the table because – and I know that they are, I've heard several times, I'm sure you have as well, they're not interested in doing that to Tyler Smith this year. I get that. Mm-hmm. But he can do it. I mean, he proved he can do it. And while it's nice to have, like, I want to keep him at the same spot, these other guys are having to move. You're having to move somebody. And I feel like, you know, if it's 5 best options or whatever you want to say, or the guys that can give you the most continuity, I think you got to look into it with Bass. Bass seems like he comes in and he plays well, well enough. There's not a big drop-off. And there is a big drop-off at left tackle. I think you could hold it down better in that case.
What are the chances long-term that Tyler's actually a guard?
Me personally, I think I would lean that way. I think he probably should be, but they need to figure that out. The offensive linemen, the coaches, O-line consultants, whatever you got to do, need to figure out where he is going to be great. And that's where, if he is really, really a great – same with Zach Martin. Zach Martin could have been playing tackle for the last 8 years. I don't know if he would have been great. I think he would have been. But he's a Hall of Famer at guard, and that's where I think they got to figure out. Just tell me where the guy is his absolute best position, and that's where I think he should play, because I think there's value in both. I really do.
Nick, obviously we look at, when we're analyzing a team, we take a look at, like, okay, what's the strength of your passing game? What is the, the corner depth like, things like that. But when it comes to X factors, sort of the traits beneath the surface, in recent years we've talked about, physicality was an issue. So the Cowboys really went out and it looked like they tried to become a more physical football team and do some different things. Is the critical factor this year, the thing that's plaguing them, especially in some of these close games, is just they are not a very good attention to detail team?
Yeah, I mean that's very, very easy to say and not easy to fix, but because it does seem like every week there's little penalties here and there. I mean, what happens if they have 1st and 10 on the 11-yard line or whatever, late in the third quarter, but they don't because CD and Jake Ferguson are moving at the same time. Just little, and that's an attention to detail, and it's plays like that a lot that plague the team. It's not always personal foul here and just over aggressive. It's just not doing the small things, and it is really hurting this team. It's biting them right in the butt.
By the way, I hated that rule. I hated that call. I get it.
I don't like that call either.
It's like, you're telling him to correct himself. He does, and because Ferguson's toe moved before CD was set or whatever, it's just I just don't like it.
I don't like it either, because it's just like, does it affect the game? But I understand if you're sloppy with the rule there, then it'll go into something else. I think what bothers me the most about that rule is that CD is he's set, and then the other guy is in motion. I guess you can't start doing that at the same time. But yet, teams like the Dolphins do it, the Eagles do it, where you notice where these running backs are going in motion like a half a second before the snap. It's really it really seems like a false start to me, but that's okay. I mean, we're getting very arena football-like to be able to just go in motion right when the play, but like that's what's happening. So if that's the rule and they're allowing it, cool. But then it's weird that your game gets changed because, one guy is moving and the other guy was moving 2 seconds before that.
Shout out to legendary Dallas Desperados quarterback Andy Kelly, one of the best spirals I ever saw.
Go Vols, baby.
Nick. Now, the CeeDee Lamb thing.
Nash.
Yes.
Nash.
That's right.
Yeah.
Now, when we look at the CeeDee Lamb question, we just mentioned him there in terms about the technicality and the execution, things like that. We just talked to Machota a little bit ago, and my question is, are we going to have another stretch? Because Jerry seemed befuddled by it yesterday as well. Are we going to have another stretch at some point this year where it's like you went 2 quarters without even looking your best player's way?
I hope not. I hope not, because what did they score? 0?
Is that do you think that's a quarterback thing, or do you think that's a just play design progression thing?
I think a lot of it is Dak. And this is the thing. There's always a 2 sides to everything. Everybody loves Dak. He's considered a leader in all this because he really does. He has faith in every single player on his team. If you're running a route, he thinks you can make the play. So he doesn't ever really force it that way. And you kind of hear him talking. He's talked a little bit this year about some of the other quarterbacks. He thinks certain receivers maybe get in their ear and not. So that's obviously a thing. I think it was a thing with Dez trying to get in his ear, and when he was a young player, rookie, trying to get the ball a lot, and kind of can mess with you. So I think he knows the important thing to do is to throw it to the guy that's open that can make the play. But how frustrating is it for you, me, whoever, fans, to see Peyton Hendershot not make the play on 3rd and 4 and then get his towel ripped off, and you're like, well, throw it to a guy that's made a play this year, you know? So that's what happens. I think he does throw it to Gallup. He throws it deep to Tolbert. He throws it to Schoonmaker. And, you know, and while sometimes they make a play, I think you'd rather to say, hey, can we try to get the ball to CD? Because the Dolphins sure as heck are trying to get it to Tyreek Hill, and he still gets 9 catches. Yeah. And everybody knows he needs to be covered. So I think you can still do it. And I think it's something that needs to be fixed, because that's the advantage of having a star receiver who can play in the slot, is that it's really hard to take him out of a game.
Nick Eatman joining us here, 105 through the Fan. Do they regret the Amari trade, you think, at this point?
Who's they?
The Dallas Football Cowboys.
Oh, that group? That group, no. I don't think so. But, I mean, this is a tricky one, because I think fans will easily look at this and go, could have had both of them. But the Cowboys, their decision was, we feel like that CeeDee Lamb can blossom into the number 1 receiver if we get, trade Amari and save this money and use it on other players. And that's the way they viewed it. And they weren't wrong with that, because CeeDee is now a better player. He's an all-pro. He maybe the best in the game. But, you got a 5th-round pick out of it, and then you're watching this guy set records and doing it with quarterbacks that weren't even in the league earlier this year. So it's impressive, but I think there was more to it, and I don't really want to get into it because I don't know all of it. I think there's more to it. I just think Amari had kind of worn out his welcome.
Cowboys crosstalk tonight, Nick. I'll be on there. We got Greg Ellis joining us.
Oh. Greg Ellis, I believe, is right.
Good deal. Tune in tonight at 7 o'clock on 105 through the Fan.
All right, Google me.
This was great, Nick.
Google me.
We had 2 Tennessee Volunteer references in this segment, so I was a big fan of this one.
Hey, but real quick, though, if we're going to talk about Desperados, I think maybe we should talk about their former head coach, legend, Will McClay.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and Joe Avazano, too.
Yeah, that's what I thought you were going with, was Coach Joe.
I'm sorry. I'm thinking I'm about to walk into the building where Will McClay is in here, and he was probably, one of the guys making that decision for the Amari Cooper and all that kind of stuff. So I was thinking that when we're talking Desperados, got to mention him as well.
Very good. Very good. Nick Eatman joined us here at 105 through the Fan. Thanks, Nick.
See you guys.
Andy Kelly's selling insurance in Tennessee right now.
Is he?
Yep.
He was one of the most prolific quarterbacks in the history of the AFL.
Yes, he was. We crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we got a special Zach Martin show on a Wednesday because it's their Thursday. That'll be
savings on over 400 silver autos. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Mike Passick already getting ready for Cowboys Lions. It is Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece on our Hump Day edition.
Hump Day
of Sean and RJ on 105 to the Fan. Yes,
I was just wondering this. I know today's only Wednesday.
It is Wednesday.
But Sean's out on Friday, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you guys want me to lead Crosstalk since Sean took me off of Crosstalk and told me on Fridays I'm not too organized and it's way too random?
I like unorganized and random. So give me all the Bassett Crosstalk there is.
Okay. Friday, I'll do it again on Friday.
No,
but then
wasn't that the whole point of the Friday crosstalk? Was that it got unorganized?
Yes.
And random?
Yeah, but
I think the whole show when it's unorganized and random.
Some people don't have the stomach for that kind of chaos.
That's right.
You don't have the stomach for unorganized and random.
Embrace the
That's
chaos.
fair enough.
Because I've hosted with you, and you are very meticulous about like you got to know where we're going.
How about this?
Which is a good thing.
I'll do it right now.
Wasn't the Diamondbacks hashtag embrace the chaos?
I don't know. But you should know.
I know.
Because of your guy.
My guy, Banny.
Yeah. We are talking about this getting ready for today's show. At what point do you move on to the next game? Especially doing sports talk radio. Monday was Christmas. Nobody did sports talk radio
here. Today's a Tuesday.
So, because I started thinking about
Except it's Thursday
the Detroit
for the
game, and I
Cowboys.
wanted to start getting into Detroit topics. And you start going,
Oh,
well,
as hosts, not as a team.
Yeah.
Okay.
The team has moved on. I
Okay.
totally get that.
No,
need to.
they don't always. That's what I was curious about.
Well, I love when you guys interviewed Jason Garrett and would refuse to answer any questions on Tuesday because he's already moved on. Or Monday, he needs to watch the film. Tuesday, we've moved on, so don't ask me about the game before. So it's like, this is a great way to never answer questions on your decisions.
Typically, I feel like Wednesday, we're on to Detroit or on to whoever. This is a little different because this is kind of a Tuesday.
It is too, yeah. Generally, Wednesday is like an up in the air day, right? There may be a little still looking back, but also a little looking forward at the same time. And then Thursday you move into the look ahead.
Yeah.
Well, because it's like, so Sunday you get the game, you react to that. Monday you get McCarthy talking, you react to that. Tuesday, here's the fallout of what they saw when they looked at the tape, and then Wednesday you're rolling in and you're kind of just moving forward. I think typically.
Why, are you still on Miami or are you
No. I kind
ready
of
for Detroit?
So here's my deal, and maybe this will be the question to you guys.
What's your deal?
This is why I like basketball and baseball more than football, and I know I'm rare in that, is I like another game. I like that when the Rangers play a game, let's talk about it, and by the time we get to the second half of the show, if we want to talk about, hey, today's a new day, like even in the playoffs, you're like, here's game 1, but we do need to discuss game 2 because it is happening in 4 hours type of deal. So casual fans love football because you don't have a game to worry about for 6 days. You can discuss and talk about what happened in the day before, and then you can start moving on to the next game later in the week. And that's great for casual people because they actually don't really want to discuss games. They just want to kind of have debates over what happened before and what could happen next. And that's where I struggle with football because I'm like, I just need another game, man. Let's play another game.
Yeah, I agree. I'm with you. I'm one of the rare. I like baseball better than anything else, but I think a lot of sports talk hosts don't talk baseball because they're like, I don't say they're scared to because they don't know how to break down the game. I don't know what the reasoning is. Like I think college sports is the same way. You don't know the players. So
there's so much to have a grasp on. Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
So you either have a grasp on one team. It's very hard to have a grasp on 340 college basketball teams, right? So I think people are just like breaking down baseball. Nobody breaks down baseball anymore.
Yeah, I think also some of that is like the audience and the way the baseball is set up. Baseball is meant to be consumed through the lens of one team, right? Your team locally. And then through that,
you can't watch them all.
You see the teams that they play, which obviously directly goes to the teams in your division that you know a little bit better, and then the teams in your conference you know a little bit less than that, and then the teams in the league, and the teams in the other league, it's like, all right, we kind of have an idea. Like that's the way that it's supposed to filter through. And so usually you're supposed to be able to talk about it in those circles. Talk about this team, talk about a little bit further out in the division, and then after that, good luck to you.
Yeah, exactly. Like football is like every team's a local team.
Yes.
In basketball, it's in the NBA, it's like you talk about the stars.
Right.
You know, the major players, not necessarily the individual teams. It's just different. Everything.
Yeah, it's a different way to approach it. I mean, I think the baseball thing is interesting because I know, like, I've always been a fan of baseball and followed it and thought I had a pretty good grasp on it. I've said this before, like,
baseball, Bobby.
Yeah, I've said before that I didn't realize.
Wanted to trade Martin Perez in 2022 at the All-Star break.
And you know what? Would have gotten him at his highest possible value, baby.
Never wrong, just early.
Could have traded for 3 guys that needed Tommy John surgery. Just keep stockpiling those guys. No, it's funny that it was, like, it's honestly hearing Mike talk about baseball made me realize, like, how little I understand the, like, depth of everything.
Right.
And, like, Derek, same way. When Derek talks about it, and, like, Derek loves that stuff. When we were at training camp, Derek just loved, like, talking about all the little, like, details and the stuff that you don't have time for, like, necessarily to just dive into, or
that
feels
really
a little
aren't
too
that
narrow.
interested.
Feels a little too narrow. I love it. It's interesting
The
to me.
casual fan does not want to hear about the drop step of steel right now, and that it's just off a little bit, and that's why he's getting beat by, like, I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying, like, if we get into that, most of the audience is going to be like, no, let's talk about the MVP status. Let's talk about something like that of Dak Prescott.
What do we have coming up on the show?
A lot of sports. Obviously, going to talk some football here. Is Lamar Jackson the clear MVP right now? We'll talk about that at 11. And also, I think the more important part of this locally is this the closest Dak will ever get to an MVP? Because he had that stretch for about 2 months where he looked like the clear odds-on favorite, and we were starting to get to that place where we were talking about the Eagles game as a MVP conversation between him and Jalen Hurts. And now we're in a place where, again, he's fallen out of this conversation, and I don't know.
Top 5 right now.
I don't know. I think there have been way too many times where over the course of 8 years we've said, is it always going to be this way with Dak, or is it always going to be that way with Dak, and or is it always going to be this reality? And consistently, not every time, but consistently, we find that no, that wasn't the case. Tried to put him in a box. Like, I remember the talk of in 2017 was like, he's probably always going to be dink and dunk guy. Now he's become one of the most aggressive downfield passers in the NFL in recent years. Like, so I think it's hard to just say anything with certainty about Dak's future because he's always kind of evolving and changing. Every single year he's played, if you watch the tape from this year, 22, 21, you just go back over the recent years, it looks like a different player almost each season. And so I don't think you can ever rule anything out with it.
Let me ask you this. What's the percentage, Bobby? Because I think you're the biggest Dak fan, but I think Dak's really good. Mm-hmm. And I think that you really like Dak too a lot, Chop. And Reggie, I think you like Dak a lot too.
I used to be the biggest fan of his.
Give me the percentage that Dak wins an NFL regular season MVP in his career. The percentage chance right now. Because obviously he's not going to do it this year. He's fallen out of, he's in 6th place for the odds with 2 games to go. So he's not going to win it this year. So he probably has another 6 to 8 years of the quarterback of the Cowboys, I'm assuming.
Yeah, and I mean, the quarterback is a position where guys typically start playing, and it wasn't always the case, but in the last 25 years, quarterbacks play their best ball into their 30s. And so, man, I think that probably it's 10%. Okay. Something like that. And that's just because, I mean, you have no clue who's coming up behind, who's going to be really great. Like, I think people would have put it at high odds that Trevor Lawrence was going to win an MVP one day. And now I don't think anybody would have those odds as good as they are on Dak. And so it's tough to project, but I think just like a solid 10%, because he is the quarterback of the Cowboys, there is going to be, as has happened in the past in some instances, there becomes like greatness fatigue with other players. Where it's like, okay, we're kind of burned out on Patrick Mahomes being the best all the time, and like we're not going to give it to him this year. That tends to build up a little bit. And right now, there's not all the quarterback powers in the AFC. They're going to beat up on each other in a lot of ways. Dak is in a much thinner conference where it can be really easy for him to shine as like dominating that conference. And so 10%.
Yeah, that was the number that came to mind, but I'm actually going to slide down to 5%. You mentioned that he's the quarterback of the Cowboys. I think that slices the other way. I think that more than likely, or more often than not, he is going to be the guy that is going to be nitpicked in a way.
Standard is higher, rewards are greater.
Fair enough. That's a fair way to describe it.
I'm looking right now. I just did a quick off the top of my head of the quarterbacks that can win a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think there's 11 guys that can win an MVP.
Roughly a 10% chance.
So yeah, about 10%. That's fair.
Yeah, I do too.
Now some guys are higher.
This
on
year
the
kind
number,
of changed my mind. I thought I'll be honest. I thought 0%. But then when you got past that Philadelphia game and there's pretty much a month left of football, and he's the small odds-on favorite, right? He was just ahead of Brock Purdy at that point to win the MVP. I thought, wow, I never thought Dak would win an MVP, and here we are with 4 games left, and he's the favorite to win. And I don't think he's ever been the favorite with 4 games still. He's been in the conversation, but not the favorite. So I'm with you guys that maybe in the next few years he's able to accomplish this. But, this year Burrow got hurt.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams is going to enter the league with as much expectation as Trevor Lawrence entered the league. Now, I don't know if it'll be like Trevor Lawrence, and Trevor Lawrence is a disappointment. I understand that. He's not a bust. He's a good quarterback. He's just not living up to the Peyton Manning standard, I guess.
In 21.
12. I missed count. I got 12.
In 21, when Dak beat Atlanta.
Tua.
And they beat down Atlanta 40-3. There was a lot of hype that week of Dak is in the driver's seat right now for MVP. And then it was Kansas City, the Raiders, and everything just started falling apart. That's when we started going, okay, the calf is clearly bugging him. And so he had about a week previously in his career where that was the discussion. But, this was the longest it sustained was right here. And they just didn't step up in those big moments. They didn't step up against Buffalo and Miami where it was right there to make the impact. And so...
Yeah. So you think about 10% for you?
I think so. But I've gone from 0% to start 2023 season. I would say there's a 0% chance that Dak ever wins an MVP in his career. Now I am up to 10% because what he has done this year, he's probably going to finish 5th or 6th in MVP voting this year. But what he did is if he would have carried that momentum, it was going to be a long streak, but if he carried it, he was going to win the MVP.
Yeah, he would have. And generally, the 15 of the last 16 quarterbacks have been the 1 or the 2 seed that have won it. So that's, you got to win. I think baseball is the only sport where you could be on a last place team and win the MVP. I don't think you can do it in the other ones.
He is at a point right now. He leads the NFL in touchdown passes. If he does that, if he leads the NFL in touchdown passes, he's the first one to do it for the Cowboys since Staubach did it once. And if he leads by himself, is not tied, he's the first Cowboys quarterback to lead by himself. Because Staubach was tied in 73, I think it was. So,
but he's still like 24 TD passes behind the record
with who? Like
this has definitely been a
down year for touchdown.
Yeah,
passes.
offense has been tempered a little bit.
All right, K&C, Masterpiece, Bassick, and Reggie coming up next year on 105 through the Fan.
If you're a new listener to Sean and RJ. and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula in for Kevin and or Corey. That's your decision to make. Not your decision. Mike Bassick here, as always.
Excited to be here.
That's true. He is excited to be here. I don't know if
There's
it's because...
There's a lot of good things going on. Even though our Cowboys are losing and our Rangers haven't signed a lot of people. And the Mavericks, they're in the middle of the pack. I'm still excited about DFW
True
sports.
Mike Bassick fashion, man. It's all great. We're having a lot of fun, even though all these other things. No, but you just came off of a week off, man. That'll get you going.
Actually just Gavin Spittle I haven't seen in a while because of vacation time, and he's back, and I'm back, and I was saying, man, I love doing this job. I really do. But there are times, as fun as this job is, as blessed as we are to have a job where you talk about sports.
Yeah.
There are times where you do get burnt out.
I mean, look, it's one of the things that I say, because look, again, it's a fun job and it's no digging ditches. But when people ask me like, hey man, how fun is this? And I'm like, it's work. Everywhere that you do a job, there's the great parts of it. And there are the not so great parts of it, and I think that's one of it, is you just get tired and you need your break.
It's interesting, and this is a little bit on topic, off topic.
Okay.
I heard Micah Parsons last week talking a little bit about people like us criticizing the player.
Yes.
And it doesn't have to be him. I don't know if he was specifically talking about him. I think he was kind of more probably talking about people like Dak, because the quarterback in the NFL does take a lot of heat. But they also get a lot of praise. When they're great, they get a lot of praise. In a way, I would tell Micah, I don't know if we get criticized as much. I've been a player. I have not been an important player in Major League Baseball, but I've been a player in Major League Baseball. We get criticized a lot, Micah Parsons.
Sure.
Micah, I understand, and like Stephen A. Smith, maybe Skip Bayless, there's other people that are like the real high-profile people in media that are criticizing the player or praising the player. Boy, we take a lot of criticism. Like, I don't even want to do Twitter anymore. And I thought the other day I put out a tweet after Christmas going to bed. I was like, going to bed is Luka taking the step of best player in the NBA? And I was like, I'm going to tweet it, but I'll still get people who give me heat for being positive, give me heat for being negative. Like, we take heat too. So Micah, I know you're probably at practice or something right now, but I would say to the athletes listening, man, we take a lot of heat for having opinions on sports. And it's part of the job.
Absolutely.
You have to deal with the criticism of whatever you say. Whether you say something's good, you're going to take criticism on it. You say something's bad, you're going to take criticism on it.
Yeah, I mean, in this instance, again, having opinions, if they do not line up with certain folks, there's going to be opportunity for people to have that discussion.
But I guess even for us, we can get burnt out on the criticism too.
That's fair.
And so that's kind of where I was going, is there can be a burnout in this job at times, not complete burnout. I love it, but because of the criticism that you get, whatever you say, even if you're goofing off, people can take that as you were being dead serious. And you're like, dude, I was just goofing off.
Right.
But that's always the tough part. And I think that this Christmas time or holiday season time and the off time that you get can almost give you like new life. It's there's not an off season in sports talk radio.
Although some people would say, middle of that dog days of summer, when you get in the middle of baseball.
That's actually not that's the toughest part. That's the grind part, right? Because you're grinding for topics that will keep people interested in sports.
Now, obviously, you talk about all that, the criticism, I think, if you're doing it right, it allows you to be as responsible as you can be when you're criticizing others, because you understand, what it is.
Let's be honest. Who do I criticize the most? I think this is a very easy answer.
Well, there's a lot of answers that you could throw up here. Is it Dwight Powell?
It's Dwight Powell. I don't think he's an NBA basketball player. That's not fair, what I'm saying right now, even saying it, because he is. He's going to pension out. He's a 10-year full pension, never have to work a day in his life, because you play basketball. You don't work basketball. You play basketball. So he's never going to have to work a day in his life. Now, I get it. He's working his butt off to 100%. Be an NBA basketball player. But like literally for his lifetime, he can say, I played for a lifetime. My earnings, I only had to play. and I get it. Like, I had to work too to try to be in the major leagues, but like I got to play baseball. I didn't get to work baseball.
Right.
So, I mean, I get it, man. I can be very critical of specific players. And the guy I'm most critical of is Dwight Powell, So I get it, man. And I take heat for that too.
Now, with that, we're going to then pivot to, I guess, in some ways, maybe criticism of the Dallas Cowboys. Again, KNC Masterpiece, you can always get involved by texting into the truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. We're on Twitch. We're on YouTube. But the question is, are you worried about depending on this Cowboys defense? And again, like I said, this is going to be an instance where we have some criticisms that we are levying here, but I think that it comes with some, with reason here. The Cowboys have had a couple of weeks where the defense has not been the best. Obviously, the Bills game was very trying. This game with the Miami Dolphins, you saw a better performance in the week prior. However, the thing for me, as I went back and watched all 22 film yesterday, is that you can look at, and I guess we can even talk specifically about the run defense. You can look at the ways in which the Dolphins did not run 400 yards, which is usually, that's good. But if you look at things like success rate, which success rate tells you the percentage of times that a team had a successful play, it was incredibly high for the Miami Dolphins, meaning you did not stop them a given play to play. And that's fair. You saw the way that it worked, right? They worked their way down the field consistently, and the Cowboys did a good job of stopping them in the red zone. However, they worked their way down the field and then kicked field goals and things of that nature. And that's a little concerning to me personally, because there was points in the season where we looked at the defense as possibly historic, as possibly one that you would lean on as the tip of the spear for this team.
Right.
And now, especially when you look at some of the better teams that they played of late, and as the team has, become structured as it is with injuries and so forth, that isn't where this defense is. So is there any concern for you when it comes to depending on this defense?
100%. This is not a bad defense, but this last game, the Cowboys offensively weren't good, but they got the lead with less than 4 minutes to go, 3 minutes and change to go. And they said, all right, we did it. We had the drive. We got the touchdown. Brandon Cooks made a great play. Dak made an unbelievably great pass. Win the game. Win it. We need this win. Win it. And they faltered. They couldn't do it. They couldn't stop them. They even had a chance to just hold them to a field goal with a little bit under 2 minutes to go, right? You could have got the ball back with a minute and 30 seconds, minute 40 seconds with a timeout on the board, which wouldn't have been perfect, but it would have been, hey, we didn't stop them, but we stopped them with enough time for the offense to come back and get a field goal and win the game. They couldn't do it. They with 3 minutes and change to go, they were able to run the whole clock off and get into a chip shot field goal. They probably would have scored a touchdown. If they needed a touchdown, it felt like with about a minute to go, it felt like crap. They could score a touchdown if they wanted to score a touchdown, but obviously the goal was win the game. Don't give Dak any time. Don't give the Cowboys any time to come back. So at this point, you give up a whole bunch of points to Seattle. You did get key stops at the end of the game against Seattle, but at home you gave up 35 points, I believe, to Seattle. Then Buffalo blows you out of the water, and then in a very close game where you don't play close games. Let's face it, this is a weird NFL season for the Dallas Cowboys.
Very much
with
so, yeah.
So many blowouts on, and luckily you've had more blowouts where you've won the blowout than lost the blowout. But I look at it and go, at this point, I always ask this question, and I'll ask it back to you since I don't have confidence in the defense. If there was 2 minutes to go and you needed to drive 60 yards or hold a team to less than 60 yards, and let's just say they have a timeout or two left to make sure that there's plenty of time, but 2 minutes to go, I would rather be losing, Reggie, and have the ball with Dak Prescott in his hands to win the game than be winning and have our defense have to stop a playoff team. I asked that question to you. What would you rather have?
That's interesting because we've seen the Cowboys have to be in that situation a few times, and it hasn't really turned up all that well, at least when we talk about postseason, those types of things, right?
And then driving.
But we've also seen this defense stand up, right, in pass rushing situations, right? Situations where teams have to drop back and throw the football. So actually, I feel like I still have some confidence in that situation of having to drop back or having to go after the quarterback, right? because Tua Tagovailoa and this Miami Dolphins defense, when they're passing the football, they present a unique challenge because of the speed that they have on the edges and the ways in which the quickness that Tua Tagovailoa gets the ball out that neutralizes the pass rush. Even when there were instances in this game where Tua is throwing the ball away and there's no one nearby, and it's just like, oh, he's getting rid of the ball. That the pass rush wasn't particularly close. He was just getting the ball away quickly, and against other teams, they'll get there. The thing that concerned me, and that
I guess that's the reason I always ask the question with 2 minutes to go, and like 60 yards or so to go, and you have a timeout. So it plays into the team can do whatever they want. They don't have to just throw to the sideline and hurry up and get out of bounds, or they're done running the ball because there's not enough time to run the ball. Is like, no, there's enough time for a team to do whatever they need to do to get that 60 yards to get in field goal range, or to get that 60 plus yards to score a touchdown. So that's why I try to ask the question on, like, no, you have to play a complete defensive game, or you do on offense have time to hand the ball off to Pollard or throw the ball over the middle without it killing the drive.
I think I still feel a level of confidence in the defense in that particular situation.
So you would rather have the lead, whether it's by 2 or 4 points, and say, defense, like this Miami game, it's up to you. Stop them and we win.
Right. Yeah. I think I would, but the thing that brings up the question for me is, as I'm watching the film on this one, and is this run stopping wise, this is the team that you wanted to play against when it comes to matching the strength of your defense. This is a team that wants to run laterally, and it wants to run with speed, and your defense has that speed and lateral movement that can match that. And you saw, again, you held the Dolphins to under 100 yards rushing. However, they were able to be successful running the football. They were able to run to the outside, even though, you had pretty good tackling by your secondary. But then also, you were asking yesterday about why aren't they running up the middle. They did a decent amount of that. They just used you use your flow of your linebackers against them. They did these motions and then ran the other way. They did these situations where they started the running back outside, had the linebackers flow, and then cut back up. And I was like, if you're having trouble, stopping successful plays, stemming the bleeding in those ways, what happens when you play a team that is built in a different way, that is not built just to use speed, but to use the power that is there, especially without Hankins, and then they can attack you down the field? That's the thing that starts to concern me.
When you watch the All-22, I know you didn't write down every time.
No, and I'm no Brian Broaddus. I want to make that clear.
When you watch the All-22, how many times was it just a few? How many times did Micah Parsons line up as kind of a middle linebacker? I know he didn't play middle linebacker, but how many times did he kind of get into the middle of the field in a linebacker type of position?
Yeah, in that kind of hybrid. I can remember off the top of my head maybe 4 or 5 times.
Okay, so not a lot.
It didn't feel like a ton, but I mean, it was a lot when you consider the ways in which you're used to him being on the edge. And even if he's in the middle, it's very evident that he's going, where he was a little bit off the line in this game. And it felt like maybe 4 or 5 times off the top of my head. That's not an exact science by any means.
And I do remember one time he did it and they ran the ball and he was able to get somewhat to the ball carrier, running to Micah's right. They were running to the left, but running to Micah's right. And he was able to, as they had a guard pop off of the ball and go immediately and try to block Micah, and he didn't. And Micah got around him and flowed with the play and was able to be part of a tackle. I'm not sure if he got credit for the tackle or not, but I remember that going, man, that's a good way to stop the run, because when you give Micah space, these offensive linemen, they can't touch him. He just is so quick. He runs right around him and gets to the ball.
Now, look, there's people that are coming for the other side of this, because again, expressing concern is one thing, but there's folks that are talking about the fact that this team forced 5 field goals, right? And they did a good job. They did, like I mentioned, they did stop this defense, or this offense rather, from rushing 400 yards. And again, the success rate, I think the red zone rate was 25% on getting a touchdown. And so
I guess this feels like, to me, this Miami game feels like playoff football.
Yes.
Hey, it's going to be back and forth. It's going to be close. And there's going to be a moment where there's only this much time left where it says you have to win the game.
And some of this, as we had the conversation about spinning it forward. As we begin to spin it forward, some of this is also now you're coming up against a team in the Detroit Lions that has the ability to run the football
They're
very
more
well.
of a physical team than Miami.
That offensive line is well worked, even when they're having to depend on the next of their offensive line, right? The next man up situations. They are very well put together in that way, and so it begins to. We're in the part of the season for the Cowboys where we're no longer going, okay, but that's a bad team. And I think that's when we have to start evaluating this defense. And so, look, they've done a fairly good job, but it's not to the level that we had started the season. And maybe the expectations early were too lofty, right? Maybe the expectations that they would have all these turnovers was too lofty as well, because that's another thing that we haven't seen as much of. And Tua Tagovailoa is going to protect the football, and he's going to get the ball out quick. And we'll see if those turnovers return. But without the turnovers, it's a good defense, but it's not a great defense, and I wonder how much you can lean on them consistently before they break.
Yeah.
It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reggie in for Kevin and Corey. Mike, of course, with you as always. Coming up next, we are joined by our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. We'll do it next on The Fan.
All right, guys, so I know there's going to be a lot of
days for us to end the year #1. Over 400 Silverados priced to sell. Come on, get you some of that. We won't miss any deal. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. Find new roads.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through the Fan. I'm Reginald Atatula filling in for Kevin and Corey. Mike Bassick, obviously always here in the KNC Masterpiece. Chris Strong on the board for us today. Thank you for hanging out with us on your home of the Cowboys and World Series champion Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to visit with our Dallas Cowboys insider, brought to you by Ford. Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It's Mickey Spagnola. Mickey, how are you doing today?
I'm just fine. How are you guys?
We're doing all right. We're doing pretty well. I feel like this is going to be a common refrain throughout the week, so I figure we'll get it out now. I know that Mike McCarthy has yet to talk today. However, I know that you're also an intrepid reporter. Do we have any news when it comes to Jonathan Hankins, Tyron Smith injuries?
You know, I thought Jerry gave a pretty good assessment of Tyron yesterday. If you go back and look, he didn't make a big deal of it, but he said he thought Tyron would be better this week after the injection. And I think that slipped by everybody. So, you know, it's a back issue. And he followed that up, and he said usually that gives him some relief. So, obviously, they're hoping that, keeping him out and treating whatever he's got going will allow him to potentially play. Now, saw him walking through the locker room for whatever it's worth, and he was walking really well. So that's not means he's actually trying to take on a 290-pound defensive end or anything, but I think they're somewhat encouraged by that. And, after going back and kind of watching them perform without him, there was a lot of times, and there's a reason Chuma's the backup, right? He's not good enough to be a starter in this league. There was a few times he got beat physically, but there was a couple that he just made mental mistakes. Like he chose to block inside and end up double teaming with the guard, Tyler Smith, and leaving the guy on the outside come free. And that was causing problems. So, a lot of it is, you got to be able to do what you want to do, but you got to know also. And so I saw several mistakes like that, putting pressure on Dak. So, yeah, they badly need him back on the field if that's how they're going to play it without him.
I'll make a comment here, then ask a question. I think it's amazing how quick the game can move when you're in live action. Mm-hmm, I can only speak about, being a pitcher. In a bullpen, you have no hitter in there. You have no fans doing anything, and you're just making pitches. You're just working on your game. And for the backup tackle here, he gets to practice every rep during practice. Like, he gets to do all the practice stuff, but it's amazing, Mick, when the live action happens, when there's 50,000+ people in the building, when there is another guy lined up against you, how your brain is going, gosh, I know there's 30 seconds in between plays, but it feels like when you get put in the live action for kind of the first time, and I know he's had other games where he's played, but all of a sudden the game starts moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, and, that's kind of the life of a backup, like the same life as a backup quarterback.
Yeah.
And you just hope you trust what you've learned over the years, and they throw something at you that you don't expect, but I just think at times you got to be aware of what's about to happen. And, that's one of the reasons why Miami was able to hold this team to 20 points. And it wasn't just that. It was the fact that I think at times they fooled the Cowboys with some blitzes that they didn't react to well. Like there was one... it was on the final drive when they were starting to get in scoring position, and then Dak got sacked for like minus 10 yards guy came right up the middle and no one touched him. And it's like, you can say, well, that's on the quarterback. He's got to recognize that. But, again, as you just said, when things are happening that fast, you can't even hit your back foot to kind of understand where you want to go with the ball. So I'll guarantee you Detroit's watching what the blitzes did to him from Miami. And, it's a copycat league, so they better be ready because I would imagine Detroit's going to be fairly aggressive coming after them. And, they've already clinched their division title. Now, I'm sure they've got, there's a possibility if someone gets beat, I might get the number 1 seed. So, they're going to play, but they may throw caution to the wind being on the road.
I haven't. Have you studied Detroit film a lot yet, Mick?
I haven't studied the film, but I've watched them play these last couple weeks.
How much do they move around Aiden Hutchinson? Like, will they try to get a favorable matchup for him the way that at times you can see Micah move around, or do they just say, you're lined up here, go get him?
That's what I've seen.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here, and I'm coming after you. And so,
will it be on Terrence Steele a lot? Will Aiden Hutchinson be lined up on Terrence Steele a lot?
I think that was the side I saw him on.
Because
yes.
I was listening to Marcus Spears, and he said he's worried about Terrence Steele versus Aiden Hutchinson in the game coming up, which made it sound like he lines up on that side almost every play. He's not, like, let's just say Tyron Smith doesn't play. They wouldn't then possibly move him to the other side a lot.
Yeah, and you never know how they're going to react to that, but if I was them, I would. If that was the case, then try to take advantage. That's what the Cowboys do with Parsons a lot, right?
How many times do you talk to even really great defensive ends? Let's say DeMarcus Ware, Charles Haley, Greg Ellis, a really good player, right? He's going to be on tonight, I believe, on the Cowboys Hour. Is how much do they go, I just don't like lining up on the other side. I'm so used to my moves working on this side of the field. I don't like going to the other side.
Yeah, I haven't heard guys complain about that. Now they moved DeMarcus Ware some, but not a lot. And normally, you're thinking, well, the guy on the right tackle's probably not the top tackle. I can use my best pass rusher and put him on that side, right? But I haven't heard guys complain about the pass rush. Now, opposite of that, Mike, from a tackle standpoint, guys get used to one side, and it's a little different trying to be right-handed or left-handed with your punch and your, how you're going to back up.
Yeah.
I think that matters more than where you're rushing from. Because a lot of times when you're rushing, look at some of the stuff that Parsons does. He's standing up. He's not even got his hand on the ground.
Now, Mickey, I know we talked a little bit about the Hunter Lipke red zone fumble, but the red zone woes for this Cowboys team, maybe woes is a little too strong, but this team has not been as strong as they could be in the red zone. What have you noticed? What are the places where they could maybe improve for you? Because obviously against this Lions team, they are actually very good in the red zone when they get there.
Yeah, and I don't want to be so simplistic, but run the ball in the end zone. You know what I mean? I think when you aren't proficient at running the ball inside the 10, inside the 5, then you're going to have problems because now you got a whole lot more things and parts are moving and coordination and I think that at times they've just had problems running between the tackles and getting into the end zone. Which was one of the reasons why, back during training camp, my thoughts were if no one's signing Ezekiel Elliott to, a more expensive contract than they could offer, I want him back here. And I guarantee you he would have been fine being the backup and he's my guy on 1st and goal from the 5. And they just don't push the ball into the end zone well enough. You mentioned the fumble, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was 1st and goal at the 1. They had 2nd and 1 at the 2, and they gained 1 yard. You got to get that ball in the end zone.
Yeah.
And they've just had problems, but whether it's the offensive line or how they're hitting the holes there, but I think that when they've been somewhat successful running it in, they've attacked the edges. They got the ball on the outside, and they've used their speed more so than trying to use some power. And the weird thing on the fumble, Lipke had 2 other carries on. I don't remember if it was 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1, and he got the first down. So it was just a bad exchange. I don't know. It's hard to say, well, it was that guy's fault or that guy's fault. They just didn't connect on the handoff because he got in the end zone, by the way.
If you
need the ball.
I don't know that there's 2 games left. If you were grading the Cowboys' run offense this year, what would you give the Cowboys' run offense grade?
Average.
Yeah, so like a B.
Yeah, B minus. I mean,
yeah. I'm kind of with you on that.
I was trying to see I was going to look real quick what they were averaging. I don't think they were at more than 4.41 a carry. It's got to be better than that. And I don't believe it has been. And for a while there, till kind of the end of the 5-game winning streak, they were just averaging 3.9 a carry. And it's got to be better. And so it just they haven't been able to hit that big play. Like a 20, 30, 40-yard run. It just doesn't happen. And those were the things they got from Pollard last year. But they really haven't hit any plays like that they just exploded for a huge game. And Mike McCarthy's big on big plays, right? You got to hit big plays, and they just really haven't done that.
Mickey, you were spot on. 4.1 yards per attempt. Good for 16th. So right in there. Right in their average.
Right?
Yeah.
With the league. So, I think that, Mike, here's the deal. They haven't been good enough or explosive enough to cause team defenses to adjust to stopping the run.
Yeah, I'm with you.
If you go back and look at this last game, there were snaps where Miami had both safeties 15 to 20 yards off the line of scrimmage. So basically they're saying, okay, you can nibble around underneath, but you're not going to go over the top and beat me. And they pretty much consistently did that. And then used the blitzes that I was talking about earlier to really put the pressure on Dak. And I think I've said this before, after the Cowboys, up and down the field, the first two possessions, it was like, okay, we got to do something because Dak's going to beat us if we let him have time in the pocket. And that's when they started the blitzing, especially with 43. Was that Van Ginkel?
Yep.
And they just really had troubles with him. And I know, they got him listed as outside linebacker, but a lot of times when the Cowboys were in, 3 wide, he basically was the defensive end over there. And there was a few times they just totally whiffed on him, like didn't touch him. And it's like, oh, man, you got to be more aware.
Mickey, we appreciate your time. Go get some more answers from Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, let's see what we got today.
Absolutely. Appreciate you, sir.
Okay, see you guys.
Talk to you tomorrow. That's Mickey Spagnola, Dallas Cowboys insider from DallasCowboys.com. Joins us every day right here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, you know what time it is. It's time for Baseball Nuggets.
Can this Ranger carry over his 2023 success to 24? Next.
'Tis the season for a lot of folks to put on.
This segment on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
2-1. Here's the pitch. Bregman swings. It's a high drive to deep left field. Coming back is Carter. He's on the track. He's at the wall. He leaps, and he makes the catch at the 366 sign. Altuve all the way down to second base, returns to first. Another tremendous play by Evan Carter in front of the garage door in left field.
That's a double play.
Yeah,
because Altuve forgot to touch second base going back.
That's right. I mean, one of the many plays that Evan Carter made towards the end of the season and through the playoffs for your Texas Rangers. It's KNC Masterpiece here on 105 Through the Fan. I'm Reginald Atatula. That's Mike Bassick. And with no further delay, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Well, I wanted an Evan Carter highlight there, and thanks a lot, Chris, for that one.
Hey, you remembered your name.
Yeah, see?
Let's go.
I don't know his last name, though. Chris
Strong. It's
Oh, is it Strong?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I thought that I was making that up in my head.
Yeah, his name does sound kind of fake.
Yeah, Chris Strong. It's a good name, though. All right, so I want to talk about Evan Carter, the man who just turned 21 years old right before he got called up to the major leagues. I can't remember his exact birthday, but it was he was 20 most of the year.
Right. And then he won a World Series before his rookie year, because this is going to be his rookie season, right?
Yeah, he will be. I haven't looked at. It'll be interesting when we go to Vegas for the Super Bowl. I'm going to look at
when you guys go to Vegas.
I'm going to look at all of those like MLB like fun things to bet on, like Rookie of the Year odds, MVP odds, just like to have some fun.
Just drop a few dollars on various things and see if you can make out like a bandit.
Yeah, and just to have fun with it. For stuff like that, you know. But here's the article on MLB.com. will these strong finishes carry over into 2024? And I found this really interesting. So I wanted to click on it and see who was on this list and if there are any Rangers. Number 1 on the list is Evan Carter. And this is what the article says on Evan Carter before I get to other players. And I don't even know if I want to get to other players. But it said, Carter didn't make his debut until September 8th, but he left a lasting imprint on the season nevertheless. The 21-year-old produced a 1.6 WAR in just 23 games in the regular season, slashing .306, .413, and .645 with 5 home runs and 12 RBIs and 3 steals. Remember, that was in 23 games. Carter further raised his profile in the postseason, showing poise beyond his years while reaching base at a .417 clip and collecting a playoff record 9 doubles over 17 games for the World Series champs. With a well-rounded skill set and an excellent grasp of the strike zone, the number 8 overall prospect has a chance to be special. And so, I mean, obviously, we know all these things being here in Texas, Ranger fans, and how good he could be. I've been following him for years. I've been talking about Evan Carter for years, ever since I got tipped off going into the 2021 season that, hey, when they took this kid 50th overall and everybody said they made a big risk, a big reach on this guy, he's not. In fact, I got somebody at that point saying, I hate doing comparisons, but I'd compare him to Christian Yelich. And that was in going into 2021 where Yelich was a perennial MVP candidate in the National League. Now, I don't know if what's going to happen to his career, but I do find it very interesting because if you look at what he did last year, and I kind of went through the stats, but if you look at .307 batting average in the regular season and an on-base percentage of .413, an OPS of 1.059, just an OPS of 1 is top 5 player in the game. Right. So I don't know if he's going to have an OPS of 1, whatever. Let's just say 1.0 for his rookie year next year, where last year he got 23 games. But I was wondering, Reggie, where do we think Evan Carter is going to be in 2024? Because what he did last year, if he were to do that, he played in 40 games total, 23 in the regular season, 17 in the postseason. He would be one of the 10 best outfielders in all of baseball. You would have him there with Mookie Betts, Aaron Judge, Juan Soto, Mike Trout, Ronald Acuna Jr., just going through the top of my head, some of the best outfielders in the game. Their numbers are all different, right? Aaron Judge does it a lot through power when he's healthy. Mookie Betts doesn't do it a lot through power. He does it a lot through a whole bunch of different ways. And Mookie Betts, I guess, can take out of the conversation because he's a second baseman now. But if you look at what Evan Carter did, if he's able to do that in 2024, if over a 6-month period, there's going to be ups and downs, but over a 6-month period, if he's around a 300 batting average, around a 400 on base percentage, and let's just drop it to a 900 OPS, if he's around that, he's already one of the 10 best outfielders in the game of baseball. Do you think he can do that quickly?
That feels unfair to expect him to do that quickly, but also it felt unfair to bring him up and expect him to be, a major player on a World Series type champion, and that's exactly what he was able to do. I think you mentioned an interesting part of it because we'd have to extrapolate a relatively small sample, still, a decent small sample, but a relatively small sample to 162 games plus whatever postseason you end up with. And I don't know that you can do that, right? We hear often about how the MLB season is a marathon and not a sprint. Yeah. And obviously there's going to be ups and downs, particularly with this dude, but with any player. But I think he could be close, right? He's shown the capability, right? The defense was at a incredible level. The speed that he demonstrates.
And he never played left field. He's only played probably left field in, I'm going to guess, in the minor leagues. He probably played 40 games in his life until he got called up and then played 40 games in the major leagues. He probably only has 80 games in his life of playing left field because he's a center fielder that they moved to left field. So just to show, when he did have some issues, Kevin pointed out his issues at times in left field. And
that was the only thing Kevin pointed out.
There were some times that he struggled in left field, but it was not because of lack of ability. It's just when you don't play left field and you play center field your whole life, that is a big adjustment that I think that he will make. He might move back to center field.
Can you explain why that is? Because obviously, like center field, you're more likely to get balls that go, more direct to where they're going as opposed to curving or what have you.
There's going to be a hook or a slice a lot of times on fly balls to left and right field. Let's just take the majority of hitters are right-handed. They're usually going to hook the ball a little bit when they hit the ball to left field. Not all the time, and then sometimes you get a guy that, inside outs the ball. And what that means is you get kind of a slice on the ball, or if you're left-handed, you'll get kind of a slice on it, but that is also a hook for a right-hander. So you have to deal with the ball not having complete and total backspin all of the time. The other thing too is the fence is a little bit different. There's a fence to the right of you. There's no fence to the right or left of you in center field. So now when you're running hard, and he can fly, by the way, when he's flying into the corner in left field, he has to now wonder, where's the warning track? How many steps do I have? Where's the wall there? When he's going back on a ball, obviously you're playing closer to the fence in left and right field than you are in center field. Center field is approximately 400 feet away from home plate. You're going to have a lot more room to go back on balls than you are in left field. That wall's going to get closer. We saw that Bregman play. He honestly didn't have to really jump on that. He did, but it was that corner, that weird corner that you have there in Houston, where he wasn't exactly sure how close he was to the wall in that situation. So you just have to learn the fields more. You're closer to fences all of a sudden. And I don't know if he's going to be a left fielder for his career. There's a good chance that he does transition back to center field at some point. I'm not trying to. Leody Taveras was a great player, an awesome player. I want him back on the Rangers. I do think Leody will be back with the Rangers, so he's probably going to have to play left field this next season for the Texas Rangers. But I wanted to look real quick, Reggie, at his offensive numbers the last 2 years, 2023 and 2022 in the minor leagues, because I do think that you can't say he's going to replicate his minor league numbers.
Sure.
But we're looking at 40 games in the major leagues where he had a 400 on base, a 300 batting average, and a pretty much 1,000 OPS.
And I think we should also acknowledge that, like, the stakes that he's coming up to the bat with, because like that does change the way that these at bats go, or at least it changes the ways that it feels, and he delivered in those circumstances.
In 108 games last year in the minor leagues, he batted 288 with a 413 on base percentage and an 863 OPS overall. So that's at pretty much two levels. There were 3 games that he had to go back and rehab and play at rookie ball. Now, I want you to remember that number, 108. In 2022, he played in 106 games, and that was in high A ball and double A. He had a 295 batting average, a 397 on base percentage, and an 885 OPS.
That's pretty stable.
It's pretty stable, right? So 1,000, like what he did in having an OPS of 1, that hasn't shown so far in his age 19 and 20. Now, the one thing I wanted to point out to you was 106 and 108. In 2021, 32. He had back issues at a very early age, obviously 18 years old. He has been I don't want to say unhealthy. He's been a guy that struggled with minor injuries in 2022 and 2023. Now, if I add the major league games to it, 23, that gives him then 108 plus 23, 131 games. But if you look at it, he has had trouble staying healthy for a whole season and not going on the injured list for a little bit of time the last 2 years. So that's one thing that I want to point out with Evan Carter. It's not the Josh Young situation. Josh Young, in a weird way, 2019 draft pick, he was hurt every year in the minor leagues and kind of somewhat major injuries where he didn't have many games played in the minor leagues when he came up to the major leagues for the most part.
It delayed his debut.
Yeah. And so I just want to point out multiple things. Evan Carter has proven in the minor leagues at every level he's a 300 hitter and a 400 on base percentage. He's not a 1,000 OPS guy. Now, maybe that changes over time. Look, he looks like he has the ability to put on 10 to 20 pounds with no problem because he is a thinner guy. But remember, he should be somewhat a junior or senior at Duke right now. Now, he graduated early from high school, but I mean, he's still of the age where at this point, you were just drafting Jack Leiter. You hadn't even drafted Kumar Rocker yet. He's still a year away from being drafted by the Texas Rangers at the age that Evan Carter is. So there's time for his body to develop more, for more power to develop. If you look at home runs the last few years, he had 10 in 2022. And he had 13 in 2023 in the minor leagues. Now, he played a little bit in the major leagues and had 5. That 5 was weird. That came out of nowhere in a way. He never showed the ability to hit the ball out of the park on a consistent basis. So to have 5 home runs in 23 games in the regular season, that kind of came out of nowhere. I do think his power is going to keep developing. I do see him being a potential 30 to 35 home run guy, but I see that closer when he gets to the age of 25 than at 21, 22, 23. Gotcha. I think he's going to be more of a 15 to 20 home run guy early on in his major league career. But this is a guy that I'm in love with, obviously. I think he's a franchise-changing player, but can he do what he did in 40 regular season and postseason games last year? That's a lot to ask, but I don't think he's going to be far off of those numbers.
Sure, and I think that's a fair expectation because he blew our minds with what he was giving us when he came up and, obviously helped this Rangers team to a World Series championship. It's the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Thanks for another great baseball nuggets, Mike. Coming up next, Are we basically locked in MVP in the NFL now, finally? And is this the closest that Dak will ever get to an MVP? We discuss it next on The Fan.
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Ravens stretch, 3 receivers to the right. Lamar Jackson fakes the toss to the right, throws across the middle. Touchdown! Zay Flowers! And the Ravens strike on back-to-back drives.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Reginald Atatula in for Kevin and Corey. Mike Bassick still hanging out with me on the KNC Masterpiece. Still.
After 1 hour.
That's right. He hasn't decided to go home. He hasn't abandoned me yet, and I appreciate him for that. I appreciate Chris Strong and the ones, twos, and I appreciate you rocking with us here. We got you till 2 p.m. as usual. You can always get involved with the program by texting in to the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053. We're also at 105.3 The Fan on YouTube and twitch.tv/DallasFanCam. You heard a play from Lamar Jackson, and at this point, he is the odds-on favorite to be the MVP this year. However, not too long ago, that was your very own Cowboys quarterback, Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
And he's played incredible. There was a good, 6 to 8 week stretch where he looked like he was the single best quarterback in the league. And I know that that's lofty, but that is true. However, at this point, he is not even top 5 when it comes to odds. He's not off the board, but he's not top 5. And with that being the case,
and with 2 weeks to go, he can't.
That's right.
He can't make up the time. He can't. No matter what he does, if he throws 6 touchdowns on Saturday night and they win 52-14, and then they have to play Washington and he plays the whole game because there's an opportunity to move up to the division championship. You win the division, and he throws another 5 touchdowns. I don't think, even if he were to throw like 10 touchdowns in the next 2 games, I don't think at this point he can overcome the 5 guys ahead of him.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And with that being the case, you brought this question up, and I think it's a really good one. Is Dak Prescott, is this the closest that he'll get to an MVP in his career? Because this is a question that we were having. There's been times in this career where he's looked great for a month or 2 months, and then the season just does not pan out to a point where he's in the conversation.
So I thought there was a 0% chance that he would ever win an NFL MVP coming into the season. And now I'm not this year, because I was like, wow, I can't believe that there's 4 games left and he's the favorite to do this. If he can go 3-1 down the stretch here after killing Philadelphia, he really can do this. He could really win the MVP. So now I have that he can accomplish this in another season at a 10% chance, because obviously you're going to have people like Mahomes, and Josh Allen hasn't won one yet, and we'll get to Lamar Jackson here in a minute or two, but you just start looking at the competition. It's always going to be high competition. This year, for some reason, I don't want to say there's low competition, but nobody would have guessed that it would come down to, I guess, Lamar Jackson and Christian McCaffrey maybe in first and second place voting.
Those are the 2 leaders. After that, it's Josh Allen and Tua.
Yeah, the 2 guys you just played, they actually got elevated big time because they beat the Dallas Cowboys here late in the year, and Dak got sent down because of those 2 losses. So I think that I wouldn't bet on it. Like if I was going to Vegas, I wouldn't bet on next year Dak wins the MVP of the NFL. But I guess if the odds were right, and what I mean by that is like if he was like 8th or 9th on the board, I'd be like, you know what? Maybe the odds say, why not put $20 on this for fun that Dak could possibly win the MVP? So I do think there's a 10% chance the rest of his career. I'm assuming he plays about 6 to 8 more years. That's my assumption.
He's 30, so
yeah.
The ways that quarterbacks have played, getting to 35, 36, anywhere to 38 maybe, I think is a fair thing to think.
So I think so. I think that there's a chance. It's going to be tough with the competition, but now I believe that he has like a 10% chance to somewhat repeat this season, but finish strong at the end of the year rather than having 2 losses in the month of December that really kind of put you out of the race. I think almost anybody, if you lose 2 out of your last, let's say 4 games, and they're games that you're not like sitting out because of there's nothing on the line, I think it's tough to win the MVP if you go 2-2 in your last 4 games.
Yeah, I mean some of the MVP conversation in general is starting in the right place and then being able to grow into the right place. So like beginning a season with people believing that you are capable of doing it. And then you consider the fact that this is a Cowboys team that won 12 games the last 2 seasons.
Right.
And so expectations are already in such a place where, and I think with the ways that the Cowboys have not won a Super Bowl in 26 years and all those things, Cowboys regular season almost gets diminished in a way in people, in the general public's, the national media's perspective, because they're like, all right, cool, but are you going to do it in the playoffs? It's the same reason why we get this constant refrain of same old Cowboys, even though it's various different problems in different years. And I went and looked at Dak's stats for this year, because again, we are already in a place where we feel very confident that he's not going to win it this year. He leads the league in touchdowns right now with 30 touchdowns. He is second in touchdown percentage to Brock Purdy, who is playing, incredible when it comes to just his stats at the very least. When
he really screwed up his stats the other night.
Buddy, that was, 5 interceptions in that game. 4 interceptions for him. And I know a lot of them were tipped or whatever, but they end up going on your record and we end up talking about them. Hello, Dak Prescott last season. Dak Prescott this season, it's kind of funny looking at that last season because he's literally third in interception percentage. The only 2 quarterbacks with less interceptions or with a smaller interception percentage are C.J. Stroud and Kenny Pickett, right? Like, he is playing.
Kenny Pickett's not a good quarterback.
No, I don't believe so either. But Dak Prescott is putting together a season when numbers-wise and even like visually, the ways in which that it should be unassailable. And yet you get to this point where you're like, he's not close. And so that's the thing that makes me wonder is like, the team success, is it going to be there in the regular season where people are going to acknowledge it to a point where, okay, that brings Dak Prescott in? And especially if he's already putting up the numbers that you would typically look at and say that is going to get you to a place where you're in the conversation.
I guess the reason that I now believe he can be in the conversation in future years is he was the Vegas favorite with 4 games to go.
Okay.
Not a strong favorite, not where he was blowing away the competition, but he had moved himself from the start of November till early December into, wow, he literally, if he can have 4 really good games at the end of the year, he's going to be the MVP of the NFL. So I do believe he can accomplish that again. Do I think Patrick Mahomes is going to be this bad again ever in his career? I don't.
Or the Josh Allen Bills.
Right. And is Joe Burrow going to get hurt?
Yeah, a lot of the guys that we look at as kind of game breaker quarterbacks.
Where does Caleb Williams get drafted? Not that he's going to be an MVP candidate anytime soon, but I do think, Caleb Williams looks like talent-wise he has the future MVP type of stuff. Trevor Lawrence, is he going to stagnate where he's at 23, 24 years old, or is he going to get better? So I look at, there's going to be a lot of competition in the future. And then I'll further this conversation because we have about 5 minutes left here. Lamar Jackson's about to win as many MVPs as Patrick Mahomes has in his career. And now I'm not saying it's a lock yet. I think Lamar Jackson has to finish strong to finish this season, these last 2 games. But you now look at Lamar Jackson, and he's in his mid-20s. I think he's 26 years old. And he, right now, looks like he's going to win his 2nd MVP of his career. And I was just wondering, Reggie, I know you're a Lamar Jackson fan. I'm somewhat of a Lamar Jackson fan, to be honest. Like, I obviously card collect. I have some premium Lamar Jackson rookie cards.
Oh, so the MVP might make you some money here,
yes. Yeah. Now, I do know this. I do want to sell him as quick as possible because if he doesn't make it to the Super Bowl, people are going to go like, I don't care about his regular season. He's not a playoff quarterback, So, I mean, his whole deal is going to be playoffs. But I do think it's spectacular for a guy to be drafted in 2018 to start about halfway, a little bit past halfway through that season, to be in 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, in his 5th full season as quarterback. He's going to have 2 MVPs in 5 seasons?
Especially when you consider that he's had multiple seasons where he's missed the end of the season or near the end of the season with injuries, and those have derailed his opportunities at being in these awards. And so you get the full seasons that he's able to play, and he ends up near or in winning the MVP. It's kind of incredible because people don't talk about him like that.
Yeah, will people change their respect on him in 5 NFL seasons as a starting quarterback? I know that the first year he did quarterback, I believe he was 6-1 in the regular season. In 5 full seasons as a quarterback, starting the year as you're our quarterback, he wins 2 NFL MVPs. Josh Allen has 0. Joe Burrow has 0. Justin Herbert has 0. Like, I know I'm not trying to take shots at these guys. Dak has 0. Obviously, yes, Patrick Mahomes has 2. And he would tie Patrick Mahomes in the same amount of seasons as a starting quarterback, because this is the 6th year for Patrick Mahomes. He sat out his first year behind Alex Smith. He would have 2 MVPs. So in the 6 years that Patrick Mahomes has been in the league, he has 2, and then Lamar Jackson would have 2. That's pretty spectacular. And I don't want to say Lamar Jackson is the best quarterback in the NFL, but you have to start going, hey, why is Josh Allen better? Why do we put Josh Allen, who is great? I'm not trying to knock Josh Allen, but why is Josh Allen better than Lamar Jackson if Lamar Jackson is making the playoffs every year he's healthy, pretty much winning the division every year he's healthy, and then he has 2 MVPs in 5 years?
I think some of this, and I think you're right, but I think some of this is the thread between the two guys that we've discussed, is Lamar Jackson and Dak Prescott. We value so much a small sample of the playoffs. We value this elevated level of play, and as of right now, Lamar Jackson and the Ravens haven't done a lot in the playoffs compared to Josh Allen.
Right.
We will never be able to forget that what was that, the AFC Championship game, or what should have been the AFC Championship game that year, where the Chiefs and the Bills gave us this incredible game, to the point where you realize we changed the rules behind that game. We were like, Josh Allen doesn't get the ball in overtime. Wait, hold on. We got to switch this, right? And I think that those are the things that help elevate. Patrick Mahomes has Super Bowls when it comes to it. And, of course, the Chiefs as a team matter in that regard in getting those Super Bowls, but then that elevates the quarterback. We know that. And Josh Allen, I think, has benefited from that. And I think you're going to need to see that from the Ravens for, I think, a full acknowledgement of just how good Lamar Jackson has been to start his career.
So Josh Allen made the conference finals in 2020. He did that.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson hasn't. So he does have that over Lamar Jackson.
Yep.
But besides that, because if you don't know this, they were both drafted in the same draft. They were both 2018 first-round picks. Lamar Jackson, the last pick of the first round, and Josh Allen, what was he? I think the 5th or 6th pick. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank, but
That's
around.
A good question.
He was a top 10 pick in that draft. Baker Mayfield was 1, Sam Darnold was 3, and then Josh Allen, I believe, was 4, 5, or 6. Right
7.
Around. 7. Okay, thank you.
Just needed to go one more. You're going to be right.
And so I look at playoff status, and I guess you can say Josh Allen has been better in the playoffs. And I'll lean towards yes. I would agree with that statement, but not a lot better. He's been to 1 conference championship, never been to the Super Bowl, obviously. So I look at Lamar Jackson, and I know, look, it can quickly change. He could win the MVP, and in a way, I hope this doesn't happen for him. I am rooting for him because of kind of the hate that he takes, which I think is yes, you can be critical of him, but to say he's not a quarterback or he's not good, he's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL for the last 5 years. Not every year, right? I mean, there could be a year where you'd say, well, because you're talking about this, Reggie, well, he was hurt. Well, okay, well, he wasn't a top 10 quarterback that year because he's hurt. But if you take the last 5 years in the NFL, Patrick Mahomes is number 1, and it's not even close. Probably Aaron Rodgers is still in that over the last 5 years because he has 2 MVPs, I believe, in that.
I'll have to double check.
I know he has 1 for sure. And then I would say Lamar Jackson. It would be really tough. I think obviously Josh Allen is in the conversation. Joe Burrow's in the conversation. But
yeah, that's right. He had the 2 back-to-back FU MVPs.
Yeah, so in the last 6 years, if I include this year and I give it to Lamar Jackson, which isn't a for sure thing, but if I give it. So in the last 6 years, you have Patrick Mahomes with 2, Aaron Rodgers with 2, and Lamar Jackson with 2. Those are your MVPs. So wouldn't they kind of be the top 3 quarterbacks in the NFL?
Yeah, it's especially unless you're counting like the age and the ways that Aaron Rodgers is.
Right, and he's dropping off.
Yeah.
But if I include the last 5 years, he's a top 5 quarterback. So I just look at this MVP race. I do think Dak has a chance in future years where I thought he'd have 0 chance, but he has to win the division. 1, you're not going to be a wild card team and get the MVP. Unless you throw for 50 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, and I guess 5,500 yards, then they'll give it to a dude who finished, who didn't even win the division. And I know it's not all up to the quarterback, but that's the unfair part of MVP stuff.
Right.
Is you're going to have to win the division, 1, and then you're going to have a great year 2. And I do believe he can accomplish this. And I would say he probably needs to accomplish it in the next 3 years. I know that he has 6 to 8 more years left, but it's tough for me to go, all right, at 35, that's going to be the year he wins it.
And not just the age, right? We've just talked about how this is a team building thing. There's an understanding that the Cowboys are kind of in that window where they need to get something done, or else do you trust this team to then turn it all the way over again? I think that's also a part of
another
the
conversation
factor.
that we hopefully don't have, but can you, if the Cowboys do the exact same thing as last year and the year before and they lose in the divisional round, would Jerry say, screw it, let's F up the cap as much as possible in 2028. I'm going to put the best team on the field I can, knowing that I'm going to have a really crappy year down the road to try to clear a lot of money off the books.
Yeah, we'll put that one in the back pocket and hopefully never have to pull it out. It's the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's dip back into the Rangers for a second. It's been a quiet offseason for the Rangers. How has it affected you, the fans? We'll discuss it next on The Fan.
Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. I'm Reginald Atatula, who is sitting in for the vacationing Kevin Hagelin and Corey Majors. Mike Bassick back from vacation, spry, excited, hating skiing, but other than that, great.
But still think the Dallas Cowboys are the second best team in the NFC.
Yeah, so if Mike can be hopeful about the Cowboys, why not you? Why not
talk
you?
about that at noon, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right. That might go back the other way. My bad. But right now, there's a little bit of, I guess there should be hope for the Texas Rangers, who won the World Series championship just this past fall. And the offseason, off of the championship, we had the parade, we have all those things, and like there's a lot of hype, especially when you consider the last couple of offseasons, a lot of money has been thrown around with these Rangers. But since the World Series, it's been kind of quiet when it comes to the Rangers. They haven't signed very many we got Kirby Yates, a reliever, and has there been any other like moves that we could really note?
No. I mean, there was, I believe if I have the name right, I have to go look real quick. Diego Castillo, I believe, signed to a minor league deal, a reliever that used to be really good. But last year really struggled. But he's coming in on a minor league contract. They didn't even sign him to a major league contract. That's a split contract. So if he makes the team, he'll get his major league side of the contract, which can't be more than a little over $1 million. I don't know the exact numbers, but he's a guy that you hope that is one of those sparks that comes back to his old self, the way he pitched in 19, 20, 21 in the major leagues.
1920, good year.
But literally the Rangers are having a tough time signing people. They're already at a very high salary. I don't think people understand this if you're frustrated with the Rangers. They're already at over $200 million. I don't believe there's even 10 teams in the majors that spend over $200 million a year on players. Now, I get you just won the World Series. You want to defend that championship, and you want to bring back Jordan Montgomery. You want to add Josh Hader. You'd like to, now losing a guy like Mitch Garver, you'd like to bring in a guy like Justin Turner. You would like to, if the Dodgers are being a little bit stingy on Clayton Kershaw because they've spent so much money on Ohtani and Yamamoto, you'd like to maybe steal Clayton Kershaw away from the Dodgers so he can finish his career as a Texas Ranger and help you out. But the Rangers are limited budget-wise. And I hate saying this because I'm not part of the contract or anything, but I'm part of the television product, is because they're just not 100% sure what they're going to get from television revenue now because of the Bally situation. And I know it goes to bankruptcy court, and then there's decisions made on that then they have to work off of that, and then they're going to go to court again, but they don't know if it'll go favorably for them or unfavorably for them.
And I think one of the things that we do know is that Bally's not paying out the full amount that they had previously agreed with.
That's what it sounds like, and it sounds like, I can't remember the exact bankruptcy decision a couple of weeks ago, but Bally's won in the court, which it kind of put the Rangers in a little bit more of a situation like, dang it. Like, now we really don't know. I don't know this. I think Bally's is supposed to write a check for $110 million, not a lump sum before the season starts, but payments. And I think that they won in a way that they're probably not going to have to pay $110 million. I don't know what they're going to pay, how much they're going to pay if they make a deal with, was it Apple that they're trying to make a deal with, or
I don't recall that portion
Amazon
of it.
Prime, maybe. I can't remember that Bally's might be working on a deal.
I think it was Amazon, yes.
Amazon, thank you.
That they're to help cover some of their. Was that baseball related though?
I think they'd be selling it and being like maybe partnering.
The streaming okay, that's what it was. It was the streaming portions. Yes. Now they only have the streaming rights for I think 3 of the teams, and that does not include your Texas Rangers. But that's another way that Bally is trying to bring in revenue.
To sum it all up, the Rangers are going to have a tough time improving the team through free agency this offseason. Obviously, they've lost a few relievers that, I'm going to be honest, I'm not too worried about. Losing Mitch Garver does hurt this team right now. If they lose Jordan Montgomery, which it sounds like they probably will, that's going to hurt the team. But it's still a good team. It's still a good team, and I think the good thing is that I want to point this out. If you're a Ranger fan that's disappointed, I understand. Who have the Houston Astros signed this offseason?
I can't think of. I mean, I have not been keeping as close of tabs, but I don't think they've signed anybody notable.
Nobody.
Okay, very good.
So, I mean, when I say nobody, they might have signed a Kirby Yates type of guy, and I'm not trying to take a shot at, Kirby Yates.
Don't take shots at my bullpen, Mike.
But what I'm saying is they haven't added a starting pitcher. They haven't added an everyday player. They are also in a situation where they're budget-wise. They're like, look, this is what we have, and we're coming back with pretty much the guys that we have under contract, and we're going to roll with it. The Astros are interested in some relievers. The Rangers are still interested in some relievers. There's a lot of free agents out there. I just worry, or I'm concerned that the Rangers, budget-wise, just won't have the money to go out and spend another $30, $40 million in free agency this offseason per year to get somebody. But I do think the Rangers are going to come back with a good team, but I don't think they're going to overwhelm you at all in this free agency. I'm hoping there's like a trade that's available for the Rangers to maybe trade some of their minor league depth or their minor league talent to really help out this major league team where they feel like they have guys under control for 2 to 3 years. A team like Pittsburgh, you look at stuff like that. I know Emmanuel Clase's name has come up. I'd really love to have him.
Right.
But I've talked to Cleveland people and they said he did drop off this year. Now, is that who he is? They don't know.
Right.
But he has dropped off. Emmanuel Clase isn't as good as he used to be. And then the question is, was that a down year or is that a trend? Because when you throw that hard, it's tough to stay that hard for a long time. We had Aroldis Chapman this year. He still is good, but, I'd like to have Aroldis Chapman back, but you can see there is drop-off. With guys that throw that hard as a reliever,
right.
It's tough to stay at that level for a very long time.
No, for sure. Now, you're in talking about the ways and the reasons why maybe the Rangers have not been all that active in this offseason. It seems like they're going to bring back a team that looks somewhat similar, obviously minus Mitch Garver, minus maybe Jordan Montgomery. I think that's where we're leaning. Even if with a similar team, you were talking to me in the break about something that I guess I hadn't considered, is coming back with the same team for a championship team, a team that played well into November even. That kind of changes the math on it for your team, even with the same caliber of team, the same number of players. Why is that?
Ask the question again.
Well, because you were talking about like playing later into the season, how that affects the next season for a championship team.
Well, I think a lot of times when you talk to players that they had a playoff run and they played into the World Series, the next year can be a little bit of a struggle because their bodies didn't have the time to recover that it's used to recovering. October wasn't a recover month. That was the toughest part of your schedule was October. And so sometimes guys can come back and they're just a little bit more fatigued, especially the pitchers. And that's the guys. Now, if you look at it, Eovaldi pitched obviously a lot and pitched great in the month of October. How will that do with him pitching in April and May? And how much do you have to watch how much he pitches in April and May because you're worried about what happened to him this previous season where he really didn't pitch much in July or August at all and then came back in September almost rehabbing in the major leagues to see if he would have anything for you in October, and luckily he was great. You just look at your team and you go, okay, how is Spores going to come back? Is he going to come back as good as he was in the playoffs, or is it going to be kind of in between what he was in the regular season and the playoffs? You need him to be arguably your best relief pitcher. Jose Leclerc was amazing in the playoffs. Outstanding, amazing. Can he come back and be that consistent that he was somewhat in the playoffs? I know he gave up the home run to Altuve, but he was just pretty much perfect and nails in the playoffs. Can he be that? Because you really need that. If you look at your bullpen depth right now, you have Leclerc and Spores that you can really rely upon, and then the other guys are question marks. Some of them might do good. Some of them might have to designate for assignment. Nobody thought Diego Castillo, who you just signed, was going to be designated for assignment in 2023. You never know with some of these guys. I don't know what the Rangers are going to do the rest of this offseason. I believe in Chris Young, and I know that he's working this offseason on a limited budget. What I'm really hoping is somewhat during this season, the Rangers season, everything gets cleared up for like the next 5 to 10 years with their TV situation.
Right.
So you can really put together a strong budget. So from the top, Ray Davis, down to, let's say, Chris Young and Bruce Bochy, they know what their budget is going to be year to year because they know what checks are coming in from us, 105.3 The Fan, and from whoever is carrying the baseball games on television, that you have a better idea of the budget. The other thing, too, is losing Mitch Garver. I don't know this, and you don't want to do this to a young guy. This does really open up designated hitter. Does this give Wyatt Langford more right now, today, without, I don't know what they're going to do with other people. Does that, you want Wyatt Langford playing every day in the outfield if he's in the major leagues. So who do you move to designated hitter if Langford becomes part of your everyday lineup? Adolis Garcia is a Gold Glove Award winner. Evan Carter is the fastest guy in the outfield. Leody Taveras is a great defensive center fielder. The only thing that Leody Taveras lacks, and I don't think this is going to be accomplished, is he can't dive headfirst for a ball.
Right.
So there's a few plays a year, not a lot, but there's a few plays a year that he can't make because he can't dive headfirst. Besides that, he is an outstanding center fielder defensively. And if Wyatt Langford's this young guy who can really play out there too, I don't think you want to do this with Langford. And I haven't asked this question. Would you move him? And he's a Gold Glove first baseman now with Nate Lowe, you know. Would you move one of those guys to first base? Or would you just move one of those guys to DH? But now you have one of your best athletes, 4 of your best athletes, I'll say on the team. I'll throw Wyatt Langford on the team for today. 4 of your best athletes are Evan Carter's your best athlete on the team. Then Leody Taveras and Adolis Garcia aren't far behind.
Definitely up there.
And Wyatt Langford's 21 years old.
Mike, if I can, you mentioned Mitch Garver and us losing Mitch Garver. You also mentioned the Astros not doing anything this offseason. The Mariners have been the exact opposite. Do you feel that they've improved with their a million moves or downgraded?
I can't believe they weren't as good as I thought they'd be last year. The reason I'll say I picked the Rangers to win 84 games last year and just missed the playoffs. I thought Seattle and Houston would make the playoffs, and Seattle obviously just missed out. There were 2 days left. They had to win out to make the playoffs, and Seattle couldn't do it. Luckily, the Rangers won on that Saturday night. But I do think Seattle's a real threat. I do really like their team on paper. But Seattle has, when they've been a paper team, they haven't lived up to that expectation on paper on the field. They've just been a paper team. That could all change. Seattle looks like a really good team. If I was ranking the teams right now today, what they have today, I want to rank the Rangers number 1 in the West, but I think I'm being a little bit homerish with the rotation that they're going to put out to start the year. Because right now the rotation would be Eovaldi, opening day starter, John Gray starting game 2, Dane Dunning starting game 3, Andrew Heaney game 4, and Cody Bradford game 5. That's your starting rotation as of today?
Yeah, that's tough.
It's not a bad rotation, but it's not a championship rotation.
Especially considering the amount of payroll, as we're talking about, that you have in your starting pitching.
Yeah, because you're hoping that at some point Scherzer 1, probably coming back. I'm going to assume, maybe I'm wrong about this, Mahle number 2 coming back. Not that he's better than Jacob deGrom, but the expectation of them coming back next year and really helping the team. And then DeGrom number 3. If DeGrom can come back healthy, my gosh, if you could somehow sneak into the playoffs at whatever seed you are, and you had a healthy Scherzer, DeGrom, and Eovaldi, and you said, here's our 3, we'll figure out day 4 if we make a day 4 in the playoffs. That's really scary to the rest of Major League Baseball, but that's a lot of optimism, thinking that everybody's going to be healthy at the end of the year in your rotation.
It's KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll get more on this when we get into Gridiron Gravy. However, about an hour ago, the Cowboys activated offensive tackle Matt Waletzko and released linebacker Rashaan Evans. So we'll talk about that more when coming up next. Also, why Russell Wilson's season seems to be over. We'll do it next in Gridiron Gravy.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through the Fan. I'm Reginald Atatula, Mike Bassick here, as well as Chris Strong on the ones and twos, and you rock with us. Appreciate you doing so on a Wednesday in the Metroplex. A few things I want to note before we dip into gridiron gravy. The Cowboys have activated Matt Waletzko from injured reserve. He's an offensive tackle, and so there's some things that could be interesting there that we'll continue to talk about as we go along in the program. Also, and Mike, you mentioned this, I believe Brad Townsend was the first to let us know, but apparently the sale of the majority stake in the Dallas Mavericks was in fact unanimously approved by the NBA. And so the Adelson family is now officially the majority owners of your Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah.
So we can talk more about that as the show goes along. We got you till 2. But right now we want to go around the NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
Do we want to start by digging a little bit more into this Matt Waletzko thing? Matt Waletzko
let me ask this question.
Yes.
Does this mean, because we started to get, I'm not saying this isn't right or wrong, a little bit optimistic that Tyron Smith was going to play or is playing Saturday night. But if they're doing this, I'm just throwing this out as a question, does that mean they're a little bit more concerned about Tyron Smith coming back and being 100% healthy for not only Saturday night, but for the rest of the way? I don't know. Or is Rashad Evans, I'm throwing these out as questions, is Rashad Evans so bad at linebacker that they're just like, just release him? We tried it. He was a first-round pick. He's not good. We tried to recycle him. It just didn't work out. I'm throwing this out as questions, as you're releasing a linebacker, which you lack a lot of depth in.
Yeah.
And you're adding an offensive lineman, and I'm not saying you don't lack depth at offensive line. Everybody lacks depth at offensive line. There's just not enough good ones to go around, and backups for sure. I'm just asking the question on why did the Cowboys do this today?
Well, if you want to take Mike McCarthy at his word, he was obviously on the podium maybe about 30 minutes ago. He said, quote, "These are really conversations that have been going on for weeks. We feel Wally is ready to go." Close quote. He went further to kind of talk about how he believes the importance of offensive line depth and feels that Waletzko has maximized his opportunity in the weight room while on the IR, which I guess points to the idea of like strength at the tackle position, and said that Rashaan Evans was a tough move with roster healthy. So I think that does point to somewhat the idea of health being a decision-making factor in this move, bringing, obviously, let's go, if he was healthy coming off the injured reserve was something you wanted to do, but...
Is he a possibility of starting this Saturday night?
I don't know. We'll have to ask as we continue to go along, and I don't know if that was asked in the course of the McCarthy presser, but as of right now, that's kind of what I see as far as Matt Waletzko. Rashaan Evans was released, as we mentioned, or waived rather. I wonder if that's someone that you see if he clears and then bring him back to the practice squad just to keep him around. But yeah,
because all it takes is this week, not wishing or hoping or anything, but just the reality of this in the NFL, especially how many injuries we see late in a year. If a linebacker gets hurt here Saturday night, you got to bring Rashad Evans back to the active roster.
Right.
So I guess... I didn't think he was that bad. I didn't think he was good. Don't get me wrong. But you lack a lot of depth at linebacker. It's just interesting to me. You have to release somebody. It's interesting to me that linebacker would be the spot that you're releasing from your team.
So as we go around the NFL in Gridiron Gravy, I did mention that Russell Wilson's season might be done. In fact, Ian Rappaport of NFL.com, of NFL Media, lets us know that the Broncos are in fact benching Russell Wilson for the final 2 games of the season to get Jarrett Stidham some starts. So the idea is actually financially based. We know that Russell Wilson is due $39 million fully guaranteed next season rather. And then another $37 million is due the season after that, which is guaranteed for injury. And so the idea of benching him now sets up a decision for Russell Wilson in a couple of months on how they go when it comes to the money of this.
So they have the 14th pick right now. I know you're talking about the money of it. I'm just wondering if you want to tank to get way up in the draft. Right now, at number 10 is the Atlanta Falcons, the 10th overall pick at 7-8. Denver is 7-8 with the 14th pick, and obviously Minnesota has the same record. There's a lot of teams at 15 who has a 7-8 record too. I'm wondering, in a weird way, if Denver's looking at, if we lose out, we go to 7-10. Could that put us in the top 10 picks? And how important is that? Especially, they traded so many picks away for Russell Wilson, so many picks away for Sean Payton. I'm just wondering if they're looking at this first-round pick and going, we need it to be in the top 10 to really help out this team because we lack salary cap space and we lack future draft picks.
Do they have this first round pick?
They do.
Yes,
I'm
they
on
own
Tankathon.
They
have it at 14 right now overall. I don't know if they have their second round, third round pick, all those things. They probably don't.
They don't have their second. They have their third. They have their fourth.
The other thing, too, is...
Or a fourth.
If you move into the 7th, 8th, 9th pick situation and you lack a lot of picks, and you're like, hey, there's a great offensive lineman there, but we don't need one offensive lineman. We need a lot more.
Trade back possibilities.
Yeah, let's trade to 13. Let's pick up a second-round pick that we don't have this year. So now we have a first and second-round pick again. Like, I'm just wondering if they're looking at it as an asset management thing. I do think injury, one, to Russell Wilson. That's number one. Number two, can we move into the top 10, and then does that become a valuable pick to trade down out of to then get some of the picks back that we traded for Sean Payton and Russell Wilson?
Talking about benching quarterbacks, the Washington Commandos, or Commanders, if you want to be official, have decided that they are going to bench Sam Howell to start Jacoby Brissett. So it seems like the Sam Howell era and experiment is, in fact, done in Washington.
I'm not going to comment too much on this because one of my questions, and Mike Ask All the Football questions, will be about the NFC East quarterback situation.
Okay, no problem. But now that brings Jacoby Brissett, who I think honestly looks like a better quarterback. I wonder if they were kind of in a place where Sam Howell, they were still trying to figure him out, but then also they got to a point where like, hey, if we keep losing some of these games, we can put ourselves in a position to maybe move on and find another quarterback.
Right now, Washington has the 3rd overall pick in the draft.
Yeah. Although I don't know that jives with Ron Rivera, who I imagine is coaching for a job in a way.
I do think, I don't know if they'll do this, but I think they want to keep Bieniemy. I'm not saying he's done great there. I'm not saying he's done bad there either. But I do think that was a good get for them, a surprising get to get Eric Bieniemy away from Kansas City, which is another question is that how much is that hurting Kansas City that Eric Bieniemy isn't there? I know he wasn't calling plays there, but he was a major part of their coaching staff. That he's not there anymore. He goes to Washington. It isn't helping out Washington at all. I don't think they want to get rid of him. I'm wondering if he gets elevated when they fire Ron Rivera. I guarantee you on Monday, the day after the season is over,
Black Monday, as they like to call it,
I would bet a lot of money that Ron Rivera will be announced Monday morning that he is not the coach of Washington anymore.
Yeah, I'd put a very much smaller amount of money along with your money on that same thing. I could see it where Bieniemy steps up as the coach in that instance, but we'll have to see. All that we know right now, Sam Howell is probably not going to be the quarterback for the rest of the season, or at least for Sunday. We don't know if they flip back. But it seems like that might be a thing and probably should be. Like the arm talent is kind of there, but it doesn't matter. He likes running around, even though he's not good at throwing on the run. It just doesn't come together as a quarterback.
I thought it was the weirdest thing that they fell in love with a quarterback that played one game last year against a team that wasn't trying to win a football game. The Cowboys were sitting out that game, and they said, boy, this Sam Howell's great, isn't he? And I'm like, he's playing against a minor league football team right now that isn't trying to put together a game plan to beat you. They're running the most basic defense they can with the least talented players that they're putting out there, because if any of them get hurt, they're like, well, that didn't hurt us that much because they're not that important. Nothing against the guys that played there, your NFL players. But the Cowboys were trying to lose that game, or at least were putting in very little effort to win that game because they were getting ready for the playoffs. And they were like, Sam Howell just beat the Dallas Cowboys. This is amazing. That's a 12-4 team he just beat. I'm like, they weren't trying at all. How are you making an evaluation on Sam Howell in a minor league football game?
Yeah, I think it was just like, hey, we saw a little spark. Let's see if we can get more of that. And this entire season was like, oh, nope. Just we saw that wrong. We saw that wrong.
It'll be interesting as I get to football questions at 12:20.
Yeah.
what Washington does at quarterback and how much that could change their outlook.
What a tease. I'm excited for that. It seemed like a lot of people were excited for football on Christmas. We got numbers when it comes to ratings. Ravens-Niners, big Monday Night Football game on ESPN Christmas night that kind of...
It wasn't on ESPN because it was on blacked out
Oh, that's
ABC.
right. It's on ABC because ESPN had the Mavs game. That's right.
Yeah.
Well, maybe the blackout in Dallas changed these numbers a little bit. 27.2 million on Christmas night. A little bit less impactful game when you talk about the ways in which the Ravens went up very quickly early, and it looked like that was largely a done deal. However, CBS announced that 29 million people turned in for Raiders Chiefs. That was the
first game.
The first game on Christmas.
And Eagles Giants?
We don't have numbers. Fox hasn't let us know what the Eagles Giants number is. But I mean, big numbers for NFL on Christmas. Do you think that they get real greedy in this regard?
Yeah, I didn't know that you were doing this.
Okay.
Because I want to know how bad the NBA got hit by this.
Yeah.
And that is, I don't think, look, if Christmas falls on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the NFL can't do this. It's impossible to kind of, you can have one game, maybe two on Thursday, but this late in the year, it's tough to put two games on Thursday and start messing with people's schedule. But I do think the NFL looks at this and go, on Saturday, on Sunday, and on Monday, if those dates ever have Christmas Day on them, we're rolling out 3 games and 3 major games, or at least try to, because we can look. Whether they'll never admit this, Jerry Jones and the NFL owners are trying to end the NBA. They would like for the NBA not to exist. It always will, but they want to kill the NBA. Christmas Day is kind of an NBA day. It's almost like their kickoff to the season, even though it's game like 28 or 30 of the year. They're trying to have Christmas Day be, hey, college football's over for the most part. Yes, you have 3 games that matter, and I know there'll be more in the future, but the NFL looks at it and go, hey, we can kill, a lot of times we can kill the NBA getting a little bit of hype and a little bit of recognition in late December. So 3 out of 7 years, we can kill it. And they will kill it.
Well,
and it'll be intentional. There's no love between all these leagues. I'd like to just make this as clear as possible. If you think all the teams are actually rooting for all of the teams in our Metroplex that we are rooting for, they are not. The Cowboys want to dominate this Metroplex and do not want the Rangers to do anything, and vice versa for all the teams. Publicly, they say the right public things. Privately, they want all the action going their way.
Real quick before we wrap up Gridiron Gravy here, the rich get richer. Sebastian Joseph Day was cut by the Los Angeles Charger, or released rather is the right term. It was somewhat surprising. He was the team captain and he'd started all 14 games to that point. And now he will be playing with the San Francisco 49ers. And a defensive tackle, big free agent signing when he went to the Chargers, and now, they needed some interior line defensive depth. The Niners did. See, it seems crazy to say the Niners needed anything in particular. They needed that. They'll sign a 1-year deal with Sebastian Joseph Day, and so they get a little bit of a reprieve. The poor San Francisco 49ers, nothing's going their way, really needed help, and they got a little in Sebastian Joseph Day, defensive tackle.
Yeah, I was just thinking about their trades of Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey over the last few years.
And then they had Chase Young this year as well.
But look, they drafted Trey Lance. I mean, he might be listening, but Trey Lance was a super bust. They were expecting the franchise to be led by Trey Lance till about 2035. And they've had major mistakes. That's a major mistake. And it didn't matter. Can you imagine trading all you have to trade for to go up to number 3? And it wasn't like they traded from 5 to 3. To trade all the way up to put your whole franchise on a quarterback and it not even come close to working out, and it doesn't hurt the franchise at all.
Yeah, really, really frustrating, especially if you're the Dallas Cowboys. It's the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, do you still believe the Cowboys are Super Bowl contenders? We'll discuss it next on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105 through The Fan. I'm Reginald Atatula in for Kevin and Corey, both out this week. But, of course, Mike Bassick rolling alongside with me as well as you. Chris Strong on the ones and twos, but you rock with us, and we appreciate you doing so, making this one of the best shows in the Metroplex, if I do say so myself. You can always get involved with the program and help make the show great by texting in to the truckwreck.com text line. That number is 877-881-1053. Again, 877-881-1053. You can also catch us on YouTube, 105 through The Fan on YouTube if you want to find us there, and any other segment that happens. You can watch the live stream, but then also Carter Freeman does a fantastic job clipping videos of various segments, and you can go through and watch those. Those are always great, including Masterpiece of the Week, which every once in a while, if I'm just not feeling great, I'll just go back and run maybe 4 or 5 Masterpieces of the Week. I'm feeling great at that point. Also, twitch.tv/DallasFanCam, a great community of Twolos and YOLOs, I guess is what we're calling them, on the internet side of things. But appreciate you rock with us wherever you're listening, however you're listening. Thank you for making us a part of your day. This is 105 through The Fan, home of your Dallas Cowboys. And look, I don't think that there's very many people who would like your Dallas Cowboys to be in a Super Bowl more than the people that work at this station. Look, is that a fair statement, Mike?
Can you imagine the heat that you'd get if the Cowboys actually made it? Let's just go one step backwards, an NFC championship game.
Buddy, ratings are booming.
The ratings are always higher during Cowboys season.
That's right.
Especially, for sports talk radio. And that's with the Cowboys never doing anything. They do make the playoffs. I shouldn't say never do anything, but...
And they win regular season games, too. They win at a high rate.
Never really getting that heat that you get when you make it to a Super Bowl.
That's right.
And so if they made it to a Super Bowl... My gosh, I don't know. The casual fan, I guess you're maybe not casual listening right now because a lot of people are still on vacation right now.
You're a hardcore Tolo. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. But, can you imagine if the Cowboys made it to a Super Bowl, what the ratings would be like in the offseason, what the ratings would be like the ratings are already number 1 in the world when it comes to Cowboys games. It would even go up another 10 to 20%.
That's right. I mean, we talk about the Cowboys Nation as having apathy, and this is the way that Cowboys Nation shows up. And with that being the case, I say all that to say we're in this place now where after a couple of losses to some relatively good teams in the AFC, when we talk about the Dolphins and the Bills, do you still believe in this Cowboys team as a Super Bowl contender? Because, look, as the year goes along, it feels like it's natural. We whittle that away. There's points in the season where we go, that team, the Kansas City Chiefs, for example, we naturally always give them a feeling of that's going to be a Super Bowl contender because they have the quarterback. They have, some talented pieces. The defense was playing well. And, of course, yes, the head coach, a Hall of Famer in his own right. And now you look up and, they are not playing well. Travis Kelce is saying that their woes is not just one guy. They have a wide receiving core that seems to make their quarterback miserable at this point.
I've said it's the worst in the NFL for 2 months now.
And I don't think
people have been questioning me on that I'm like, dude, I watch this Kansas City Chiefs team. I'm not telling you I really want to watch the Pittsburgh Steelers play, so I don't know their whole wide receiver core. I don't know Kenny Pickett's not good at football, but it's horrible.
Yeah.
It is horrible. That's the reason. Kansas City, Patrick Mahomes is not having a great year. Patrick Mahomes has been dealing with, for 15 games now, incompetent NFL wide receivers. And they don't run the right routes. They drop the balls on them. They obviously have the most drops in the NFL. It's just, you start losing confidence or trying to do too much because of the crap that's around you. And so that's why Kansas City is dealing with what they're dealing with this year. But back to our Dallas Cowboys.
Right. All things considered, the Kansas City Chiefs are out of contention.
I can't believe I'm saying this. The Cowboys hater, according to my son.
That's right.
I still think the Cowboys are Super Bowl contenders. You can kill me. I'm being too optimistic.
Well, don't kill Mike.
I understand. Well, not literally.
Yeah, that'd be a little bit too far.
I understand how bad they are on the road. 3-5 is a bad record on the road. And they're going to probably have to go on the road for 3 games to make it to the Super Bowl. But I'm not saying the San Francisco 49ers are as bad as they were on Christmas night. They're not. That's the worst game they've played all year in a big situation at home. They played horrible, led by Brock Purdy. But we just saw Brock Purdy under a lot of pressure throw 4 interceptions. Can the Cowboys create that pressure? Can Brock Purdy have a bad game in a big situation? Maybe he can. Maybe he's not ready to win an NFC championship game. And the Cowboys would have to get to that situation. They'd have to win 2 road games, and I'm assuming that they would play San Francisco in the 3rd road game. Maybe they have to play them in the 2nd road game. I don't know. But the Cowboys, to me, are still the 2nd best team in the NFC. And if I believe they're the 2nd best team in the NFC, and I could be wrong on that, and maybe not a lot of people are with me on this. I can't believe I'm doing this as a Cowboys hater. But I still think they're a Super Bowl contender. And I know they got destroyed by Buffalo. That's a bad matchup. San Francisco's a bad matchup. Baltimore's probably a bad matchup. They're a track meet team, and so if a team is built to bully them, it's a bad matchup for the Cowboys because they don't want to play bully ball. They're scared to death of it. And they quit. In the 3rd quarter, they've consistently quit against bully ball. They quit against Buffalo. They quit against San Francisco. I'm not saying they would have won, but they're so demoralized and so physically and mentally beat by the physicality of the other team. They're just like, we quit. We don't want to play this game. This game stinks. But I still think, in a weird way, I still think they're one of the 5 best teams in the NFL. And if I think they're one of the 5 best teams in the NFL, that gives them a chance to win it all.
I don't think you're wrong. From the 469, Mike is still high from Colorado. No. Mike
I went to Utah. I don't know if you can get high in Utah or not.
That's a great question. Chris, can you
I didn't do drugs in Utah, so
that we know of.
I'll do some searching on that. I don't think it's legal.
Okay, very good. Thank you for asking. For following up on that.
I did smell weed being around the slopes.
Oh, so we're just dealing with the contact high. That's no biggie, yeah.
But I understand. I'm probably going to be in the minority in this situation. I'm not saying I love these Dallas Cowboys. These Dallas Cowboys are great. These Dallas Cowboys should make the Super Bowl. But I think they're better than Philadelphia. I think they're better than Detroit, and we're going to find out Saturday night if they're better than Detroit. I don't think they're better than San Francisco. Tampa's starting to worry me, and we'll get into that in the next segment. But I think the Cowboys can make it to a Super Bowl. But I will say this. Hey, probably Trent Williams needs to stay hurt. Brock Purdy needs to go into a slump. Like if Trent Williams is completely healthy, Brock Purdy is playing at a high level. No, they can't beat San Francisco. But you know what? San Francisco maybe isn't going to be healthy for the playoffs. And Brock Purdy might just be a second-year, 7th round quarterback when we get to the playoffs. I know he beat you last year, so it's tough to be like, yeah, he can't beat you. He already beat you in the playoffs. But I'm trying to be optimistic on this, and I'm going to be honest with you. Maybe you're like me. The Rangers did not play well in September. The Rangers were thinking about calling up Wyatt Langford, who had about 45 minor league games under his belt because the offense was struggling in the month of September. They lost, if I have the number right, they lost by over 30 runs in a 3-game series to the Houston Astros in early September, the 4th, 5th, and 6th. And then they beat the Houston Astros all 4 games on the road. So maybe, just maybe, I am way too optimistic on the Dallas Cowboys because of what the Texas Rangers did. And it's a totally different sport and a totally different team. But the Rangers, I think, surprised everybody in Major League Baseball that they were good enough to win the World Series. And the Cowboys are good. And maybe they just are good enough and they draw the right matchups and they get hot at the right time.
Right.
Micah Parsons is arguably the best defensive player in the NFL. Dak Prescott, I know he's fallen out of favor in the MVP voting, but maybe this year in the NFC, he's the best quarterback in the NFC. And if that happens, if he's the best quarterback, if he's better than Jalen Hurts, he's better than Jared Goff, he's better than Brock Purdy, he's better than Baker Mayfield, then maybe you can still make it.
Now, I think you speaking to, the idea of the way that Dak has played this season, but more importantly, Micah Parsons, I think when you talk about Super Bowl contending as well, one of the things that comes to mind for me is, do you have some elite portions of your team, some elite aspects of your team that you can lean on in those big moments? And the Cowboys do have those. The problem for me is consistency. It's been their problem the last couple of years in the postseason. It's like, this is a team that's capable of doing certain things, and then you get to a certain year and like, okay, they're not living up to that potential. This year has the most level of potential. Like, we've seen the ways in which they have the potential to take the ball away. They have the potential to heat up damn near any quarterback rushing the passer, right? There are some very clear weaknesses, right? We talk about run stopping, particularly without Jonathan Hankins. Get well soon, like very soon, Big Bang Hank. Very, very soon, right? Yeah. And then, running the football has not been very good for them. It's been average, as we discussed earlier this year. But if they can play into a place where they can lean into those strengths, and if they're operating at full strength on those strengths, they can absolutely be a Super Bowl contender. And I think this leans to the idea of, the defense or the offense putting this team in circumstances where they could play from ahead. And I mean that we've seen in instances where play action and motion before the play goes away and you see the offense going away. And it's like, all right, so how about we continue to do these? How about we continue to do the things that scheme open and, create good looks for your quarterback and for your wide receivers, particularly your best wide receiver, and keeps those things going. It seems like there's a lot of things that are within their control that they can do to make sure that they are giving themselves an opportunity. And if they do those things with a little bit of luck, which I think is necessary in any sport, I think that they do have an opportunity to contend.
How's the text line going? Because I'm going to be honest, Twitch is not responding.
Okay, so we've got some people that are with you from the 682. Mike is right. Team is still contenders. Just gonna take smart football. 2 of the 4 losses came from the Cowboys beating themselves. Clean up the act. You can win the Super Bowl, right?
Here's one that just came in from Buck Ease on Twitch. It says, I think the Rangers World Series run is giving me too much hope as well.
Yeah, and look, that's possible but the problem is, well, I don't even know this is a problem. Is the hope a bad thing? Because I could see the argument in either way. But I think it for the Cowboys fan,
it hurts more when you hope.
Yes.
And that's the thing, is that we protect ourselves from being hurt. Let me be honest here. That's why I'm not as big of a Cowboy fan as I used to be.
Right.
I'm tired of being optimistic in this and really believing in this team. So now if they do lose, everything that I said, if the Cowboys lose to Tampa in the first round, so what? Like, to me, it doesn't hurt me anymore, right? But I will say this, if the Cowboys make it to a Super Bowl, it won't be the same for me as it will for you. If you're sticking with the Cowboys and have stuck with the Cowboys and they are your team, do or die, and they're your favorite team, man, God bless you, and you are going to feel such a high, the way that I felt a high on the Texas Rangers just a month or so ago. But it doesn't hurt me as much, so I've decided to take away the pain of the Dallas Cowboys. But I do know this, if they do surprise everybody or most people and make it to a Super Bowl now after losing these last 2 games the way they've lost, man, your high is going to be so high if you're still on the Cowboys bandwagon that way.
A lot of text coming in. We appreciate you getting us on the text line from the 682. If they get half of the holding calls they should against Parsons, they can win the Super Bowl. Okay, we can go there as well. Let me see. There was something else that I found really interesting. Someone made it as simple as this is a really good team with a really good point differential, 165, plus 165, that is. Yes, of course, they're a Super Bowl contender. But there was one that was talking about how the Super Bowl is not entirely about being the best team, but like playing the best at the right time. Similarly to, we talk about it with the postseason in MLB. Which team is hot, which team is playing their best baseball in that time.
And the thing is injuries play a major factor in all sports.
Right.
And if Trent Williams is out, it looks like the 49ers are very vulnerable. It's a weird thing, but Trent Williams being out, they don't seem to be able to overcome. And I know he had an MRI. I'm sorry I didn't see the results of the MRI. It must have not been too bad because I'd be hearing that he was out for the rest of the regular season. But it sounds like Trent Williams is probably less than likely to play this week. And if Trent Williams isn't able to play in the playoffs, that changes everything if you're playing San Francisco.
Yeah.
And so, look, in a weird way, I know that the whole thing has happened, the whole injury thing. It's really weird how people can take clips of things and then take them 100% seriously. But look, if the 49ers are less than 100% health-wise, and the Cowboys are close to 100% health-wise. I know they're not getting back Diggs. I know they're not getting back Van Der Esch. But if Tyron Smith is healthy, if Zach Martin is healthy, if Dak and his receiving core is healthy, if the Cowboys who get Jonathan Hankins back and he becomes healthy.
Yeah.
We saw this happen with the Texas Rangers. If you get healthy at the right time, maybe you ride momentum further than you thought. And the other thing, too, is maybe the other team gets hurt. And the other team being hurt at the right time can help you out. I'm not praying for it. I'm not hoping for it. But the Cowboys might need a little bit of help that the San Francisco 49ers deal with some major injuries down the stretch here or in the playoffs to help them against a team that is better than them. They cannot beat them 100% versus 100%. The Cowboys cannot beat San Francisco. They will bully them to death, and the Cowboys will quit. We've seen it happen not only this year, but the year before and the year before that. We've seen it against Buffalo. If you bully this team, they will quit. They want a track meet. And the Cowboys know it in their hearts. They want a track meet. And they just have to create the track meet game against San Francisco. Can they do it? Maybe if they're dealing with an injured Trent Williams, maybe they can create San Francisco into a track meet team.
Well, the next step in trying to prove that they are indeed a Super Bowl contender and have that opportunity, start working towards playing their best football at this time of year is versus the Detroit Lions. It'll be 7:15 on ABC. So, you might need to get that ESPN app fired up. Thanks a lot, Tegna. But that'll be Saturday, and you can hear that right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the Expressway, where Mike will ask all the questions. We'll get a little Mike Likes It. We'll do all of that next on The Fan.
The Expressway is sponsored by QCkinetics.com.
It's Lunch Rush as part of the Expressway on the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Reginald Atatula in for Kevin and Corey. Mike Bassick here as always, with his smiley, sunny disposition. Chris Strong on the ones and twos, and you rocking with us. We thank you for doing that. A few things to let you know. Unless you did you have something you want to say?
No. I'm ready to just ask football questions.
Yeah, I was like, you seemed like you were ready to go, and I was like, all right,
I feel bad. Sometimes I give prep to Kevin and Corey on a few questions I'm going to ask, because I'll ask kind of ranking something, but you're just going to have to go off the top of your head on some of these.
No problem, and I will do my best, and if I don't do good enough, that's fine. But one thing that is going to be very good is that on Friday, I will get involved with the Buffalo Wild Wings activities you and me, Mike, will be at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson on Friday. It's 12832 South Freeway in Burleson.
Say that again.
12832 South Freeway in Burleson.
Okay, this is what I usually do, because I'm glad you gave the address twice. On Friday morning, right before we go to the Buffalo Wild Wings we're going to, I usually type into my MapQuest or whatever.
Who still uses MapQuest?
Whatever
MapQuest?
Maps on my phone.
What is that?
I don't know. I think
Have you ever heard of
Maps.
MapQuest?
Never heard of it.
Oh my goodness.
I just type in Buffalo Wild Wings and then the city we're supposed to be going to.
And then you print it out.
It usually
wait
gives
15
me
minutes.
It
and then you see if you forgot any of the directions.
I can't remember which one I went to last that it wasn't pulling up. It was the one near Texas Motor Speedway.
Argyle.
Argyle, maybe?
No, it was, whatever it was. It was near Texas Motor Speedway that I kind of had to do a little bit more than just type in Buffalo Wild Wings and the city that we're supposed to be going to. But I'm sure Burleson, it'll pull up. Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson, and it'll pull up.
And, of course,
it's a blast out there. I will say, during the 4 to 6 minutes of break that we get during commercial break, it's a little bit tough because there's so many great Tolos out there that we're usually having great conversations, and then whoever's in our ear hole will have to tell us, hey, 30 seconds and we're going back on the air. Can you stop having personal conversations and then get back to the show? So that's the only thing, is you don't really have kind of that prep time in between segments. You are having fun conversations with new friends and new listeners and old listeners, and you go right back on the air going, all right, hopefully we got all this straight, because we're going on the air.
There you go. And you definitely want to make it to Burleson on Friday, because we will have Cowboys-Lions tickets that are courtesy of Miller Lite.
For Saturday night.
And don't forget,
Jimmy.
There you go. Jimmy Johnson goes into the Cowboys Ring of Honor as well.
That's so awesome. He's so... for me, I didn't grow up really in the Tom Landry era or the Roger Staubach era. I was born in 1977, so I fall in love with the Cowboys in 1986 when my Uncle Joe told me, if you root for another team again, you're never going to another Cowboy game, because I rooted for the Chicago Bears because I loved Walter Payton in 1986. And they won like 44-3 that game, not the Cowboys. They got destroyed under the probably Gary Hogaboom or Steve Pallure as the quarterback at that point. And so I learned right then there is no liking other teams, or at least liking them over the Cowboys. That being said, look at where I'm at 46, as I have like a Trevor Lawrence jersey and stuff like that. But that's
a real lesson in parenting.
That's when I fell in love with the Cowboys. That's when Jimmy Johnson came in. I was excited about that. To be honest, the Bassick family was excited about that. The Bassick family, grandfather, uncles, dad, they all felt like it was time for Tom Landry to go. They were not upset with Jimmy Johnson coming in. So we were one of the few families and one of the few season ticket holders that was excited about getting the Miami head coach.
And now you get to see that to completion as Saturday, Jimmy Johnson goes into the Cowboys Ring of Honor. Okay, I've taken enough of your time. It's time for you to ask all the football questions.
First football question. This has to deal with NFL wide receivers.
Okay.
I said this yesterday. I am now ranking CeeDee Lamb as the third best receiver in the NFL. Only ahead of him are Tyreek Hill and Justin Jefferson. Where is CeeDee Lamb as we come to a close of the 2023 season? Where is he on your list of top wide receivers in the NFL?
Okay, so you're right about having a level of preparedness on this. Okay, so he's definitely top 10. I feel fairly confident saying
Remember
that.
what Richard Sherman said early in the year about him? Like he's not even like a number one receiver on a team.
Which I'm sure CD didn't remember at all. No, of course, that mattered a lot.
I thought that was crazy because I thought he was borderline top 10 coming into this year. I thought he was inside the top 10, but barely, like right at 9 and 10. I have him now all the way up to 3.
Okay, so let me think about the guys who would show up at the very top. Obviously, all right, Tyreek Hill is going to show up at the top. Justin Jefferson
Those
is
are
going
the
to
two
show
I
up.
have still ranked higher than him.
At the top. Stephon Diggs, not quite the same in that way. Let's see.
A.J. Brown.
Mike Evans.
A.J. Brown. Mike Evans hasn't been quite the same, although he's been fairly good this year. Let me look at actually who's leading and receiving, because I feel like I'm also
Jamar Chase is a great wide receiver that obviously with Joe Burrow being out has hurt him. He's had a few injuries, but I do love him. I have A.J. Brown 4 and Jamar Chase 5. Now, I've done research on this. This is where it wasn't fair for you. I kind of was looking at receivers in the
Allen,
NFL.
Amari's up there. No, I think you're fair to put him in that place.
And Cooper Kupp's coming
3.
back from major injury just a few years ago. He was probably number 1, winning the Triple Crown in NFL wide receiving for yards, catches, and touchdowns. But he hasn't come back and been the same. He's still really good. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of really good wide receivers. But I think we can look at this now. It's going to cost a lot of money, but you can look at CeeDee Lamb and go, dude, he's in the top 5
easily
wide receivers.
I feel comfortable doing the top
3.
5. Yeah. I'm like top 5 is easy for me.
I think it's tough to take him out of the top 5.
Yeah. I'm there for you. And someone from 2 and 4 personally said CD is better than Justin Jefferson. What about Devontae Adams? It's tough because of the circumstance that he's in.
It was like when I won't compare it completely to this, but when Randy Moss went to the Oakland Raiders.
Yeah.
He fell off the face of the earth as a wide receiver. And you're like, dude, I can't believe he's not good anymore. And he hasn't even played 10 years in the NFL. And then the New England Patriots traded a 4th-round pick.
That 07 year
and
was
then
insane.
He went back to being the best wide receiver in the NFL. So maybe if Devontae Adams gets into a better situation next year, Devontae Adams elevates himself back into top 5 wide receiver in the NFL. So I totally get his talent.
And they might, because they need to do some refiguring of what exactly that offense particularly is. Even if they keep Antonio Pierce, the offense needs to change. And I wonder if they use someone like Devontae Adams to kind of ship him out and figure out some better situations for the offense. Just before we go, I just wanted to I wanted to get this in.
Okay.
You mentioned Randy Moss going to New England. He did make Tom Brady the best version of the quarterback that he's ever been.
Yeah, because he had him and Wes Welker, and
crazy.
Gronk was on the team in 07 too, I believe. So, I mean, he had, and I think Aaron Hernandez might have still been on the team at that point. So he had 2 major tight ends, 2 major, obviously one of the 5 greatest wide receivers of all time, and Randy Moss.
That's right. Top 2.
So I understand. I'm not going to, that's not going to be my next football question.
Okay.
I'm going to go away from the Dallas Cowboys here and go to the AFC.
Okay.
Is Kansas City a bad offensive team? Now, before you answer that question, yes or no, and then expand on it.
Okay.
They had 14 points last week against the Raiders. They won and had 27 against the Patriots. Horrible team. They had 17 against the Bills. They had 19 in a loss to the Packers. They had 31 in a win against the Raiders, who are horrible. And then they had 17 the week before. I'm going way back against the Eagles where they lost 21-17. They are averaging about, if I put that in my head, they're averaging about 19 points a game over the last 6 or 7 games. That's a bad offensive team. So now I ask the question, how bad are they?
Okay, this is tough because my initial reaction was yes, like right this moment. And the reason why I go there is the clear line of demarcation here is when they traded Tyreek Hill. And the thought process the organization or the organizing thought process as a front office was Patrick Mahomes, as long as you protect him, it doesn't matter as much who he's throwing to, because Patrick Mahomes with time, because we saw that Super Bowl where he didn't have time, right? But Patrick Mahomes with time is enough offensively. And they invested in offensive line, and the immediate year after they won a Super Bowl. But this year they've gone too far on it doesn't matter who he's throwing to. Like, you have an organization or a group, a wide receiving core that is just not nearly good enough. They don't have the right skill sets in order to get it done, and more importantly, like the mental capacity for football is not at the right place to run the offense that not Mike McCarthy, goodness gracious, Andy Reid wants. There's a lot of emotions. There's a lot of needing to know.
They put a lot of hope into Sky Moore, and he's not even an NFL receiver. I hate saying that. A lot of people believed in him out of college and thought he could kind of be a poor man's Tyreek Hill. He's just poor.
I mean, even Kadarius Toney, who was like, all right, this is a dude with talent, but the mental side of things make it tough for him. He makes mistakes oftentimes. And so I think all of those things make it tough, on top of something that's not talked about as much as the season's gone on, that offensive line hasn't even played up to the standard that you wanted. And so those things paired together leave you with just Patrick Mahomes trying to make things happen and Travis Kelce, who is
getting older,
34, quiet as it's kept, and is not as much of a focus when it comes to an offense. And so the defense is pretty good.
Focus because he's dealing with Swifty stuff.
I'm not leaning to that, but just he's not as much of a focal point in the offense. He can make some things shake. Don't get me wrong. And so I think that's put them in a tough place. Now, if that offensive line is playing better and maybe they need a single piece that's hey, this is a quality route runner that we can depend on in structure, then maybe that gets a little bit better. But right now, as currently constituted, it's a bad offense, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I do hate saying this. I'm going to expand on this. I do think the Taylor Swift thing hurts the Kansas City Chiefs.
Interesting.
All of a sudden, TMZ, you name it, all the tabloid magazines, the media coverage of them has gone through the roof because of Taylor Swift. I get they were winning Super Bowls before Taylor Swift and all that, but they have now become covered differently than any team in the NFL because of Taylor Swift. And I'm not blaming Taylor Swift. I'm not blaming Travis Kelce. But you have to understand, when you date arguably the most famous woman in the world, and she's going to your games, and I'm not blaming her. It's not her fault. But all of a sudden, things are different. Things are different around your locker room. Things are different with security. Things are different. And so I'm not blaming Taylor Swift. I want to make that clear, but I do think that it is a distraction that I bet behind closed doors, I bet Andy Reid is I wish we weren't dealing with this distraction, especially that we're struggling so much now. Okay. Next football question. And this one we'll probably be talking about for the next 2 to 3 weeks. How good is Tampa Bay? They've won 4 in a row. Now, the first win in this winning streak wasn't impressive at all. It was 21-18 against the worst team in the NFL, the Carolina Panthers. Then they went to the Falcons in a very big game and won 29-25. Then they went to Green Bay and won 34-20. Then they played Jacksonville, and they are struggling tremendously, and that'll be my next question in a minute or two. But then they won 30-12 at home against Jacksonville. They have home against the Saints, huge game where they're favored by 3 or 3.5. Then at the worst team in the NFL, the Carolina Panthers. So I asked this question because I think this is a very Cowboy-centric question. Yeah. How good is Tampa Bay?
I think they're dangerous. And I think you know what I mean when I say that. I don't think that they're a great team, but I think that they have enough to be dangerous when it comes to, particularly offensively. Baker Mayfield has given you a very good year. And, I mean, as much as if he's able to keep it clean, right, he's played very good football. The defense, solid, I guess. And so those two things put them in a place where if they're having a good game out of Baker, they can really contend with a lot of different teams be dangerous. I don't view them as a patently flat out very good football team, but that's a dangerous football team. And I say all this understanding, I have not watched them a ton. That's one of the blind spots in the league, because everybody's going to have their blind spots. One of my blind spots, but one thing I do know for certain is that's a team that's solid, and in the right circumstances, they're one that could pick off a majority of the teams in the league.
So here's my next question, and it might not be a great question right now, and probably we'll learn a lot more if Dallas is going to Tampa again in the first round. Do you feel like Baker Mayfield is better right now than Tom Brady was at this point last year? Do they have a better quarterback? So if they do make the playoffs, and that is the matchup for the Cowboys, and I'm maybe asking this question a week or two too early, but that's what I do, is I'm going to answer the question and then throw it to you.
Okay.
I think Baker Mayfield today is a better quarterback than Tom Brady was in week 17 of last year.
I agree with you, especially because at the end, Tom Brady, you could tell he was doing a lot of self-preservation. And that wasn't really the way that you could operate that offense, right? You had to allow some things to develop, and I think Baker Mayfield is more in that place. Did you realize Baker Mayfield's only 28?
I mean, he's the same draft as Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen, who we had a conversation about earlier in the MVP situation.
I feel like we speed ran a veteran quarterback when it comes to Baker Mayfield. And I guess 28 is not like particularly young necessarily.
Right. You're hitting your prime. I believe an NFL quarterback's prime is 28 to 33 because
and it's
you
extended
still
a
have
little bit more
pretty
now,
good
but, yeah.
athleticism. You might have lost a hair of your athleticism. You haven't been beat up too much. And you understand so much. You've played in so many NFL football games now. You understand a lot of the tricks of the defense. You've played against different defensive guys. You understand cornerbacks because you've played against them. You have a better understanding of the scouting reports of individual players and what they struggle with, what your guys can do well. So I do think right now, in a weird way, Baker Mayfield is hitting his prime, and he looks like he's an average NFL starting quarterback.
Absolutely. I mean, not turning the ball over as well. I mean, he's been very good. He's looked somewhat similar to what you saw when he stepped in immediately for the Rams last year. Like I think he's figured some things out for himself, and he's in a good situation. I think that, I do believe that he's better than Tom Brady. Tom Brady was in fact washed at that point. Yeah. Now, of course, we tried to call it for about 3, 4, 5 years. But no, this is definitely a better quarterback than what you saw from Tom Brady.
Yeah, it's interesting because all of a sudden that easy going to win by 10 to 30 points against the NFC South in the playoffs doesn't look as easy as we sit today for the Cowboys playing the NFC South champion. So look, Tampa Bay, this whole discussion, it could all change if they lose to New Orleans this weekend. But if they beat New Orleans, they win the division.
New Orleans seems so deeply unserious that that's probably a win for Tampa.
Okay, so Tampa just destroyed Jacksonville Jaguars 30-12.
Don't sound so sad.
The Jaguars were 8-3. We had a conversation 4 weeks ago. Kevin asked me this question. Mike, do you think it's realistic that Jacksonville can be the number 1 seed in the AFC? And you know what I said? Yes, I think it's realistic. And I looked at the schedule.
And they were playing them immediately.
They were playing the Bengals without Joe Burrow. Then they were playing Cleveland without a starting quarterback, Joe Flacco. And then they were playing Baltimore, which I said is going to be a very tough game. And then they were playing Tampa, which I thought was going to be a very winnable game. And they have left Carolina and Tennessee. So those aren't very tough matchups. Tennessee's maybe a little bit better than I thought. What in the world has happened to the Jacksonville Jaguars?
Well, one of the things is this season, they were carried more by their defense. And it's the same defensive players that they had last year that it just seemed like, okay, they've advanced in their development, this defense. And so the offense was kind of just get you along. It wasn't Trevor Lawrence as dude that we saw with Clemson. It was Trevor Lawrence as really, reined in kind of quarterback. And what
they have a lot of mistakes. If you watch them play, they have a lot of mental mistakes, sometimes by Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
Sometimes by their wide receivers. Yep. Sometimes by their offensive line. And you're like, you shouldn't have this many mental mistakes this late in the year where you don't know your assignments.
And I think that's some of it. Also, that defense has, I guess, regressed in a way because maybe it was just a little bit of fool's gold early in the season when they were playing like one of the best defenses in the league, and that they've just kind of come back down. And so I think that whole team has come back down to a certain place, and the offense now is in a place where they were not carrying as much of the load. Hey, now you guys got to put in more, and they're not equipped to go to that place. And also now you have Trevor Lawrence just sustaining injuries consistently. And I think all those things come together and put them in a bad place, at least as far as I can tell.
Okay, so.
And Christian Kirk got hurt, yes.
Next football question. Yeah, that didn't help Christian Kirk. Even though he wasn't having a great year, he's still a solid number 2 receiver. All right, so I go to Tankathon. Here is the NFL draft as it stands with 2 games left to play.
Okay.
Number 1 pick is the Chicago Bears. Number 2 pick is the Arizona Cardinals. Now, this is where my questions come in. Number 3 is Washington. Number 4 is New England. And number 5 is the Giants. So number 3 and number 5 are in your division. Who takes a quarterback, or will they trade up? Like, what do you think Washington and New York, if you had to decide right now what they do, what do you think Washington at 3 and New York at 5 try to do?
Well, Washington's in the market for a quarterback, right? They don't have one that is one of the future. It seems like the organization is in a place where it's a changing point anyways. So why not pair a new coach with a new quarterback? And here you go, you're off to the races for the duration of that rookie quarterback's deal, right? You've got 3 seasons, I guess, thereabouts to figure out, is this quarterback good? Is this coach good? So that seems like a given. The Giants is one that I'm interested in because they obviously signed that big deal with Daniel Jones. We understand that he was hurt, but he's been there. And I wonder how much that, they're tied to him being there. And if, I don't even know, can they get off of that deal if they wanted to, right? Now, is that going to stop them if they go, this is not good enough? I'm not sure, but I imagine that with Daniel Jones being injured, that maybe they try and run it back in some way or shape or form. I'm not sure that they take a quarterback, but I am certain. I feel deep within my bones that you pair your new coach with a new quarterback for the Washington Commandos, and that's an organization that is kind of, in theory, shed the last regimes, all that gunk from the Dan Snyder era, and if they have some level of confidence within them, that's a team that I imagine you can be a little scared of.
Okay, so in this mock draft, it has the Bears taking Caleb Williams #1. I asked this question: do you think the Bears take Caleb Williams?
Yes.
You don't think they trade out of it?
No, I think that the time with Justin Fields and the Bears,
right.
I think mutually they need to agree.
I would agree. I agree with your answer. Now I ask you, what do you think Justin Fields gets on the open market? Because if they take Caleb Williams, they're trading Justin Fields. They're not going to bring them both to camp. So Justin Fields gets you what in the open market? I'm
awful with quarterback or with trade valuations. I think he gets you. I don't know. I don't know exactly what I would look for in trade compensation.
Okay,
but I think that he gets you a decent return, not like an incredible return, but I think he's a decent return because I think he's capable of being a team starting quarterback, and the team that I keep thinking about is Atlanta.
I know I'm running out of time here, but #2 is Marvin Harrison Jr. to Arizona. Do you think that's the right pick for Arizona?
I think it could be. I think that Kyler's played in such a way. I have a question of if that organization is willing to go back in that place, or if they move so far down the road in trying to get a new quarterback that they just go, well, we can trade him because they have shopped his wares. Right. I think they could trade him too.
Drake May goes #3 to the Washington Commanders. Do you think that is a franchise-changing quarterback for Washington? Do you think that they could get back to the 70s and 80s where they were a real competitor? They haven't been. I guess obviously they won with Doug Williams. They won with Mark Rippon, so I don't want to take that away from them. But do you think for the first time in my lifetime, I wasn't really around for Joe Theismann, do you think for the first time in my lifetime, and I'm 46 years old, that Washington could actually draft a quarterback and have like a real quarterback, like, let's just say like Dak Prescott, like a dude that you're like, he's going to be the quarterback for Washington for the next 10 to 15 years. They've never had that in my lifetime.
Here's the tough part about it. Like just the basic numbers of drafting a quarterback high is not.
Do you like Drake May?
I do. I think that he's a good quarter. I do question, and I guess I'm feeling like I haven't watched him enough. I'm like, does he have the requisite mobility, and is he like kind of game breaker in the way where you're like, okay, he's definitely going to make this a franchise thing, but I think he's capable of being like a good quarterback for his rookie deal, and to the point where now you're like, okay, how good is he to keep him? But if you look at it, the last, decades worth of quarterbacks, and I'm not going to run down the list, but there's a lot of guys that we were like, oh, this is a can't miss prospect. But ultimately you look up and you go,
If you had to make the choice today, is it easy to take Drake May over #4 overall pick Jaden Daniels? That's what they have him going right here. So they have 1, 3, and 4 being quarterbacks.
I think so. I think I take Drake May over Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels, like the high end is good, but he also does some, I guess, what I typically call boneheaded things sometimes, and I wonder how that translates into just being like NFL quarterback. But the highs are really high on Jaden Daniels, and I think we would have seen that a lot better if the rest of the LSU team was better than what they were. But I still think Drake May has been like NFL caliber thrower of the football for multiple seasons at this point at North Carolina.
Okay, those are my football questions.
Okay.
Now we go to Mike Likes It.
Did I pass?
No, you did great. Like it's really fun.
Yeah, in your face, Kevin.
I try to give a few Cowboys things, especially try to start it off with a Cowboys thing. Obviously, you can rank CeeDee Lamb however you'd like to rank them, and then I wanted to throw in that Tampa thing because that looks like that's going to be your first round matchup, and they're starting to concern me with that. But as we get into Mike Likes It right here, I was wondering, we were talking in the break room a little bit as I got here at 9 a.m. about the Detroit Pistons. And I know this you might have been like, what are we doing here? But is it 27 in a row?
27 in a row. It's an NBA record for a losing streak.
I was a huge Maverick fan. The likes of Randy White and Doug Smith and Mike Izzolino and Sean Rooks and Donald Hodge and Fart Schmo McGee. I mean, it was horrible. I don't remember them losing 27 in a row. I remember them being like an 11-win team, a 13-win team. I can't believe, Reggie, that a team that has talented players, I'm not saying that they have a team that should be 500, but they have a team that probably should have at this point won 10 games this year, about 10 games. I can't believe they can't win, and I don't know if they're ever going to win again, and I know that they will, but I can't believe that it's gotten to this point where I'm like, maybe they just won't win. Maybe they'll be 2-80.
It does feel like that for certain reasons, right? You look at you talked about it. There's a lot of talent, but I think one of the things you're starting to realize, and look, you don't need a ton of talent to win a game in the NBA. Things happen, right? There's 82 of these things, injuries, rest nights,
they have
off
a
nights.
tough city because nobody's going and partying in Detroit.
Right. Nobody's crossing the border into Canada, having a tough night and then coming back. But yeah, there's some of those things. And then also, I wonder how Monty Williams, I don't want to question his bona fides because he showed and looked like a very good coach when it came to.
Guy too. You just hear you don't hear a bad thing about the human being. So it always kind of, if you hear bad things about a coach, you're like, oh, who cares? But like if they get fired, they get fired. Yeah. Fine. But like you're like, man, I don't want Monty. Just seems like a really great person.
Right, and he had a really good record with the Suns. But the things that come to mind is, remember when they were trying to hire him originally for that job, how he kept turning them down until they made the money to a place that was just undeniable?
That they couldn't fire him right now.
And he was like, all right, fine. No, not just that. It's like, I wonder like what the commitment to the job is and and then also.
Maybe he knew that he was taking over a rebuilding team. And when you do that, you're like, you're the coach to be cheap, rebuild, and then when we get good, we hire a good coach.
Absolutely.
And I hate saying that, but that's how sports works.
Well, I mean, at least I think he had built his profile with the Suns, but it seemed like they were like, we need you to come fix this. And he was like, not for unless it's enough money. You have to hit the number. And on top of that, I think also there might be a personal aspect of this, not for Monty himself, but for like the team. Because I feel like I've seen Cade Cunningham, and of course, this is like me injecting my emotion
from here. Dirk's his favorite player of all time. I'm a big Cade Cunningham guy.
I've seen instances where it looks like he's like near crying after some of these losses, and I know that with Monty Williams, you had some of the like personal things that it didn't seem like he managed the human beings great in Phoenix.
DeAndre Ayton did not get along.
And so I wonder if all those things come together and make it so that this is a really unfortunate mix for the Pistons and makes it tough for them to all get together and like pull a whole bunch of young guys because they don't have a lot of vets on this team.
Are you hoping when you look at box scores or when you look at I'm following the Detroit Pistons. This is really weird. And in a way, I want them to win because I know how bad this has to feel that they haven't won a game they didn't win a game in November because the big joke was the Rangers have won more games in November than the Pistons because it was 1-0.
The Diamondbacks have a win in the time since
they've
the Pistons won a game. Yeah.
And we're getting close. It's December 27th. Happy birthday to my wife.
Happy birthday, Sue.
Is that they could go 2 months straight without winning a game? 2 months straight without winning a game it's not the NFL where you're playing once a week. You're playing 3 times a week. And they are about to go 2 straight months without winning an NBA basketball game. So in a weird way, I do want them to be the worst. So when I look, there's part of me that goes, if they win, I'll be like, I feel good. Finally, those guys
you want the history of it.
I want the history. I want them, like, in a way, I'm like, I want them to get to 30 now. And this is horrible to think this way, but I'm like, I want this to be like unbelievable. Like, could they lose 40 games in a row? You have an 82-game season. Could you go 0-40 in a stretch? That would be amazing.
It feels like at some point, just like pure luck has to factor in at some point. But you know what is also going to compound? A bunch of young guys that are feeling like losers.
Yeah.
And like then you've mentioned, and I don't say that to like be a jerk. I mean, legitimately, if you feel like that, and you've talked about this sometimes, you go into a game and all it takes is one bad stretch of basketball, and you go, "Oh, we're losing tonight."
It happened. Here we go.
Right, and so I wonder
They're
if
humans.
because they put a good run on the Brooklyn Nets last night, and then just it fell apart at the very end. So no, I'm kind of with you. Just because I still remember the Bobcats, the Charlotte Bobcats, that were terrible and put up an awful record. And it is something to be like, I remember when
we're
the
out of
Pistons
time and they're
lost
not
a whole
going to
bunch of
do
games.
it. But it would be great if in some way the Mavericks could like put it together a package and get Duren, their center, and
Cade catch.
Well, I'd love to get.
How does he call a game?
Cade?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah, for Rangers.
That's right.
But like if you could get Jalen Duren and you have a combination of Lively and Duren as your big guys, that would solve a lot of things for the next 10 years.
That'd be interesting.
But I don't think that they're going to trade their 20-year-old center who's averaging 12 and 11.
Okay. Well, we could talk about that a little bit as three different people just texted in, can the Mavs trade for Cade Cunningham?
I'd love that too.
Well,
we're out of time.
We can maybe discuss that a little bit. As that was Mike likes it. We also got some Mike asks all the questions in the Expressway here on KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's talk more about your Mavericks as we talk about Grant Williams, Josh Green, Derrick Jones Jr., Dante Exum. What's happening in this Mavs wing room, and who's disappointed and who's lived up or surpassed expectations? We do it next on the Fan.
Fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
16 in the fourth quarter for LaMelo. Grant Williams restores the lead for Dallas, and he's fouled too.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin and Corey have the week off, so I, Reginald Atatula, have stepped in their stead to host with Mike Bassick, the man, the myth, the legend. And we got Chris Strong on the ones and twos. Thank you for rocking with us here. One more hour of us before we hand it over to the G-Bag Nation. Brought us talking about Jamaican food, making me hungry over here. But we're happy to be with you on this Wednesday. I almost said Thursday.
It's okay.
It is the Cowboys Thursday, though, as they're playing on Saturday.
It's only our second day working, though.
I know. I don't understand how this week feels. It's a very weird week, being like this holiday season. A lot of people are off. It's very, very light on the expressways. And so, yeah, it's a very odd week, but it's been a fun one thus far. Fun one. It'd be even more fun if the Cowboys had won on Sunday, but they have an opportunity to remedy that on Saturday as they take on the Lions. It'll be 7:15 kick, and it'll be here on 105.3 The Fan. But let's talk about your Dallas Mavericks, who also have had a little bit of time off since they played on Christmas, right? And they'll play again tomorrow.
I'm glad you're giving me this, because I honestly didn't know. After Christmas, I knew that they had off the 26th.
Yeah.
And then I was like, do they have off on the 27th? I did. Like I said, it's my wife's birthday. So like it is time to concentrate on my wife.
They play tonight.
Yes.
Cavs at Mavs tonight.
Yes, they do.
Oh,
they do.
crap.
They play tonight.
Well, I'm not going to watch it, just to be honest.
In your face, Mavs.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Mavs.
No, I understand. It's like your love for the Mavericks, your love for your wife, and I understand which one wins, but you should probably go against that and still support your wife.
Yeah,
you know?
I was honestly hoping they would play tomorrow, because I don't have a conflict tomorrow.
That's right.
I have a conflict tonight.
I mean, you can always record it and just...
I don't think after we're done with dinner and everything with
I see what you're laying down.
I don't think
I see where you're going for.
All right, Sue.
Yeah.
Good night. I'm now going to watch the Maverick game.
That's right. There's other activities that are going to be happening.
I hope. I don't know.
That's right.
It's up to her.
That's fair enough.
She might say I've had enough of you.
Well, hopefully you make her birthday special enough that it all ends well. Now with your Mavericks, the wings for this Mavericks team has kind of been interesting, and I guess I'm lumping Grant Williams in with the wings because he's not quite a ring, except you brought him in thinking that he could kind of help you with a little bit of versatility there. He's a forward. He's going to play in that 4 spot, but you thought that he was going to be a defensive help, an organizer for you. And then offensively, the season started and you were like, all right, he can do some offense things, but he was shooting lights out early.
Yeah.
And so I think
that's helping him tremendously on his percentages.
Yeah. And I think you're going where I want to get here, where Derek Williams, the expectations were high defensively and the expectations offensively got high.
Grant Williams.
Or Grant Williams. Who did I say?
Derek Williams.
Who is that?
Oh,
he was the dude out of Derek
Arizona?
Williams was the dude out of Arizona. I swore
Number
he was
2
gonna,
overall pick.
I swore he was going to be so good. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. But has Grant Williams been a little bit of a disappointment for you this season, Mike?
Yes. I don't want to say yes. The Mavericks have not been a disappointment. The Mavericks have exceeded my expectations.
Absolutely.
So far. But we're going to talk about positive here in a minute. Let's start off with the negative, because Grant Williams was supposed to be your 3rd best player on the team. Right now, when I rank Grant Williams on this team, I rank him as the 7th best player on this team.
Wow.
So
7th.
Now, here's who I have ahead of him.
Okay.
Obviously, the first 3 are very easy. Luka,
Clearly
Kyrie,
Dwight Powell.
and Lively.
Yep.
Not Dwight Powell. Luka, Kyrie, and Lively are the 3 best players on this team, and I don't think it's anywhere close. I don't think anybody else can actually come close to those 3 guys.
Yeah.
Number 4 to me is, so far, even though he's slowing down, Tim Hardaway Jr. For the month of December, he is shooting 32.7% on 10 3-point attempts per game. He's shooting 10 3-point attempts per game, not 10 attempts per game from the field. He shoots 10 3-pointers per game in the month of December. So his number has come down from a 38% 3-point shooter in the month of October and November down to now a 32.7% 3-point shooter.
Which is not what you want.
No, especially if you're shooting it 10 times. But he is, I'm jacking it up, and let's see what happens. And that's fine. We know who Tim Hardaway Jr. is, and he's having overall his best year of his career. Sure. This is the best year so far of his life in the NBA. So I have Tim Hardaway Jr. as your 4th best player on the team. I have right now Derrick Jones Jr. as the 5th best player on your team, Dante Exum as your 6th best player on the team, and Grant Williams as your 7th best player on the team. And we'll talk about the positives, the 2 guys that I have right overranked him.
Yeah.
But this is not, this is the reason we're finding out why Boston said we have to replace this guy and we have to bench him during the playoffs. He did get benched last year during the playoffs. Grant Williams became such an outsider on that Celtics team that they said, we're not playing him anymore. He's not good enough to play. And unfortunately, as this season has progressed, he has been a disappointing part of the Dallas Mavericks, even though it hasn't really hurt the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah, and I mean, some of this is like the ways in which I anticipated, at least coming into the season. I thought it would be a little bit quiet in general, right? I thought he would knock down threes every once in a while, which he's kind of come back to. And I thought defensively, it wouldn't be as obvious, especially because defensively, it's not super easy to tell when somebody's doing well, but not like outstanding.
Right.
But the defense it's been solid, but it hasn't been nearly as good as I was hoping. And that was supposed to be the staple. And so he looks a lot like the Grant Williams of the Boston Celtics, as you were mentioning, who was a good rotation piece, but you need him to be more than a good rotation piece. You need him to be kind of foundational, at least in defense, and it hasn't quite been that.
So my dad taught me this, and I agree with this. And this was based off of one of his former coaches who then later in his life was coaching with the Detroit Tigers, and said, this is to Cecil Fielder, Prince Fielder's dad, hey, you're just like a great hitter right now, but if you ever slow down, you're going to be a fat ass. And that's what people are going to say. Hey, you're a fatty and you're overweight and you're killing this team. So you better keep doing well. And I'm wondering this on Grant. He's always had a bubble butt. I saw him at Tennessee. I saw him here play in the round of 32.
You know what to do, Chris.
And so I'm wondering this because I followed his career, but not closely. Is he a little bit overweight? Is the way the Mavericks are playing? The Mavericks have now gone to more of an up-tempo team, not the fastest team in the NFL or in the NBA, not one of the fastest teams in the NBA, but a faster team. They are playing at a pace that I'm just wondering. This is all I'm just wondering. I don't know. Is Grant too heavy to play at the style the Mavs are playing at? Is he better for the way Luka used to play? And I'm not saying the Mavs should go back to that. I love the way the Mavs play. But is Bubble Butt Williams, is it hurting him how quick the Mavs are playing? Because even Jason Kidd, this last game, he sat him on the bench. He didn't play him in the fourth quarter. Against Phoenix, he's like, you can't play at this pace. They're playing small ball. We are playing with Derek Lively, but he gets up and down the court really great. I can't play Bubble Butt Williams if we're going to play it this style.
I'm so uncomfortable with this nickname. You might be onto something of that. The idea of the pace of this not quite fitting him, and then also,
and I'm not giving up on him either. But it hasn't been a good start for his Maverick career.
And look, there's something to be said for this is a new team for him as well, and it's a different role as well that he's trying to move into. He has challenged himself with this, and so it requires him to find a way to grow into it. But
heavier guys usually get heavier. They usually don't get thinner in their career. And he's only 25. But guys that are his size and that are undersized guys in the NBA, usually at 30 or 31, their career ends. I hate saying that, but that's just the reality of watching the NBA. When you're a heavier set, undersized player, you don't have a long career. He should have another 5 to 6 years left in the NBA, but it's weird that he regressed so much last year with the Celtics as the season went along, and now he's not fitting with this team very well.
Yeah, you know what I can see sometimes, and tell me if you see this as well, Mike, as you watch a lot of these Mavs games, if not all of them. He seems to want to try and be within the mold of Draymond Green. And I could see it a little bit with the temperament, but also like somewhat with the play style, although he does shoot
I wish
threes.
He was a better rebounder and passer. If that's what he's trying to do, and it's tough because he's heavy. He doesn't jump well. He's never been a good rebounder, and he's not. We need him. The Mavs need him. The way the Mavs play him at kind of a power forward position, they need him to be a better rebounder, but it doesn't seem like he can, because He's not a great space. He doesn't create the space.
Yep.
When Draymond Green was in his prime, and then he doesn't jump well at all, so he doesn't really compete for contested rebounds. And I don't know if that's going to change. I think he's better. I think he's better than this than he has been the first approximately 30 games of the season. But I've been wanting a lot more from Grant Williams on a nightly basis.
Yeah, I'm as well, and so I wonder if as he kind of gets into the rhythm of this, if it gets better and if he knocks down more shots, that also makes all this more appealing. But let's talk about the positives of this because
I ranked 2 guys ahead of him.
Yes, and I thought those were perfectly ranked and I don't know that we anticipated these being exactly the same case. Derrick Jones Jr. and Dante Exum have both surprised, especially in a place where you needed wings. Because Grant Williams isn't even quite a wing, but we were looking at guys like Josh Green as being your starting 3, and he's a guard, really. And you've had these 2 guys who, one of them is a guard in all reality, and Dante Exum, but he has the size to play wing, and Derrick Jones Jr., who have stepped in and been very good wings for you.
Now, I know that Tim Hardaway Jr. is a better shooter than Derrick Jones Jr.
100%. Well,
do you know Derrick Jones Jr. is shooting a better percentage this year from 3 than Tim Hardaway Jr.? Now, that doesn't mean that he's a better shooter. They don't even close out on Derrick Jones Jr. The scouting report is because Luka is so unbelievable. When Kyrie is healthy, he's so unbelievable with the ball. And then you have to try to protect different things there. They just let Derrick Jones Jr. shoot. And it's we're going to live with it because his scouting report for 6 years is he can't shoot to save his life.
Well, you know what's interesting about that is once they had signed him, I was like, man, he can't shoot. And I started digging into the numbers a little deeper, and I might have told you this when I saw this, I look at his corner 3 shooting and if you look, you can kind of grade it on NBA.com to see open shots, wide open shots, contested shots, and his wide open shots was in the mid-30s when it came to the percentages.
Okay, and he's getting wide open shots on this team.
I was like, so they looked at these numbers deeper and they said, okay, he's not a great 3-point shooter. However, Luka Doncic gets dudes wide open shots.
Yes.
And if we can get him wide open shots spotted in the corner, which is what you expect from a 3-and-D that you're trying to get him to be, this can be tenable. And honestly, that has been the proof of concept because right now he's shooting 37% from 3.
Yeah, and so this is the great news of this season. Derrick Jones Jr. and Dante Exum have been outstanding. I didn't think anything of these signings. The Mavericks have done this a zillion times. I'm sorry I'm drawing a blank on the guy that got 2 triple-doubles in his life in Memphis, and then the Mavs gave him a 3-year, $24 million contract. He has a brother that used to play in the NBA. He's a 6'6", 6'5" guard. But they've done this before. They've gone after guys like Dante Exum, like Derrick Jones Jr., and it just hasn't worked out. Even a guy who I was really excited about when they got was Josh Richardson. It didn't work out.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to be this guy that was going to be this really great complement to Luka's game, and he just wasn't. And he hasn't really done much ever since leaving Dallas either. But I look at, here's the positive. As Grant Williams has struggled, as Josh Green once again is not healthy and not providing much to the Dallas Mavericks when he's on the court, 2 guys are. Josh Green and Williams were supposed to be your 3rd and 4th best players on this team going into the year, and they have not really helped you much at all. But here is the positive. Derrick Jones Jr. and Dante Exum have stepped into the roles and been very good players for you. So as 2 guys have failed, they've gotten failing grades from me. 2 guys have gotten, because of where I had them started, have gotten A+ grades.
Oh, DeLon Wright is who you were thinking of. That's right. Good point.
Yeah. And so I look at Jones Jr. and I look at Dante Exum and I say, thank God. As a big-time Mavericks fan, thank God they have stepped up because they're stepping into roles that you were hoping, in a way, they're different players, but you were hoping that Williams and Josh Green could step into that they haven't been able to. And I think this is the positive. I don't think Josh Green is as bad as he's played this year, or maybe he is this hurt all the time. And then Grant Williams is better than this. He just is. He's not this bad.
Yeah.
Is that you have 2 guys that have stepped up tremendously in their somewhat lack of production or absence.
And I think along those lines, this feels sustainable for Exum and Derrick Jones Jr. It doesn't feel like they're playing above their head. However, you mentioned the other 2 guys where we talk about Josh Green. I have some concerns with Josh Green, but then also Grant Williams, I still think that there's capacity for significantly better play. And so that, all things considered, I think that it gets better over time.
I love what you're saying, and this does give Nico, as he's evaluating this team and looking for look, they can't rebound, and they ultimately can't play playoff defense.
Yeah.
But now that Exum and Lively have done what they've done, Lively too, but Jones Jr. too, is that you look at it and you go, hey, we maybe have more trade assets than we thought we would have.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Look, I enjoy talking Mavs with you. We'll probably get more into it tomorrow. Obviously, they play tonight against the Cleveland Cavaliers, so we'll be able to talk about what we see from those guys.
In the morning, I will watch the 15-minute YouTube deal, and I will see the box score.
And then also give us an update on Sue's birthday.
It went great, I hope.
What?
I hope.
Okay.
I have everything set up. I did everything.
Okay, so you've
As a
already
husband,
planned it.
your
Okay, gotcha.
deal is to make sure that you set everything up and don't say, what do you want? I've learned my lesson over almost 24 years of marriage. You don't, for birthday for woman, you don't say, hey, what would you like to do? They don't like that.
They like it if you can perceive what they want.
Yes.
But then don't
you
get it wrong. 'cause
schedule
it's
everything.
it's
You
real
invite
bad.
the friends. You get the place for dinner. She's getting a Yaya foot massage with one of her best friends here in a little bit. So you set all those things up.
Okay, Mike, I see you shelling out the money for that.
See?
That's very nice. It's the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And because it's the KNC Masterpiece and it is a Wednesday, we're going to power rank all the power rankings. And we'll do that next on The Fan.
Frankel first.
Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Apparently, it's the Get Mike. It's KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Send in your proposed name for my show with Mike Bassick as we are continuing it throughout this week. Kevin and Corey have the week off from the 214.
And remember, we'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson on Friday.
Buffalo Wild Wings.
Me and you.
That's right. I'm excited to eat wings and see the people.
Good luck. You got to eat wings fast.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, because the breaks and then people are talking to you.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I hadn't thought about it. Like, it's like a competitive sport.
In a weird way, I do like their burgers there, too. So I think sometimes getting like a sandwich, whether you want to get a buffalo chicken sandwich or whatever, is quicker to eat than eating wings. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Wings take a little bit longer to eat, but you can kind of down a sandwich in a break.
Right. I feel like I might need to go, and I typically campaign against, for me personally, the boneless wings, but I might need to go boneless wings so I can go like fork and knife and just quickly take
I don't
bites.
know, Kevin. I love Kevin, but sometimes his palate suggests that chicken nuggets with sauce on it is better than a chicken wing. I do like a chicken wing with a bone better.
Absolutely.
But in this scenario, sometimes chicken nuggets covered in sauce is better.
Okay. Or, and I hope the Buffs don't hear this, maybe I just eat wings regular and then, show be damned. Maybe that happens.
Replay. Here's the best of.
That's right.
December, that'll be our last show of 2023.
Oh my God. I hadn't thought about that. Yep, that's right. We're gonna work on that, and we're just gonna have a hangout at Buffalo Wild Wings. Show be damned. No, because we're gonna be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Burleson on Friday. Cowboys tickets to Cowboys Lions, courtesy of Miller Lite. So you want to come and hang out? But people have sent in the R&B masterpiece, the beard and the bald, the Reginald and Michael conversation. I don't like that one. That one's a little too graphic. But keep sending those in. I'll try and read them as long as they feel like they're appropriate for air for 1:30 in the afternoon. But it is the KNC Masterpiece, so we have to do some power ranking. The power ranking. Michael Bassick, what you got for me?
Okay, so I'm going to go to NFL.com's team power rankings.
Okay.
I'm going to be honest here. I'm struggling to find CBS Sports quarterback power rankings. They should be out, but I only see last week's. I don't see this week's.
You know what I wonder?
Is it because of Christmas and everything?
I wonder if they've shifted it.
Yeah, so maybe that'll be for tomorrow because Dak was number 4 on the list. I do have last week's power rankings pulled up, which I think will change a lot because last week the quarterback power rankings were Brock Purdy 1, Josh Allen 2, Lamar Jackson 3, Dak Prescott 4, and Tua T 5. I think those are going to change quite a bit to the way Brock Purdy played. Not that Dak played horrible, but he did lose to the number 5 quarterback in Tua T, so those could change a little bit. And then Lamar Jackson right now is the favorite to win the MVP. Does he jump to 1? Does Josh Allen go from 2 to 1? I don't know, but I can't find those for now, so that's last week. Now, let's go to NFL.com team rankings.
All right.
Now, the tough thing is right now, sometimes I don't get crazy about NFL team rankings because it's very similar to their records.
Yeah, we've gotten to the point.
You are what you are. So number 1 is pretty easy.
Is it the Baltimore Ravens?
Yes, obviously they crushed the number 2 team.
Which is the San Francisco 49ers.
All they did was change. Last week on NFL.com, San Francisco was 1 and Baltimore was 2.
Can I ask you this? Because this seems to be a question that comes up when discussing that game, right? And I don't know if we got to this point in particular when we were talking about it on Tuesday, which was yesterday. I don't know why I said Tuesday as if it was not yesterday. But you run that game back again.
Yeah.
Do you feel like it happens near that, or do you feel like it's a different game?
So before that game was played, I would have said San Francisco wins that game 7 out of 10 times.
Okay.
Now I would say it's a 50-50. I would say if they played 10 times, and this would be great for a Super Bowl matchup, because I do think San Francisco has a chance to beat Baltimore. Baltimore has a chance to beat them again. But I would say now it's more of a 50-50 proposition because I just can't see Baltimore, unless I'm forgetting a turnover Baltimore had. They won the turnover battle 5-0.
That's right.
That's not happening again. Even when you play the Carolina Panthers, you don't win the turnover battle 5-0, and they're the worst team in the NFL. So I think it's a 50-50 game. So Baltimore is 1, San Francisco is 2. They just changed positions. I think here's where it gets really interesting. Who would you have, Reggie, If you agree with 1 and 2, do you agree with that? You would have Baltimore 1, I agree with that too. Right now, because of the win, I would have Baltimore 1, San Francisco 2. To be honest, I do still have San Francisco winning the Super Bowl. So in my mind, now Trent Williams plays a major role in that. If Trent Williams can't come back from the groin injury, I always hate that word. I always say growing. But it's groin, if I'm trying to say it right.
One more time for me.
I still have San Francisco.
You sound like a cartoon spring.
Yeah, winning the Super Bowl this year. So maybe I should have them still number 1, but that would be tough to put them 1 when they just lost to the other team with the best record in the NFL. Who would you have as your number 3 power rank team?
I wonder if the Buffalo Bills have been playing so well recently that I wonder if, the record it gets thrown out. It's between them and the Miami Dolphins in my mind because I think the Dolphins are going to be given a lot of credit. Are the Eagles still here at 3?
No. The Miami Dolphins are at 3.
Okay.
I'm with you. If I was doing my power rankings, I would have this. I would have Buffalo at 3. I think Buffalo, I have San Francisco winning the Super Bowl. I have Baltimore with the second best chance to win the Super Bowl. So if I'm power ranking it this way, I have Buffalo with the third best chance to win the Super Bowl. I think Buffalo's better than Miami. Maybe it's my bias of watching Buffalo play Dallas and then Miami play Dallas. I would have Buffalo number 3. They have Buffalo all the way down at number 7 on these power rankings. They do not give, NFL.com does not give Buffalo a lot of credit for their late season run here, where Miami they have at number 3 overall.
Right, and I think that's fair, right? There's been football is still a small sample size sport all the way across. It's why we get in some places where we think we know something and then 2 weeks later we're like, oh, this is entirely different. It's just such a small sample size that variance comes through. However, I feel like we still have to make sure that we consider all of this, and I think it's more fair what they're doing than what I'm doing, because I am doing the thing where we ride the roller coaster and we feel what we feel, as opposed to there's still the issues that happened early in the season aren't entirely gone because they fired Ken Dorsey. They can probably crop up at various times.
Because Miami and Buffalo are playing each other now, that game might not mean anything. That's the tough thing. I think if Miami wins, it can mean something for Miami. Possibly, you'd have to help me out with tiebreakers. If possibly they could overtake the Baltimore Ravens, but I'm afraid that Miami game, they might sit out going, we're the 2 seed. And there's nothing we can do to change it. Like if Miami wins this week, which they should, then they're the 2 seed. And I don't think they can move up to 1, and I don't think they can move down to 3, because if you look at the AFC South and you look at what Kansas City has now done, they're secured. If they're 12-4, they're secured as the 2 seed. And I think if Baltimore wins, I'm not 100% sure with tiebreaker, I think they're secured as the 1 seed.
Well, that would be Baltimore versus Miami, right? That's the game this week. So I think that would be tiebreaker, wouldn't it?
It's Baltimore versus Miami?
Yes, I'm so excited for this game, dude.
Guacamole. That's awesome. Because I have Miami number 4 in my power rankings. If I have Buffalo 3, I have Miami 4. They have Miami 3, and they have, I think this isn't right. They have Philadelphia 4. I saw Philadelphia. They got blown out by the Cowboys. I have the Cowboys better than Philadelphia. They struggled at home to beat the Giants. I get their records 11-4. To me, Philadelphia, they're probably not going to lose in the first round of the playoffs. Probably not. But I think they're going to lose in the second round.
I could see it. I could absolutely see it. This is an Eagles team that does not have the easy answers that it seemed like they had last year. The one easy answer they have, it has to be short yardage situation, and the chunk plays are necessary for them because they don't have like the steady offense anymore.
Well, how about this to end the season? Because I'm sorry, I didn't know that Baltimore and Miami were playing this week. That's 1 versus 3 in the power rankings, and 1 and 2 in the AFC. In the AFC.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. How about this? Number 5 is Detroit, and number 6 is Dallas.
I was like, yeah, where is this going to happen? Because that's the matchup on Saturday.
Yeah. So Saturday night, according to what the NFL.com people think, the number 5 and 6 team in the NFL are playing Saturday night. The Dallas Cowboys hosting the Detroit Lions.
I mean, it feels like it has that kind of weight to it.
I wonder how far the Cowboys will fall if they lose this game. I'm going to predict right now. I'm going to predict without a score yet. I'm going to predict the Cowboys to bounce back and win this game by like 3 or 4 points. I think it's going to be a very fun game to watch, a very good game, and I think the Cowboys stay perfect at home this year. If this game was in Detroit, I'd pick Detroit to win, just to be honest. For some reason, at 3-5 on the road, if this game was at Detroit, I'd say Detroit's going to win.
But the one thing, like I said, we've discussed a ton the idea of what is causing the Cowboys' road woes. And some of the things is like, oh, well, they're playing on grass. That's not something you have to worry about for field, right? Indoors, those types of things. So if those are the things that are indeed factoring, maybe you think that changes. But no, I'm tend to be in line with you on that going on. The thing that I keep thinking about, and of course we have a couple of days where we're going to really dig deeper into this matchup with the Lions. Jared Goff is such an interesting guy to me because when he is protected and in the right circumstance, he's a very good quarterback. Not just very good quarterback, and that's what you're seeing. However, when he's under pressure, I liken it to a gremlin getting wet. It just falls apart.
Now, the Cowboys have helped out this power ranking because if you think about it, here's their last few games. They've played number 3 Miami. They played number 4 Philadelphia and destroyed them. They're about to play number 5 Detroit. They're number 6, and they just got destroyed by number 7 Buffalo. So if you look at that December schedule,
we can bounce it back real quick.
They played number 3, number 4, number 5, which we haven't played yet, and number 7 in the power rankings, and you're number 6. You're 1-2 in those games. Coming out 2-2 isn't that bad. Now, obviously, you'll probably knock Detroit down to 7 or 8 in the power rankings, but still, if you look at the power rankings and you played 4 of the top 6 or 7 teams in the NFL to finish your schedule out, you get to play the Commandos at the end, but like that was arguably the toughest 4-game stretch in the NFL. I guess Baltimore could say they have the toughest if they're playing 1 or now number 2 and number 3 here down the stretch.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great point, and it sounds a lot different 1-3 versus 2-2. And so, this is a must-win in that way. And also just get them back to a place where they're playing better football is absolutely necessary for these Cowboys. And we'll begin talking about that tomorrow here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan. But as of right now, there's one more thing to do for us on this day, and that's the crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation. It's next on the Fan.
Well, hey, before we do that, look, the holiday season is coming to a close, but it's still...
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin and Corey out for the week, so I, Reginald Atatula, have stepped in to host with Mike Bassick. Very many names have come in on the truckwreck.com text line of what we should call it, but I'm still going to call it the KC Masterpiece because it's the baseball show of record in DFW, talk great basketball, football, and have a lot of fun, and so we want to keep that brand going. But right now, it's time, brought to you by D&M Leasing, another great brand, to talk with, and crosstalk rather, with the G-Bag Nation. It is Zach and Brian Broaddus today. Fellas, how you doing?
Fantastic, Reg. What the hell's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, man, we're doing pretty well. At least I'm doing well. I can't speak for Mike. Mike, are you doing well?
You doing well?
I'll speak for myself. I am doing well. I'm known as, to my own son, who's 15 years old, I'm known as a Cowboys hater. I understand where he's coming from. He's like, Dad, you're a Cowboys hater. I'm like, you know what? I kind of am. But I'm optimistic that the Cowboys can still make the NFC Championship game and possibly still make the Super Bowl. I get San Francisco's better. I'm wondering about Trent Williams. Let's see how their injury situation is. And I mean, look, if San Francisco's 100%, you have no chance. But they might not be 100% when you play them in the playoffs. I'm still optimistic that the Cowboys can make an NFC Championship game and still optimistic that they could make the Super Bowl. I wouldn't bet on it, but I am optimistic on the Dallas Cowboys still in 23. Am I crazy?
No, I think you should be optimistic. Do I think it's likely? No, being a realist. But I don't think the NFC's that great. I think this week is going to tell you a lot. I do think the Lions are a good football team. And they're one of these teams that can run the football the way that Buffalo did and San Francisco did, where they've got a mean, nasty, physical offensive line, and they got two backs that are very talented.
Don't say that.
So, I mean, you're looking at, okay, San Francisco, you don't match up well. Can you match up with Detroit? Those are the two teams because I think you're better than Philly, and I think Philly's kind of crumbling before our eyes.
Is this the toughest home game of the year for the Cowboys?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes. So this week will tell you a lot. If they can beat Detroit, then I really think there's only one team in the conference that, assuming they're healthy, because we've seen San Francisco loses one or two pieces, they're not the same team, and they don't overcome that. But if everyone is healthy, I just still don't think you're matching up and beating San Francisco on whether it was in Dallas. I don't think you're beating San Francisco. But if you can knock off Detroit, we'll see how the path ends up going.
And the Lions, I mean, obviously the offense has that strong offensive line, strong offensive play. But their defense, it looked good for a second. It's not good anymore, is it?
No, you can score on their defense. I mean, Nick Mullins was just throwing the football pretty well against their secondary. They've got Aiden Hutchinson. I don't think they got much on the defensive line. I know Brian will give us a breakdown of Krusty's Corner. But their offense should terrify you.
Okay.
Yeah, their offense we'll talk about today. I just kind of think the last time the Cowboys won 2 games on the road to go to a Super Bowl, I think it was like 1975.
Okay.
It's been a minute.
And we lost that Super Bowl.
It's been a minute.
Yeah, so but the Cowboys through history have not played a lot of road playoff games. If you look just through history, but yeah, for them to have to win 2 on the road, history is not on their side that way. Strange thing, the NFL, strange lady as we say.
You've been on plane rides after road games.
Man, I'll tell you what, it used to make me sick sometimes.
How physically beat up is a team after a tough road win? Like a tough road game where it's a physical playoff environment.
A win or a loss?
Well, let's say a win, because you would hope that the Cowboys, after, let's say, winning the wild card round, they've won a wild card game on the road, very physical game, and now you're going on the road again. Like, how much energy, is it 5% more? Is it 15% more that takes it out of you playing a road game? Especially a road playoff game.
I'll tell you, when in Green Bay, we won a road game at San Francisco and then played Dallas in the NFC Championship game, and we all kind of knew going to Dallas we were not going to win. We just
as a
knew.
staff, or do you feel like the players?
No, because we knew Dallas had a better team. We just knew. The adrenaline in the plane ride home is always fun, with everybody taking Vicodin and drinking beer on the plane, to kind of get everybody right. You feel good about it.
And that's just the staff. I mean,
that's, so, you're feeling good feeling good on the plane. But it's the chase, but you do it. It does come down to how good your players are on the end. It's very rare. It's very rare that you go on the road and win a game. I mean, hey, the New York Giants were pretty damn good at it one time. When the Giants, what did they do? They went and beat Tampa, Dallas, and then they beat Green Bay.
Brett Favre.
Yeah. So I mean, there's been
that was 2007.
Yeah, there's been some times where that run is pretty. But I always tell you what, these teams. This is why I feel like the Rams, and you guys were talking about Tampa early.
Mm-hmm.
I think these are where teams are dangerous because all of a sudden every game is a playoff game to them. Like Buffalo right now, every game to Buffalo is a playoff game. They can't afford a loss. So all of a sudden, the teams that are always fighting, to get into playoffs, I worry about them more than I do the teams that like the San Franciscos, like the Rams. Yeah, the Rams are in a situation now where they're having to try and win every game to make sure that they stay in the playoffs. That's a good thing to have going forward.
To your point, didn't Tampa kind of back into the playoffs last year? And this year they'll more earn their way into the playoffs.
I think they won the last game of the year. Did they beat Atlanta maybe or something?
Okay.
It was crazy.
Right.
Yeah,
it was a terrible. The division was probably worse last year than it was even this year. Yeah,
they were 8-9.
And Brady wasn't playing great. Their defense wasn't the same as it was. Offensively, they couldn't run the football. They can run the football now with Rashad White.
And I said we agreed that Baker Mayfield.
Yes, you're right about that.
Is playing better football right now than Tom Brady last year at this
absolutely,
point.
Yes. Yeah.
But that's what makes the NFC so interesting because now you're looking at, the Rams, nobody really wants to play them.
That's a tough team.
Can the Rams go to Detroit and win? Yeah, they could. Could the Rams go to Philly or San Francisco and win? I think they absolutely could. Seattle's got Philly's number. What if that's a first-round matchup?
Yeah, that's my secret. That's my secret. How to get San Francisco maybe knocked out of this thing is get the San Francisco likely going to have the bye, but then you have the Rams go to Philadelphia and win. And then have the Rams go to San Francisco and win. That's kind of my sneaky. How do you find a way to knock out a couple? But I don't think anybody wants to play the Rams right now.
No,
I mean early in the year when Dallas played them, it was kind of like okay, you kind of caught them at a good time. It's kind of like Philadelphia catching Arizona now.
Hey, and Zach, you have on your Rangers hoodie right now. I have on I want that high again. I know the Cowboys didn't get a high off of the Rangers winning the World Series, but we did. Our Metroplex did.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if somehow a month from now, approximately, we got to that high again?
I can't.
No, not again. That's a different high.
Yeah.
As much as I know this Metroplex loves the Texas Rangers and Tarrant County specifically, shout out to Tarrant County. It's a whole different ball game.
I know. I don't know. I don't know how I would react. That post it would be unreal.
Okay,
it's been a dream.
Oh, getting to do the post game on that game.
Compare your Ranger series that you didn't think they were going to win to how if the Cowboys could beat San Francisco. What was the series? What was the series?
Tampa Bay or Houston?
Which series did you think the Rangers can't?
Especially when Altuve hit the home run off of Leclerc to go up 3-2, and you had to go to Houston and try to come off of that low of losing that game when you thought you had it won after the Adolis home run. That would be similar, but I understand what Reggie's saying, what you're saying.
Yeah.
The Cowboys doing it because the Rangers had success in 10 and 11. They went to the World Series.
Yeah.
Cowboys haven't even been to the NFC Championship game. What year were you born?
91.
What year were you born, Reggie?
92.
Yeah, you guys were 3 and 4 years old when that happened.
Well, I was in my third year with the Packers. That's how long ago. I started on my 27th birthday.
I was a senior in high school.
Yeah, I was 30 years old.
I just turned 46.
30 years ago.
That's where we're at, man. It's been so long, and people want to be like, well, you're being negative. Well, it's frustration, right? It's okay. We've seen them get to the divisional round. That's awesome. We haven't seen this team do a considerable amount of actual winning when you're competing for Super Bowls and championships in our lifetime.
All right, guys, we want to get you started on time, but I do need to mention this as I only am just seeing it. We mentioned earlier that, let's go. The offensive tackle is being brought off the IR.
This is a weird one.
Let's go.
Rashaan Evans gets released, and apparently we had a little bit more context to that. Dallas Morning News letting us know that Rashaan Evans was arrested yesterday in Frisco for a little bit of possession of marijuana.
Okay, there we go.
And so I don't know how much all of that factors together. I imagine you guys will untangle that
Sure.
and more.
You can
on
do
the
all
G-Bag
the
Nation.
marijuana you want if you're a good player.
Okay.
You just can't do marijuana when you're not a good player.
Well, look, I'll leave that those decisions and that discussion to Zach and Broadus, the G-Bag Nation. Myself, Mike, we wish you a good afternoon. We'll talk to you tomorrow on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Be easy. Peace.
Sports. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Cowboys are making some moves. There is a lot going on in the National Football League regarding one former star quarterback, and we're going to unpack it all for you as we kick you with the headlines in the G-Bag Nation. Hour number one, Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, the Super Bowl championship scout, Lucius Alexander. We got Carter Freeman back, coordinating your video on Twitch and on YouTube. Carter was there last night watching Texas State drink all the booze there at SMU's home stadium. They got their first ever bowl victory. Shout out to Texas State. They end up storming the field. They filled it more than any SMU home game this year. I mean, the Texas State faithful there for the Bobcats, they were showing out. It was incredible, and Carter's going to tell us all about it when we have a little Carter Goes Harder in the 6 o'clock hour. We also will have Zach Martin today. He's moving up as usual. We'll talk to him about 4:45, 5 o'clock-ish. We got Baldy here at 4 o'clock on our usual hump day. There's a lot happening in the world of the NFL right now, Brian.
A lot happening in the NFL, a lot happening in college football, and happy to be with everybody today to all talk about it.
Man.
Yeah, got to get to talk about this Detroit offense a little bit in Krusty's Corner at 2:40.
Are you going to terrify us all at 2:40?
I'm not going to try.
It's a good offense right there.
It is good, but there's a couple of areas that you can maybe attack.
All right.
If you're Dan Quinn, I hope they will. I hope they go that route.
Trying to make it 16 in a row at AT&T Stadium where the Dallas Cowboys feel you'll be able to hear that Saturday, 7:15, a historic night. Jimmy Johnson going into the Ring of Honor right here on your home of America's team, 105.3 The Fan. The headline news currently, Cowboys releasing linebacker Rashaan Evans, who, according to the Frisco police, was arrested yesterday for possession of marijuana, which was anywhere from 2 to 4 ounces, as the Dallas Morning News is reporting. Our sister station, 1080 News Radio KRLD, reporting as well. So he's released. He's a former 2018 first-round pick. He was signed to the practice squad a couple of months ago. Hasn't played a ton. He only played 7 snaps, all on special teams, and you saw him get out there throughout 4 games sparingly. But now they're going to go ahead and activate Matt Willetsko.
Yes.
Who we actually liked quite a bit. Solid draft pick, really big offensive tackle. And maybe they were a little frustrated with the way Chuma Edoga played. And this allows you another option there at offensive tackle if indeed Tyron Smith isn't able to go.
Yeah, and first off, let's circle back around with Tyron Smith. That one's a hopeful this week. We'll see how that all plays out. But that was the word I got. And then also hopeful, but I think maybe for another week with Hankins, this one might be a little bit more of a dicey situation. And there's, just in visiting with some folks about it and how difficult. And the thing we got to remember with Hankins is high ankle sprain, and then you're dealing with a man that's 320 some odd, 330 pounds. And, his job is to take on blocks. His job is to hold the point of attack. You're asking him to, he needs to play on both feet. He doesn't need just to be a one-legged football player, and he's got to be able to anchor down in there when he has to. And so that one, they're trying their best to kind of work with him. But like I say, high ankle, large man makes that recovery even more difficult one. But they're doing their best to try and get him ready for this one.
Yeah, hopeful that certainly he can go. Chuma Edoga definitely had his, lapses and struggles at times in that Miami game. So we'll see what the Cowboys decide to do if indeed Tyron's not able to play. Hankins, look, this is a game that I do think you would really, really want Jonathan Hankins with the style in which Detroit runs the football. I think that is very, very important. Without Jonathan Hankins last week, Cowboys ended up ranking 5th best in the entire National Football League in DVOA, which is a stat that kind of accumulates everything when it comes to your overall productivity as a run defense. So I think that the matchup and the style in which Miami ran the football, when it's a lot of east and west and it's attacking you on the perimeter, Cowboys did a much better job with their run fits. They did a much better job using their speed, being able to shed tackles, playing with their eyes, as we talked about. But this is going to be hey, we're going to line up, we're going to smack you in the mouth, and we're going to run right down your throat, similar to what we've seen San Francisco do, Buffalo do. This could be a different type of running style in which the Cowboys are playing against. They ranked 12th overall in the season. Yeah. But this is the one that I think has given them problems that Detroit's going to present.
Yeah, it's a little bit different because of when you look at Miami, and you're absolutely right, it's more of a perimeter run offense. And not that Detroit can't get to the perimeter, but they've got a couple of backs that when you really sit down and study, how they play, it's impressive. I mean, it really, really is, of how quickly that they're able to get the ball to the edge and being able to then, if they have to, take the ball and run inside. And that's the thing that I mean, when with Gibbs, he is super impressive. I know we talked about him a bunch when we were doing the draft shows. We were getting ready for the draft. It was him, Bijan Robinson. There's some teams you talk to that had Gibbs over Bijan Robinson. Both catch the ball extremely well. But man, the way that they attack you, it puts you under a lot of pressure because, you're dealing with guys that, as you said, can get to the outside, but also have the ability to push the ball inside to the middle and then break. And
then bounce it out. And Jahmyr Gibbs has been, his long touchdown to seal their victory against Minnesota last week was exactly that. They're going off in between the Garden Center, and then boom, he kicks it right outside. He has just tremendous home run speed and game-breaking ability. Now, I will say, Cowboys-Dolphins, congratulations, 31.5 million viewers there on Christmas Eve. It is the most-watched program in all of television since 1995. So eyeballs were certainly on the Cowboys and the Dolphins. We'll get back into breaking down the Lions offense at 240 Krusty's Corner. A developing story, though. It seems like Russell Wilson's time in Denver might be coming to an end.
Yeah.
As the team is benching him, they're going to play Jarrett Stidham. A big reason for this is, he would have his salary completely guaranteed if indeed he can't pass a physical by early March. So this helps increase the Broncos' financial flexibility this upcoming offseason because now, if indeed they're making sure he's not hurt, they can go ahead and save and split up their dead money between 2 years, and they're going to save a little bit of cap space as well. But looks like Sean Payton not believing in Russell Wilson anymore, and that trade 2 years later looks absolutely terrible for the Broncos.
Yeah, it's George Patton, who's the general manager there in Denver, is he is now part of he was part of the plan going forward. He hired a coach, and Nathaniel Hackett didn't work out for him. They've kind of gone through some coaches there. They've gone through now a new ownership, and then you get Sean Payton, who comes in there, and he'd like to have his own guy, and he did the best he could to work with Russell Wilson, and at times Russell Wilson has played pretty well, but overall, Sean's going to make the decisions he thinks best for the team, and that's kind of where they're at right now, and they're going to try and save the money, and they're going to take some take a cap hit on that.
Yeah.
And but that's Sean will find a way to go out and get the quarterback that he absolutely wants.
Yeah, and it's a great class. I mean, you and I are doing some early work on it. I've watched 3 so far. All 3, I think, are very, very talented. Yep. But, they're going to split. Basically, it'd be $39 million that they're going to have to eat that they can split between 2 seasons if they release Russell Wilson by March 17th. So something to monitor there. They've still got a 6% chance to make the playoffs, but it appears going with Jarrett Stidham, unless maybe they can win with Stidham, they're going to punt on that and realize, we need to play for the long play here.
But, the loss to the Patriots, just really, that was devastating. Just absolutely devastating. And that they needed that game. And heck, I kind of felt like that, I made the bold proclamation last week or a couple weeks ago that Denver was going to win the division.
It looked good at the time.
And I'm thinking, man, Kansas City's doing their part to fall apart, but Denver with that's just a really terrible loss to New England, a game they absolutely had to have. And so, Sean's feeling like with just 8% of a chance to make the playoffs, then, it's time to really look at the big picture where their team is. And he's determined that Russell Wilson is not part of his future going forward.
And talking quarterbacks, we got a question from the 214. Is Goff even going to play on Saturday night? Lions have locked up their division. They're still trying to play for seeding. They got a lot to play for.
They got a lot to play for. This is an important game for both teams right now. And yeah, they are trying to, they're trying to get the best seeding that they can. And we'll see how all things play out with San Francisco involved. Philadelphia's in the mix, and now the Lions. They have a lot to play for to kind of trying to keep winning.
Mavs back in action. They're going to be taking on the Cavs at home tonight. That'll be a 7:30 tip as they look to continue their winning ways after a Christmas night win over Phoenix. Injury report heading into Cleveland. Luka is questionable with that left quad. Josh Green questionable with the right elbow strain. Tim Hardaway Jr. dealing with a little bit of an illness right now. They have ruled out Kyrie and Maxi Kleba, but Lively not on the injury report, which is great. Getting him back in the lineup was huge to be able to beat Phoenix, but very excited. Donovan Mitchell and company heading into town. Cleveland 17-13, maybe a little disappointing for the arrow was definitely pointing up there with Cleveland. They had a very good season last year, but a fun matchup tonight at the AAC that we'll be breaking down a little bit later. We'll go around the rim coming up at 3:40. Looking forward to that, but hopefully Luka, what do you think? 40-point triple-double. He had a 50-pointer.
I'll tell you what, man, he to his credit, man, he has totally embraced having to play all these minutes and to do everything in his power. I think he likes playing with Lively a lot.
Yeah, I think him and Lively have it
I
going
think Jones.
on
I think he likes his guys. I really do. I think he wants Kyrie to come back. Heck, we all do. But I think he is embracing the grind of trying to carry this team, and his fitness has been a big part of this. His talent is all world. So yeah, it's an exciting time to watch Dallas Maverick basketball, especially with the way Luka's playing, and then also with Lively. The young man is just, I think he's totally exceeded any expectations we had for him in the first season.
Stars will be playing in St. Louis at 7 o'clock. At 6 later tonight. I know that's a while from now, but my goodness, there's a tremendous podcast, the Spit and Chicklets podcast. If you haven't heard it, it's probably the best hockey podcast going outside of Spits and Suds.
Spits and Suds is my personal favorite, yeah.
Of course, you can catch that on the Odyssey app. But, man, Wayne Gretzky, the great one, was telling some unbelievable stories.
He's got a
game meal,
yeah,
drinking beers with the Russian team in 1987 during the Cold War. I mean, it's epic what some of the stories that the great one tells. But Stars looking to continue their winning ways after an epic comeback against Nashville as they're
in
taking
Nashville
on the
even
Blues.
too. Wow.
Yeah, keep the road streak rocking right now. So I believe it'll probably be Wedgwood back in net for the Stars tonight. Haven't got the official lines yet, but looking forward to watching Stars and Mavs tonight. And then we've got tremendous bowl games. I think we got Texas A&M and Oklahoma State.
They do.
Euless Trinity's own Ollie Gordon trying to lead the Pokes to victory over the Aggies.
Yeah, it's we're getting to that time where you get towards the end of the year. These bowl games, I feel bad for the bowl games in a way that it takes a little of the luster, like the Florida State Georgia, the game, the Orange Bowl game. There's so many great players at Florida State that are just saying, nah, no thanks. I saw where Keon Coleman, the wide receiver at Florida State, is
officially declared.
And he'll be one of the top picks in the draft. Boy, what a good-looking player he is. But, yeah, I feel bad for the bowl games. I heard a coach. Let me throw this out there to you, Zach. Tell me what you think about that.
Bounce and huff me.
I heard a coach was talking with Rick Neuheisel. I was listening to a broadcast on Sirius. And the coach mentioned, it was Dan Mullen. It was actually Dan Mullen.
Okay.
Now I remember this correctly. It came back to me. Dan Mullen told Rick Neuheisel that, hey, what if we played bowl games, the non-playoff game, but, what if we played bowl games like after spring practice? Like you played bowl games in May, like the first week in May.
Huh.
And the reason being is, you have your spring practice, so you can get ready for a game, but you got your team together, right? You got all your team together, and now you go play the bowl game. It's kind of like it gives you an extra game to kind of see where you're at.
Yeah.
Going into the season.
Preseason game means a little bit more.
Yeah.
I guess there's a bowl on the line.
Yeah, you get to go to a bowl game. You get to go play in another city. You get to take your team. You get to practice. You get to get ready for a game, kind of get your team prepped, and then you play the bowl game when you've got your roster. Like who all you're going into the season, okay, this is going to be our team for 2024. And so you get that extra, it's almost like a preseason game. It's an exhibition game, really, right?
I don't mind this idea, but I do think isn't the bowl essentially a reward for your season prior?
Yeah, but
so now we're carrying it over to the next season when it's a new
okay,
team.
It's a reward, but who's honestly playing?
Yeah, well, now you do have a lot of these guys that are declaring for the draft and they're skipping the bowl game unless they're in the playoff.
Yeah.
So I hear that justification of it. But
you're actually
what about those seniors that do want to play in it that don't have an NFL future? Now they've graduated, they can't play.
Well, most of the that's a good point. But to me, it's kind of like, those seniors. Yeah, you're right. I'm
going to crap on that idea, but
no,
I do think maybe we can add more college football and get more inventory and do preseason bowls.
I just thought that it would be it. I feel bad for the seniors, but now that you put it really that way, and I thought it was like, man,
it's interesting.
But you got your team. You actually got your team, so. You're going to see like how your team is going to look going into the season.
There could be a benefit to doing something like that, but I don't think you just move the bowl game from the previous season to the next season. I think that there's another way. We could just do a whole new thing here. And now we're getting more college football. And I think we're all for more college football.
I like the idea myself because I was thinking like, the seniors,
682 them seniors. 214, that's a horrible idea.
Oh, really?
469, amazing idea.
Yeah.
817, seniors can't play. So we've got to divide. This could be a hot topic. What do you guys think? Bowl games moving to the spring after
I just felt like
I
felt like the University of Texas say they play in the bowl. I mean, okay, they're in
obviously
the playoff.
The college football playoff. You're not touching.
If you're in the playoff, we could actually move that up too if we want to.
Yeah, I'd be down to move that up. I was looking at next year's schedule. I think it's too late.
Well,
move it up.
How about this though? We've got a 12-team playoff next year, right? Yeah. So let the 12-team playoff handle the bowl season, and then if for those teams that want to, we could put them in a bowl like for spring ball, and you can kind of get an idea. It gives you a little bit of jump, a little preview what's going on with
an interesting
Hey, so what time is Carter's Corner?
6:20.
Man, you should bring this conversation back up for Carter's Corner. I'm just saying, being a producer right now.
He's chirping.
He's chirping, bro.
Okay.
I don't want to gaslight you guys, but he's chirping.
I like this. 6:20, Carter goes hard. We'll get back in this conversation. I like this, B. You've opened up a can of worms. Let's do a little bit of NFL True or Fart, then we'll slide right into the G-Bag of the day. That's next on the Fan.
We will
All right, about to get into some true or fart here. A lot of good texts coming in. 903 Spring Bowl. No previous seniors. Transfer not eligible. Not a good idea for this post-spring bowl game. Take a postseason game that's almost like a title game for kids and turn it into a meaningless preseason game. Nah, garbage idea. Y'all already heard Chip Kelly. He's got the best layout for all of this. So appreciate all the texts coming in.
Oh, no, we've talked to – no. Chip, I know this. Because on our show, we've talked about 40 college football teams are going to be part of a super conference.
Chip's just a Tolo and a fan of the G-Bag Nation.
Chip is stealing ideas from us right now.
He is.
We've known it's all about inventory. It is totally about inventory. And I can't wait to have Carter in here and because I know he is adamantly against this. So, but yeah, and he's kind of making some points. We'll see. We'll have a good time talking about it. But yeah, it was just a thought Dan Mullen threw out there that you maybe gives your team a little bit of an opportunity to kind of get an idea of where you're at.
Some people love the idea. Yeah. I think it's a fun topic. We'll have the G-Bag of the Day coming up in just moments. Segment brought to you by Soda, state-of-the-art weight loss, and of course, Frankel & Frankel. Shout out to both of them. Let's do a little bit of NFL True or Fart, though, shall we?
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or false? Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
All right, got a couple questions here from my guy. True or fart, Brian? Sam Howell's played his last game as a Washington Commander.
I would say that's true. I think the Commanders are in a mode right now where and it's important for some of these guys. Yes, they can't get rid of everybody, but it is important. And they made a determination. They started getting rid of Sweat and Young, and I mean they got rid of some guys. And you got new ownership likely going to want their own face of a franchise. Yes, I heard Mike and Reggie talking about it on their show about teams that could potentially for quarterbacks. I think the Commanders are absolute one. I reached out to my friends at the Giants and asked them, and they're like, man, that is going to be a difficult decision for us right now. But I would say it's something that we're absolutely going to talk about. Yeah. So there you go. There's a couple of teams like in your division are going to need new quarterbacks.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's true as well. All right, how about this one? Puka Nacua and not C.J. Stroud will win Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Man, I'll tell you what. Now, if you're the Commanders, let me ask you this, though. I'm not ask, but tell you this. If you're the Commanders, you hope you do exactly what the Texans have done. Hire a quality coach and go and get yourself a quarterback. That's that way the Houston Texans did that. And with all the problems that they've had with their front office, with all, the Jack Esterbys and all the things that they were dealing with, boy, they completely survived this. So good for them for that. I think it's going to be hard not to give it to the quarterback, though. But Puka Nacua has played. How many receivers did you look at last year?
About 30.
I felt like I looked at about 40 of them, and I didn't look at him.
No.
I'm honest. I didn't look at him.
I mean, I saw a couple of BYU games, and I saw him play, but I didn't go back and specifically study the individual player like we did. I watched Andre Yoshivas from Princeton.
Yeah.
Who's pretty good.
Yeah.
He's having a decent rookie season with Cincinnati, but Puka kind of fell through the cracks.
Not like this. So, yeah. But I think they're going to give it to the quarterback.
I think Houston might still end up winning that division.
Yeah.
In which case, they're getting it. So, how about this? Your buddy, Doug Peterson, true or fart?
Oh.
Jacksonville's going to miss the postseason.
Man, I'm going to say who they got left. I heard Bassick talking about it, who they have left. Have the Colts left? Maybe not. I'm trying to think exactly who.
And now you're not sure? I mean,
the
quarterback Carolina and at Tennessee.
See, those
are
are
on a 4-game losing streak.
Those two games are winnable. I'm going to say fart. I'm going to say Doug's going to get that thing in the
They still find a way to get in there. Yeah, I kind of lean that they probably will.
Yeah.
How about this, true or fart? Mason Rudolph, who's the new starting quarterback there in Pittsburgh, should be their starter next year.
That's fart.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
That's a fart right there. And then true or fart, we just saw both of these teams, Buffalo and Miami. Bills are going to end up winning the AFC East.
I say that's fart. Because that Buffalo's got to go to Miami at the end of the year, right?
Yeah, so basically it would take.
Miami at home, I think, is a pretty good.
They are
pretty good.
They've
bet.
been really good, but that's what it would take. Obviously, Miami plays Baltimore, they'd lose, and then you've got the division title the following week, and Buffalo would win that game.
Yeah,
I'm going to say Fart as well. I think Miami can get revenge and beat Buffalo the final week of the season. But
I agree.
Man, that AFC East is going to be a lot of fun. All right, last one here I want to give to you, Cowboys style. True or fart? As it sits right now, Cowboys are going to be one and done in the playoffs.
Man.
And you got a date in Tampa Bay.
Yep. I think they go on the road and beat Tampa.
I think that's.
I don't think it's going to be easy, but I think they find. I'll tell you what, you get embarrassed at home this weekend or lose this weekend in this game, there are going to be a lot more questions that, and if you ask me that, if you ask me that question next week after, say, a Cowboy loss where they don't handle the running game very well and the offense doesn't score points, I would probably lean towards true. But right now I'm going to say fart. I'm going to say they're going to figure things. I keep saying they're going to figure things out, and they haven't yet. We'll see.
Yeah, it's a fart. They're going to go on the road and win that first game.
Yeah, we're being homers.
They're
going
to do it. Yeah, let me wave the homer flag.
For Our Lady in Oklahoma City.
Put it this way. I'll put a bet payoff on it.
Would you?
They're going to go on the road. They beat Tampa in the first round.
Bet payoff?
They're going to make it happen.
All right.
I'll put a bet payoff on it.
Got it.
Before they lose to Detroit, I'll put a bet payoff on it. Yeah. All right, let's go to Lucius Alexander for today's G-Bag of the
day. Holiday season, bro. Feeling good. You feeling good?
Yeah,
holiday
season.
Feeling
like 2 a.m.
Yeah. All right, the Kelsey Bros are our winner of G-Bag of the day so far. What is this, day number 2 for these guys right here?
Yes.
New Heights podcast. They were talking about the water guys. The guys on the sideline that squeeze the water into the players' mouths.
Mm-hmm.
Pause. Or they go out there on the field and squeeze the water to the players' mouths. I think of Techno Viking. You seen that video, Techno Viking? Techno Viking, he needed some water, and the guy put the water ball in front of his face a little bit like that.
Yes, I know what you're talking about. That's
Techno Viking is my guy. He gave that finger to old dude. Put that finger in his face. All right, here's the Kelsey Bros talking about the water guy. A little bit of, hey, yo.
Why don't players squirt their own water?
Hey,
that is such a good question. Honestly,
such a good question.
Somebody comes up to me with it already right here.
Yeah.
And all they got to do is just go around from person to person and just you want one? I can shoot you real quick.
Yeah.
It's way easier than handing the bottle and handing it. I don't know. It's maybe not that much easier, but it is convenient.
You kind of just know when somebody reaches up to squirt you to open up your mouth.
Squirt, yeah.
And then you just get squirted. But you don't always, they don't have to do the squirting. You can do the squirting sometimes. But, when you develop a relationship, you just know when you're about to get squirted on.
You develop the relationship.
Yeah.
You got to have a good relationship with this person squirting.
Yeah. You don't want to just be letting randos squirt on you. I'll let a teammate squirt me sometimes.
Yeah.
That's some camaraderie right
Just
there.
sometimes. That's a camaraderie.
That's some camaraderie.
But sometimes I let them.
Then you know you're going to be squirted.
Yeah,
though.
just sometimes.
You got to know. Yeah.
All right, let's see what I got for you boys here. On a hump day, yeah!
How about that?
Wednesday.
Terry Bradshaw, Fox NFL coverage. Terry Bradshaw has some words for Falcons head coach Arthur Smith right here. You guys seen this?
Heard about it.
All right, well, listen.
Nothing upsets me more than when someone lies to me, all right? Ooh. I think Desmond Ridder, the third-year guy that drafted in the third round by Atlanta, he was told after week 8, you're my quarterback the rest of the year. I'm not going to bench you. You're my man. Arthur Smith, the head coach, said, not going to bench you. What did he do? Someone upstairs said, if you don't win out this year, you're going to lose your job, Arthur Smith. And he benched him. So I have no respect for Arthur Smith. Mess with that young quarterback, Desmond Ridder, like that. You set him back. Play the young man, leave him alone. Don't lie to him. And he lied to him. And then he's get his butt whooped.
Yeah. Let him know, Terry. He's in his bag right now.
I tell you what, though.
I hate liars.
Yeah, I think.
I hate a liar more than I hate a thief. A liar, yeah. A thief is after my salary. A liar is after my reality.
Wow.
The griot, Curtis Jackson, right there.
And I like that.
Tell you what, man, that's very profound.
F them liars. That's profound.
I feel you. What was you saying there, Brothers?
I don't know what I was saying.
It's all good, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember.
What else we got right here for you boys? Live. This is live. Live broadcasting.
Live broadcasting.
It can be pretty intense.
Yeah.
You don't want to make mistakes while you're live broadcasting sometimes because you can't take it back.
Right.
It happened live. Well, we had a ref that couldn't get his call right during the First Responders Bowl. And I feel like everybody can relate to this, though. Listen to this man's frustrations.
I want to take another couple looks at this to see if this ball was not maybe another yard forward.
Texas State.
Currently, right now,
that's their first.
Marked the 22-yard line. I kind of feel like it may be closer to
And
the
it's
21.
a 30-second timeout. Damn it. Correction. Full media timeout.
So we'll step aside as well.
Correction.
I feel like, damn
I just
it.
grabbed my pants.
I feel like we can relate to that, damn it, bro.
Oh, every day.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Correction.
Yeah.
Full media timeout.
Yeah, bro. I feel you, man.
Correction. Can we just scrap that 5-hour show from ever being listened to?
Oh,
man.
Let's see something here.
We did something yesterday on live radio when we were on with Todd Archer there. And yesterday I just used a word that I knew was going to get bleeped.
Oh, you did.
And Lucius just immediately hit the button. He didn't even hesitate.
Yeah, I caught you. Gave you a thumbs up. Told you keep rolling, man.
Yeah,
Don't even focus on it.
I looked. I said it. I looked over at Lucius, and he just hit the button.
It was already taken care of.
I went. That's live radio.
And then I went and posted and cleaned it up in post so nobody can catch it.
That's our guy. Yeah, that's my guy right there.
Yeah.
That's a teammate right there.
I got you, gal. I got you, dude. You just keep that food coming. You hear what I'm saying?
What do you got coming Friday?
Well, we got some Jamaican food
What do we
coming.
have?
Oh, let's go. We got a buck slip.
Come back. Big ups.
Got some Lucky Stripe go along with that Jamaican food I'm bringing.
Jamaican beer.
Nice. All right, we got a homer call, which I love homer calls. And an announcer jinx. I love announcer jinxes. Combo situation. He put it together. Pelicans announcer Joel Myers.
Oh, Joel Myers, yeah.
Yeah, he wanted a a missed field goal from Jaren Jackson for the Grizzlies to take it into overtime. You know what I mean? He's like, I need these field goals missed. And it happened.
Remember, they're 23 of 25 at the free throw line. Well, it says the Pels still have a timeout up there. They do have a timeout. Okay. Jaren Jackson. He's not missing.
I
wish he would. For all of you back home. But it being shot. He's 8 of 8 at the line tonight. He's got 14 points. He's not been able to shoot from the outside, but he's been able to shoot right there. And he didn't get it. That'll do it. Overtime comes. Prayer has been answered.
Who's not missing, Joe?
Man,
Who's not missing?
I wished it into existence, didn't I?
Who's not missing? That's awesome.
So loud in there, man. That's the best audio I could get of that situation, but it was really fire.
Good crowd.
That's fantastic. All right, you want to vote?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Is it the Kelsey Bros going for 3-time status? Is it Terry Bradshaw? Don't like liars. The ref can't get his call right. Correction. Or is it the homer call announcer jinx combo platter? Lucius, who you voting for?
Going for the ref. They couldn't get his call right. I feel like I can relate to that, man.
I'm going to vote for the Kelsey Bros.
I think I'll vote for the Kelsey Bros as well. They've done it again, 2-1, going for 3-time. Will they continue their reign tomorrow? G-Bag of the day. See, there it is.
Yep.
Correction. Every day at 2:30. All right, coming up next, let's go Krusty's Corner.
Yeah, Krusty's Corner. Let's talk about this Lions offense. We'll do that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Thanks, LA. We got NFL News of the Day coming up at the top of the hour. But right now, it's time for Krusty's Corner. And here he is, King of the Krusties, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much. I know there was some reports about the whole thing with the with Evans and the arrest and all. I reached out to a couple of different people in the organization, and I was asking about some clarity about that. And this one sounds more like it was on more of an ability than it really was the reports that we're hearing from the local media. No special teams, and he just wasn't helping on the depth at the linebacker spot, and they needed the spot for, well, let's go. And so they made the determination. So this one sounded more like an ability thing than it did getting arrested.
Okay.
So, and if you look at, there's a couple of games where he hadn't played. I know the Buffalo game, I think he got 11 snaps, but the last few games, so he has not played. I know the last 3 games. I think the Buffalo game was the only game he got defensive snaps. So, we can talk about and kind of maybe point to, it was the arrest that got him in trouble and got him released. It was more about the ability. It's what
performance related, not being a special teams contributor.
Yeah, this is coming from a couple of different guys.
And you just took the opportunity?
Yeah.
Why we got this opportunity?
Yeah.
Oh, you smoked some weed.
Yeah.
Oh, we also have Matt Let's Go ready to go.
Sweet. Well, we're waiting for you to mess up.
Yeah, but because I could say, I mean, it
could be the
easy.
marijuana thing is just coincidental.
Yeah.
Like they were planning to make this move anyway.
They were planning on making the move, but I could say sometimes you kind of say, oh, well, he got arrested. That's why you get rid of him. And this one, I had 2 guys tell me, no, I'm letting, they're probably putting their stories together and saying, no, this is what we're doing. But this one sounds like more of ability or lack of ability than it did with the arrest. But anyway, that's just something.
I was smoking that. Ooh.
That's great insight.
Great insight. There we go. All right, let's talk about the Detroit Lions. This team's going to play the majority of their snaps are going to be played in 11 or 12 personnel, 3 wide receivers or 2 tight ends. They're going to use an extra blocker on you occasionally. We saw that extra blocker earlier in the season against, not earlier, but recently against Buffalo. Remember, Buffalo was playing with an extra offensive lineman?
Yes.
It's our old buddy Dan Skipper from Arkansas is the extra blocker they bring in. So if you remember Buffalo and how they used their extra blocker, it helped them in the running game. So I would anticipate that the Lions are probably going to look at their situation and go, well, we run the ball well enough, but if we have to put the extra blocker on the field, Dallas wasn't very good. They go unbalanced sometime with the extra blocker, and he becomes basically the tight end, and they try and throw him the ball. Like he goes out like a 6'10" guy goes out and tries to catch passes.
My gosh.
Pretty crazy, but that's the creativity that you have. This team does run the ball very well. They like to run the ball when Goff is under center, by the way. One of the biggest teams in the league. When he's under center, the number 69, 69% is they'll run the ball. So that's 4th best in the NFL, by the way. So when he gets, and the reason they do it, Goff and put him under center is they like to give these backs a lot of depth and let them have an ability to run. They want them to have a running start. And when you get in shotgun and hand them the ball, sometimes you don't let them have that running start. So if the Lions get into under center, there's a probably 70% chance they're going to run the football on you right there. So keep an eye on that one.
Pretty high odds.
Yeah, pretty high odds. They have some success running the ball off the edge like Miami does. Like 57% of the time, the metrics will tell you that they're going to run the ball to the outside. And 50% of their snaps go to the strong side. So they try and be a little bit balanced left and right, but they're generally going to run to the strong side of their. So when you talk about the strong side, that's where you have your most blockers. But it's one of the best in the league when it comes to yards after contact. So they've amassed 1,397 yards, which is only behind the Dolphins. So when their backs get hit, There's an extra 1,397 yards.
Yeah, Montgomery and Gibbs.
Contact, yeah.
Those are two super talented players.
Yeah, we'll get into those cats. Last 5 games, your quarterback struggled a little bit with pressure. Those games have been Minnesota, Denver, Chicago, New Orleans, and Green Bay. The Chicago game is interesting. I watched that one on tape. I was always curious because Goff has problems playing in cold weather and outside. So if somehow you can get him in that, they struggled against the Bears.
Should you saying open the roof?
I'm saying open the roof and bring in the snow blowers. Make that thing is cold.
And then just clear it as soon as your offense comes on the field.
Yeah, as soon as they come on the field, make sure it's snowing. But yeah, he's really struggled. He's 25 of 57 in the last 5 games for 313 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. That's when he's faced pressure. So that's something you need to keep an eye on for him. He is playing at a pretty high level, though. I mean, this guy can make all the throws. He'll throw the ball into some harm's way, though. Like between defenders and stuff.
The decision making's been a knock on him throughout his career at times.
He is a tight window thrower.
Is he? And I think Ben Johnson, because he's similar with the play action percentage.
Yeah.
He's very good with the play action design, and Goff seems very comfortable with that as well.
Loves playing that way. You're going to have to worry about one of their wide receivers and their tight ends. Amon-Ra St. Brown he's the kind of receiver that doesn't let the ball hit the turf. When it comes in contact with his hands, he's going to catch it. His consistency with ball skills and attention to detail are outstanding. He's super competitive, and you can tell by the way he plays the game that it's important to him. Like I say, detail-heavy route runner. He hits all the footwork points. You never see him short on routes or anything like that. If he's supposed to be at 12 yards, he gets to 12 yards and makes his break. He can put a defensive back where he wants to and then take advantage of that by the way he runs the route, his spacing, the creases, the things like that. He takes advantages of all those things. He's going to look the ball in. He's going to snare it. There's strength in his hands. You're going to have to deal with him. He's a problem in these football games. They got a couple other guys that I think are decent receivers. Jameson Williams, I thought was going to be a much better player. Yeah, he missed 4 games this year because of the gambling situation.
He's had suspensions, he's had injuries, and they keep saying they're going to try and get him more involved in the offense, but it doesn't appear he is.
He just hasn't. He hasn't. I mean, I thought he was going to be a really great football player, but they just haven't got him going like they needed to. Did some research leading up to the draft about this next guy I'm going to talk about, Sam Laporta.
Mm-hmm.
And Laporta, there was some whispers, remember, that when we were working over there at the Star draft night.
A lot of Cowboy interest
that
there.
Dallas had interest. It's true. Dallas had interest. The interest came from Mike McCarthy, was really pushing hard for this player.
Good eye.
McCarthy and then Linda Wells, the tight ends coach, both were pushing really, really hard for this guy. So with Cowboys maybe considering him at the first-round pick, as crazy as that sounds, might have been a pretty damn good pick.
Yeah, you'd have 2 elite tight ends with Ferguson and Laporta there.
Yeah, absolutely. This guy Laporta, he's thick, he's compact, he's got massive, he's got that lower body power we always talk about, extra burst off the line, excellent burst off the line. He creates separation, he can draw mismatches, he's got a combination of strength and speed. He's a soft-handed player, he's got a solid catch radius, he can win contested balls. But he has had some drops this season, though. He's had 6 of them, which leads the team in drops. But he's a bulldozer with the ball in his hands, okay? He's going to catch the ball and try and kind of run over you. Need to account for him in a lot of ways. We mentioned these backs, Gibbs, Montgomery. They're both quality backs. You watch Gibbs play. It's like, we watch a lot of Stars game. It's like he's on ice skates. The way he just glides around the field.
Gliding is a great way to put it.
Light-footed. He does no restrictions laterally or vertically. Excellent tempo as he approaches the defender. He can set blocks up. He gains angles. I mean, he's just really outstanding. And there was questions about him or Bijan Robinson. Which one would you take? And they're both been outstanding players for you. So you're going to have to deal with quality running backs here. I mentioned their offensive line a little bit. I think the left side of their offensive line is a little bit susceptible to maybe some pass rush stuff. If they do have a problem, I do feel like, though, that Jonah Jackson and Taylor Decker on that left side they work well together, but you see snaps where Jackson is having to cover for Decker. You know, they're you see the pass rush, and he's having to kind of get over and trying to help for Decker. His eyes are always on the outside. Jackson struggled at times when defenders have attacked his left shoulder. A couple of times in the games I was watching, left shoulder gets attacked, and they were able to get through and get pressure on that. Decker's not the strongest left tackle, so he doesn't always set his feet. And when rushers want to bull rush him, they can walk him right back into the quarterback. So the left side of their offensive line might be something that the Cowboys can take a little bit of advantage of in this game.
And Penei Sewell's one of the best on the right side.
23 years old. The guy started in the league when he was 20.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, crazy good player.
I mean, how much do you really want to put Micah on Penei Sewell? Go ahead and move him over to the left side.
He struggled too with some inside rush. Too.
Okay.
There was
and Micah's using that a lot.
Yeah, some inside rush was able to get Sewell. He's so outside conscious of not getting beat on the edge, but you could kind of take him down inside. I saw a couple of different snaps where he was struggling with that inside rush. So this team can run the football. The passing, when they get pressure, the quarterback can get a little skitty on you. But they've got outstanding tight end and a wide receiver.
Got a question for you. Maybe we can bring it up at 3:20 about how to handle Sam Laporta. But another great edition of Krusty's Corner. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Let's do some NFL news of the day. We got Gronk and Micah going back and forth. The Steelers have added a former Cowboy, and the quarterback carousel continues. That's next.
Always a welcome. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
About time for some NFL news of the day. Of course, we got Baldy. Brian Baldinger coming up at the top of the hour at 4 o'clock. We will talk with Zach Martin, all-pro Cowboys guard, around 4:45, 5 o'clock-ish. Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, and Carter Freeman. Carter's back in the building, baby. Running things on Twitch and on YouTube. 877-881-1053. Always the number to call and the number to text. The big news today, of course, Cowboys did release Rashaan Evans. We're told more performance-related than the marijuana arrest that happened yesterday in Frisco.
Yeah. Maybe that's what they're having to say, but right now, I mean, I had 2 guys tell me that.
It would make some sense. I mean, you're trying to get Let's Go Back, who's now off of IR. They needed to clear a roster spot.
I just find it interesting that, there's really struggling. They've been struggling at linebacker, but Evans hasn't played all that great. And, the no special teams thing, I think, is something you have to kind of look at as well. So, a lot of things going on there.
Now, we have news inside the division. Of course, Jacoby Brissett is now going to be starting for Sam Howell, as Ron Rivera announced today. So that means most likely, unless, Jacoby Brissett just plays terrible and they decide to go back to Sam Howell, but that's probably going to be the opponent that you will be facing at quarterback the last week of the season for the Cowboys.
I think so, yeah. And, you don't need to... these games, I know it's going to be a road game and all that. Dallas needs to find a way to get some momentum going.
They do.
You don't need to go mess around and lose to Detroit. And not that losing to Detroit would be, I mean, they are an outstanding football team. Don't get me wrong about that. We just went through their offense, and there's a lot of things you're going to have to deal with. But Dallas needs to kind of find a way to start playing better here. They really, really do. The last couple of weeks haven't played very well offensively. Defense probably played well enough to win that football game the other day. But man, I'll tell you what, they need to get things going back to what that offense once was.
Yes.
And somebody else besides CeeDee Lamb stepping up and doing some things.
Absolutely. Let's get Ferguson involved again. I mean, look, Brandon Cooks had 2 big catches for you to move the sticks, and then had what could have been the game-winning touchdown. But can't be reliant solely on. And wouldn't it be nice if they could get a running game going? It seemed like that was trending in a positive direction, and then they just got no movement against Miami. I was really hopeful that Tony Pollard could have a good game, continue to trend up, but unfortunately the running game was not quite what you wanted to see in South Florida, and maybe that'll get back home, friendly confines of AT&T Stadium. Maybe that's what they need. But you got to establish some sort of running game going into the postseason.
You got to get the play caller getting some rhythm going back. They didn't have any rhythm at Buffalo. They just didn't have any. He early rhythm in the game, and then kind of went away. Maybe the left tackle situation wasn't ideal for you. Maybe you got a little skittish about that. I think that, when you look at the way the Dolphins played some defense, I didn't think it was anything just totally exotic that they hadn't seen. But man, it spooked your play call a little bit and spooked your quarterback. With some of the reads that that he chose not to make.
No question. We also have a change at quarterback that is official in New York, as Brian Daboll saying, all right, Tyrod Taylor's going to be your starter.
Yeah.
I thought Taylor did some good things in the second half of Philly, so he earned the right to start this game. Getting ready for the Rams, really have nothing else to add on. That's where we're at. So Tommy Cutlets, the passing paisano, he is going to be your backup moving forward in New York.
Yeah, and the Tommy Cutlets is just called the pizzeria and said he's cut his price from $10,000 to $1,000 if they want him to come by and have some pizza.
Anything you need from me, guys, I'll make some strombolis for you. We'll make it happen. Forget about it. And then Jalen Smith is on a new team, as the Steelers are adding the former Cowboys Pro Bowl linebacker, as they still have a slim chance to make the postseason after they were able to rally and beat Cincinnati last week. So he's expected to begin on Pittsburgh's practice squad, according to CBS Sports' Josina Anderson, but he'll be eligible for game day promotion against the Seahawks this week, and then in the finale against the Ravens next week. They've been looking for depth at linebacker because you've had Quan Alexander and Cole Holcomb, former Washington Commander, both land on IR. So Jalen Smith back in the NFL with a new team.
You know what? I tell you what, there were times when when that knee would fire and the leg would fire and everything, you could see him running. And
that 2018 season, he looked really good.
He looked like
it. Then he got paid.
And then, he struck a deal. Good for him.
He was smart. Really smart move by him and the agent.
Well, that was the time when Zeke was kind of holding out there, right?
They said we were open for business.
And they were open for business.
They said, all right, let's do it.
They gave him some money. Absolutely. So, I'll tell you what, though, that's one of those times where, that you gambled on that one.
Yeah.
You gambled but hey, their doctor did the surgery. So they had the utmost information about what potentially that injury was going to entail, and they felt comfortable with it. But they gambled a little bit on that one.
All right, let's keep the Cowboy talk rolling because Micah Parsons had a little back and forth with Rob Gronkowski. So Gronk does his weekly hit with Kay Adams on the Up and Adams show. And they go back and forth. They're talking about a tweet that Micah had during the Ravens-49ers game. Gronk shares his thoughts on Micah tweeting during the game. Here's the back and forth.
We did have Micah Parsons responded to you saying it's weird that he was talking about Brock Purdy. Here's what he said.
Is that the right one?
That's the follow-up. So we'll fire that one up second. Yeah, go ahead. There we go. Play the first one, then we'll tee that up.
All right, just making sure, bro.
All good.
Yeah, okay.
That's weed. That's weed.
He's watching the Niners-Ravens game like everybody else, and he says down 21 and there are no shots or development throws. Should tell you all you need to know. Is Micah, is this okay to do?
Okay. It's really weird that he's tweeting that out there. First, there's a saying out there. Losers focus on winners and winners focus on winning. And if you want to be a winner, you just got to focus on winning. It's really, really weird because in this case, though, Micah Parsons is one of the best defensive players in the league. He might win Defensive Player of the Year this year. But on top of it, it's a team game. It doesn't matter how good you are as an individual. It matters about a team. And it's weird that he's tweeting that after a loss versus Miami in Miami, and then he's tweeting that about a team that absolutely dismantled the Cowboys when they played them this year. So it's just weird to me because he's an outstanding player and he's doing his thing this year, but you're worried about the San Francisco 49ers and you're tweeting about them. I really don't know what else to say besides it's a weird situation. I really don't know how to break it down from there.
So initially I was thinking, well, Micah does a podcast on Bleacher Report, and he's talking about the entire National Football League.
He does every week.
He's not the only player that will tweet about other games when they're not playing. So I didn't think that it was strange, but that was an interesting quote. Losers focus on winners and winners focus on winning. Micah then was on social media, saw this happen, and I'd say within 10 minutes later had quote tweeted this interaction, and Kay saw it and immediately tells Gronk.
We did have Micah Parsons responded to you saying it's weird that he was talking about Brock Purdy. Here's what he said. Prime example of let's attack the person rather than addressing the topic. Yeah, because it's so weird. A football player is talking about football on a website where you can write your thoughts and opinions, Rob.
Wow, that was fast. Wow. I mean, no, that's not weird. Everyone has their own opinion. I got to agree with that. Everyone has their own channel now with social media, but I still think it's weird that you're worried about another team, man. You just got to worry about what you can control, not what the other team is doing, and especially a team that you're not even playing, a team that absolutely dismantled you. That's all I got for that situation. I mean, Micah Parsons is a great defensive player. I can't take that away from him.
100%.
I think the players in the league.
I think Micah needs to come on the show. Micah and Rob next week.
Yeah, I mean, he's just worried about these other guys and other teams and media.
Gronk is, and there's a ton of fans, and I know a lot of the Tolos are texting as well on the truckwreck.com text line. 682, I agree with Gronk. Parsons, just every Cowboy needed to shut up. And why do you focus on other teams? Cut every distraction. Focus on football. It's annoying, to be honest. I think there's a lot of fans that don't like the fact that Mike is doing this. I will consistently state this, and Draymond Green kind of started this in the NBA. I think this is going to become the norm. Players are going to have their platforms. They are going to do the podcast world. They're going to be talking. It can be great for fans as well. And when people are winning, nobody cares. You're on a 2-game losing streak, and now the thing to do is, Micah, why are you caring about the 49ers? Why are you on the podcast? Get off the damn podcast. Focus. To me, it's just get used to it because it's just going to happen from here on out. And we can complain about it, but it's going to fall on deaf ears. Micah's not going to care.
You know what? I mean, I think you're absolutely right. You know, Micah has established himself as a player with a media voice. You know, he's got the platform. He's got the followers. He's clearly one of those guys that can back up whatever he says. You know, he goes out there, he plays at a very high level. It got to the point where, you know, Gronkowski had to acknowledge, like, yeah, this guy's a great player. You know, but you're allowed to have, you know, on that platform, you're allowed to have comments. I mean, I think we all get frustrated with certain things, you know, but it's not my job to tell Micah Parsons to shut up about his platform, you know? And I don't think it's the fans. You could find a way just to, you know, choose not to listen, choose not to acknowledge, choose, you know. But Micah Parsons still plays at a very, very high level, you know. And if his platform was affecting, now there are some people that believe that his talking about the officials is affecting him and the team.
Kind of a Mark Cuban-like effect that we've seen with the Mavericks and the NBA.
Yeah. Now, if that,
and I could buy that. I could buy that. Absolutely.
If I had a chance to talk to 4 or 5 NFL officials and said, "Hey, listen, do you hear what Micah Parsons says about you guys every week when it comes to the lack of holding calls?" I'd be interested to know, and I'd be interested to see if the official would, in fact, would tell me that, yeah, that's, you know, we shouldn't let it bother us, but you hear it, you understand. But Micah Parsons is not wrong about the lack of calls.
He's got a legitimate gripe there.
He has a legitimate gripe about it.
He certainly does.
And I'm sure the guy in Cleveland does, and the guy in Pittsburgh does, you know. But Micah, he's out there, and he's going to say it. And, you know, I think that, you know, you're absolutely right. I think this is something that we all just had better get used to.
Yeah.
You're going to have these players going at each other, and you're going to have a lot of back and forth. And, you know, it's just something you have to kind of, you could take it, absorb it, learn from it, or you could just kind of say, I don't care anything about that.
Debo also was on with Kay and, you know, basically said to Micah, why are you worried about us so much? I think you want to wear a Niner jersey. And, hey, Niners definitely did kick the Cowboys' ass, and none of us are going to run from that. But, you know, Mike has talked about the 49ers throughout the season. I think a couple weeks ago he was talking about that offense and, you know, the MVP conversation. I think he was trying to lift Dak.
Yeah.
And he was talking about, you know, I think a lot of quarterbacks, essentially, he could go play quarterback, being a little tongue-in-cheek. That was taken and run with. But, yeah, I mean, fans are going to have a problem with it as long as your performance is not impacted on the field. And it certainly wasn't against Miami. Micah was still getting after Tua quite a bit.
Yeah, I like I said, as long as Micah Parsons continues to be a nightmare for offensive coordinators to have to deal with and scheme against, he could have a 24/7 podcast for all I care, you know. But just keep playing at a high level, which he has.
Yeah, and a lot are going to side with Gronk. I get it. 469, Gronk's right. If you haven't won a ring, you sound stupid. Champions can talk, from Leo. Yeah. Well, maybe the hope is that Micah will get one of those one day. But Micah's defending himself out there, and you know what? I'm going to defend our guy. That's what I'm going to do.
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Still love you too, Gronk. Nobody parties harder than you. This is an interesting situation with Jair Alexander. So apparently he was not a captain, but he decided I'm going to go out there and be a captain for the opening coin toss. And he almost botches the complete thing by saying we want to play a defense. So he is now being suspended because he went out for the coin toss on Sunday, even though he was not a captain. And the Packers are saying it's conduct detrimental to the team. After the game, Jair Alexander was asked about the situation, and I guess the hot ref mic picked up the entire exchange and how he almost just bleeps the entire coin toss up. Here was Jair Alexander.
Did you realize you almost made a big mistake on the call, though?
What'd I do?
Well, you said we want to go on defense.
Yeah.
Which, in theory, they could have said, then you're electing to kick off, which you would have lost the opportunity then to receive in the second half.
Yeah, no, I told them that. I said I want our defense to be out there, and they all looked at me like I was crazy. I'm like, I mean, it's pretty simple what I said. Like, I want the defense to be out there. They like, you mean defer? I'm like, yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Did he say that to you?
Yeah, he did.
The mic was on, and I.
Oh, it was?
Yeah,
we
heard you.
Hear that, yeah.
Oh, really? Nah, he was just like, defer. I was like, yeah. Everybody was like, yeah. Everybody was laughing. I'm like, what y'all laughing at? Like, it's pretty obvious what I'm asking for.
So did anyone say anything to you when you got back to the sideline?
Why would they?
Boy, am I impressive.
Would they? Because you could have just spoiled the entire thing and said, we just want to kick, we want to play defense, and then the other team gets to defer for the second half.
Yeah.
I mean, it does matter. Like, the refs just don't know exactly what you're wanting.
This is the overtime. This was an overtime, or was this the start
the game?
To start the game.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. What? Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, it could have really been a problem.
Yeah. Well, did he ask him why he went out there? I mean, did anybody ask him that question? Why did you decide to go and be one of the captains today? Because it's a tradition at Green Bay that the captains get their picture taken before the game. So obviously you're not a captain because you're not in the picture, right? So I don't know. Why would he go out there?
Well, there's no answer for it, and the Packers are suspending him now for the game against Carolina.
Yeah.
So hopefully he learns his lesson from that. But what a bizarre situation. I've never heard of that before.
But nobody asked him why he went out there, right?
No, that's exactly what they just did post game. They asked why he was out there.
But what did he say?
He didn't even give an answer.
Okay.
He just kind of glossed
Nobody
over.
pressed him on that? Like, why? Okay. Forget all the other stuff.
Yeah.
Why did you even go out there? What was your motive to go out there? Yeah.
A little weird.
Yeah.
A little weird.
Yeah.
A lot of feedback on the Micah Parsons conversation.
I got to call Green Bay and figure out what the hell's going on up there.
We'll get to that. A lot of good texts coming in, and we can go ahead and interact. We'll have more Cowboys conversation on the other side. What do you want to see from the Cowboys before the postseason these final 2 weeks? We'll look at some of the big storylines ahead of the Niners game, and we can carry on this Micah conversation. That's next on The Fan.
They poke fun out of mutual love and then get into fisticuffs behind the scenes. But that's an HR.
All right, let's talk more Cowboys here, shall we? What are some things you want to see the Cowboys accomplish these last 2 weeks before entering the postseason? 877-881-1053. Segment brought to you by Soda. State-of-the-art weight loss. We love you. We're getting closer and closer to having Baldy on. And it was the fact that Jair Alexander from Charlotte, so he's a Carolina guy,
Charlotte. Okay, here we go.
Took it upon himself to go out there on the field. Even though he was not a captain, he just said, home game for me. I'm going out there, guys.
Yeah.
And, since then, he's been suspended.
So he'll get to go home. He'll get to go back to Charlotte for the weekend, right?
Maybe, possibly. Yeah. I don't know what the team wants to do there.
That's wild. You just walk out there because it's where you're from?
Yeah.
Hey, you talked to the other guys on the team. They said it was cool. I guess the coach just didn't love it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Make sure you talk to somebody at least.
Hey, Jordan, I'm going to go out for you today because I know you're the captain with the C on your shirt, but I'm going to go take the captain.
It's my game.
My game.
I'm the captain now.
Because if he didn't ask anybody, that's like concussion protocol symptoms.
No, the guys he went out there with, they had his back. But yeah, the coach.
See,
makes sense now.
It's a tradition. It is a tradition in Green Bay, and if you want to really get a good laugh, Google Packer captain pictures when Aaron Rodgers was there, because he would photobomb every one of them, and he would do
that's great,
like crazy, like he would bring props, like he would bring these props on, and get into the picture with props as they're taking the captain's picture. So yeah. A lot of fun with old Aaron Rodgers. Good sense of humor.
Yeah. No, he does have a good sense of humor. Yeah. We do have a lot of feedback in terms of, the Micah podcasting stuff. 469, I'm a Cowboy fan. I love them. But Parsons, if he's going to criticize other teams, what about his own? Yeah. Criticize your own team. Now, when it comes to the penalties, Micah was just talking about this, and shout out to Chris Arnold, who's toiling on his way back from the Star as he's getting his player profile done. Mm-hmm. And he was part of the media scrum that was just talking to Micah. Now, the audio's not posted yet, but our buddy John Machota went ahead and quoted it. So Micah, when asked if the refs can account for his speed when assessing potential offensive holding penalties, he said, quote, "To be honest, and in the most humble way ever, I don't think there's another rusher like me in the league. I don't think there is a rusher that wins as quick as I do."
That is true. The numbers show that.
Absolutely.
The next gen stats will show you he's consistently the top rusher speed-wise in the league.
There's not another rusher that does the things that I do. That's on tape. They put me on the same pedestal as other rushers, and we're just not all the same. I don't think they realize that I'm 4'3" coming off the edge versus some dudes might be 4'4", 4'5", whatever. I think the refs understand that I'm a good player, but they don't understand the actual plays that I can make with my speed,
the suddenness,
and what I can control. Absolutely. Yeah. And I think that was a big reason why, he gets flagged for roughing the passer, which I didn't love the call, but he wins so quickly off the line.
He was right on Tua as soon as that ball left.
And Tua's back is, he's right. It's a bang-bang play.
Well, I tell you what's happening. Hockley is trying to protect Tua because he knows Tua's dealing with concussion stuff. Tua has a history of concussion stuff. I think that's where he's trying to protect. Like, listen, you can't take a run at a guy like that that's had a history with that, and that's Hockley right there. That's the kind of stuff he comes up with, But hey, let me text in fans. Have you guys had enough of Micah Parsons?
What do you mean in terms of complaining about?
Just have you had enough?
I think some have.
I just like to see a yes or no. Just give me a yes or no. Have you had it? Have you? That's all I want to see. I mean, you look at the screen. Because I wonder if people are growing tired of it. That's what I mean. I wonder just overall, have you had enough of Micah Parsons.
Well, the 817, Micah has become the NFL equivalent of, a B-boy with all that crying when they lose. He's a pathetic crybaby.
That's a yes.
That's a yes.
That's a yes.
A B-boy.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't know if I could really say.
Oh, you're editing yourself. Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to fulfill the FCC obligations.
Man. All right. I know where you're going, bro.
That's all it is. Yeah, B-boy.
Yeah, boy.
214 saying no. 262, yes. 214, absolutely. 817, no. More, please. 817, hell no. 214, no. Most of them saying no. 682, Mike is turning into Luka. Refs hear him chirping, and they're treating him like the NBA refs treat Luka.
That's a yes.
210, had enough, Brian. Hell no, no, hell yeah, yes, yes, yes. A lot of yeses coming in now. No, but
see, that's interesting. Here's like one of the most beloved players. I mean, like when you talk, when you say anything about Micah, you usually were going to get a wave of like negativity toward you. Like, remember when I asked if he's slowing down? Remember the question?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
The question I asked.
What a stupid question.
Yeah. I just, I thought, I'm like, well, is he slowing down? I mean,
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, the Giants game. I mean, Tyree Phillips held him in check. I wonder, is this one of these times we're starting to see Micah slow down? And so if you say anything about Micah, you usually are met with a wave of, you don't know what you're talking about, go to hell. You don't, blah, 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 blah. Everybody kind of gets, but now I wonder if things have kind of changed a little bit for Micah Parsons, that people maybe not see him as positively as they once have. Just a question.
Yeah, I mean, no, winners have points. That's from our guy, Timothy Carthage, Pappy, texting in that he's not sick of it. I mean, I do also wonder if you're not coming off of 2 losses, is the response different? And, we got somebody else. It's like, oh, so it's okay if Micah does it, but it's not okay if other players. No, other players do have podcasts. Marlon Humphrey of the Ravens does one every single week. I played a cut of his last Friday talking about the 49ers game. But people don't go ahead and talk about that as much. Why? Because of something Micah has discussed on his podcast. He's a Cowboy. Right? The Cowboys are the premier franchise in the National Football League, so they're going to be discussed and covered to a higher degree. Some people don't give a damn that Marlon Humphrey's doing a podcast. Unless you're in Baltimore and you're a Ravens fan and you enjoy it, or you're just a fan of his podcast. Some people might not know that. There might be people driving around or towing right now. They're like, oh, I didn't know another player also did this. Yeah, there's several. But Micah's the one that gets scrutinized probably the most for having one.
Is he becoming polarizing?
Yeah, I think a little bit. I mean, I
more so than Dak?
I don't think he holds back. No, he's not more. No one will ever be more polarizing than the quarterback of the Cowboys.
Never.
No, I don't think so. I mean, Romo got it too.
Let me ask the fans a question here. Would you try and get a Khalil Mack haul for Micah Parsons right now?
A couple did text in and say, yeah, I'd like to trade him for a couple of first-round picks.
Okay, I'm just asking the question here, fan base. I'm not trying to stir anything up. I just want to know, as a fan base, would you, if you could get a Khalil Mack haul of picks for Micah Parsons, would you do it right now? Yes or no?
Did you really say that?
Yes, he's getting annoying from the 318. We'll see. 877-881-1053.
Yeah.
So what is it, 2 1s?
Yeah, if you get 2 1s and say a 2 out of the deal. Would you take 2 1s and a 2 right now for Micah Parsons?
And I agree, 817. Ask the fans after back-to-back wins. We'll see what the fans say.
I'm just asking right now.
But no, bro, shut the bleep up. Hell no. No. I think the majority is in it now. It's a pretty strong no that we're getting right now.
Is it all no?
Yeah. I don't see a single yes yet. No, not. Why would you want to trade one of your best players? Anyone that says yes to that question is more idiotic than the question itself. 817. Okay, 817 said hell yeah. We got one yes.
There you go.
You got one yes. Another one said yes, we need to play CeeDee Lamb. So, but the majority, I'd say it's like a 98% saying no right now. They would not trade Micah.
Okay, let me ask this question then. There's my next question though. What if the Cowboys actually did it? What would you think of the Cowboys? Because they don't care what we all think.
No, they certainly don't.
They do not care what you
feel
think.
That's the best for them.
Yeah, you could talk about my idiotic question, but they do not care about one thing that you're saying right now.
Couple people.
I'm just curious about the fan base. Because what if the Cowboys were to move on from him? What if they don't want to pay him $30 million a year?
Yeah.
Now what are you going to do?
Yeah. That would
Brian,
be fascinating.
can you turn your mic off?
That would be fascinating if indeed they did it. 903, no, I'd be upset. Wouldn't take the picks for Micah because I don't trust this organization drafting.
Whoa.
Wow.
That's opposite of what a lot of people think.
It's probably just this year's draft class has probably been the least impactful that they've had in recent memory.
Yes, that is true.
But prior to that, this is probably the best drafting team, if not the most, in the NFL. I think a lot of it is, all right, well, then you're rebuilding. If you trade Micah, you're rebuilding. That's some of the sentiment that I'm getting
CD,
here.
You got Dak.
And now what can you do with those picks? A lot of people are not into the idea, though. Overall, I think it's no. You need Micah to keep this defense strong. So
okay.
It's interesting, and it's a fun talking point.
It's fun. People like it.
People like it.
Yeah, I like it.
Gets
I'm
the
interested.
people going.
Yeah, it gets the.
See, that's what
Parsons is a generational player.
Yeah,
Dumb move.
There you go. Okay, so you would say if the organization decided that they didn't want to pay Micah $30 million a year, you as a fan base, you would absolutely say that's just a dumb move, right?
Yeah. I think that this one would be better to open to the phones than just have to pull the texts that are coming in right now. Maybe we can do that.
No, I was just curious.
Yeah,
I was just curious because
I think the taco pick, people are saying, you can't trust what will happen with those draft picks.
Well, they've also drafted some really good players.
Really good players.
They have. They drafted CeeDee Lamb,
but it's a resounding no. It seems right now on the text line.
I'll tell you what, I think that would be crazy if they absolutely did it. I think the fan base would melt.
I think they would too.
Yeah, but that's, you know what? They don't care what you think, fan base.
No,
they really don't.
If they don't view, if
they're going to do what they want to do.
Look, and they know the player better than anybody else.
Sure, he might be terrible in their locker room.
Yeah,
he might be a guy that's a problem to deal with. He might not prep. He might not do everything they ask him to do. We don't know that.
Okay, here's an interesting one. I would do it only if the Cowboys would draft a quarterback.
Oh, all right. Put that question out there. Would you make the Micah pick pick which quarterback you want in this draft? Pick which one you want. You want Caleb Williams? You're nodding. That's terrible radio.
Well, let's go. Caleb Williams. I've got Caleb at number 1.
Okay. Would you do it to get the picks to go get Caleb Williams?
I think I would hold on to Micah right now.
Man, you just wanted a quarterback.
This wasn't a me thing.
Oh,
this was a text. It was a text.
All right.
Like they would do it if you're going to end up drafting a quarterback which to me would make sense as well. Yeah. If you're going to, it means, hey, we're kind of looking at turning the page maybe on Dak, and I would use that pick to draft my next franchise quarterback. Which in this draft, absolutely. Like if the Cowboys
in this draft,
did
it'd make a lot of sense.
And they said, hey, we're moving on from Dak. I would take Caleb Williams, or maybe if you weren't able to get the number 1 pick because that team I'd be totally fine with a Jaden Daniels or a Drake May.
So to get one of these guys, you would have to trade.
It's worth it for a quarterback.
Yeah, to trade.
It would be worth it moving on from a generational talent to get a franchise quarterback. Yeah. I think that's the only spin to me that would make sense there.
Yeah.
But I would do it in that case. I think it's a fascinating conversation. 877-881-1053. Apologize for asking you to text and drive if that's what you were doing. You can always pull over if you need to. You got the people going here, Brian.
No, that's my job. My job is to make people think. But
a lot of people are like, if it's Caleb Williams, I'm in.
Okay, there you go now.
If it's Caleb Williams, I'm in.
There we go. So so you would trade Micah Parsons, fan base, to get potentially your franchise
for a quarterback? The answer has spun from no to yes.
Okay.
Now some are just out on Caleb Williams, and that's fine. If you don't like Caleb Williams, you've got
how about just a quarterback? Yeah, how about just a quarterback?
If Drake May's your guy, then all right, then make it Drake May.
Yeah.
If Jaden Daniels is your guy,
plug in your quarterback. Plug in your quarterback. Would you trade Micah Parsons to get your quarterback, whoever that might be?
All right. I'll pull these. We'll do it. Coming back on the other side, we'll also go around the rim. We had a historic day for the Mavs. NBA history was made last night, and Melo playing against Kobe on Christmas Day. This is fun. Next on The Fan.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your device.
At Rangers.com/awards dinner.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. You can shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
This got steamy on the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053. We got Brian Baldinger coming up on the other side, our Odyssey NFL Insider at 4 o'clock. But most of the texts said no, but a lot of them were open-minded for a quarterback. And one said, I don't think I'd want a quarterback, but if I could trade for a Sean McVay or a Kyle Shanahan, I'd consider it. So it's fascinating. Now, so, there was one person who was just like, stop with the hypotheticals. But this thing.
Oh, geez, we're doing radio, damn it.
I mean, that's what we do.
Gosh, please.
8940. No, problem is not the quarterback. Top quarterbacks from the last several years have not been as successful as people wanted or believed that they would have been. 972. I trade Parsons for Pat Mahomes.
Okay. See, the folks out there that are trying to kind of, think about their team. They're trying to think a big picture.
Yeah.
Is what they're trying to do. The part about trading for a quarterback, okay, maybe, I kind of have an idea what you're thinking about your guy now. The guy or gal that's trading for the coach, I'm kind of, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing there, that's what I appreciate. I appreciate the fan base out there that they'll keep an open minded about things, but say, okay, what could we get better? What could we get that could help us? Because the current state, we're 11, 12-win team with maybe some questions about, are we good? I had somebody just tweet at us like, I would consider doing it for the picks just because of the positions. Think of the positions that you need.
Your offensive line you can rebuild.
Offensive line, you think about, we've mentioned, and again, not trying to get rid of Dak, but if you're one of those folks that think they need to move on from the quarterback, you could probably address your quarterback situation there, thinking about the linebacker, thinking about an offensive lineman. There's a lot of things you could do. I mean, if you just want to sit there and have the same attitude that really the Joneses do, well, we like all our players. I appreciate
fun with it.
I appreciate the fan that wants to, think about big picture. I really, really do.
Now, some just think Mike is so good he's worth more than some of those first-round quarterbacks. Yeah. I mean, I think the quarterback's the most important position. If you hit on Pat Mahomes, we've seen it.
You look at what Houston's done now. Houston looks like they have hit on a quarterback. It looks like they've got the right coach and the right quarterback. That they in one offseason, they might have changed the trajectory of their franchise in one offseason. Making the moves.
Yeah.
And what did they have to do? They moved who they thought their best player was.
Well, how did the Cowboys, and we got Jimmy Johnson going into the Ring of Honor on Saturday night.
Yeah.
How did that dynasty become to be?
Oh, yeah.
You traded your best player in Herschel Walker.
During the season.
Right?
Yeah.
So you got a bunch of picks, and then you hit on those picks.
Yeah.
So
where's Mike Lynn when you need him today? Yeah.
I think it's an interesting question. I don't know that they would do it, and it's totally hypothetical, but I do think there's a lot of other things on your team that you can fix.
If you're having to pay a player other than a quarterback $30 million, that you should be open to all opportunities. You should absolutely. I mean, yeah, we've all it's the way it is nowadays. Quarterbacks do make the most money. Be one of those teams that doesn't have one. I lived for 3 years without one. We were so bad it pushed me into radio. That's how hard that is.
It is hard, man.
But
it's hard.
Yeah. But look what the Texans did. They gave up on what they thought was their franchise quarterback. Now he had all the off the field things that he was dealing with, but they said, you know what, we'll move on. We'll move on, and the trajectory again of their franchise is now in a total different direction.
Fascinating.
People want to sit there and say that's the same damn thing for 30 years. It's the same. Okay,
this would be different.
Here's your chance. Not to say it'll happen, but he is your most. Do you think he's
their most valuable asset?
Him or Lamb?
No, Micah.
Mike is?
I think Mike is more valuable than CD. I think there's more quality receivers than there are edge rushers. I think you count on one hand the amount of edge rushers that could even compete in the same conversation of Micah.
Yeah. You could get, yeah.
And Mike is their most valuable asset, 100%.
Yeah.
There's no other player that we could discuss getting that type of haul to make an impact other than him. That's the only reason it's an interesting topic, right? I mean, maybe the quarterback, but I think Micah would go for more than Dak would. I really do.
And you're almost going to have to pay him like a.
Yes.
You're going to have to pay him
like a quarterback.
You're going to have to pay him like a top 12 quarterback, top 15 quarterback.
Yeah,
$30 million a year.
Yeah.
If you had, there you go.
That's what the number's going to be.
Yeah,
no doubt. And I wonder if that's a conversation they're having in that building.
Not at all.
You don't think so?
No. Who knows?
No, it would probably take a team calling and saying, "Hey, we'll dangle this in front of you," and then it's all right. But I don't think that it would happen. But yeah.
Do you think it could change? Do you think it could change your franchise though for the better?
You got to hit on the picks. That's the key.
Yeah,
and there is certain risk involved, right? We've seen that with the draft.
But the general manager's not going anywhere, right?
No.
He's not going to get fired. This would be a swing for the fences type move if you felt like that you were going to get fired and it would be somebody else's problem. But if you're the general manager that's not going anywhere, you could probably get a pretty damn good haul that might change the fortunes of your franchise.
Yeah, it interesting. I like the question. I mean, I thought it definitely makes you think.
Real quick, the which one did you like more, the quarterback or? Okay, take the quarterback out of it. A player or the coach?
Oh, geez. Oh, man. The coach.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
It's how important things are with a coach. This one's hadn't done a bad job.
No, I think McCarthy's done a very good job.
I mean, and you're going to ask me what I would do different here in the 350 segment here. You're going to ask me what I would do different for the Cowboys, what I want to see them do different. I want to see attention to detail. I see better attention to detail.
Which is coaching, right?
I'm going to see better attention to detail. I didn't see it the last 2 weeks. I want to see better attention to detail.
Going to need it.
I want to see less.
Detroit.
I want to see less penalties. You know, I want to see better awareness. I want to see better situational awareness. You know, I think the guys are playing hard. Just want to see better.
I'm with you, and they're going to need it because Detroit's the real deal. That's a good
pick
football
Detroit?
team. Man, I don't know. It's too early in the week.
No, you got a couple days.
I think the Cowboys' offense can move I don't really believe in Detroit's.
I got to watch Detroit's
that offense
defense.
is scary.
I think there's some. I think Detroit's defense on that left side. I think there's some.
Aiden Hutchinson's a good player.
Well, I'm just talking about on the offensive line.
Oh, okay, they're susceptible there.
Yeah, I think so.
Very quickly, of course, we do have the Mavs playing tonight against Cleveland.
Oh, was this around the rim?
Yeah, it's okay. I'll just slide in a little bit.
I didn't hear the music
before we go to Brian. It's okay. Baldinger. The Pistons have set an NBA
I thought
record.
it was a Cowboys segment. That was the previous one, right?
Well, I was carrying it over. But,
okay.
Hey, I mean, Cowboys rule the day. It's just the heart of the NFL season, right?
Yeah, okay.
The Pistons have set an NBA record with 27 straight losses.
Still terrible for them, by the way.
First team to do it in season, right? Because you had the
carryovers.
Sixers do it from the 2014 to the 2015 season.
I feel bad for them, but if you're trying to get floor seats out there in Detroit, man, Detroit, what up, though? You on fire. $250 for some floor seats and champagne, bro.
No,
I'm just making that up right now. I don't know what they look like, but if you're not making any, if you're not winning any games, bro.
Yeah, I mean, if we've had Halloween, Thanksgiving, and Christmas come through before the last time we won a game, that's a problem.
I'll tell you what, man. I'd go for the floor seats just to go watch.
Oh, hell yeah, I would.
History.
Whoever the other team is.
I'm watching the worst basketball team maybe ever.
I've ever seen.
Lucius, would you wear like a bag on your head?
No,
at a game.
No, I want to be seen. I was out there. Yeah.
You want to be seen?
I want to be seen out there.
Well, if like Lucius, okay,
I might wear a shirt that might, degrade you or something like that, but no, not over my face. I want you to see me.
Lucius, you are a celebrity, though. If they showed your picture up on the scoreboard, Lucius Alexander, would you like give him a thumbs up, wave? What would you do? Like your team's lost 29 straight. Say
I had to do that dude from the Jordan documentary where he goes,
I don't know. Kicking his ass in dice or whatever, quarters, whatever the hell they're playing.
They're playing washers, weren't they?
Yeah, that's what it was.
At the court.
Man, that was hilarious. That guy kind of stole the whole Last Dance. That was amazing.
Was funny, man.
Wingstop's a big winner in this, though. When you talk about biggest L, which we'll do on Friday. So Wingstop has a promotion with the Pistons where you can redeem a code to get 5 free boneless wings after every home win.
Oh no,
well, they haven't had one since October 28th. So they're not giving away any free wings. So
I'll tell you what,
they've got the promotion, but they're not having to spend any of it.
Have you ever gone to a sporting event and they give you the free taco for like something happens in the game?
Stars games.
Have you used the free coupon?
One time.
I don't think I ever have.
One time I did.
On the way
Taco
out,
Bueno.
they hand you the free coupon. I don't think I've ever used the free coupon.
Yeah.
Or the Pluckers joint.
That's terrible on my part. I got to go use the free coupon.
Yeah,
right?
you need to use the free coupon.
Yeah,
you do.
Get a free taco.
Why else? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Score a goal, get a taco.
Maybe take your date's coupon from her too.
Steal a base, get a taco. If it was a bad date.
Yeah, just give me that. Two tacos.
Let me take that, honey.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me go get 2 tacos.
Get the better taco.
All right, let's talk more football here on a hump day on your home of the Cowboys 105.3 The Fan. Brian Baldinger, our Odyssey NFL insider, joins us next.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line 877. our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation, about to catch up with our guy Brian Baldinger, our Odyssey NFL insider. Always a treat when we get to talk football with Baldy. We've got our top 10 coming up on the other side, and Zach Martin, Cowboys All-Pro guard, going to join us 4:45, 5 o'clock-ish. But right now, without further ado, we are joined by Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger, host of the Odyssey original podcast In the Huddle, with Jason Lockenfor and Carl Dukes, covering the entire NFL. Baldy, how are you, sir?
Well, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I'm doing fantastic. I'm in a good spot, and life is good. So it's good to be with you guys.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to you as well. Now, earlier we were having a conversation because Gronk was kind of taking some shots at Micah for talking about other teams. And I wonder, in your opinion, because I know your affinity for Micah, and we love him as well, but is he an untouchable type of player? Is there any circumstance in which, if you're an owner of a team, you would trade Micah Parsons?
Hell no. Never. No. I would lock him up for as long as I can lock him up. I wouldn't let that guy go. You can't. That guy is in maybe a draft every 7, 8, 10 years. No, I wouldn't let that guy go. He's the most valuable guy on the team.
Agreed.
Yeah, I tell you what. It's funny we were talking because Baldy, we were thinking about all the things. We're play a game with us here though. What kind of haul could you get for a guy like that? Could you fix your quarterback situation? Could you fix your tackle situation? Could you fix your linebacker? I guess the linebacker.
Yeah,
he's a linebacker.
You're losing one.
But like, what kind of haul could you get? Is it something that could, because the Cowboys, the way they currently are right now, 11, 12 win team, right? Good team.
They're a good team right now. I mean, they need linebackers. I think that's a real sore spot right now, just looking at the changes they made last week.
Sure.
Going against the Dolphins. But, I mean, if you asked Bill Parcells in 1983, hey, we got to fix this team. You want to trade LT? He'd, look at you like you were, from the loony bin.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's ways to fix your team. But you don't do it at the expense of losing your most valuable commodity.
Right.
And a guy that can change the game on any given play. And I don't know where the pass rush is without him, to be honest with you. I don't see anybody else getting to the quarterback. He's basically – it's basically a one-man band. I mean, you look around the league and you look at different teams, they got at least 2 guys, sometimes 3, depending where you're looking right now, at guys that can get to the quarterback. But I don't see anybody else in Dallas winning one-on-ones right now.
Well, Baldy, you mentioned the loss in Miami. What were your thoughts? It seemed like the Cowboys had certainly an opportunity to win it. Might have let one get away there.
I thought it was disappointing, to see Miami go 10 plays, 66 yards, and kick the field goal like that. I mean, they made it look way too easy. And I thought the Cowboys made it easy on them. I didn't think they challenged the receivers near enough. They lost Gilmore for a play.
Yeah.
Wright came in. He gave them a 5-yard – he's 10 yards off the ball. You could tell that Tua wasn't in any way going to hold the ball longer than 2 seconds.
Right.
So when that happens, you're not worried about the home run ball at that point. You just, challenge every single throw. I'm not here to second-guess Dan Quinn. He's obviously, a great coach. But I just thought they should have challenged him a lot more, especially with Kendall Lamb at right tackle.
Sure.
And some of the guys that were on that line. I would have challenged them a lot more on that final drive than what they did.
Yeah, Baldy, a lot was made about what happened with, when you're watching the tape, the shots or the lack of, do you feel like that? What was Dak? And you're really good at breaking all this stuff down when it's defensive stuff. Did they do anything different to him once they kind of figured out, okay, CeeDee's not going to kill us in this game? Did you see anything that caused Dak to pull some balls down, and or was it really the lack of the offensive line or the confidence it maybe had in the left tackle spot?
Yeah, well, I don't think he had much confidence in the left tackle spot.
Yeah.
So I think that was an issue. Obviously, he got hit early. And I think he wanted to pull the trigger to CD a couple of times. And, he's busy navigating the pocket and probably not locating him, because he was open a bunch in the game, obviously,
Yeah.
But I think he wanted to go to him a little bit more than they did. And then, they didn't run the ball particularly well. And it was just disappointing to see Pollard on a pitch, the opening drive. Like, you got to score there.
Yeah.
He's, I don't care what back you are. Like, you got to score. And then to see Lupke just, I don't know what he was doing. The ball's right in his belly. It's a good handoff. Like, I don't know if Dak. I'm not listening to the shows down there, guys, but like, he doesn't even look like he's expecting the ball. The play's for him, and so to come away with nothing right there. And look, that didn't lose the game for him. They had other opportunities. Obviously, CD makes it go, and they lined him up in the backfield. They ran him on reverses. They got the ball to him, especially in that first quarter. It was, and I think they wanted to keep going to him. The protection issues just kept showing up time and time again.
Baldy, do you think there's, with the road woes, they're having a little bit a lack of attention to detail? Is that something that we can point fingers at a little bit?
Look, Tyron was playing at a very high level. There was just a big drop off. I thought Miami's defensive line won that game. Won the line of scrimmage, and that's disappointing. Is that lack of detail? Is that attention to detail? I don't know. They didn't dominate the line of scrimmage the way I think they're capable of.
Sure.
To see Sealer and Chubb and Wilkins have the success they had, it starts up front, and I thought that they lost that battle in that game.
Did the blitz? It looked like to me, Baldy, in protection, you mentioned that they didn't handle the blitz game very well, and it seems odd in Week 16 that you would have trouble with blitz pickup things. That's not all left tackle, though, right?
No,
I know he had a couple of issues, but
yeah, he did.
But they struggled. It seemed like hots were a problem in this game.
Well, I'm not sure, if teams even believe in hots anymore.
Yeah,
I see these quarterbacks on the blitz that you're talking about.
Sure.
And you get these weak side blitzes. Okay, it's an overload blitz. All right, what's your side adjust? What's your hot read? I'm watching Philly the other day.
Right.
And they don't have any answer to it. And then I see the same thing in Dallas, and I'm going, it used to be automatic.
Automatic.
Okay, automatic, okay, this is our answer to your overloads right here. We're going to, cut your route off, and here's the throw, and hit the void. And I see this league-wide. It feels like it's an epidemic. And if a quarterback, it always falls on the quarterback, but if the quarterback doesn't have an answer to your riddle, whose fault is that?
Right.
And I see it around the league right now.
Yeah, that's why I asked you the attention to detail question, because to me, I'm the same way. I mean, I never played in the NFL, but I was in the NFL long enough to know that when somebody came weak side, and I understand what Steele did. I understand Steele blocks down. He takes first threat, and now the quarterback's responsible, and Cooks is looking for the ball. And Dak's looking at him like, wait a minute, I'm supposed to throw you the ball here for 5 yards?
It looks obvious to us.
Yeah.
It looks obvious to us, and that's where it's got to go.
Right.
This is – and sometimes, defenses will do that to set a trap.
Trap,
we know you're going to throw it hot, and then we're going to tackle the hot, and you're not going to get the first down. Right. But at least it saves a negative play.
Right.
You still got to make the tackle, and there are other options besides just the hot, but it's good to have that option.
Right.
These situations.
It's Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. We talk about the offensive line struggle, and clearly not having Tyron is huge. The Cowboys seem to have committed Tyler Smith as a left guard. We're going to leave him at guard because that's a topic we've talked about. If Tyron's not available, should you kick Tyler out to left tackle and then slide maybe a TJ Bass in at left guard? Do you think that's the smart move, just leave Tyler at left guard and let him work?
I know they did this last year with him, back and forth. I trust Tyler Smith at left tackle over, Adoga any day, every day. Especially if these games are so magnified right now that, Bass looked, he looked fine, when Zach had to come out of the game a couple weeks ago. I want my best five in there, and I know Tyler can play out there. Yes, I know he's probably been guilty of, too many penalties at times, and maybe it gets a little too aggressive at times, but I feel like he can win out there against Bradley Chubb is not a great pass rusher. He's got good stats this year because of breakdowns and stuff, but I feel like Tyler could line up and handle Tyler Smith. I think if Aiden Hutchinson's out there this week or whoever else they might put out there, I trust him to win and be able to hold up.
Baldy, just some thoughts about the Detroit Lions, and I know you do a great job of studying the entire league, but some thoughts about the Lions, Dan Campbell, what they're doing offensively, anything you want to throw out there about what you kind of feel like the matchup's going to be this weekend?
Well, you look at their 1-2 punch in the run game. David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs, they're as good as anybody in the league.
Yeah.
Montgomery, the reason why Dan signed him is because, he watched him when he was in Detroit and Chicago just break one tackle after another. He's very, very physical, and he runs through contact. And then Gibbs is just like this home run hitting ability. That's a great – and their line is as good as anybody's. And so they've had their injuries. Ragnell's been in and out. But, you look at Penei Sewell, whoever's got to line up in front of that guy, there's not many people that can move bodies the way he does.
Yeah.
And then if you look at what Ben Johnson does and the way they get the running game cranked up, they do a lot. And this Sam Laporta is a really good player. They do a lot with their tight ends in the run game, but Laporta is a really good receiver. So they've got flexibility, and then really it comes down to, honestly, if Jared Goff doesn't turn the ball over, that team's going to score 30 points.
Yeah.
They're just that good. But if they turn it over like they did against Green Bay and against Chicago, you get 10 possessions in a game, you're turning over 4 times, you're not scoring 30 points. And so that's kind of where it's at right now with them.
Jimmy Johnson's going to be inducted into the Ring of Honor at halftime on Saturday against the Lions. I believe you were with the Eagles during Jimmy's time with the Cowboys and starting that Super Bowl era. Do you have any memories playing against those Jimmy Johnson Cowboys, or have you had any run-ins with Jimmy Johnson post-playing career?
I remember in '92, the year the Cowboys won their first Super Bowl with Jimmy. We were playing them in Philly on a Monday night. We were both undefeated. I was with the Eagles then. We were both 3-0. We're playing a Monday night game at the Vet, and the whole city is lit, and it's a huge game league wide. And I remember Jim McMahon was our backup quarterback, and his son's Sean's 10th birthday.
Yeah,
and he bought him a remote control truck. So Jimmy, all Jim McMahon wanted to do was have fun. So he takes the remote control truck down on the field before the game, pregame, and he just he guided the truck to attack Jimmy Johnson, who was pacing the field down at the Vet. The hair is frozen, and the look is just like he's just going up and down. And Jim McMahon's on this bench, and we're all down there just cracking up. And it's like a dog. We're sicking a dog at Jimmy Johnson, and he doesn't know where it's coming from or who's doing it. And he's kicking it, and it's frustrating him, and we can't be laughing any harder. And then we knocked Stepnowski out of the game on an interception, and we just destroyed them that night. And, of course, they destroyed us in a playoff game in January when it really counted. But I just remember, breaking Jimmy Johnson's concentration down on the field, and, this Ring of Honor, obviously, it's taken way too long. We still haven't seen a guy turn a franchise around the way Jimmy Johnson did, from 89 to, 95 or 94, whatever it was.
Baldy, I'm going to test you again on your knowledge of the league, which I think is so impressive. Who do you not want to play right now, the Rams or the Buccaneers?
That's a great question, Coach. Honestly, the Rams. The Rams went to Baltimore. We just saw what Baltimore did to San Francisco.
Yeah,
the Rams went there.
Yeah.
And they put up 31. They lost in overtime on a punt return for a touchdown.
Right.
But, the riddle that the Ravens matchup zone defense is, it didn't fool Matt Stafford in this Rams offense right now. Kyron Williams is as good as any back in this league right now. He leads the league right now in yards per game. And so they're cooking right now. The Tampa, look, Baker's playing great football. They won 4 in a row. But I feel like the Rams are more dangerous. They play San Francisco week 18.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be a playoff game all by itself.
What'd you think of that Ravens-49ers matchup with the Ravens just beating down San Francisco?
Well, this defense that the Ravens play, it's a conundrum. They play this matchup zone, and it's just exactly that. It's zone, all 11 eyes. You can run all the pre-snap motions and shifts and formations.
Yeah.
It doesn't do anything. They don't even blink. They got 11 eyes on the quarterback, and then you come into their zone, they match you up, they spot drop, and they're so good at it. They don't get fooled. Their safeties are playing deep. You can't get it over their heads. And then they got speed at linebacker to clean up any mess. And then, oh, by the way, they lead the league in sacks. So they've got everything going for them now. They lost Kyle Hamilton, which is a big loss. We'll see how that plays out. Geno Stone has played well in his at safety this year. So, but they're very well coached. Mike McDonald he's the defensive genius out there right now. I would imagine every team in this league that's looking for a coaching change, we always think offense. I would want that defense that the Ravens are playing.
Is that the best defense to play against anything that's going in the league right now? I mean, you talk about the match. We're all trying to find ways to stop McVay and Shanahan and all these guys, and you need to find a defense. I think these defensive coordinators are catching up with some of these offensive coaches, though.
Well, it's interesting because obviously Miami plays in Baltimore this weekend, and Miami does a lot of the things that the 49ers do.
Right.
Same system. And it'll be interesting to see if Mike McDaniel, this would be a great, study. I don't know if he would reveal it, but after the game, how much did he learn from the 49ers' problems against his defense, and what did he instill or install to try to counter it? And I'm anxious to kind of watch that game and study that game to see if he gleaned anything from the 49ers' problems.
Baldy, my final question again, it's about the Ravens. Is there a more disciplined team on defense? And you mentioned the eyes and on the quarterback. Is there a more disciplined defensive team in the league?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I mean, like Cleveland is very disciplined, but they're a completely different defense. They're a heavy, strong man-to-man defense with a really powerful front. So they marry their coverage and their pressure. But the way that the Ravens play, you have to be disciplined in your drops and when when you match up and where you get to, and understanding route combinations and everything that they do. I think they do a lot in their film study. And then how they, even the second interception last week, they had a double corner cat blitz on with the safeties just sitting on the top, and that's when the ball got batted down by Brandon Stevens and Marlon Humphrey intercepted it. But you don't see many double. Maybe Kansas City might do a double corner cat like that, but there are a lot of teams that are afraid to do that, against that offense to do that.
I'll tell you what, I was impressed with Jim Schwartz has done at Cleveland. I watched that tape against San Francisco when he's playing with a robber, like down the middle, and he's taking away all the crossers and stuff. I'm thinking, man, these son of a guns are brilliant when it comes to defending these guys.
Well, they weren't afraid to play those, Debo and Ayuk and them in man coverage across the field. A lot of teams are afraid to do that. And then that's where they want to attack. They want to attack the middle of the field.
Yeah.
And so you rob them of that middle of the field. The quarterback all of a sudden is holding on to that ball a little bit longer than he wants to.
Yeah.
Baldy, I know it's still early in the week, but are you picking the Cowboys to beat the Lions?
I feel like this game is going to be in the 30s. Like, I think both offenses are going to have a lot of success. And honestly, if the Cowboys, they live off turnovers when they're really rolling at home. It'll be interesting to see if they can get Goff to, throw one or two up or put one or two on the carpet. If that happens, then I think the Cowboys can win this game. But if they don't, I think this thing is going to be a lot like last week.
Yeah.
Who has the ball last?
Sure.
And can you stop a team from going down the field to go kick the winning field goal or touchdown?
You're the best, man. Thank you so much for jumping on with us. Have a happy New Year. Enjoy it.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy that game Saturday night. I'll talk to you next week.
Sounds good. Thank you.
There he is. That was our Odyssey NFL insider, Brian Baldinger. Make sure to follow In the Huddle on the Odyssey app or subscribe wherever you get your podcast. Baldy, always
Love
the best.
talking to him.
And will you just stop with the trading of 11? Come on. What the hell are you doing?
Yeah, he shot that down. It wasn't me
did.
trading. I was just trying
Finally, somebody with a brain.
I tell you what, I was just trying, like I say, it's radio conversation.
It is just radio conversation.
Yep.
We would never do that.
Nope.
Top 10 coming up next. Most binge-worthy shows of all time. As people are at home with the family over the holidays looking for something to watch, we got that top 10 next.
Thanks to
Enjoy responsibly. Must be 21 plus.
About to get into the Wooly Bully Top 10, 877-881-1053. What's the most binge-worthy series of all time? As people are at home for the holidays with the fam looking for something to binge watch. We are watching some college football here in the studio. We just had the Military Bowl presented by GoBowling.com.
Yeah, Tulane, not very good for them today.
No, Tulane finishing 11-3. Virginia Tech with a 41-20 win. Next up, we'll have North Carolina taking on West Virginia in the famous Duke's Mayo Bowl.
Where was that last bowl at? That last bowl game?
It was at Annapolis, Maryland, at Navy.
They were out there, like the fans were out there playing in the mud. You see that?
Yeah, sliding down the hill.
Virginia Tech fans are just like photobombing or video bombing the post-game interview. Man, just drenched in mud and water. Crazy. And then, of course, tonight we'll have A&M and Oklahoma State and the Tax Act Texas Bowl. That one's going to be at Energy Stadium in Houston.
I've been in that bowl game, playing that bowl game in Houston. Very nice folks. It's actually a cool bowl game to be a part of.
Which school were you with?
TCU.
Nice.
Yeah, that's when I decided I want to go do radio after that bowl game.
You said F this?
I said I'm not working for this. I'm not working for this coach.
Patterson.
Yeah, I'm not working for on the ride home. I just said that's it. I'm not coming back. I said I've got to do something else with my life. I'm just not going to,
Hey, don't work for people that don't love you.
There's a lot of things going on there. But, it's good to see the bowl game season in full swing. Duke's mayonnaise, by the way. I don't use another mayonnaise. Duke's mayonnaise, to me, is the best.
You put the Duke's mayo, didn't you, in the po' boys you made the other day?
I did. I think it's a great mayonnaise to use for anything you have to do.
All right, let's go ahead and slide into the Willy Willy Top 10. All right, Brian. Now, you don't watch a lot of movies, we know. But TV?
I do.
TV guy? All right.
But, I mean, I
know there's just some of these shows.
I binge watch shows.
Binging's the only way to do it.
Yeah.
And now these damn streaming services, and Lucius, you can attest to this, they're starting to get smart. They don't want you to just,
I don't
there's
like
one show.
that. I don't like that. I pay a monthly subscription. Go ahead and give me everything I need.
Yes. Just give it.
You'll still get your clicks, bro.
All 10 episodes at once. I don't need to wait a week.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll throw out 2 or 3, and then I got to go week to week on this thing. That's why I'm paying for the streaming services. I want everything at once. I don't want part 1 coming out, and then I got to wait a month, and here's part 2.
Oh, wait. They did that to Ted Lasso to us. Every week you had to watch it.
No, I just wanted every episode of Ted Lasso. Please, by the way, Ted Lasso is an honorable mention for one of the most binge-worthy shows, and it should be. Ted Lasso was fantastic. Now, I think that season 1 was by far the best, but I liked the last season. I thought it did a good job of wrapping up.
Yeah, I did too. I think I really do appreciate that. I thought Ted Lasso was all going to be about like being like funny and all, but it got serious.
It got serious.
It got really, really.
It started
serious.
taking on like real human emotions.
Yeah. Absolutely did. So,
Ozark getting some love.
I had that on my list.
It was, and I remember when you were binging Ozark, we were talking about it.
Yeah,
it's such a good show.
I actually got that one done on the way to Saudi Arabia when I was in the plane for 15 hours.
That's a good one to do.
Yeah, I did. It was really good.
When you landed in Saudi Arabia, were you thinking about like, oh no?
Well, it was over and back.
Okay,
it was 30 hours of watching Ozark on the plane.
It was funny
as I was laying down in my seat.
Because for me, Breaking Bad is definitely maybe number 1.
That was another one. I binge watched that one during a football season.
Oh, did you?
On plane flights to Cowboy games, on road trips. Yeah.
But I was working at Chick-fil-A at the time, and obviously, it's the chicken restaurant that they're using as a front for the meth.
Yes.
And I'm thinking I'm working, and I'm just so invested. Like when I'm not at work, I'm literally just immersed in the Breaking Bad world, and I'm thinking, man, how many of these people are like selling drugs right now?
Yeah.
Or could I use Chick-fil-A as a front? Maybe Chick-fil-A is a front for all we know.
Maybe it is a front.
I don't think it is, but your mind just starts wandering. You're just living in the world of that show. Where are you going with this one, Lucius?
Let's see. Reno 911.
Yes.
Okay.
Just because it flows so good. You said bingeable. You know what I mean?
It's an easy watch.
One after another. You can watch them all day. Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Oh, okay.
Kind of has the same vibe. It's just one after another. It has a plot, so the story keeps going.
Yes.
And you want to see what happens next? And Rescue Me. You ever heard of Rescue Me?
I've heard of
on
Rescue Me.
FX.
I've never seen it.
About the firefighters?
Yeah.
Yeah, it has a good flow.
Okay.
You want to see the next episode after you see the last one,
Another one. It's 3 a.m. You're like, come on, I can sit there.
Yeah, watch one more.
All you have to do is hear that opening song, the music for the opening, and it gets you right back.
You're like, all right, fine.
I'm in for another hour.
Another one.
Another 48 minutes.
We got love for Yellowstone. Entourage. I definitely binged watched Entourage a couple of times. Fantastic. Lost.
Family Guy.
Oh, South
I used to
Park.
watch the DVDs back in the day, bro.
Oh, that is.
You pick them up on Tuesday at Best Buy because that's when things dropped on Tuesday. Yeah,
Family Guy's great. Snowfall got texted in. Snowfall ended well.
Yes.
Hit a bit of a snag there.
Yeah.
Like the season before the last one was kind of like,
It got clunky.
Yeah, what are we doing here?
And then it started flowing.
But it ended well. Yeah, it absolutely did. Walking Dead. I ended up quitting on The Walking Dead.
I never went there.
It just I couldn't anymore.
Can I throw a couple out there?
Yeah.
I do like political ones.
Yeah.
Like I did West Wing.
Yep. I know Tim Collins loves West Wing.
West Wing, that's an old guy one right there. And another one was House of Cards.
Yeah, House of Cards got texted in.
Okay, and
People
then
love House of Cards.
Peaky Blinders was
Peaky
another
Blinders,
one I
honorable
did.
mention, and I did it too.
Yeah.
Peaky Blinders was awesome.
I
dude.
won't see these shows the first 5 years they're out.
That's probably the best way to do it now.
But I will figure out to take 4 weeks and knock them all out is what I will do.
So many good ones. The Office getting texted in. NCIS. I'm sure that's a good one to binge.
Man, they've bounced around. I mean, they've done a lot of different areas of locations now, but the original one with Mark Harmon
So good.
is really good.
Sons of Anarchy, absolutely 817. I binged that one.
I watched that one sitting next to Derek Eagleton at DallasCowboys.com. I didn't have headphones to hear it, but I could watch it. I couldn't hear it, but I watched every episode with
So
him.
you're just like making up in your own mind maybe
So
what's going on. The
I have an
dialogue.
idea what's happening.
That's great.
I have an idea, yeah.
Mayans, which of course was the spinoff to Sons of Anarchy, got texted. Eastbound and Down.
Yeah, you're going to watch the next one.
That's good. Veep, One Piece.
Yeah.
One Piece I definitely binged.
What was One Piece about?
The One Piece is animated.
Oh.
It's about becoming the king of the pirates. Finding the One Piece, the one treasure.
Oh, okay.
You ever seen Narcos?
Narcos is another one,
Narcos
Lucius.
is
Good call.
fantastic,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah.
They made a spinoff of Narcos too, didn't they? I
It's
don't think
good.
so.
Oh, I've
It's
seen all
Mexico.
of them. Yep.
Is it Narcos Mexico or
man,
something?
I love it,
Yeah,
bro.
Bennett was telling me, I was like, Dad, you
Damn.
watched the first one. Why didn't you
All
watch it? I'm like,
Okay.
The first one was so. It was hard.
You guys got me into it.
Yeah.
I'll do it.
You never did
All right.
Narcos?
I did, but I didn't do the Narcos Mexico.
Oh,
Yeah,
I did.
that's the best one almost.
I didn't. I need to. Parks and Rec is an honorable mention, as is Criminal Minds and Shameless. Number 10.
Criminal's Mind will blow. Yeah, that's a tough one.
See, I didn't watch Criminal Minds.
Oh, that's
Maybe I saw like a couple episodes, but it wasn't one where I would. I think
that.
my
The
grandparents loved
X Files was another one.
it. Dude, X Files. Yes.
X Files
crazy.
crazy strange. Yeah.
Number 10, binge-worthy shows of all time, Big Bang Theory. Number 9 is Supernatural. And I think that's that damn show, like, if we come in the morning on TNT, it's just playing.
Yeah, when you fall asleep trying to watch the NBA at
Yes.
night and you wake up in the morning like, what the hell is this?
It's Supernatural. Yeah, I've never seen an episode. but
2:30, like, what the hell?
That's about it.
Yeah.
House with Hugh Laurie, number 8. I didn't watch it.
It's pretty funny. Not like a doctor. He will do some weird stuff, but he's always trying to help people.
I remember always
He's a-
seeing the commercials for it, like during
Yeah.
NFL on
Yeah.
Sunday. And they're like,
Hugh
oh, new
Laurie
ex-
is the actor. I
Yeah,
think?
Hugh Laurie.
Yeah.
Number 7 is The Sopranos, which I did binge. When
Yeah,
I was sick with
that's-
COVID,
yeah.
I just binged the entire thing. I loved it.
Yeah.
Number 6 is Friends. I saw Alec Baldwin doing an interview lately. Apparently, like Warner Brothers is able to pay for all of their movie flubs and just fails based on the royalties they still get to this day from Friends.
You know, I
It's
watched.
still just printing money.
I don't think I've ever seen an episode, bro.
Really?
I have to say. I have to admit, I was not a Friends person.
I liked Friends. Like when people want to talk about it as the greatest show of all time, disagree. I think you're overrating it, but it's an easy watch.
I don't think it was better than Cheers.
See, I didn't watch Cheers. I mean, I saw a couple episodes.
Luce, did you ever watch Frasier?
Absolutely.
Frasier was good.
Frasier's
Yeah,
brilliant.
the radio guy.
They
Yeah,
brought Frasier
yeah.
back.
Yeah,
They
well,
got a new.
it's not the same vibe.
No,
It's not.
I didn't watch
The
it.
dad was the best. He always sit around and complain. I loved it.
Number 5 is Sherlock, which was on Netflix. Great show.
Yeah,
Benedict
never-
Cumberbatch, Martin Freeman.
never-
That was good. I think you'd like that.
Never did that.
They were all like, basically each season. I think was only about 3 episodes long, but they're like movies.
Wow.
They're about an hour and a half an episode.
All right.
Number 4 is The Office.
Okay.
Yeah, you can binge watch that all day.
You can. Those
Office
are
is
30
great.
minute. Those are 30-minute
Yeah,
shows, right?
yeah.
The Office over Friends.
Yep, and it has a rhythm. It's like a laugh every
It is.
5 seconds.
It
There's
is.
a rhythm to it.
Number 3 is Breaking Bad.
Love that. I really did. Boy, it's hard on you.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Number 2, Stranger Things.
Never finished that joint.
What,
didn't
Breaking
finish Breaking
Bad?
Bad?
Yeah, never finished it.
You need it, man.
It was like episode 6. I said, all right.
Oh.
Okay, so the first
I
season.
threw the
is-
sticks down, bro.
I don't blame you, and I've heard a lot of people did this. The first season's a slow burn, and it takes a while. But
Wow.
from season 2 on, it is just you're going, man.
I'm
You
glad
are
I fought
going.
through. I'm glad I fought through then.
You are going.
Yeah.
Number 2 is Stranger Things.
Never, not one episode.
Last season was pretty good. Number 1, Game of Thrones.
Never saw an episode.
And I did binge Game of Thrones, but we always go back to that last season. They just had to F it up.
I feel like the House of Dragons is like doing better than Game of Thrones in a sense, the way it's starting off.
Doesn't sound like the buzz, though. We're hearing buzz about it. Like Game of Thrones seemed like every week somebody was talking about that.
We just had a long
We haven't
gap.
heard, and because they couldn't go out and promote like they wanted to during the strikes and whatnot.
That's right.
Yeah.
The writer's
So maybe
strike is a great
now they
point.
can go out and promote. I don't know.
I think the new season is going to come out next year.
If I didn't watch Game of Thrones, I ain't
You're
going
not
for
gonna
the
watch
House
that.
of Dragons.
I get it.
Yeah, it wouldn't make any sense to you anyway.
Yeah.
A lot of references.
Yeah, probably so.
Slow Horses on Apple Plus. We got some people chiming in on
I've
Twitter.
heard that's good. I'm gonna
Yes.
check it out, bro.
24. Shout out to Will Chambers. Texting in. No 24.
I quit that. He got tortured that one time and then like broke loose and was like beating everybody up.
So you're right. Eventually it started to become like, okay, we need to stop this. But 24 was a great show, and I did love it, as was Prison Break. I thought Prison Break, the first season, one of the best episodes or seasons of television you'll ever see.
Tony Romo's brother-in-law is in that show, right? Prison Break.
Is he?
And he's all in The Boys now?
Yeah.
He's in The Boys now.
Oh, holy crap, you're right.
Yeah, man.
Yes. What is it? Candace Crawford.
Shit, Chase
brother?
Crawford or something like that?
Yeah, Chase.
yeah.
Yeah, he's the Gill dude.
Yeah. He got busted smoking weed over there.
The Deep.
Same place.
Dude, he's hilarious in The Boys,
Cowboys
bro.
did.
Yeah. Oh, man, I forgot all about him.
They were all hanging out.
All right, let's go. We're standing by for Zach Martin. It's possible he jumps on at 4:45-ish. Most likely 5 o'clock. But we'll talk a little baseball around the bases. Best fastball on the Rangers. Latest signings and free agency. And this make or break stat. That's next on The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean.
Wisconsin.
Mission accomplished for the Texas Longhorns. The Texas Longhorns are the 2023 Big 12 Conference champions.
For the first time, the Texas Longhorns are in the college football playoffs. Hear history when the legendary voice of the Horns, Craig Way, calls all the action New Year's Day. Texas against undefeated Washington in the Sugar Bowl. Our coverage presented by the Terrell Economic Development Corporation kicks off at 6:30 New Year's Day on News Radio 1080 KRLD.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. You can shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. Standing by for Cowboys All-Pro guard Zach Martin, who could join us at any moment. But can't wait to catch up with Zach. We did get the injury report, and he did not practice today. I think that was, and we'll ask him, I think that was probably just scheduled, Veteran Day off. Tyron Smith. Hopefully. Tyron Smith did not practice either with the back. Matt Waletzko with that shoulder is back and a full participant in practice. Limited was Chume Adoga with a toe injury, but did see pictures as well of Stephon Gilmore, who isn't even on the injury report after he got banged up at the end of the Miami game. He was out there at practice, so that's great news. Jonathan Hankins did not practice with that knee ankle. I know Mike McCarthy's been asked about him and Tyron. Hopeful really was the word that they used. I know Hank talked about being a Detroit guy last week, and he'd like to try and get back for this game. But, I mean, you gave a good reasoning earlier as to why it's probably unlikely.
Yeah, it's really difficult, and they just want to make sure with a lineman that has the weight. He's a 320, 325-pound guy, Hank, and he's, you want to make sure that he's not a limited, he needs to anchor down and he needs to have both of his feet, the base under him. And, if you're a one-legged football player trying to do the job that he does and have some lateral agility to you, you can't be, just kind of go in there and say, oh, okay, it's 75%, let's go kind of a thing. And they're going to try, and it's a little bit more of a difficult thing, high ankle, man with a lot of weight, and trying to kind of get him back. That's what they're dealing with right now. They're making some progress, but they want to absolutely make sure that he's able to protect himself and not be a one-legged football player.
Rangers have not done a ton in free agency, as we are your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. They did add 3 players on minor league contracts last week. Most notably was the righty relief pitcher Diego Castillo, which is a name that might be familiar because he was a Seattle Mariner for 3 years. But he's 29. He's got 6 seasons of major league experience. Debuted with the Rays back in 2018. He's appeared in 258 games, recording a 3.22 ERA, 35 saves, and he's had 3 trips to the postseason, 2 years with Tampa Bay, 2 years ago, of course, with the Mariners as well. And in the postseason, he's been really good. In 18 1/3 innings, he's got a sub-1 ERA. So that's a guy who really struggled a year ago with Seattle. But, you sign him to a minor league deal. Maybe he comes in similar to Will Smith. Can he catch lightning in a bottle type of deal here?
This time of year, when you're trying to kind of fill in some pieces, maybe you see something in a player, maybe a workout's like, man, okay, kind of felt like this guy they put him in a box. He's this kind of pitcher. But then maybe you go work him out, or your scouts go see him throw, and the next thing you know, you're like thinking, wait a minute, he kind of fits to what we're trying to do here. And you're always looking for inexpensive options that could provide meaningful innings during the season. You're not guaranteed anything, making the big club or anything, but you come in camp, you pitch pretty well, and, next thing you know, you find yourself as that guy that's, made the roster as they leave Arizona.
I mean, it's a no risk situation, and maybe Diego Castillo comes in, he's able to channel his
he's a veteran pitcher.
Boom, comes in and is able to give you some productive innings. Martin Maldonado has reportedly agreed on a 1-year deal with an option for 2025 with the White Sox, according to John Heyman, former Houston Astro, of course. He's been with them since 2019, was a part of their World Series team in 2022. So the Rangers won't have to deal with Martin Maldonado, who just seemed like, even when he was struggling, he would crush the Rangers as a member of the Houston Astros. It was very, very frustrating. Kevin Kiermaier is nearing a deal to re-sign with the Blue Jays on a $10.5 million contract, according to Ben Nicholson-Smith of Sportsnet, who covers the Jays there in Toronto. So his first 11 years were with the Rays, longtime Toronto Ray, now going back and re-signing with the Blue Jays. And the latest rumor, Josh Hader, who was a name that we had talked about maybe the Rangers would have interest in. I think his price tag is just way too high. But the Dodgers are now interested in Josh Hader, who was acquired, of course, by the Padres from the Brewers in a trade in 2022. He tied for 8th in the majors with 33 saves, finished with a 1.28 ERA. He's fantastic, does come with a little bit of baggage, and a lot of teams, of course, might have been, hey, we're not interested in you anymore because you kind of quit on your team last year during the season.
Yeah, the one that I keep thinking about is please let the Montgomery one just continue to drag. Let's nobody step up with a big offer. Maybe find a way to kind of like, hey, anybody kind of got your fancy there? Oh no, just kind of waiting. Okay.
Well,
we're here. We're here if you need us.
Is you said this, and you've got MLB.com, and it's like, guys, can you please not do this? But they are just putting out articles of why Jordan Montgomery is the best pitcher on the market.
I know. That's what I'm saying. So
just be quiet, guys. Just keep Jordan Montgomery's name out of your mouth, all right? And then we'll move forward. Okay, it's time now for the Zach Martin Show, brought to you by Dr. Pepper, an official soft drink of the Dallas Cowboys, the one fans deserve, and, of course, brought to you by Ford, your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We'll get to Zach Martin here in just a moment as he's getting ready in the Cowboys podcast studio to jump on with us, and we'll talk with Zach, your all-pro guard, find out what's going on, with the health, what's going on with the Dolphins matchup last week, and here he is. Zach, how you feeling, man? I mean, I know you didn't practice today. Some fans get worried about that. Was this just a typical veteran day off?
Yeah, it was kind of schedule I've been on for the last, month or so. So just taking care of the body, getting ready to go Sunday.
Okay, I'm going to vote for you for all-pro blocking without your helmet guy. I'm thinking like, okay, Zach Martin, probably at Notre Dame, 1929, at a game against maybe Purdue. No helmet, but keeping the block going. And then afterwards, you kind of look at the official like, bro, I'm playing without a helmet. Can you see this? Wilkins has got my helmet in his hand over there. What's going on here?
I know. I think he told me, he said, I didn't see it. I'll look for it next play. I'm like, well,
I'll tell you what, though.
How'd you miss that?
I'll tell you what, but Wilkins got his helmet knocked off, too, in that game. He got his helmet. Yeah, he did, too. And it's funny, Zach, he was running to go make the play. He picked his helmet up and put it on as he was running to go get the play. So, but I was wondering, what's it like blocking NFL defensive linemen without your helmet in the middle of the game?
I was just hoping I didn't get like a game coming my way where I could get picked on the side of the head or anything like that.
Luckily, they'll do that.
Yeah, luckily Dak got the ball out.
Yeah,
it was all good.
Well, you gave us a great scouting report and breakdown of that defensive line at Miami. It seemed like just an absolute battle all afternoon. Result certainly not what you and Cowboy fans wanted, but what were some of the talking points that you were able to go back and learn from the tape afterwards?
Yeah, I think we kind of had some uncharacteristic mental mistakes, which is we got to clean up obviously in critical situations, and then but I was proud of our guys. That last drive, it was an 18-play drive. Got down there, got a score, gave us a chance, but got to clean up just the these guys are so good across the line of scrimmage. You can't give them free shots or free goes. So. We just got to do a little bit better job of communicating on the road, and that's something we've talked about, and we just got to keep getting better at it.
Yeah, Zach, you mentioned the communication aspects and stuff like that, though. Is it a little bit, and I know you guys all practice together and stuff, and you've probably seen some of these looks that you're going to get, but was it just like sometimes it's just the heat of the moment and you lock up and you're like, oh, you miss a blitzer or you miss a twist, or is that kind of what happens?
Yeah, I mean, I think, sometimes everyone's kind of searching for the answer on why things happen. And, it's not the answer people are probably looking for, but sometimes just like you just said, kind of in the heat of it and you get locked up and you lose sight of maybe another responsibility. And it's, it's part of the game, right? Like we want to make sure we have none of those, but, right. Unfortunately they do come up from time to time, and it's all about bouncing back and getting to that next play.
Does that spoil the holiday at all on Christmas Day?
I mean, would definitely have been better after a win. I'm not gonna lie, but we did get that Christmas Day to kind of hang out with the fam, and like we talked about last week a little bit. I got a 5 and a 3-year-old, so they were pretty jacked up. So put things in perspective.
Who was more excited, you or them?
My son, definitely. He was up.
Really?
We got back about, I think I got walked in around midnight.
There you go.
And he was up about 6:45, ready to rock.
That's not bad getting on an East Coast trip, getting back at that time, right?
No, it's really not.
Because you've rolled in the door like at 4:40 before a couple times, right?
Those division night games,
God.
you're getting back at 4 or 5 in the morning, and those are quick turnarounds.
Okay, you got the Lions this week. They're playing pretty darn good football right now, though. Talk about the front a little bit, maybe what you expect. From I got to look at their tape tonight because I do scouting report tomorrow. So I'm going to let you tell everybody exactly what you've seen in the Lions right now.
Hear from you.
Yeah, we'd rather hear from you than the former scout guy.
Yeah, I mean, they jump off the tape right with their physicality and their how they run to the football. So. That's the first thing when you turn it on, and then, again, they got Hutchinson's had a great year. Yeah. Got a lot of respect for him. He kind of reminds me of like a young Crosby-ish, how he plays, just the motor and how he goes about it. And then, their interior guys are big, thick, physical. They got a great rotation. We've talked about that in the past, how, teams are loaded up on D linemen and they just kind of rotate them in so everyone keeps fresh. And then obviously you got I really like Anzalone, their linebacker, 34.
He is good.
He's a good player.
He sure is.
He flies around, makes plays, and then obviously they got the rookie linebacker they drafted, who's like he almost looks like a throwback linebacker on tape. He's big, he's like 6'4", 250, big, strong, takes on blockers.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be a great game for us. It's gonna be a good matchup, and they do a nice job of stopping the run. So I know, I try to establish that and then, get the ball in our perimeter and playmakers' hands.
Yeah, he's got that throwback name too, Jack Campbell.
Yeah,
it's an Iowa guy. The Iowa guy. That's right.
His nose will probably be bleeding during the game.
Is Anzalone the one with all the hair?
Yeah, the blonde hair.
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to ask you, when you play against a guy like that, are you ever jealous? Because I'm a bald guy myself, and I'm kind of like. And you got a good cut to your hair because, again, when your helmet got knocked off, we got to see your face, But what about like guys like that, like the long-haired player? I'm always kind of like, man, I wish I could have.
Well, I don't know if I mentioned this before. I rocked the long hair in college there for a couple years. So,
did you really?
Yeah. So I
ever to the point. Before. Well, Notre Dame doesn't have names on the back of their jerseys.
No.
So I never could. Never the Martin part would have never gotten covered up.
No,
right?
But like Anzalone's is long. Like
it's crazy long.
You're not gonna miss him on the field. You can see it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, talking Notre Dame, and we're watching these bowl games, and I remember watching that Pinstripe Bowl. I think that was your final year at Notre Dame, and you won the bleeping MVP award. I don't know when I've ever seen a lineman get the MVP. What was that experience like, and were you surprised that you got an MVP?
Well, we were yeah, I was. We were laughing with my buddies because we had our quarterback, who's a good friend of mine. We were roommates in college, and he had a good amount of passing yards but no touchdowns, and then our running back had like not a lot of yards but a couple touchdowns, and they're like, this guy's draft stock's the highest. Let's give him the MVP.
Is this one of those pinstripe? Is it the pinstripe?
Yeah, the pinstripe bowl.
So was that a new era game?
Yeah, new era pinstripe.
Okay,
Yep.
Tell us about the goodie bag then.
Oh, yes.
What the good like when you get a sponsor like that, like Duke's mayonnaise. We're watching that game. I mean, if you're like today, I would appreciate some Duke's mayonnaise, but back when I was a college player, I don't think Duke's mayonnaise would have done anything. What did you get on your goodie bag from the new era people?
The new era. I mean, obviously we got a bunch of hats and gear like that. I think we may have got a PlayStation for that one.
Oh, badass.
So that was pretty good. Yeah, that was. I think we got like a PlayStation, and then funny story about my MVP trophy from that game. Like that summer,
is it next to the Heisman? Is it next to Paul Horning's Heisman?
I'll tell you where it's at. I had it. I was traveling back to Indy, and I stopped at my. We used to always go to my brother-in-law's lake house in college. We'd all go up to the lake and hang out, and we were on the boat one night, and the trophy found its way on the boat, and someone slipped, fell in the water. So it's at the bottom of Lake Gage in Angola, Indiana.
Oh man!
I was thinking you were going to say that you stopped off at a gas station and you traded the trophy for a case of beer.
That would have been better.
Hey, we need a case of Miller Lite here, and we'll give you the trophy for the Miller Lite if you would do that.
Oh man, that's
all right, I'm gonna also predict something from Zach. He got a goodie bag. I guarantee he regifted it to his family for gifts.
Oh.
I'm calling Dad got the sweatshirt.
Oh, 100%.
Mom got like the long T-shirt probably.
But Zach, you kept the PlayStation.
Yeah, I kept the PlayStation, but I still do that. Like whenever we get like swag bags from, different stuff we do, I have a closet in my house and it's like, hey, someone need a gift, go to the swag closet and grab something.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Swag closet.
Speaking of trading the MVP trophy for a case of beer,
I wish he'd have done. I wish that was the story.
That's awesome. But we do have New Year's coming up.
Or food for burgers, like a sack of burgers.
Yeah.
Would have been even better.
Were you just going hard at Notre Dame for New Year's? Any debauchery that went on with Zach Martin in the heyday?
Yeah, I mean, let's see. New Year's was, I think we were normally home for New Year's. Besides the year we played Alabama there in the national championship, we probably would have been home. So I probably would have been back in Indy.
Nice.
Yeah, but New Year's is always. I'm bored now. I don't really do nothing for New Year's now, but used to.
No, like to say, the used to part of it. Yeah. The used to part of it, yeah. When the friends always drag you into the used to part.
Probably
of it.
going to be my last year, and then I'll have the baby girl next year this time. So,
hey, is it good to be back at home after a couple of road games? I mean, I know that's a stupid question.
No,
but I thought
it
I'd ask
is.
it anyway.
I mean, it's a little.
Okay, you're acknowledging it was a stupid question. I appreciate that.
No, it's good to be back at home. I mean, it's a little frustrating, right? Because we kind of got this road game on our back.
We all need to shut up
so
about that, don't we?
Media.
I'd
like another opportunity, obviously next week to go back on the road. But it'd be great to be back at home. Our fans have been outstanding this year. Obviously, we got something going at home, so we're looking to continue that and get after it.
Well, Jimmy Johnson going to be inducted into the Ring of Honor at halftime. I know that's something you're probably not going to be paying a ton of attention to, but I was wondering how much when it comes to the history of the Cowboys do you guys kind of talk about? I don't know if that's even something that's brought up this week leading into it, but maybe if it goes back to training camp throughout the season, just kind of remembering the history of this organization.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I didn't grow up a Cowboys fan, so I knew obviously they were great in the 90s, but didn't really follow the Cowboys growing up. But obviously when you come here, we do a great job with our former players, and those guys are around quite a bit. So to interact with those guys and kind of, whether it be training camp, offseason, during the season, popping in, and, it's cool to kind of talk to them and hear some old stories for sure.
So, with the facility that you live at, though, there at the Star, there's so much history and pictures and all that. I can't wait to see the Zach Martin mural. Okay, maybe we could put it next to the helmetless Jason Garrett, Jason Witten one.
The
Witten one.
Yeah.
So when you're going in, when you go,
it's
amazing. You walk in, you're like going, damn, that's a big picture. Yeah. And I wondered, would you be one of those guys though, Zach, when it's all said and done to come back, or are you you know what, man, I did my part here. This was a great run for me. I know we're talking about things in the future here, but would you be one of those guys that come back and visit stuff?
I think I'll come back from time to time and see a game, but I plan on moving back up north, so I'm not.
I kind of appreciate what Frederick's what Travis has done.
Yeah, he comes in for a game a year.
Yeah, I
kind of the boys, and then
I kind of like he's kind of like him, Doug Free,
hopping in and out.
Those guys, you kind of don't. I mean, I'm still bitter at Doug Free's wife. She killed me in beer pong one time.
Oh, did she?
Have you ever? Okay, Zach, I know it's probably not asking a bad question, but she's got such reach. She was literally her. She was at the table.
Okay, we cheating?
Sounds like you're calling out an elbow rule here.
Yeah,
that's her elbow getting a little.
Let me tell you, a couple of Zachs on the same page.
Let me tell you what, though, Zach. I'm going to be real honest with you, though. Doug was her partner, and I really didn't want to piss him off. So
he probably had a big dip in.
He had that look at me but she could completely reach across the table and drop that thing in the cups. And I felt like at that
just
point,
bullied you.
She bullied me.
Bullied you.
Yeah, the freeze just they at the end of it, I just threw both hands up, drank my beers, and then moved on. And the freeze were like, next. And my scouting report is don't go play this game with the Free because Mrs. Free will dominate you with the tosses.
Oh man, that's fantastic. Great. I do want when we get the Zach Martin mural there. We need
I'm pushing for this.
We need a video though of the gyrating in the game-winning huddle. That's what it's all about.
I still get that. One of my buddies turned that into a GIF. I guess you can turn something into a GIF. So whenever we have a big win, that's first text in our group text. I look after the game and there's me in the huddle gyrating.
Yes, let's go. Well, hey, go get another one this Saturday night, buddy. We're going to be pulling for you, and we always appreciate you giving us some time, man. You're fantastic.
Awesome, man. I appreciate y'all.
There you go. Zach Martin, your all-pro guard of the Dallas Cowboys, future Hall of Famer and future gyrating mural here on 105.3 The Fan.
That would be awesome.
Really appreciate him joining us. All right, we'll try and get back on clock, get things going here as we'll talk a little bit more headlines, get you reset on everything that happened, then we'll roll into the Expressway. That's next on The Fan.
One of the G-Bag's hottest. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation, as we'll have a little quickie here, then we'll slide right into the expressway, commercial-free for 40 minutes.
Are you guys amazed that an MVP trophy's in the bottom of a lake?
We had somebody say they're going to go get a sonar and go out there and try and hunt for that thing out of the water.
That's awesome, though. Like those bowl games like that, like the Pinstripe Bowl, that thing with New Era as a sponsor.
Pretty badass.
I bet you that's a pretty nice trophy. I wish he would have traded it for beer
that would have been a great
or
story.
Food. That would have been.
I felt like I was that close to getting a fun New Year's Eve, just drunken story from him, too, but I didn't want to push too hard.
Yeah.
But hey, maybe next week.
Oh, he's a good dude.
Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman, and you. Shout out to Zach Martin for joining us as he does every single week. Of course, brought to you by Ford, your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Some Cowboy Twitter that's coming out. We've got, Dak talking about the mindset, having lost back-to-back games. He said, I'm pissed for sure, but resilient, I guess, to answer that and understand that was a close one. Got away from us. Obviously on the road, could have been a good one, particularly saying the road right against a playoff team. And just didn't get it done. But it's just been more about everybody needs to be accountable, look themselves in the mirror, say, what more can I do individually, and understand if we do that, commit to that collectively, we'll continue to get better and we'll get over this. No doubt about it. It's also crazy to think, and Dak was talking about, understanding these opportunities now in year 8 of a deep playoff run. And it does seem like just yesterday, him and Zeke were rookies and they're taking over the National Football League. But Dak said, quote, now I'm the veteran player, telling these young guys that me and some of these other guys that have been here, one, just the turnover. There's 3 guys that have been here longer than me, and DeMarcus, Zach, and Tyron. 1, just the turnover, and then 2, after my rookie year, the way that wild phantom of a year that was, thinking, oh, hell yeah, this is easy. This is what the rest is going to look like. But you sit here in year 8, understand that you don't have these teams.
That is true.
You don't have these opportunities as often as you would think.
That is very, very observant on his part to think that, because it is something that you deal with every single day. Every single year. I know one of the saddest moments was when that season, and man, an NFL season, especially you get in the playoffs and you win a game and then you lose a game, and then the thud, it's like going 200 miles an hour right into a wall, and you just stop and everything stops. And then you see those players, you walk down in the locker room, and I remember saying goodbye to guys like, with Under Rison, guys like that, and just, and thinking, here's a guy that he played for us for 8 games and was a reason why that we won a Super Bowl, but you're saying goodbye. Mm-hmm. And you realize that this guy's never going to play for you probably again. And but you don't, it's so hard to get back into the playoffs, and your team's not the same. And with the free agency the way it is, you just don't know. Look at what's going on in Denver right now. They thought they had a quarterback.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden now they're talking about eating a lot of cap.
Ton. And
that just shows you that your plans and how hard, and give Mike McCarthy and Dak credit, and the team credit for, Zach Martin, give him credit for coming back, getting in the playoffs and things like that. But you just never, ever, ever know what you're going to, when you're going to get back. And I'm sure Dan Marino in 1984's rookie year, when he went to the Super Bowl, thought,
I'll be here every year.
I'll be back. And he had a long, long, long career that never got back.
Yeah, you just never know year to year. I mean, even look at the Chiefs now. The Chiefs have won Super Bowls, but I think everybody thought, all right, pencil them in. They'll be representing the AFC. And now they're 9-6. I mean, Travis Kelce, how much longer is he going to be playing?
Well, they're going to have to win a playoff game on the road.
First time ever in the Mahomes era.
And that's something that has not happened in the Mahomes era. You're absolutely right about that. That just shows you how but they, give them credit. They've been to Super Bowls.
Yeah, they've been there and won it.
And they've won it.
You're trying to get over the hump of a divisional round, let's go ahead and try and get to the dance.
Your biggest fear right now is a team that wears red jerseys and gold pants. That's your biggest fear right now, is having to deal with that bunch out there in the West, because that seems to be the one program you really don't feel great about beat. I love what Baldy said about the Rams, though, too.
Yeah.
With what the Rams did go to Baltimore, and they had them on the ropes.
I mean, they were a 40 punt return and overtime touchdown away from winning. Yeah.
Had them beat. And that's kind of been my plan. I've been talking to people about my plan. If Dallas doesn't win the division, let the Rams go and knock off as many top seeds as you can, and try and find a way to win a couple of games.
I guess how you'd want it is San Francisco gets the 1.
Yeah.
Let's say you don't win the division.
Say the Rams the Rams are likely going to end up at the 6.
Yeah, so the Rams need to go beat Detroit, and then the Eagles probably just take care of business, and then you go to Philly in the second round.
So the seventh seed would be
Seattle. Right now it's Seattle.
Yeah.
We'll see if they hold on to that spot.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Seattle did beat the Eagles.
But you don't like Seattle to go and beat San Francisco. I think the Rams could, but if the 6 and 7 win, then all of a sudden you're looking at Seattle going
I will take my chances of a team that plays them during the year, a division team, maybe going and upset. Somebody plays the 49ers really well. I don't know which one. The Rams did it before.
Arizona's played them tough with Kyler Murray.
Yeah, that's true. It's been Arizona. That's
but
the team.
The Rams, yeah. I mean, that's San Francisco usually beats them in the regular season. They can be very close, competitive games, but when they've met in the postseason, the Rams have gotten the better of San Francisco.
The Rams got the NFC Championship game in their backyard by winning games. And who did they beat? They beat
San Francisco in the championship game.
Yeah, exactly. To get in. But who did they? It was funny. Who did they?
Arizona.
They beat Tampa, and then they went to Green Bay. Is what they did. I think that's right. Tampa, Green Bay, Philly, somebody like that. But anyway, they were on the road twice, and then they got the championship game. I hopefully I could remember these things one day.
Yeah, I think you actually might be right with that.
Yeah, but I think they. I know Tampa went to Green Bay and won a game.
They did in that NFC Championship game to get them there.
Yeah,
absolutely. All right, let's get into the Expressway. 35-ish minutes of uninterrupted radio content here. We'll do a little football's finest. We've got Lane Kiffin not happy with the portal, unruly fans, and the shorthanded Florida State Seminoles. Plus, we got LA Live at 5:40. That's next on The Fan.